Chapter 1: The Coming of the End of the World or the Dimensional Invasion. Kill, 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 don't persuade, just do it. In an internet cafe near the Century Garden community, a 15 or 16-year-old boy is in a frantic fight with his friends. In this round, he has successfully grabbed 9 heads and brought his team to the place. Among the lair, ending this round is just a matter of time. He is Zhou Xiaoning, age 18, because he has a little handsome baby face, so people always judge his age incorrectly. Because he was naughty when he was young and couldn't calm down, his father Zhou Yuman gave him such a name. Originally, Lao Zhou intended to be called an Or Jing, but he always felt that Xiao and Or Xiaojing was a bit feminine, so in the end he chose Xiaoning, although it was not much better. After getting longer, Zhou Xiaoning also reacted to Lao Zhou and wanted to change his name, but was ruthlessly rejected. As a result, after a long time, Zhou Xiaoning got used to it. After all, his arms can't be stretched out of his thighs. Old Zhou Yi controls his sources of income. When it comes to money, I have to mention Zhou Xianing's family background. His grandfather and grandfather served in the army together, served as a soldier, and even went to the battlefield. It can be said that it is a fateful friendship. Until they retired, the two families often had contacts. Over time, his father and his mother Lin Shu met each other, and the elders of the two families did not object, so there was Zhou Xiaoning. After getting married, Zhou Yuman started a business with the help of the little relationship in the family. Let alone, Lao Zhou is indeed a material for doing business. He started working hard from the initial 100,000, and it has been more than 10 years. The net worth is hundreds of millions. It can be said that Zhou Xiaoning was born with a golden key, but as the two old men watched, he did not develop any problems with rich second generation. And since he was a child, he has exercised with the two old men, and now he is so physically strong, 2 or 3 ordinary people are really not his opponents. Not only that, Zhou Xianing's academic performance is also good. In the recent college entrance examination, he was admitted to Beijing University with quite good results. Apart from having no girlfriend, he is a winner in life. Xiaoning, it's okay. I haven't touched the computer for 3 months, so I can't retreat but advance. A fat man next to Zhou Xiaoning said with a look of excitement. His name is Luo Fei, Zhou Xianing's best friend, the kind who grew up playing. The family is engaged in real estate. Today, the Century Garden where they live is built by Luo Fei's father's company, and it is also regarded as the premier high-end community in TZ. That is, don't look at who I am. Zhou Xiaoning smiled triumphantly. In the surrounding area, he recognized the number 2 in terms of technology, and absolutely no one would dare to recognize the number 1. Isn't it just torturing a group of elementary school students? You are proud of it. Luo Fei gave Zhou Xiaoning a pretentiously disdainful look. Although he admitted that Zhou Xianing's skills were very good, as a qualified damage friend, if Zhou Xiaoning was allowed to be proud of him, it would be his negligence. By the way, I heard that there is a rare meteor shower in 100 years tonight. Would you like to go see it together? Come on, what meteor showers the two elders watch, might as well torture elementary school students here. Zhou Xiaoning appeared to be a little lacking in interest. In the crowd, the two elders stood together, looking up at the meteor shower, recalling the lost youth, and finally looked at each other. Ugh. Zhou Xiaoning can't think about it anymore, he just won't go anyway. I heard that the squad leader will also go, are you really sure you won't go? Well, since it's a rare meteor shower in a century, it's a pity to miss it. Let's talk, where to look? Zhou Xianing's pretentious and reserved appearance made Luo Fei deeply despise. No one in all one knew that Zhou Xiaoning was interesting to Lin Kexin, that is, he pretended to be serious, which was really not a normal sorrow. By the way, Lin Kexin was the monitor of Zhou Xiaoning and Luo Fei when they were in high school. TZ City is the best place to view Qingsong Mountain, and the squad leader will definitely go there. But I want to remind you in advance that it is quite far from Chingsong Mountain, and you may not be able to arrive before dark. Well, I'm in a hurry, let's go first, bye-bye. Zhou Xiaoning got up and ran home, where there was a Hummer of his father parked, and it was modified. I don't know if it was influenced by the two old men. Comrade Zhou likes a wild car like Hummer. It's just that due to the usual exchanges and entertainment, this Hummer is parked in the garage most of the time. Now it's just cheap. Zhou Xiaoning. Zhou Xiaoning didn't drive that Hummer less before, but he didn't have a driver's license, so he could only go around in the community, and he didn't enjoy it at all. But it's all right now. He just got his driver's license not long ago, and Zhou Xiaoning is also a member of the license family, so he just took this opportunity to drive out and have a good look. Well, you Zhou Xiaoning, if you have the opposite S*X and are innocent, don't you know to wait for me? Luo Fei was stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly and followed Zhou Xiaoning's figure. As for the two computers whose time was not up to date, neither of them took care of them. Master didn't know which two guys would be cheaper in the end. Zhou Xiaoning's parents are still in the company now, and the servants at home will not stop him, so Zhou Xiaoning drove away his father's beloved Hummer smoothly, carrying it at the last minute, still panting. Luo Fei hurriedly headed towards Chingsong Mountain all the way. However, Zhou Xiaoning obviously underestimated the people's herd mentality. They could think of taking Chingsong Mountain to watch the meteor shower, and other people would naturally also think of it. So the traffic to Chingsong Mountain more than 4 times more than usual, and the road is not very spacious. Completely blocked. Half an hour passed, and the moving distance was not more than 100 meters. I knew it would be like this, so I might as well walk along. Then you can get out of the car now, or just shut up, it's squeaky and crooked, it's annoying. Zhou Xiaoning glared at Luo Fei. The traffic jam was enough to make him depressed. Now he has to endure Luo Fei's broken thoughts. If he weren't for the sake of his best friend, he would have put this group of more than 180. Jin's meatball kicked out the Hummer. Shut up and shut up, what's so great? Luo Fei curled his mouth. And after measuring the difference in combat power between the two people, he confessed and chose to shut up. Luo Fei patted Zhou Xiaoning without speaking. Zhou Xiaoning was depressed, so she didn't bother to care about him. Luo Fei patted Zhou Xiaoning again, which made Zhou Xiaoning frown, but he still ignored him. Luo Fei patted Zhou Xiaoning again, and even increased his strength, as if he was afraid that Zhou Xiaoning would not feel it. I said you're endless, don't you know that there are no more than 3 things? Zhou Xiaoning was angry, and really thought that if two people had a good relationship, he wouldn't be able to beat them, right? Speak English. Zhou Xiaoning raised his eyebrows slightly, and his patience had reached the limit. Don't you let me say it. Luo Fei looked at Zhou Xiaoning bitterly like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law, and got goosebumps all over Zhou Xiaoning. I will let you say now. Well, I wanted to tell you before that I saw Lin Kexin. Where? Zhou Xiaoning looked out of the car with bright eyes, and as expected, he followed Luo Fei's direction and saw Lin Kexin. It's just that she is not alone now. At this time, she is sitting in a car with another boy, and the two seem to be very close. In an instant, Zhou Xiaoning seemed to be struck by 5 thunders, and the whole person was stunned. Once, there was a wonderful first love in front of me, I hesitated, and then his female horse was over before it started. Hey, buddy, look at the opening point, who doesn't have a failed first love? Cut, you a single dog who has never been in love at all, what qualifications do you have to enlighten me? Hurry up and apologize to me, I have a girlfriend, Hatsune-chan, you haven't seen it before. Zhou Xiaoning showed a helpless expression, this dead house was hopeless. Although he is also a house, he is at most a pseudo-house. There are 2-dimensional characters he likes, but he won't be addicted to it. However, after Luo Fei's interrogation, Zhou Xiaoning looked away a lot. He and Lin Kexin had no relationship. There was no problem with her being intimate with other boys. To blame, he could only blame him for acting too late and missing the opportunity. Forget it, this meteor shower has nothing to look good at. Let's go back and continue playing. Zhou Xiaoning intends to turn around and go home. The road to Qingsong Mountain is indeed very blocked, but the way back is unimpeded. As long as he drives to the next intersection, he can quickly leave this sad place. My buddy, you will be sorrowful. I'll go. What is that? Luo Fei originally wanted to hurt Zhou Xiaoning again, but he didn't expect a rather bizarre scene in his afterimage. With the appearance of the meteor shower, the sky was like shattered glass, with countless cracks appearing, and the cracks spread until they exceeded the range of his vision, and they still did not disappear. This phenomenon is not only TZ City, or Daxia, but occurs all over the world. Immediately afterwards, countless beams of light were shot down in the sky and hit the ground, as if something had been injected into the earth, and the earth began to grow bigger. Of course, none of this can be felt by ordinary people, because there is an inexplicable energy that protects everything on the earth and keeps it unaffected in the process. But this is just the beginning. When the earth expands to 10 times its original size, the sky is completely shattered. Although the sky after the shattering is still the same as before, it always gives people a strange feeling. Ah, what kind of monster are you? Don't come over, ah! There was a scream not far ahead. Zhou Xiaoning looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a woman thrown to the ground by a man with ragged clothes. However, this is not a way of flirting, because Zhou Xiaoning clearly saw that the man bit the woman's throat and swallowed her flesh and blood. Cannibal? Zombie? Resident Evil? Zhou Xiaoning's head is a little confused. He has a hunch that the world has changed and the common sense of the past may be subverted. Chapter 2 Source Disk Activation. Panic, endless panic. Kill, kill. I don't know who started exclaiming first, but this is undoubtedly the fuse that set off everyone's panic. It is human nature to seek advantages and avoid harm. Now that weird man only killed one person, it is hard to guarantee that he will not continue to harm others. Therefore, everyone wants to stay away from that weird person, and all want to escape from here. But this is not easy. In order to watch the meteor shower, this section of the road is already full of cars. It is no exaggeration to say that even ants are running faster than cars. In addition, fear can cause people to lose their minds. In order to escape as soon as possible, some drivers drove violently, completely ignored the vehicles in front, and rammed, causing a series of car accidents, and the road ahead was completely blocked. The vehicles behind were unknown, so they continued to move forward. The person stuck in the middle of the road was really without a way to the sky and no way to enter the ground. Hey, buddy, what do you think we should do? Do you want to call the police? Luo Fei's body trembled a little. After all, it was a zombie that was alive. Generally speaking, zombies have the ability to infect. The bitten woman will definitely not survive, and it will be transformed into a zombie after a while. If 2 zombies continue to bite people, 2 will become 4, and 4 will become 8, it will take a long time to form a large scale, and no one here will be able to escape. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just a first-level zombie? It's not a licker or a violent Kun or something. I'll look at Xiao and I will kill him. Man, don't be impulsive. Regardless of Luo Fei's stop, Zhou Xiaoning took out his Swiss Army knife and got out of the car. It's not that Zhou Xiaoning is not afraid, he is also afraid, but the 2 elders have told him since childhood that when they are afraid, the more calm they are, the more they should not be swayed by fear. Zhou Xiaoning knew very well that if he wanted to survive, he had to kill them while there were few zombies, otherwise, when they became a scale, he would have to close his eyes and wait for death. Zombie films are not uncommon in recent years. Although I don't know what abilities the zombie in front of me has, it should also have some common problems with ordinary zombies, such as slow movement, loss of vision, slightly slow response, and so on. Therefore, as long as you move lightly, don't make too much noise, quietly touch the back of the zombie, and then stab it in the head, it is feasible to think about it. It's just that Zhou Xiaoning thought of the beginning, but did not think of the end. He did approach the zombie silently, and he was about to succeed, but at this moment, the bitten woman had completed the transformation, and a zombie had become two, and both found Zhou Xiaoning. It's only less than 5 minutes. The corpse transformation is completed so quickly, it is even more powerful than the T-virus. Before I can think about it, it is now that I am immortal. If you die, I am dead. A moment of hesitation is fatal. Zhou Xiaoning's mind quickly flashed through the military martial arts that the two old men gave him. There were no various martial arts movements, and some were just a fatal decisive blow. More than 10 years of training has become the key to Zhou Xiaoning's survival at this moment, which makes Zhou Xiaoning feel fortunate. Fortunately, he did not err or skid during the training. Zhou Xiaoning lowered his head and avoided the hands waved by the male zombie. After that, he did not retreat and pushed him against the male zombie's chest. Then he raised the knife and dropped the Swiss Army knife through his left eye, and then stirred vigorously. Soon the male zombies stopped moving, apparently completely dead. At this moment, the female zombie also rushed towards Zhou Xiaoning. However, it may be the reason why the corpse had just changed. The movements of the female zombie were more sluggish, and Zhou Xiaoning easily succeeded. It wasn't until this time that Zhou Xiaoning felt a little nauseous. Although he had received military training from the two elders since he was a child, it was the first time he had killed a person, and it was really difficult for him to adapt. Now, it should be safe for the time being. Zhou Xiaoning took a few deep breaths to suppress the nausea. There must be some connection between the previous sky vision and the zombie that suddenly appeared. Zhou Xiaoning didn't think it was such a spectacular vision. As a result, he only brought a zombie. Instead of just vomiting here, it's better to get out of here and know what will happen next. However, at this moment, the male zombie that appeared suddenly and was killed by Zhou Xiaoning suddenly turned into a spot of light and scattered. 20% of them dissipated directly, and the remaining 80% rushed directly to Zhou Xiaoning. Zhou Xiaoning quickly dodged and avoided it. After all, it was something that a zombie turned into after death. Who can guarantee safety? But those light spots seemed to recognize Zhou Xiaoning. No matter how many he had, the light spots were always chasing after him, and the speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, Zhou Xiaoning didn't even have a chance to react, and those light spots were completely melted into his body. Boom! Zhou Xiaoning seemed to hear the roar from the soul, and then he came to a special space. It was a grey space, and the only light source was the white stone disc at the center of the space. I saw a colorful Uzumaki pattern in the center of the stone plate, surrounded by 9 playing card slots, obviously for cards or the like. A ghostly messenger, Zhou Xiaoning reached out and touched the stone plate. In an instant, a huge flow of information poured into Zhou Xiaoning's mind, making him dizzy, and he recovered after a while. At the same time, he also knew the origin of the stone plate. And everything that is about to happen. The catastrophe of heaven and earth is a catastrophe that affects the entire world. No one or even a living creature can escape from this disaster. The mutation just now was just a prelude, and the catastrophe of heaven and earth had not officially begun. But even so, the boundary between reality and fantasy has been broken. The existences that once only appeared in movies, cartoons, novels, and even myths will gradually descend into this world, such as the zombies that Zhou Xiaoning killed before. 1. The stone plate is called the source plate, and it is a few supreme beings. In order to deal with the disasters of this world, there are only 1 million treasures in the world, and only those selected by the heavens can have them. People are also called the chosen one. In fact, to put it plainly, is to deal with not only the real calamity that comes, but also to cultivate combat power. There are 9 layers of the source disk, and now Zhou Xiaoning has only the first layer. Only if he has enough source power and strengthens the source disk, the subsequent layers will be revealed. The source disk will provide strong power to the chosen. The more layers, the stronger the strength. Therefore, the number of layers of the natal source disk becomes a basis for dividing the strength of the chosen. One source disk corresponds to the first tier, the second source disk corresponds to the second tier, and so on. When the natal source disk is fully revealed, it can be reaching tier 9, then the strength will be comparable to the Deluo Jingxian in the Huxia myth. There is a step above the 9th step, which means detachment, but how to reach that realm is still unknown. There are many ways to collect source power. For example, after Zhou Xiaoning killed the zombies, the light spots obtained are actually source power. Now Zhou Xiaoning already has 1 point of source power in his natal source disk, and he needs 100 points of source power to rise to the second tier source disk, which means that Zhou Xiaoning, the zombie like before, has to kill 99. By the way, only the existence that descended from the fantasy world will provide source power after death, and after being bitten by a male zombie, the infected female zombie does not have this ability. I did not see that it has become a body now. Is it a real corpse, not the light? In addition to source power, those fantasy creatures may also condense some cards after death, called source cards. Put these source cards into the card slots of the source disk to get the corresponding things. The source card is divided into 7 categories: bloodline, talents, exercises, skills, props, equipment, and summoned creatures. Each source card has a star rating. The higher the star rating, the rarer the card, the greater the power, and the better the effect. Of course, the level of the source card is not static. By paying for the source force, the card can also be strengthened to increase the star rating. This means that even if it is a 1-star fireball technique, after enough source power is strengthened to a 9-star, it can also exert the power of destroying the world. Obviously Zhou Xiaoning's luck was not very good, and the first kill did not reveal the source card. But it doesn't matter. Every source disk has an initial reward, which may be any of the 7 categories. Although it only has 1 star at the beginning, it can be upgraded with the upgrade of the source disk without spending extra source force. It's really full of RPG games, and even the benefits of newcomers. It seems that the few supreme beings don't play games less often. Zhou Xiaoning secretly talked about those supreme beings, thinking about their strength and realm. They should not have the same knowledge as his little ant. Start collecting the initial reward now. As Zhou Xiaoning's thoughts were conveyed, the only 1 point of source power in the source disk was instantly cleared. And the colorful Uzumaki in the center of the source disk also began to spin at extreme speed. About 5 seconds later, a pattern was born in the center of Uzumaki, and it gradually grew larger, eventually replacing the colored Uzumaki and occupying the center of the source disk. Funnel? Why is my initial reward so frustrated? Zhou Xiaoning's mouth twitched. He was not very greedy. He didn't ask for something like Super Scion Bloodline, or world-destroying artifacts, but at any rate he also gave a fireball technique, and it wouldn't help to give a food or water technique. That's fine. Why did he give him a funnel? However, this is for 1 point of source power at any rate, so I still have to look at it. Even if it is really a waste, isn't it said that there is still turning waste into treasure? I didn't know this. I was shocked. The funnel pattern was a little frustrated, but the skills it represented were quite powerful, which gave Zhou Xiaoning a feeling of going straight from hell to heaven. What Zhou Xiaoning acquired was a skill called Perfect Fusion, which was able to perfectly integrate multiple targets into one, remove the fake and preserve the essence, retain the useful, and remove the harmful. However, if you want to use this skill, you can only use the source force to activate. The more targets and the higher the difficulty, the more source force will be consumed. If you force the fusion under the condition of insufficient source power, it is not impossible to succeed, but the chance of success will be very low. And once it fails, neither the input nor the energy can be recovered. Therefore, the perfect fusion skill is good, but it must be used carefully, otherwise it is very likely that you will suffer a heavy loss. Chapter 3 Zombies are born. Dude, you can. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoning had killed the 2 zombies, Luo Fei immediately fell silent, opened the car door, twisted his fat body, and ran to Zhou Xiaoning, wanting to give him a loving hug. Go away, you're not a beauty, and I'm not even gay. As soon as Zhou Xiaoning regained consciousness, he saw a mass of fat pounds on him, and he was frightened, and he slammed his hand. Zhou Xiaoning is now not what it used to be. Although the source disk has only 1 layer, the enhancement has been tangibly reflected. Just when the soul entered the source disk space, Zhou Xiaoning's body had completed the first round of strengthening, and his physical fitness had reached 5 times that of a normal person. This push was performed subconsciously, although it was useless. Power, but 80% is still there. Normally, the one-handed strength of an adult male who has not undergone exercise is about 30 kilograms. If 1 time is the standard, then Zhou Xiaoning's one-handed strength reaches 150 kilograms, and 80% of the strength is 140 kilograms. 4 kilograms, the force under this push almost caught up with Luo Fei's weight. As a result, a fat man who was supposed to have a stable center of gravity was pushed back more than a dozen steps by a hand that didn't seem to be too hard, until he hit the car door behind him and stopped. But that car door was miserable. After being pressed by Fatty Luo, a piece was immediately recessed. I hope that after the owner of this car finds it, he won't settle the account with him. I'm going. Zhou Xiaoning, do you have a bit of humanity? I just want to hug you. As for using so much force. Luo Fei rubbed his chest in pain, but fortunately he had enough fat on his body and shared the strength, otherwise, with this, he would inevitably break his sternum. I didn't expect, this is really me. Zhou Xiaoning looked at her hands in amazement. In this way, everything he saw before was real, not a dream. The catastrophe of the heavens and the earth, the 1 million chosen from the sky, the source disk, the invasion of the dimension, the fantasy creature. Your sister, I just want to quietly be a quality and rich 2nd generation, marry a beautiful wife, and if possible, raise a few more lovers. Do you want to suddenly be so exciting? Zhou Xiaoning's expression of bitterness almost made him write the word bitter on his face. I said, buddy, didn't you just kill 2 zombies? It's not a murder. What are you afraid of? When the time comes, the police will come, and I will testify to you. Seeing Zhou Xiaoning's expression strange, Luo Fei thought that he was worried that the police would not be able to explain it, so he immediately ruled out a loyal attitude and comforted him. Fart. If the police can take care of this, why do they have to be supremely capable? Supreme and mighty? It sounds like a tall and magnificent person. How come you know you? Can you introduce me to it? Zhou Xiaoning gave Luo Fei a white look. This fat man really fulfilled the idiom, his heart is wide and the body is fat. This is almost burning his eyebrows, and he is so heartless. Let's get back in the car and leave right away. It's dangerous here. Yes, it's dangerous. Luo Fei nodded again and again, didn't it? Even the zombies ran out. Isn't it dangerous? Seeing that Luo Fei still didn't care much, Zhou Xiaoning knew that he hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. This was not a matter of 1 or 2 little zombies, but a catastrophe that affected the entire world. Back on the Hummer, Zhou Xiaoning told Luo Fei about the important information he had obtained. This is a critical period of life and death, and a slight carelessness is likely to kill him. Dude, are you sure you haven't read too many eschatological novels? Do you think I am unconscious now? Seeing Zhou Xiaoning's serious expression on Luo Fei's face, he didn't seem to be lying, and coupled with the previous zombie's appearance without warning, Luo Fei already believed Zhou Xiaoning's words a little. Then, what shall we do now? Luo Fei panicked, all this was beyond his tolerance, and he was really at a loss for a while. Go home first. You call your parents right now, tell them to go home quickly, lock the doors and windows, don't go there, and ask your sister to go back quickly. It's not safe outside. Good, good, I'll do it right away. Zhou Xianing's words were like divine enlightenment, and Luo Fei instantly calmed down. Now the disaster has not officially arrived, and there is still room for remedy. If the disaster begins to break out, everything will be too late. Don't look at Zhou Xianing's first look, but he seems very calm. In fact, he is also very anxious. His grandparents, grandma and grandpa live in a rural village. It takes at least 3 hours to drive there from here. But his parents went out to talk about business, and they haven't returned yet, and the phone can't get through. They should be in a meeting. If it were in normal times, it would be fine. Zhou Xiaoning was still happy to be free, but now it is different. The catastrophe is about to come, and Zhou Xiaoning is really worried about their safety. But before that, Zhou Xiaoning must save his life first. Fatty, sit firmly for me. Hey? What do you want to do? Ah! Zhou Xiaoning slammed the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator with his right foot. With only a bang, the Hummer launched, like a wild horse running off the rein, directly rushed to the central green belt, overwhelming an ornamental bush, and rushed to the opposite lane. The performance of the Hummer bought by Lao Zhou is really good. If an ordinary car dares to do this, it will either get stuck on the central green belt halfway through and cannot move, or the front of the car is damaged or the body is scratched. If you take it to a repair shop for repairs, it will definitely be no good. Small repair costs. On the other hand, this Hummer is nothing but dust on the body. Of course, this kind of behavior is not in compliance with traffic rules. Under normal circumstances, please do not imitate. Zhou Xiaoning is also a very special method in extraordinary times. If the transportation department has the energy to ask him to deal with this matter after today, the deduction should still be fined. He must be unambiguous. The Hummer is fully on, and the speed exceeds the 100 mark per hour, and it is moving towards 110, which is about to catch up with the sports car. If it were before, Zhou Xiaoning would definitely not dare to drive so fast, but now, with his strengthened body, controlling this speed is simply easier than eating and drinking. When they came, because of a traffic jam, it took Zhou Xiaoning and Luo Fei about an hour to drive to the previous position. But now, the road was smooth, and Zhou Xiaoning rushed all the way, and it only took them 20 minutes to return to the Century Garden. However, in these short 20 minutes, the world seemed to have changed. Scattered zombies walked on the streets, attacking pedestrians and bringing their own zombie viruses into this world. There were screams and calls for help everywhere. Until then, Zhou Xiaoning and Luo Fei really realized that the end of the world had come. The sound of the Hummer's motor aroused the idea of those zombies. Fortunately, the zombies have just come to reality, and the number is still relatively small. Surrounded by 2s and 3s, they can't stop the full-powered Hummer, or they are directly left behind by the Hummer. Or he was directly killed by a Hummer. Along the way, Zhou Xiaoning actually gained 25 points of source power. It is a pity that not even one source card was revealed. Don't come over, go away. Just as Hummer entered the gate of the World Garden, a dozen zombies were seen surrounding a Loli. Loli was waving his school bag at this time, trying to prevent the zombies from approaching, but with this attack power, even some unruly fools could not stop them, let alone those zombies. This Loli Zhou Xiaoning knows very well. It is Luo Fei's sister Luo Yu, who is 15 years old, but because of her petite figure and delicate appearance, she will always make some unsuspecting people think she is a primary school student, but in fact she has graduated from junior high school. Seeing her now, she should have just rushed back from the cram school, but she never thought that she would be blocked by the zombies. It's hard to imagine that a fat man like Luo Fei would have such a delicious, beautiful sister Loli, I really don't know what went wrong. Luo Fei, wait for you to drive over to meet us, I will save Xiao Yu. Okay, everything will get rid of you. As long as Xiao Yu can be rescued, it will be no problem for me to be a cow and a horse for you. As a dead house, there is a beautiful sister around him. Luo Fei naturally inherited the attributes of sister control. If he didn't trust Zhou Xianing's strength, otherwise he would dare to bully his sister with those zombies. Desperately. More than a dozen zombies, just relying on a Swiss Army knife is not enough. Fortunately, trees are being transplanted in the community recently. Those trees that have not been planted in time are placed on the edge of the green belt, and the roots are still muddy. It really has some weight. Zhou Xiaoning smoothly took a tree in his hand and bumped it in his hand. Not to mention, the hand feels right. You chopsticks, keep me away from Xiao Yu. Zhou Xiaoning roared, trying to attract the attention of the zombies. Brother Xiaoning, come and save me. Luo Yu saw Zhou Xiaoning as if he saw a savior. After all, Zhou Xiaoning Ren is handsome, he is good at studying, and has nothing to say in sports. Even playing games can easily abuse her dead house brother, so in Luo Yu's mind, Zhou Xiaoning is omnipotent, so this time he will definitely be able to save her. Xiao Yu, don't worry, no one can hurt you with Xiaoning. Zhou Xiaoning waved the saplings to kill the zombies. These ordinary zombies were not his enemies at all, and they were swept down by him. Xiao Yu, come with me. Zhou Xiaoning took Luo Yu's hand and ran forward, and Luo Fei also moved the Hummer to run to the front to wait for them. As long as they got in the car, they were temporarily safe. However, at this moment, a zombie suddenly violently rushed towards Luo Yu at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary zombies. Seeing Luo Yu was about to be bitten, Zhou Xiaoning hurriedly pushed her out of the zombie's attack range. But it was precisely because of this that he himself was exposed to the big mouth of the zombie's blood basin. Zhou Xiaoning was thrown down, and the zombie bit on his shoulder. The other zombies didn't want to miss this delicious meal, and they crawled over and lowered their mouths. For a time, Zhou Xiaoning was held by more than a dozen zombies. Even if he had a physique 5 times that of ordinary people, he couldn't get rid of it. He could only watch the zombies devouring himself bit by bit. At first, Zhou Xiaoning could still feel the pain, but soon he became numb, and it seemed that the zombie virus had begun to attack. Chapter 4 Perfect Fusion. Zhou Xiaoning felt itchy, as if there were tens of thousands of ants crawling across his body. He wanted to scratch, but he couldn't. The feeling was really worse than death. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoning even hoped that a zombie would bite his throat and end his pain as soon as possible. However, those zombies are irrational, and they don't know how to read minds. They don't understand Zhou Xianing's pain and only know how to enjoy the food in front of them. For a while, Zhou Xianing's body was full of bite wounds, and some of the deeper ones could already see the bones. The scene was no longer a word that could describe miserable. Brother Xiaoning, come out soon. I'm all to blame. If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have any trouble, woohoo. Luo Yu was crying guiltily. If it weren't for her brother Luo Fei's hold, she would have rushed to save people. Xiao Yu, go with your brother, Xiaoning has been bitten by a zombie and can't be saved. Xiaoning's accident was because he saved you. We can't let his efforts go in vain. Luo Fei persuaded him, while forcibly pulling Luo Yu into the Hummer. To put it bluntly, those zombies ignored them because they wanted to eat Zhou Xiaoning. If they waited for those zombies to eat Zhou Xiaoning, it would be their turn next. Although this is not a matter of loyalty, but he must do it, after all, he still has a younger sister to take care of. Xiaoning, I'm sorry. But I will definitely come back to avenge you. Luo Fei yelled at Zhou Xiaoning, slammed on the accelerator at random, and left. Net nonsense, because of your fleshy body, you still want to avenge me. A glimmer of relief flashed in Zhou Xianing's eyes. Luo Fei and Luo Yu could escape safely, and his death was not in vain. But did I really die like this? I just got the source disk and became the chosen one, and I didn't do anything. I just killed him here. I really don't want to be reconciled. Zhou Xiaoning had only one breath left. If it weren't for the resentment in his heart, and hanging this breath, I am afraid he would have died long ago. Maybe a corpse transformation will happen soon, and he will become a member of the zombie group. Perhaps Huiguang Fanzao was true. At the moment of death, Zhou Xianing's head had never been so clear before. He thought of a way that might be able to solve his current predicament. I hope it wasn't a lie to me. Perfect fusion, start. The target is set for himself and the zombie viruses in the body. Because it is the first time to use the perfect fusion skill, Zhou Xiaoning does not know how much source power is needed, and simply put all the source power into it, not seeking merit, but seeking no fault. The source disk skills were really powerful. As Zhou Xiaoning activated the skills, a warm current appeared in his body and continued to flow. Wherever the warm current flowed, the unbearable feeling of itching turned back and subsided a lot. Instead, it was a warm feeling, just like bathing in a hot spring, so comfortable that Zhou Xiaoning couldn't help groaning. But the good times did not last long. Soon Zhou Xianing's numbness in his body subsided completely, but the warm current did not disappear, but became hotter and hotter, so that Zhou Xianing's body temperature reached more than 40 degrees later. It has not stopped, and it continues to climb. Zhou Xiaoning wanted to faint, but coma is a luxury for him. The warmer the body is, the more awake he will be. In the end, even if he doesn't open his eyes, Zhou Xiaoning will be able to hear the sound from his ears. Clearly restore the surrounding environment. Because Zhou Xiaoning had been fighting against the heat flow in his body, he did not realize that his body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its strength was gradually increasing. The zombies could bite off a piece of meat in one bite, but now at most it's just the degree of broken skin. Finally, Zhou Xianing's patience reached its limit. He wanted to vent and destroy. You don't have any, it's so hot, little master. Accompanied by Zhou Xianing's roar, an invisible force centered on him, thinking that it spread rapidly around him, and everywhere he went, there was nothing but sand and rocks, which was terrifying. It wasn't until 100 meters later that this force began to weaken, but it did eventually disappear at 150 meters. Is this really what I did? Zhou Xiaoning looked at the surrounding environment in disbelief. It was almost the same as a typhoon. In fact, the reason Zhou Xiaoning was able to cause such damage was also related to the area around him that belonged to the greening of the community. There was no solid object obstructing it. If it was changed to a building, no matter how powerful the force was, it would not affect it so much. The extent of the damage caused so much damage. After Zhou Xiaoning finally calmed down a bit, he began to look for the reason for his change, and he soon found it. It was still the grey source disk space, and it was still the white stone disk. The only difference was that one of the 9 card slots that were originally vacant had already been filled. It was a source card with a fuzzy silhouette pattern, and the 5 stars on it all showed that the source card was extraordinary. Name, unknown, can be named independently. Type, descent. Star rating. Introduction. This is a special bloodline formed by the perfect fusion of a variety of zombie viruses and the human body. It can have real luck. Bloodline talent, infection. As a bloodline transformed from a zombie virus, the ability to infect is indispensable. You can consume blood and infect other creatures, allowing other creatures to obtain the bloodline, and as the initial possession of the bloodline, you have the right time level has absolute control. Quick recovery. You can quickly recover physical injuries by consuming energy in the body. If necessary, you can use the source force to activate. Of course, the premise is that you have the opportunity to use this talent. If it is an instantaneous death injury such as brain death, this talent is invalid. Swallowing evolution. You can supplement yourself by swallowing other biological genes to make yourself evolve, but if too many genes are swallowed, it is easy to cause gene collapse, and you need to be cautious. Virus immunity, as a collection of multiple zombie viruses, many viruses have no effect on you, unless it is a 5-star or higher virus. Bloodline skills, mind power, active skills, the power stimulated in the process of virus transformation, the current level is 1, the upper limit of power is 1 mil, and the effective range is 10 meters. Physical strengthening, passive skills, because you have withstood the raging virus in your body, your physique has been greatly improved. The current physical strength is 10, physical strength is based on the average level of normal adult men, and the physical strength is 10, it is equivalent to 10 times the normal body constitution. Body deformation, active skills, under the stimulation of the virus, you have the ability to control all parts of the body at will, and even if it is inconvenient to maintain the total weight, you can become any person. The current level is 1 and cannot be upgraded. It's amazing, it's really a blessing in disguise. It gave me hope in despair, just like the light of dawn. This bloodline is called the Li Guang bloodline. Zhou Xiaoning is quite satisfied with his current body, his whole body seems to be full of inexhaustible strength, and the activation of his mind power has made him step into the ranks of superpowers. Even the most inconspicuous body control ability, if used well, will have unexpected gains. Although not comparable to the power that burst out when the body was just transformed, Zhou Xiaoning was already very contented. Taking the zombies that bit him before, he could easily solve it even if there were 100 more zombies. By the way, where are those zombies? Zhou Xiaoning's strength is skyrocketing right now, just when she wants to show off her skills, but she has searched all around, let alone zombies, and can't even see the shadow of a mosquito. It turned out that those zombies were already dead in the burst of thought power just now, turning into 13-point source power into the source disk, making Zhou Xiaoning's already deflated vitality reserve inflated again. Boom! Zhou Xiaoning heard the sound of the motor running, and judging from the sound, it should be Lao Zhou's Hummer. Sure enough, half a minute later, a Hummer drove from the front at full speed. With Zhou Xiaoning's now enhanced vision, it was clear that Luo Fei was sitting in the driver's seat with his teeth clenched. It seemed to fulfill his previous promise, really. Here comes Zhou Xiaoning's revenge. You still have a conscience. Zhou Xiaoning showed a happy smile. Although he did not blame Luo Fei for his previous escape, it would be impossible to say that there was no grievance. But now that Luo Fei risked his life to come back to avenge him, there was a trace in Zhou Xiaoning's heart. The grievances disappeared instantly. Fatty Luo, stop me quickly, don't you want to kill me? Squeak. The tires rubbed on the ground, making a rather harsh sound. Xiaoning, are you a ghost or a man now? Luo Fei looked at Zhou Xiaoning in disbelief. He was still alive after being gnawed by so many zombies. Besides the many damages on the clothes and some bloodlines, his body was intact. This is really a hell of a ghost. FK, have you ever seen a handsome male ghost like me? You really didn't die. I knew it, your boy has a big life, and he won't die so easily. Luo Fei finally confirmed that Zhou Xiaoning was really okay, and immediately ran off the Hummer in excitement, wanting to give Zhou Xiaoning a big hug. If you want to hug me, you will become a beauty first. Zhou Xiaoning stretched out his hand, and the invisible power of thought formed a barrier in front of him, blocking Luo Fei's approach. I'll go, I haven't seen you for a few minutes now, why are you getting better again? Luo Fei rubbed the sore nose. Before Zhou Xiaoning was just a little bit stronger, but now he even has superpowers. The thing called the source disk is really incredible, but it's a pity that he did not get the source disk, missed the chance to become the chosen one. You wanted to, just let me take a bite. Zhou Xiaoning pretended to have an evil smile, but what he said was not entirely joking. Although the essence and blood are very important to him, he has only 3 drops in total now. This is only condensed after he has the blood of Li Guang, otherwise ordinary people will be counted. No matter how hard you exercise, without advanced exercises, it is impossible to condense even a drop. Moreover, every drop of essence and blood will make Zhou Xiaoning weak for a period of time. It can be said that the price of using infection talent is quite heavy, but if the target is Luo Fei, Zhou Xiaoning is willing to bear the price. The most trusted person. Chapter 5. Zombies block the door and rush out. Zhou Xiaoning followed Luo Fei back to his home. Luo Yuxiao Loli couldn't help but rushed over at the first sight of Zhou Xiaoning, lying in his arms and crying. No matter how Zhou Xiaoning persuaded, she just couldn't come down. Seeing this scene, Luo Fei's envy, jealousy, and hatred in his heart, saying that this is obviously his sister, why is it so close to outsiders that he neglects his love brother, he just ventured out, it is also very dangerous, okay, why? Is there no one to comfort him? Okay, Xiao Yu, don't cry, don't you think I'm all right? Zhou Xiaoning stretched out his hand to wipe away the tears on Luo Yu's face, and smiled comfortingly. Really, brother Xiaoning, are you really okay? Of course it's okay. Now even if a tiger appears in front of you, I can kill him. With that said, Zhou Xiaoning made a warrior muscle movement, which made Luo Yujiao laugh again and again. Bringing, do you think you are Wu Song? Seeing Luo Yu finally laughed, Zhou Xiaoning was relieved a lot. Since he was a child, he treated Luo Yu as his own sister. To talk about his love for her, Zhou Xiaoning asked himself that he would not lose to Luo Fei. In fact, what Luo Yu and the others didn't know was that Zhou Xiaoning really didn't brag. With his current power, it was really no problem to kill a tiger. In addition, he still had the power to use. It was easier to beat a tiger than Wu Song. However, it's better not to say these words. It was hard to make Luo Yu happy, so he could not care about such trivial matters. By the way, Xiao Yu, where's your mother? Mom is calling Dad, and Dad is trapped in the construction site and can't get out. When Luo Yu mentioned his father who was alone away, the tears that Luo Yu couldn't go back finally started to flow. This time Zhou Xiaoning didn't coax her anymore, because Zhou Xiaoning had been startled by the information Luo Yu revealed. You must know that Luo Fei, Luo Yu's father Luo Deifu, is not the owner of a small construction company, but a well-known real estate businessman in TZ City. Projects that he can personally pay attention to are all big projects, at least similar to Century Garden. The high-end residential area just works. It is important to know that all such communities occupies a large area. After all, in addition to buildings, greening must be considered. Even some high-end communities have a much larger land area than buildings. Under such a large area, it couldn't be easier to find a place to escape. After all, the community is under construction, and the walls are only temporary, and you can just turn it over. But now, Luo Yu actually told him that Luo Deifu and more than 100 construction workers were trapped in the community under construction. How many zombies would it take to do it? Unexpectedly, the number of zombies has soared so much during the time I was receiving bloodline enhancement. The complacency of the new bloodline has disappeared, and now Zhou Xiaoning is thinking about what to do next. If the zombies have really formed a scale, then it is obviously unwise to stay in this villa. The total population of TZ City is nearly 1 million, most of which are concentrated in the urban area. Those zombies that have descended from the fantasy world, plus the present world, the zombies that humans become after being infected, will form a wave of zombies before long. By then, staying in the urban area will undoubtedly be waiting for death. Go, you must go right away. Zhou Xiaoning made up his mind, immediately greeted Luo Fei and Luo Yu, pack up things that may be used, such as clothes, food, medicine, and so on, and be ready to evacuate at any time. Soon after Luo Fei, Luo Yu's mother, Wang Yan, came out, Zhou Xiaoning explained to her the seriousness of the situation and convinced her that the four of them did it together, and the speed was really not slow. About 10 minutes later, all the useful things in Luo Fei's house were searched by 4 people. The suitcase was filled with various bags, and the bag was filled with a sheet and wrapped in a hurry. Thing. I have to feel that Luo Fei can eat at ordinary times, so there is no shortage of snacks in his family. Among the things they pack, at least 60% of them are eaten. Obviously, none of the four of them considered how to take these things away. The Hummer's space is so large. After sitting for 4 people, there is not much space to store things. However, it is now the end of the world, and food shortages will become an inevitable problem for survivors for some time in the future. So if you can, naturally you can take as much food as you can. Hey, the source force that I just got, now it's gone again. Zhou Xiaoning sighed helplessly. He found that the source disk was a pit. The upgrade required source strength, and the use of initial rewards required source strength. Even opening up the protagonist's standard portable space also requires source strength. If you want to have a portable space, there is no problem. 1 cubic meter of initial space is 10 point source force, 1 cubic meter is expanded by 20 point source force, and 1 cubic meter is expanded by 30 point source force, and so on. As long as the source force is sufficient, it is considered to be. It is also possible to create a portable space that can hold the entire Earth. Zhou Xiaoning looked at the source disk with a painful deduction of 10 points of his source power, and then 1 cubic meter of storage space was born in the source disk space. Unlike the gray source disk space, the storage space is pitch black. The storage space is in a vacuum environment, and there is no concept of time. It looks like it is put in and what it is taken out. However, it is precisely because of this that the storage space cannot store living things. Furthermore, the storage space does not have a fixed shape, as long as it does not exceed the upper limit of the volume, no matter what kind of items can be put in it. So, when Luo Fei and others were worried about whether to abandon something, Zhou Xiaoning waved his hand and took away the largest package with food and other clothes. Things like medicine can be put in the car. For a while, Luo Yu's mother and daughter were stunned. They thought Zhou Xiaoning had changed some magic to make the package disappear. Only Luo Fei had some guesses. This is probably the credit of the source disk. The portable space is the standard configuration of the protagonist. At that moment, Luo Fei planned to hold Zhou Xiaoning's thigh for adoption, but once he considered Zhou Xiaoning's right, the rejection of male-male contact caused Luo Fei to die in an instant. After all, he hadn't lived enough. Ah, brother Xiaoyu, look outside. I'm going, so many zombies. Zhou Xiaoning heard Luo Yu's exclamation, and immediately ran to the window to look out, only to see a group of zombies staggering over not far away, to mention that there were hundreds of them. Quick, get in the car right away, we must leave quickly. Zhou Xiaoning yelled nervously. Originally he planned to wait a while to go home, but now it seems that it won't work. If they don't leave, they will really be surrounded by zombies. Luo Fei, go drive. Ah, what about you? There are so many zombies, but Hummer alone may not be able to rush out. I have to clean it up. That's more than 100 zombies, Xiaoyu, it's too dangerous for you to go out like this. Wang Yan looked worried. She could be said to have watched Zhou Xiaoning grow up, and had long regarded him as a half-son. How could she watch Zhou Xiaoning go out for adventure? Aunt Wang, don't worry, I don't have to do it myself. Then you still said you want to clean up the zombies. Wang Yan really doesn't understand Zhou Xiaoning's meaning. Is it so difficult to understand what young people are saying now? Like this. The corner of Zhou Xiaoning's mouth was slightly raised, and his mind power was activated to control the 10 table knives he had specially found to fly around him. This was already the maximum number he could control. I'm going, are you doing cosplay swordsmanship? Luo Fei showed a look of surprise. After all, this is a genuine superpower, not a deceptive magic trick. Almost, I will concentrate on controlling the knife in a moment, and I will leave the driving to you. Just look at it, I'll drive, don't worry. Soon, the 4 of them got on the Hummer. The main driver was Luo Fei, the co-pilot was Zhou Xiaoning, Luo Yu and Wang Yan were sitting in the back, and the packed things were put into the trunk. Originally, Luo Fei still had a servant in their family, but she went out to buy groceries, and she hasn't come back yet. The scruples are all ready. When the motor started, Luo Fei stepped on the accelerator, and the Hummer rushed forward like a wild horse. And Zhou Xiaoning also released the knife at the right time, floating in front of the Hummer, and piercing the brain directly when encountering zombies in the way. At the beginning, Zhou Xiaoning was still a bit rusty, and it often took several cuts to kill a zombie, but soon he mastered the knack and basically solved it with one cut. Seeing the light spots of the blockbuster rushing to him, Zhou Xiaoning felt so happy in his heart. In just a few minutes, he had earned 50 points of source power, and all the previous consumption was made up, and there was more than that. Moreover, he also got the first source card. Name: Zombie Virus Serum. Type: Props. Star rating. Introduction: this is a serum that can remove the original zombie virus, but since the zombie virus is very prone to mutation, it hasn't played much role since it was invented. Effect: dispel the original zombie virus, and have no effect on the upgraded zombie virus. You can use the source power to enhance its effect. Well, this thing is basically useless for Zhou Xiaoning. After all, where is the talent for virus immunity? However, he can be used by people around him, just like Luo Fei and the others. They are not the chosen ones. In this environment surrounded by zombies, this serum is very precious. However, the source card can only function on the source disk. Even if Zhou Xiaoning activates this source card and reveals the serum, it can only be used by him. Even other heavenly chosen ones can only get that one. The source card can only be used, otherwise it is a phantom that can be seen and intangible. But if Zhou Xiaoning insists on using it for ordinary people, it is not impossible. In that sentence, first pay the source force, pay the corresponding source force, and realize the contents of the source card, and then anyone can use it. From this point of view, Zhou Xiaoning's 53-point source power does not seem to be enough. Chapter 6 Quick Rescue. Oi! Let's come out! Luo Yu clapped his hands happily. At this time, they had already rushed out of the Century Garden community and were driving on a spacious highway. There were no zombies in sight, and they were considered safe for the time being. Xiaoning, can Aunt Wang beg you for something? Wang Yan hesitated secretly for a long time, and finally decided to speak. Aunt Wang, just say what you want, or ask for anything. Zhou Xiaoning said very grandiosely. In his heart, Wang Yan has always been an elder who loves him, but now that she suddenly becomes so cautious, it makes him a little uncomfortable. In this case, then I will say. Although we are safe now, Lao Luo He. Wang Yan's eyes were a little evasive. She knew that her request was a bit too much. Although Zhou and Wang's two families are very close on weekdays, in the end, the two do not have a deep relationship between them. Zhou Xiaoning risked his life to save Luo Yu and saved her. This is enough benevolence and righteousness now. I also want him to rescue Luo Deifu, who is surrounded by a group of zombies. If this is not too much, it would be too much. But Wang Yan has no choice. Now the entire TZ city is full of zombies, and the police and the army are too busy to take care of themselves. How can there be spare forces to send troops to rescue? If Zhou Xiaoning hadn't shown strong strength, Wang Yan would not have said this. But along the way, Zhou Xiaoning's performance is obvious to all. It is no exaggeration to say that if Zhou Xiaoning had been escorting, they would definitely can't go here. Because of this, Wang Yan had a glimmer of hope in her heart. If it were Zhou Xiaoning, she might be able to rescue Luo Deifu. When Wang Yan mentioned her father, Luo Yu couldn't be happy anymore. Yes, her father is still besieged by zombies. Brother Xiaoning, you can save my father, okay? If you go, let me do anything. Although Luo Fei didn't speak, he looked at Zhou Xiaoning with a hint of prayer. I said what your girl usually has in his head, girls, how can you say such things casually? Zhou Xiaoning turned around amused and nodded Luo Yu's forehead. She still does anything. It is not tempting to say this kind of words in her mouth, like lowly, it's almost the same if it is changed to Oni-san. If it's Xiaoning brother. What are you whispering about again? Nothing, nothing, brother Xiaoning, are you agreeing? Luo Yu shook his head and waited for her big cute eyes to look straight at Zhou Xiaoning. This expression was enough to kill all lowly control in seconds. Although Zhou Xiaoning is not lowly's control, but I have to admit that he can't resist this cute eye kill. Have I said that I don't agree? It's not your old brother. There is no price for eyesight. I still don't drive. Zhou Xiaoning's quotation of the misfortune Shui Dong was really in place, and he immediately pulled the hatred onto Luo Fei. Brother Smelly, did you hear me? Don't drive quickly. If something happens to your father because you are driving slowly, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Luo Yu banged Luo Fei's head. If he was changed to someone else and was swayed so unreasonably by Luo Yu, he would have been angry for a long time. But who said Luo Fei was the sister-in-law? Not only was he not angry, but he was a little bit happy, so Zhou Xiaoning had to wonder if this guy had awakened some incredible hobby. Wang Yan sat aside and watched the three people arguing over there. Her anxious heart suddenly calmed down. She suddenly felt that the end of the world seemed to be no big deal. As long as the family can live peacefully together, it's better than anything else. After confirming the target, Luo Fei immediately turned the front of the car and galloped towards the place where Luo Deifu was sitting. I also encountered some zombies along the way, but Zhou Xiaoning didn't do it anymore. He might face a terrible situation after a while. As the only combat power, he must replenish his energy. After all, the power of mind is not ruthless and endless. Excessive use is likely to cause coma and shock. When the time comes, the group of them will not even want to live. However, Zhou Xiaoning really felt a little bit painful in his heart. Forget about the zombies that real humans became after being infected, anyway, knowing that now I don't know what benefits can be gained from them. But those zombies that came from the fantasy world are different. They are all source power, because it was not killed by Zhou Xiaoning, and Luo Fei did not have a source disk, so Zhou Xiaoning could only watch those source power disappear in the world. Zhou Xiaoning also thought about changing with Luo Fei and letting him drive, but now the Hummer has entered the city center, and there are more and more zombies around. As long as they stay for a while, ensure that they are immediately surrounded by the zombies. On the third floor, you will not be able to walk at that time. In the end, Zhou Xiaoning simply closed her eyes, not seeing her or getting upset. The residential area under construction that Luo Deifu inspected is located in the prosperous area of TZ City, close to the city center. Previously, there was an old-style residential area built in the 1990s. With the economic development of TZ City, there is already a little backward. That is to affect the appearance of the city. The government has long wanted to push it to rebuild, but the demolition fee has not been negotiated, so it has been dragging on. Luo Deifu was also bold, and took the initiative to take over the mess, and later did not know what method was used to convince all the residents there to agree to the demolition. Nowadays, the new residential area has been basically completed, and the rest is some internal decoration issues. It is conceivable that Luo Deifu will definitely make a lot of money once it is officially launched for sale there. Therefore, Luo Deifu attaches great importance to this project. He will inspect it every few days to ensure nothing is lost. But now, all of this has become a passing moment, and only survival is the most important thing. When the zombies first appeared, Luo Deifu and the construction workers didn't pay attention. They didn't realize the seriousness of the situation until more than a dozen people died. Luo Deifu made a decisive decision and launched a counterattack with the remaining workers. Those workers usually do physical work, and they have very good physical fitness. In addition, they are construction sites, and there are not too many things that can be used as weapons. In addition, Luo Defu is accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Those who have used special forces, although they don't have guns on hand, which gives them many opportunities to play their skills, but even if it's just a fighting technique, it's not those ordinary zombies can rival. As a result, the 2 bodyguards were used as arrows, and the other workers followed up. The zombies that invaded the community were quickly wiped out. However, the popularity of the 110th people gathered here attracted the surrounding zombies. Pieces of zombies swayed over, and they couldn't escape. Only by defending themselves can they have a chance to survive. At this time, Luo Defu once again stood up, arranged manpower, gave full play to the strengths of those workers, and completely blocked the 2 gates of the community with various materials and tools. At the same time, all of them gathered in a building and set up barricades on each floor of the stairs. In short, it was difficult to get through and how to get there, trying to keep the zombies out of the building. Luo Defu's method did work in the beginning. Thousands of zombies were kept out of the community, but as more and more zombies gathered around, the door was already in jeopardy. Especially when some of the zombies in front were knocked down and trampled to death by the zombies behind, some zombies' corpses were piled up on the wall. With the help of the height of the corpses, some of the zombies crossed the fence and wandered in the community. "Boss, do you think we can still go out alive? There are wives and children in my hometown. My mother's age is also old, so the family counts on me. I can't die here." A dark-skinned middle-aged man holding steel bars asked Luo Defu with a panic face. He is a migrant worker and his family is relatively poor. He rarely has the opportunity to watch movies, so he knows nothing about zombies. It is precisely because of ignorance that he feels even more terrified. His spirit at this moment has been strained to the extreme, and he may collapse at any time. The conditions of other people are not much better. After all, suddenly the world has become so terrible, who can accept it with peace of mind? Only those 2 bodyguards are in good condition. After all, they are people who have undergone professional military training, and they are naturally more able to withstand them than those workers. Luo Defu is in a bad mood now. Just now he was talking on the phone with Wang Yan and learned that there are zombies everywhere in TZ. This made his original hope that the police or the military could send people to rescue him completely failed. Now that the zombies have invaded the community, although they are not on the top floor of a 20-story building, and there are barricades on every staircase, no one can guarantee that the zombies will not come up. Even if the zombies can't come up, they don't have anything to eat or drink here. If they have been trapped here, within 3 days, they still have to finish the game. Don't worry, everyone, there will be nothing wrong with us. The military will definitely send someone to rescue us. As long as we wait here with peace of mind, we will be able to go out safely. Luo Defu said something that he didn't even believe, but he had to say so, otherwise a group of mentally broken people really didn't know what they would do. Yes, yeah, the government will definitely not ignore us. Are the army coming? Are we going to escape and be saved? The army has guns, it will definitely kill those zombies, right? Workers, you talked to each other. The scene was messy, but Luo Defu didn't stop it. Once it was on the 20th floor. The zombies below couldn't hear the voices here, and it was these workers who needed to vent. If they were not allowed to say anything, they might be thinking about it. Hey, look, there is a car coming. Car? Is it true that the army sent people to rescue them? Almost everyone had the same idea, so they all ran to the window balcony and looked down. But the result was disappointing for them. There was indeed a car coming, and it was a Hummer, but what could that car do to kill all the zombies? Stop joking. Hey? That Hummer seems to belong to Lao Zhou's family, isn't it? Looking through the binoculars, Luo Defu recognized the Hummer at once, and at the same time a bad hunch arose in his heart. Chapter 7 Zombies, what attracts you? Ah, so many zombies. Luo Fei stepped on the brake when he was more than 200 meters away from the community. There was no way. Who said there were too many zombies in front of me? There were tens of thousands, densely packed, and the walls were crowded. If people with intensive phobia see this scene, they will faint. Xiaoning, do you think my dad took out the zombies' den, and he has attracted so many zombies? Indeed, this is very abnormal, and seeing those zombies rushing to the community purposefully, it seems that there is something inside that is attracting them. Zhou Xiaoning looked solemn. This was no longer within his ability to solve so many zombies. Even if he stood still and let him kill, he might not be able to kill them even if he was soft. Xiaoning, yes, or else, this can only be blamed on Lao Luo for his bad luck. While she was talking, Wang Yan began to choke. In her heart, Luo Deifu was no longer saved. At this time, unless it was an attack by a large army, she would go up to death with her own strength. She could not save Luo Deifu. Zhou Xiaoning put it to death. Yes, brother Xiaoning, don't go, I don't blame you. There were tears in Luo Yu's eyes. Luo Deifu is her father, a very important man in her life, but what about Zhou Xiaoning? The perfect image of Zhou Xiaoning has already been deeply imprinted in Luo Yu's heart for a girl who does not cherish spring. She does not want her father to have an accident, let alone Zhou Xiaoning. Suddenly, Wang Yan's mother and daughter cried into a ball. In their hearts, Luo Deifu is probably no different from the four. Jingling bell, jingling bell. When the phone rang, Wang Yan immediately took out the phone and saw her husband's phone number displayed on it. She couldn't wait to answer it. Husband, are you all right? Yan, you are in the Hummer below, leave me alone, leave quickly, and find a safe place to hide. But husband, how can you tell me how can I leave you alone? The tears that Wang Yan could not easily hold back began to flow again. This scene of life and death really bored Zhou Xiaoning. Aunt Wang, lend me the phone. Zhou Xiaoning reached out for the phone, but Wang Yan did not stop it out of trust in him. Uncle Luo, it's me, Xiaoning, how is your situation now? Xiaoning, you are also talking about it, that's great, drive away right away. Uncle Luo, you answer my question first, and you can't leave me knowing it. Zhou Xiaoning interrupted Luo Deifu's words. He has never been a halfway person. Since he promised to save Luo Deifu, he would try his best. If he didn't even understand what was inside, he would run away. Doesn't that mean he was afraid of those zombies, and he had to know that Zhou Xiaoning was undoubtedly more senior than those zombies if he wanted to talk about the bloodline level? Luo Deifu hesitated for a while, and finally sighed. He also knew Zhou Xiaoning's stubborn temper very well. If he didn't follow him, he would not leave. Therefore, Luo Deifu told Zhou Xiaoning of his own situation, and even exaggerated a bit, hoping that Zhou Xiaoning would retreat and leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. That's it, I think I've already thought about you, I'll hang up first. Xiaoning, did you hear what Uncle Luo said? Hey. Luo Deifu stared blankly at the screen showing the end of the call on the phone. He suddenly had the urge to drop the phone. As a result, he said so many things that Zhou Xiaoning didn't even listen to a word. Boss, Master Zhou seems to be coming to rescue us, look. Bodyguard A asked Luo Deifu in a low voice. As Luo Deifu's personal bodyguards, the relationship between Zhou and Luo's family was naturally clear. And based on his understanding of his boss, the boss would never watch Zhou Xiaoning accidentally. Do nothing. Female horse, what to look at, tell the big guy to copy the guy and rush out with Lao Zi. Luo Deifu is really anxious. Since his net worth has reached tens of millions, he has always paid great attention to his recuperation and did not want others to think that he is a nouveau riche. This has been for several years, even Luo Deifu himself has got used to talking like a gentleman, but Zhou Xiaoning was stunned, breaking his skills in an instant, and his mouth full of swear words came back. Bodyguard A ran out, but quickly ran back. After all, people are afraid of death, so why did Luo Defo let those workers go out with him desperately? You told them in the past that no one will come to us. If you rush out, you may be able to survive, but you will definitely die if you stay here. Let them figure out how to choose. Luo Defo really moved. The big deal is just death. Who is afraid of whom? Luo Defo was intensively preparing to break through, but Zhou Xiaoning, who didn't know anything about it, disregarded Luo Fei's persuasion and resolutely got off the Hummer. Xiaoning, should I go with you? Go away, is that fat man who lost his dinner to the zombies? Also, your mother and your sister can't drive. If you leave, wait for me to come back later, who will pick you up? Well, you must come back alive, otherwise I won't be at ease for the rest of my life. Close your crow's mouth, saying as if I am going to die. Zhou Xiaoning flipped through Byakugan. Does he look like the kind of person who is not sure, who is still going forward? After finishing Luo Fei's trio, Zhou Xiaoning was ready to set off. The community is already surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies, and it must be impossible to enter from the ground, but it is possible from the sky. Theoretically speaking, with a power limit of 1 ton of power, lifting oneself up and flying shouldn't be difficult. Facts have proved that this is really not difficult. Zhou Xiaoning can lift himself up to 10 meters in the air with his mind and fly a distance. But flying with thought force is a big burden to Zhou Xiaoning's spirit. After all, the human body is not a regular object, and the strength of each part needs to be calculated carefully, otherwise it is easy to accidentally hurt yourself. Therefore, it is obviously not feasible to fly indirectly, unless he wants to fall off halfway through the flight, and then be eaten by a group of zombies. Perhaps the dream of flying freely can only be realized after the level of mind power increases. However, big living people will never be suffocated to death by urine. The reason why human beings can become the masters of the earth is because they know how to use props. The scientific process of mankind is itself the history of the evolution of props. Although it takes a lot of effort to lift one's body directly, it is much simpler to lift an object. Zhou Xiaoning removed the lid of a trash can by the side of the road, stood on it, and lifted the lid with his mind. And then let himself fly into the air. Auntie Wang, Fatty, Xiao Yu, you guys are waiting here, and I will come as soon as I go. Zhou Xiaoning greeted the three of Wang Yan, and the controller flew to the community with the lid of the trash can. At the beginning, Zhou Xiaoning was still a little uncomfortable, flying swayingly, making people worried that he would fall off halfway, but soon he mastered the skills. Although the speed still did not rise, he knew that the flight was steady. A lot. In fact, Zhou Xiaoning was still a bit regretful at this time. If he knew it would happen, he brought the gorgeous decorative sword from Luo Fei's house, just pretending to be a sword fairy, which is comparable to flying and pulling on the lid of a trash can. It's windy. Zhou Xiaoning flew into the community smoothly, and the zombies surrounding him also found Zhou Xiaoning, but they were placed there at a height of 10 meters, and those zombies could only look at the human flesh and sigh. Who can blame this? Why don't they say they can't fly? There are obviously a lot fewer zombies in the community, probably only a few hundred, and they are scattered throughout the community, so it is not very difficult to solve it. What makes Zhou Xiaoning a little puzzled is that compared with other places, there are obviously more zombies in the green belt in the center of the community, and Zhou Xiaoning deliberately lowered the height and flew a circle above them, but in the end there was no zombie to care about him, which is very inappropriate. Common sense. After trying to no avail, Zhou Xiaoning had to put it aside for the time being, and now it is more important to find Luo Defo and the others. Uncle Luo, I'm here, are you all right? When Zhou Xiaoning found Luo Defo and others, they had just arrived on the second floor and were carefully removing the roadblocks. Seeing Zhou Xiaoning floating outside the corridor windows, Luo Defo and the others were shocked, not to mention feudal superstitions these years, otherwise someone would kneel down and kowtow to Zhou Xiaoning, only offering him as a god. It's nothing, just awakened a superpower. After all, even zombies have appeared. Superpowers are not hard to accept, right? It seems to be so. Luo Defu found out that after the initial surprise, he immediately calmed down. It seemed that after going through the zombies, his whole heart was relieved a lot. Xiaoning, since you can fly, can you take us out? Luo Defu's words sparked hope for everyone. Yet, if they can fly, what can those zombies do for them? This is really difficult. Zhou Xiaoning looked at the lid of the trash bin under his feet, and initially estimated that he could stand 3 people, and if he squeezed it, 5 people would barely be able to stand. In other words, if he wanted to get everyone out, he would have to go back and forth more than 20 times, not to mention whether he could hold on to it. It would be strange if the zombies weren't spotted just because of such frequent transportation. But don't worry, I will try my best to lead the zombies to other places. Then you will rush out. There should be vehicles on the construction site. No matter what it is for, you will immediately rush out of the community after you sit on it and talk to Aunt Wang. They meet and leave quickly. Then Xiaoning, aren't you very dangerous? Uncle Luo, don't worry, you forgot. I can fly. Those zombies can't do anything to me. When I lead the zombies away, I will find you. Well, that can only be done. Luo Defu originally didn't plan to let Zhou Xiaoning take the risk, but looking at the people around him, every one of his eyes was pleading, which made him have to compromise. Now, I can only hope that everything goes on smoothly as Zhou Xiaoning said. Chapter 8 The zombies are drawn away, accidentally discovered. After the plan was agreed upon, Zhou Xiaoning acted immediately. For zombies, there is probably nothing more attractive than fresh human flesh. It's just that in the current situation, where did Zhou Xiaoning go to find fresh human flesh? He couldn't learn the practice of Buddha cutting meat and feeding eagles. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning had to retreat, and after killing a real zombie, he held the corpse with his thoughts and wandered around the community. I don't know if the zombies' mouths are too awkward, they feel that the corpses of the zombies are not fresh and do not like to eat, or if they are racially aware and do not eat the same kind. Do I really want to give myself a knife? Zhou Xiaoning looked at her arm in deep thought. Compared with the more than 100 lives of Luo Defu and the others, it doesn't seem to be a big deal to give herself a stab. Anyway, with the strengthening of his bloodline, he can recover from a broken arm and a broken leg. A little injury is not a problem at all. Hey! Wait, those zombies seem to be consciously rushing to the central green belt. Is there something in there that is attracting them? Zhou Xiaoning's eyes lit up, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized that was the case. He immediately dispelled his plan to take a knife and turned around and flew towards the central green belt. The scope of the central green belt is not big or small. Since there is no official transplantation of plants, there is only a little bit of green there, but most of them are bare soil. It can be said to be clear at a glance, and there is really nothing to see. Things can attract zombies. Is it because I guessed wrong? Zhou Xiaoning thought with some uncertainty, is it inevitable for him to kill himself? However, at this moment, the group of zombies below appeared in chaos. A dozen zombies surrounded an inconspicuous stone and beaten up. The scene was called a tragic one. You bite me and I will chew you, as if the other party was yourself. Like an enemy who doesn't share the same sky. Not only that, there are more zombies surrounding them, as if they all want to join the fight for that stone. It's the stone. Zhou Xiaoning's eyes lit up, and he really couldn't find a place to break through the iron shoes. It didn't take much effort to get him. Now he can finally avoid self-mutilation. The goal was determined. Zhou Xiaoning immediately started, a dozen or so half-remaining zombies, not enough for him to remotely control a knife for a round. Soon, those zombies turned into light spots and dissipated, and at the same time, they also provided Zhou Xiaoning with 11 source power. At this time, his source power had reached 64 points, and the first upgrade was just around the corner. This probability is too high. Zhou Xiaoning was stunned. There are no more zombies infected now. Zhou Xiaoning is not clear about the specific proportion, but among the dozen zombies, they are all fantasy zombies, which is a bit weird. Zhou Xiaoning, who didn't believe in evil, killed a few more zombies who came by, and they were all fantasy zombies without exception. It seems that the stone is very attractive to fantasy zombies, and its effect on real zombies is much worse. If the real zombies instinctively follow the large forces, I am afraid that there will not be so many zombies surrounding the community. Now that the reason has been found, Zhou Xiaoning no longer hesitates, controlling the lid of the trash can to fly towards the stone, and take the lead in snatching it before imagining that the zombie is not approaching. As soon as the stone was in hand, those fantasy zombies seemed to have been stimulated, and they turned around and surrounded Zhou Xiaoning, scaring him into the air immediately. But this also justified his guess that this stone must be very important to those fantasy zombies. What the hell is this that can make fantasy zombies react so much? Zhou Xiaoning looked at the rock in his hand about the size of his fist in confusion. At this moment, the source disk suddenly transmitted a message to him, allowing him to finally understand what the stone he had grabbed was. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoning had only one thought in his mind, and that was that he had found the treasure. It turned out that the stone was called Yuanqi, and it was a treasure that was unique to the Yuan Pan. In the previous meteor shower, it was not a meteorite, but a source rock. The source stone is a special substance formed after the illusion world is shattered. Before it is stimulated, no one can know what it contains. It may be a skill, a technique, a lineage, or an equipment item. Every time you get a source stone means a gamble. You can hand over the source stone to the source plate for refining, so you can get a lot of source power. The larger the source stone, the more precious, the source power feedback after refining naturally, the more. Or, consume a certain source of energy, stimulate it, and get the things contained in it. The larger the source stone, the more the source of energy will be consumed. But the problem is that no one knows what's in the source stone. Maybe after the excitation, they get something that is really useless to them. What's even more cheating is that the source stone can only be used by the person who inspired it, and if it falls into the hands of other people, it is an ordinary stone, which also cuts off the possibility of trading it to others. Therefore, after obtaining the source stone, how to deal with it has become a very tangled question. Today, the source stone in Zhou Xiaoning's hand is not too small, barely qualified to enter the middle level. If it is handed over to the source disk for refining, he can get a full 50,000 points of source power. But Zhou Xiaoning didn't intend to do this. He always felt in his heart that if he did, he would regret it for a lifetime. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning decided to trust his instincts. He wanted to stimulate this source stone, even if what he finally got was only useless things. He recognized it. But before that, Zhou Xiaoning still needs to use the source stone to draw away those zombies. After all, this is something that can evolve fantasy zombies. Even if there is no reason, instinctive pursuit will make those fantasy zombies more persistent. When the fantasy zombies are attracted away, those real zombies will naturally follow, and Luo Deifu and the others will be safe. Just do it. Zhou Xiaoning deliberately slowed down and led the Kabuto circle of zombies in the community. He didn't start to lead them out after confirming that all the zombies in the community had followed. A door was opened by Zhou Xiaoning's thoughts, but the zombies outside did not take advantage of this opportunity to rush into the community, but turned around and followed Zhou Xiaoning. Ever since, a very strange scene appeared, a young man standing on the lid of a trash can, flying in the sky, holding a stone in his hand, like a general leading an army, walking forward slowly. And his soldiers are the crowded zombies behind them, and more zombies are joining them. People who don't understand the situation think that these zombies are engaged in a parade. At this time, Zhou Xiaoning finally understood what it means to be clever and was mistaken by cleverness. He originally planned to draw the zombies a distance, and let Luo Deifu and the others safely evacuate from the community, and then activate the source stone. By then, the source stone would have a vision of the zombies. The attraction will disappear, and naturally will not chase him, and Zhou Xiaoning will be able to get away easily by then. But your sister, Zhou Xiaoning didn't know until now that to excite the source stone in his hand, it would require 500 source power, which is almost 10 times his current source power. What's more deceptive is that the source stone that hasn't been stimulated can't be put into the storage space, which means that unless Zhou Xiaoning throws the source stone away, he can only hold it and be chased by the zombies. This is different from what I expected. Zhou Xiaoning really wanted to cry now, and the zombies couldn't get rid of them, and he was unwilling to throw away the source stone. In this way, he could only maintain the current situation, knowing that his mind was exhausted. Hey? Gas station? God helped me too. It was late at night, the arrival of the zombies had cut off the power, and the entire city was shrouded in the dark night, which made Zhou Xiaoning unknowingly lost. Just when Zhou Xiaoning was struggling whether to leave the source stone, he suddenly saw a gas station, and immediately blessed his soul, and a wonderful method appeared in his heart. The controller's trash can lid flew past. At this time, the zombies following Zhou Xiaoning had broken through the 100,000 mark and were still increasing at a slow rate. It should be almost done like this. Zhou Xiaoning was very thankful that he had awakened his mind. Under his control, the oil guns of the entire gas station were fully opened, and gasoline and diesel flowed all over the place. If you are a normal person, you will never get close to the gas station in this case, and you can go as far as you can go. But those irrational zombies don't care about this. Chasing the breath of the source stone, they swarmed into the gas station, and even the inside was already crowded. The zombies behind continued to reach inside, so that the most advanced the zombies that came were all squeezed into meatloaf. You bastards, it's very happy to chase after the young master. Right now, the young master will give you a grand fireworks show. Zhou Xiaoning tried his best to raise it up. After all, the explosion that waited a moment was not a joke, and he didn't want to be affected. Perhaps under the stimulus of the death crisis, Zhou Xiaoning actually broke through, and his level was upgraded to 2, the upper limit of strength was 2 tons, and the effective range was 20 meters. Art is explosion, drink! Zhou Xiaoning yelled in the second grade, and at the same time dropped the lighter that was on fire in his hand. Boom! Gasoline and diesel ignite when caught in a fire, which soon affected the oil tanks buried in the ground and caused a violent explosion. Many vehicles were parked in a mess on the road near the gas station. Because of the zombies, those car owners either abandoned their cars and ran away, or they were bitten by the zombies. These vehicles that originally blocked traffic in their eyes have become Zhou Xiaoning's most important thing at this moment. Favorable helper. The explosion at the gas station affected these vehicles and caused a series of explosions, making the final explosion range far beyond Zhou Xiaoning's prediction. When the explosion was over, at least 70 to 80,000 zombies were dead, and the rest were more disabled. It is precisely because of the death of these zombies that Zhou Xiaoning has provided a large amount of source power, and the scene where the sky full of source power light points rushes to him is truly spectacular. According to statistics after the event, Zhou Xiaoning's source power has reached 31,560 points, which means that more than 30,000 fantasy zombies died in this explosion. In addition, there are a large number of source cards exploded, and I don't know what material these source cards are, and they are still intact in such a violent explosion. Chapter 9 Harvest and Promotion. With money in his hands, he didn't panic in his heart. This is what Zhou Xiaoning really felt at this time. The first thing Zhou Xiaoning, who had made a fortune, was to inspire the source stone. He didn't want to be chased by such a large group of zombies anymore. This time I was lucky, and I might not be so lucky next time I encountered a gas station. After 500 points of source power were deducted, the original source stone, which was otherwise unremarkable, began to gleam, and gradually became smaller, until it became the size of a pigeon egg. About 10 seconds later, the glimmer disappeared. When you look at the source stone, it has completely changed its appearance. The hole is ellipsoidal, which looks a little like sapphire, but there are many flashing light spots inside. These light spots formed into a uzumaki. Looking intently, it will give people a feeling of being sucked in. Name: Shuttle Gem, Source Stone, Excited. Type: Props, only. Star rating: 10,000 points. Source power is required to upgrade. Introduction: this is a treasure from multiple planes, with the ability to travel through the world. Function: search the world and bind, activate it by consuming the corresponding source power, 100 points in the lower world, 101,000 points in the middle world, 10,000 points in the higher world, 10,000 in the super world, 1,000,000 points in the high world. Currently bound to the world, none. Number of bindings, 1. New, quite amazing, it was so amazing, it was like opening a peerless artifact from a novice reward package, which made Zhou Xiaoning feel like he was in a dream. Although Zhou Xiaoning really wants to experience the feeling of crossing the world, it is not the time yet, at least until Luo Deifu and others are determined to be safe, he will not cross. After all, no one knows how time has passed between the two worlds. How about it, if, as described in the myth, one day in the sky and 1 year underground, when Zhou Xiaoning comes back, I am afraid that Luo Deifu and the others will not even have the opportunity to collect their bodies. Forget it, let's collect the spoils first. Put the shuttle gems in the storage space for the time being, and then Zhou Xiaoning controlled the lid of the trash can to descend to the ground where the flame was gradually extinguished. I saw here that mind power is easy to use, especially after the upgrade. Zhou Xiaoning only needs to hover at a height of 5 meters, and then let go of mind power. The source card within a radius of 20 meters can automatically float to Zhou Xiaoning's hands, and Zhou Xiaoning is not needed at all. It's so pleasant to bend over to pick them one by one in person. Zhou Xiaoning made some statistics. He collected more than 12,000 source cards in total, and the burst rate was about 40%, which is not high, but not low. Among these source cards, the most is the zombie virus serum, which is more than 8,000, and the second is the primary strengthening potion, which is more than 1,000, and the rest is some sundries. Name: Primary Strengthening Potion. Type: Props. Star rating. Introduction: this is the first-level potentiation medicine developed by a certain apocalyptic scientist through the analysis of the zombie virus. Effect: Constitution Strength +3, only effective for life entities with a Constitution Strength of 5 or less. Compared with the zombie virus serum, the cost-effectiveness of the primary strengthening medicine is undoubtedly much higher. Although the physique strength 3 is also the level of the elite special forces, it is already invaluable to ordinary people. Originally, Zhou Xiaoning planned to infect Luo Fei with a drop of essence and blood so that he could have a certain ability to protect himself, but now it seems that he has a better choice. Moreover, with his current source power reserve, a large amount of money properly, consume a little source power to upgrade the primary strengthening potion to the star level, and it is not impossible to obtain a stronger strengthening potion. With joy, Zhou Xiaoning began to open the source cards that he listed as miscellaneous items. Those were all consumables, and Zhou Xiaoning picked out the useful ones, mainly some daily medicines, bread, candy, and chocolate. And a scarce amount of fruit. These things are not even 1 star, so the source power that Gu Xian needs is very low. If the food of the more than 100 people brought out by Zhou Xiaoning before Luo Deifu is worried, now he is completely relieved. Even if those people tear their stomachs to eat, these things in his hands are enough for them to eat for a week. Of course, since these things appear in the form of source cards, they must have a special effect on the chosen. Zhou Xiaoning tried to put a source card representing chocolate into the card slot, but the source card disappeared immediately. Then Zhou Xiaoning felt the familiar bitterness of chocolate coming from his mouth, and at the same time he felt a little bit more energetic. After trying several more times, Zhou Xiaoning was finally able to determine that if those source cards are used through the source disk, not only will they have a lot of feelings, but they will also have some other functions, such as food can satisfy hunger and restore physical strength, and medicines can be fully effective in one time. Although the effect is a little bit worse, it can't stand up to a large amount. In general, it is still very good. As for the remaining hundreds of source cards, it is even more colorful 8-gate, as small as screws, as large as luxury sports cars. There are many types, you can choose. Zhou Xiaoning is also not sure if it will be used in the future. It will simply consume 50 points of source power, open up 2 cubic meters of storage space, and separate the 2 cubic meters of storage space into several small pieces. The source cards are put in different categories for easy use in the future. In fact, if you put those source cards, 1 cubic meter is enough, but who calls Zhou Xiaoning has money now, he is so self-willed. Finally, Zhou Xiaoning is looking forward to the promotion. In addition to sufficient source power for each level of the chosen one, he must also fulfill the corresponding conditions. There is no shortage of source force Zhou Xiaoning, and the requirement for the source disk to extend to the second layer is extremely simple. Just fill the card slots with the source card. The main purpose of this condition is to familiarize the chosen with the method of using the source disk, because the source card can only be exploded after killing the fantasy creature, and the source card that can fill up the first source disk is enough to prove it. He is a qualified candidate. Zhou Xiaoning satisfies even this condition, and randomly selects a few source cards and puts them into the card slot. Anyway, except for the bloodline and the bound source cards, other source cards can be taken and put freely. After the upgrade, it is a big deal. Just remove those source cards. The source power reserve of the source disk consumes 100 points again, but even so, Zhou Xiaoning's remaining source power is as much as 30,910 points. No wonder there is such an old saying, killing people and setting fire to a golden belt. The ancients sincerely don't deceive me. After the source power was deducted, the source disk quickly reacted. The grey mist that filled the source disk space receded a little, and the source disk also became larger for a round. The extra disk was the second layer of the source disk. Like the first layer, the second layer is full of card slots, but the second layer has as many as 18 card slots. Because he didn't meet other talents, Zhou Xiaoning still doesn't understand that the number of card slots on each source disk is not all the same. According to different talents, the number of card slots on the first layer will be different. The better the talent, the more card slots, but no more than 9 at most. It seems that Zhou Xiaoning's talent is really quite good. And every time you advance, the number of card slots in the extra layer is twice that of the previous layer, which leads to the greater the gap in the number of card slots in the later stages. In a way, the card slot on the source disk is linked to the strength of the chosen. It is conceivable that if Zhou Xiaoning does not die halfway, there will be a place among the top players in the future. With the completion of the source disk change, an inexplicable force was released from the source disk and poured into Zhou Xiaoning's body, giving him a new round of transformation and strengthening. First of all, the physical strength doubled directly to 20, and the energy system in Zhou Xiaoning's body was also activated, and the energy limit reached 1. The physical strength has been mentioned before, so I won't repeat it here. I will focus on the upper limit of energy. There is only one kind of energy in the body of the chosen, and that is the source power. No matter what power is cultivated through the cultivation method, it will eventually be transformed into the source power by the source disk. The source power in the body of the chosen is actually the same as the source strength in the source disk, and they are deliberately transmitted to each other. The numerical evaluation standard for the upper limit of energy is that after the chosen has transferred all the source power in the body to the source disk, the number of source power points that can be increased. In other words, if Zhou Xiaoning now transfers all the source power in his body to the source disk, then the source disk's source power point will increase by 1 point. But generally speaking, no one would do this. If all of this is regarded as a game, the source power in the body of the chosen will be realized by the energy bar, and the energy bar will often have two values. One is the available energy that will change due to the use of skills, the other is the total energy that will not change unless the attributes are changed. The chosen one transfers the source power to the source disk, which consumes the total energy, and once it is deducted, it will not be recovered unless it is re-practiced in the future. On the other hand, the source power transmitted by the chosen from the source disk is equal to the available energy, even if the source disk reserves more source power. When it is transmitted to the chosen, it will not exceed the total energy. The benefits of the two transmissions are not equal at all, so unless it is unavoidable, there is absolutely no one who will transfer the source power in his body to the source disk. On the contrary, there are many people who use the source disk as a backup energy pool. With a rich harvest and the joy of improving his strength, Zhou Xiaoning left the gas station that had been bombed out of shape, and found a hotel nearby to stay first. After all, it was late and there was no light outside, making it impossible to distinguish the road, let alone find someone. Coupled with the previous continuous use of mind power, Zhou Xiaoning is indeed a little tired, and urgently needs a good sleep and regain his energy. However, before going to bed, some defensive measures should be done. Zhou Xiaoning didn't want to wake up the next day, and there was an extra zombie beside him who wanted to eat him. Well, that's the end. I'm such a genius. Seeing the door that was completely blocked by himself and couldn't even open it again, Zhou Xiaoning nodded with satisfaction. Anyway, he can fly now, but he will fly directly out of the window tomorrow. By the way, Zhou Xiaoning is now in a 7-story hotel. Zhou Xiaoning is now on the 7th floor. It is initially estimated that the vertical distance is about 20 meters, which is about the same as the range of his mind power. No wonder he is so confident. Chapter 10 Convergence and Planning. At about 9 o'clock the next day, Zhou Xiaoning came out of the hotel in a spirited manner. With the ability to fly, he could completely ignore the zombies outside. But let's not say that the zombie virus is really powerful. In less than a day, TZ City has become a ghost town. I am afraid that the number of survivors is less than 100,000. But what is strange is that these zombies seem to be constrained by something. They only wander within the range of TZ City. Beyond this range, they can't make a step. Flying in the air, Zhou Xiaoning distinguished his surroundings and found that he was near the commercial area of TZ. It is no wonder that he attracted so many zombies last night. Taking out his mobile phone, Zhou Xiaoning wanted to contact Luo Fei and ask where they were now. But the mobile phone that could be used yesterday cannot be connected anyway. Zhou Xiaoning tried to call Luo Yu, Luo Deifu, and Wang Yan again, but they couldn't get through. Could something happen? Zhou Xiaoning was so anxious that he did not dare to stay for a moment. The controller trash can cover went back in the same way, hoping to find them. At the same time, Luo Deifu and others are now hiding in an underground parking garage and blocking the entrance with vehicles. As long as they don't make too much movement and attract too many zombies, it is temporarily safe here. This underground parking garage belongs to a hospital, and it is only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the community where they escaped. It's not that they didn't want to escape further, but that they couldn't escape. In the past, the road was blocked by vehicles, and even the Hummer could not drive through, let alone the trucks. Dad, do you think we can escape alive? Now that we are all zombies outside, we go out and that is lunch for the zombies. Speaking of lunch, I'm really hungry, Dad, do you have anything to eat there? Eat, you know how to eat. Luo Deifu stared at Luo Fei with hatred of iron and steel. If his son could have Zhou Xiaoning's 80%, not 50%, he would save a lot of worry. Brother Xiaoning is still alive and dead. You still have the heart to eat. Are you a brother like this? Brother, I really misunderstood you. Luo Yu with his hands on his hips and his small mouth pouted high, he could hang a drying rack on it. Xiao Yu, you can't say that. I don't believe in Xiaoning's abilities. I know that he won't have an accident. Don't you believe in Xiaoning? Of course people believe in Xiaoning. Xiaoning is the best. Luo Yuxiao Loli was still lost to Fatty Luo's old treacherous cunning after all, and was taken into the pit without any resistance. That's not enough. Xiaoning will definitely be fine, but we are always in danger at any time. So instead of caring about Xiaoning, you might as well care about your brother and me. Luo Fei's face was full of comforting expressions, and he opened his arms and hugged Luo Yu. Sure enough, the sister-in-law was hopeless. Luo Yu knew what his brother was like. Although the market would be fooled by Luo Fei wanted to take advantage of Luo Yu's place, let alone the door, even without windows. I saw Luo Yu squatted down and moved proficiently, and escaped Luo Fei's arms fairly easily. It was obvious that he did the same thing frequently. Well, you two brothers and sisters don't make trouble. Seeing Luo Deifu's expression unpleasant, Wang Yan hurriedly stopped Luo Fei's siblings. Deifu, it's already bright, what should we do next? We can't stay here forever. Wang Yan and Luo Deifu are husband and wife, and she is most qualified to ask such things here, and she will not make Luo Deifu feel irritated. What Wang Yan said, Luo Deifu didn't know. Don't look at them now, but they are actually in danger. The zombies wandering outside may find them at any time. If the number is small, they can still deal with it, but if there are more than one hiding in the underground parking lot, they have nowhere to run. Then there is the problem of food and water. People like them have not eaten or drink for more than 10 hours. The underground parking lot is obviously not a place to find food. Even if the zombies did not find them, by this time tomorrow, they might not even have the strength to run. You must go, but you have seen the situation outside. It is all blocked. The car can't drive out at all. We can't let us run through the zombies. Hey, it would be great if Xiaoning were there. The kid has been smart since he was a child and has become so powerful now. There must be a way. Wang Yan sighed. In fact, it was not only her, but most of the others thought so. Last night, Zhou Xianing's demonstrated strength has left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. Unknowingly, everyone regards him as the backbone. I believe that with Zhou Xiaoning, they will be able to escape alive. The fact is indeed the case. It is precisely because Zhou Xiaoning led away the zombies that Luo Deifu and others could rush out of the community smoothly, otherwise they would have become food for the zombies a long time ago. Why do I seem to hear someone mention my name? Zhou Xiaoning walked into the underground parking lot with a smile. If he didn't happen to see the truck blocked at the entrance, he felt a little familiar, so if he came down and took a look, he might have missed them. Xiaoning. Brother Xiaoning. Zhou Xianing's voice, Luo Deifu, and the others, couldn't be more familiar. Looking in the direction of the sound, it was indeed Zhou Xiaoning who took the photo, and they all became excited. Among them, Luo Yu's reaction was the most intense. He ran up to meet him, and fell directly into Zhou Xianing's arms, not willing to come out. Luo Fei, who saw this scene, was full of taste, and even the joy of seeing Zhou Xiaoning coming back safely did not exist in an instant. Obviously before, he was very resistant to letting him say it, but now he took the initiative to rush into Zhou Xianing's arms. I don't know who is her brother. Okay, just come back. Luo Deifu smiled and said, seeing Zhou Xiaoning, his whole person became much more relaxed, and the sadness accumulated on his face instantly disappeared. It seems that I made everyone worried, so sorry. Zhou Xiaoning scratched his hair awkwardly. After all, he was still in such an ambiguous posture in front of his father. On the contrary, it was Luo Deifu. Not only was he not unhappy, but he seemed to agree with him. If Zhou Xiaoning was really with Luo Yu, he would definitely agree with his hands. Well, Luo Deifu watched Zhou Xiaoning grow up, knowing the roots and knowing the bottom line. If two people are really together, he believes that Zhou Xiaoning will definitely not let Luo Yu be wronged. These two things, Zhou Xiaoning is not what it used to be, and it has become very powerful. In this end of the world, only strong people can live longer. Luo Yu will definitely be safer with Zhou Xiaoning. To sum up, Luo Deifu hoped that Luo Yu could take Zhou Xiaoning down, or Zhou Xiaoning could take Luo Yu down. As long as the relationship between the two people was established, he would be relieved a lot. Luo Deifu is persevering, even Wang Yan has no opinion, but this does not mean that Luo Fei can also accept the fact that his sister was pried away by Zhou Xiaoning. Seeing in his best friend and sister, Luo Fei chose her sister without hesitation. "You kid, how long do you want to hold? Eat, I eat such a big bag, you took all of it, almost starved me to death." Luo Fei asked Zhou Xiaoning for food, but in fact he inserted between Luo Yu and Zhou Xiaoning calmly, so that Luo Yu could no longer hold Zhou Xiaoning. "If you die, you know how to eat." Zhou Xiaoning gave Luo Fei a white look, and at the same time waved his big hand, opened the storage space, and took out the food that had been packed from Luo Fei's house. Those are snacks such as potato chips and biscuits. These things that are usually regarded as junk food are now so precious in the eyes of everyone. Only people who have been hungry will know that food is precious, and now as long as it can fill the stomach, who cares about the nutrition? Taking advantage of everyone's efforts to eat, Luo Deifu approached Zhou Xiaoning. "Xiaoning, what do you think we should do next?" "Naturally, we should leave the city as soon as possible. It is densely populated and the number of zombies is not average. We don't know if the government still has the ability to rescue us, so we must save ourselves." On the way to find Luo Deifu and others, Zhou Xiaoning has been thinking about this issue. They are more than 100 people. They consume a lot of supplies every day, just take the food packaged from Luo Fei's house. After eating, if there is no stable source of water and food, these people will starve to death and die of thirst sooner or later. Therefore, it is not suitable for urban areas, but rural villages, where the population is relatively sparse, and even if there are zombies, it is easier to clean up. And now it's September, and it's time for food harvest soon. If a village can be found as a base, at least for the next period of time, everyone won't have to think about food. As for the location, Zhou Xiaoning also had an idea, that is to go to the village where the two old men lived. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and water on the other. It depends on a bridge to get in and out. As long as they guard the bridge, they can basically prevent zombies from entering the village. And that village is still a well-known military village in the city. Most of the men there have served as soldiers and have served in the military. Even if they are not trained after being discharged from the army, they are there after all. Compared with ordinary people, they face zombies. It is undoubtedly easier to form combat effectiveness. "Uncle Luo, I think it over. We'll go to my grandpa and grandpa's village later. You have been there too. Knowing the terrain there, I am afraid that there is nothing more suitable as a base in TZ City than there." "Okay, Uncle Luo, listen to you." Luo Deifu thought for a while and agreed to Zhou Xiaoning's plan. There really is no better place than there. It's just that you have seen the situation outside. There are zombies everywhere, and the road is blocked by those cars. Our vehicles can't drive out at all. "Uncle Luo, don't worry, you can just get in the car and follow me later, I have my own way to take you out." Zhou Xiaoning smiled confidently. If there is no practical solution, would he come up with such a plan? So Luo Deifu's worries are completely unnecessary. Chapter 11. Arriving at the military village. More than 10 minutes later, the large package of snacks was eaten up by more than 100 people. Even later, Zhou Xiaoning used some source cards to share the bread with everyone, which filled everyone's stomachs. "I'll go out and clean up the surrounding zombies in a moment. You take this opportunity to get in the car quickly, do you understand?" "Understood." Everyone responded in unison, and Zhou Xiaoning nodded in satisfaction. The reason why he took care of the workers in this way didn't want to bring them into the team? In the last days, Personal strength is certainly important, but power is equally important. From the moment he became the chosen one, something called ambition began to regenerate in Zhou Xianing's heart. Although he would not want to rule the world or something, he must have at least 1 acre of land that belongs to him and a person he cares about. You can live safely inside. To achieve this goal, Zhou Xiaoning alone cannot do it alone, so he needs his subordinates, a group of subordinates who are loyal to him, and those workers are the objects he wants to subdue. These workers are engaged in manual labor all year round, and their physical fitness is absolutely better than ordinary people. With a little training, they can quickly form combat effectiveness. When they are completely loyal to themselves, Zhou Xiaoning can still give them the primary strengthening potions. I dare not say anything, but at least in the early stage of the disaster, there are absolutely few opponents. What Zhou Xiaoning has to do now is to show kindness to them and show his strength. As the so-called sweet jujube in one hand and a wooden stick in one hand, under the combination of the two, conquering these workers is almost a certainty. The upgrade of mind power has increased the number of table knives that Zhou Xiaoning can control from 10 to 30. It's a pity that Luo Fei's family didn't prepare so many table knives at all, and after yesterday's battle, many of the table knives were blunt. Only 7 continued to be used, so the scene of 30 table knives flying together did not appear. However, 7 is enough, and a small number has the advantage of a small number. Not to mention a significant increase in flexibility, even without the power of a table knife. There were only 50 zombies wandering nearby. Zhou Xianing's control knife resolved all of them after a few rounds of rushing and killing. Among them, there were a dozen fantasy zombies, which just made up for the loss of source energy consumed when Go Xian bred. Xiaoning, everyone is ready, and you can set off at any time. Luo Deifu sat in the driver's seat of Hummer and stretched out the window to shout to Zhou Xiaoning. And behind the Hummer, there are 3 or 2 trucks, which were originally used to transport bricks, sand, cement, and other construction materials, but now they are all used to transport people. It's just that the situation was urgent at the time, and the building materials on the car did not have time to lose, so they are still in the car now. Otherwise, with the carrying capacity of that truck, 2 cars would be enough to pull everyone away, which is like now, 3 cars. They are all too crowded. Okay, Uncle Luo, just drive forward, I'll make the way. Zhou Xiaoning jumped on the top of the Hummer. He was going to push it all the way with thought force. The upper limit of the thought force is 2 tons. It is enough to hold a car, let alone Zhou Xiaoning just pushing it to the side of the road. It is not too easy. Even Zhou Xiaoning still had enough power to control 2 knives to kill zombies within 20 meters. When Zhou Xiaoning opened the road, the convoy went very smoothly, and now there is no traffic police to supervise it. They can drive as easily as they can and don't care about traffic rules at all. However, Zhou Xianing's mind power extends only 20 meters, and it also takes time to move vehicles. The speed of all the convoys cannot be raised. Originally, it only took more than 10 minutes to drive out of the city center, but now it took more than an hour. Fortunately, the road behind became empty. After all, the place they were going to was in the countryside, and they didn't engage in farming activities. The flow of people was low. Except for the village or people with relatives, other people were very busy. Go to that place less. But even so, when the convoy drove to the vicinity of the military village, it was already time for the sun to set. The military village was originally named Kaiming Village. It was only once when the city leaders visited the countryside and came here. After learning about the situation here, he said with a smile, and the result spread out somehow. Nowadays, when talking about Kaiming Village, even some younger taxi drivers don't know where it is, but when it comes to military villages, most locals in TZ can know the approximate location. At this time, the military village no longer seemed to be peaceful, and it was about to enter the night. This should have been the time for the villagers to go home to cook and eat. But now, the whole village is dark, no one can hear the barking, and the only access bridge is blocked by various heavy objects. It is very difficult for people to pass above, let alone vehicles. However, it is more fortunate that there are no traces of zombies around, which makes the people who have been strained for a day can finally relax a little. Uncle Luo, I'll go in and have a look. You let everyone stay on the hook. If the situation is not right, leave immediately and leave me alone. Okay, then you be careful. Zhou Xiaoning nodded confidently. It wasn't him who said. Now as long as he doesn't encounter a fantasy creature with the ability to fly, no one can keep him. Flew into the village and flew around the village. Zhou Xiaoning found no signs of activity. Are they all evacuated? Shouldn't it? With doubts, Zhou Xiaoning flew to his grandfather's house. If the people in this village really took the initiative to evacuate, there must be a message left by his grandfather. Familiar three-story villas, this is after the old Zhou developed, looking for someone to tear down the original old house and rebuild. The same his grandfather's house is also a similar villa. It can be said that these two villas are the best buildings in the village. Grandpa, Grandma, are you there? Zhou Xiaoning entered the villa from the window of the attic on the third floor. There was his room. Every time he came here, he lived in that one. Originally, the window was locked, but in front of Nianli, it is not too simple to lock the simple window. UBD, what do you shout, want to kill us? As soon as Zhou Xiaoning walked down the attic, a hammer rushed down. It was his grandfather who did it. Zhou Xiaoning couldn't forget the familiar smell of tobacco. Grandpa, you're fine, that's great. Zhou Xiaoning was full of joy. There is nothing more happier than confirming the safety of his family during a disaster. By the way, Grandpa, is there something happening here? Why is there no one outside? Hey, Xiaoning, it's really not time for you to come back. What's wrong? Tell me what happened. Elder Zhou sighed again, and then slowly explained the whole story. At the beginning, the situation in the military village was indeed the same as Zhou Xiaoning had guessed. When the zombies came, those who had served as soldiers after experiencing the initial surprise, spent money to prevent counterattacks, using hoes, iron rakes, etc. Used as a weapon to wipe out all the zombies that invaded the village without causing any casualties. After that, they used all the things they could find that could serve as roadblocks to block the bridge and completely cut off the military village and the outside passage. Zombies generally do not go into the water, and it is extremely difficult to climb on both sides of the strait. Even if the zombies go down, it is difficult to climb up, so the military village is still safe in a short time. But just last night, a guy who looked like a human but was definitely not a human broke into the village. He stunned the guards who stayed by the bridge for the first time. The dog bit to death and sucked up their blood. Those dead animals are black all over, and they also give off a stench. In this case, you can tell at first glance that it would not have been caused by humans. After that guy finishes sucking animals, will he suck human blood? Panic spread among the villagers. Taking advantage of the daytime, after the dead animals were burned, everyone hid in the house, locked the doors and windows, and said they didn't dare to go outside. It turned out to be so, no wonder I couldn't hear any movement outside the village. Zhou Xiaoning nodded clearly. At this moment, he also became interested in an unknown guy. He only hurts animals but not people. Compared with the zombies outside who bite at people, which guy is at least an evil guard? Order one side. Grandpa, don't worry, I am becoming very powerful now. Once any guy appears, I will definitely subdue him. With that said, Zhou Xiaoning showed off his power of thought, held up old Master Zhou a little bit, and then put it down again to prove that what he said was true. Xiaoning, tell Grandpa honestly, did you get the source disk? Grandpa, you actually know the source disk, is there a chosen in our village? Zhou Xiaoning was taken aback. It seemed that there were a lot of people who were chosen by 1 million, but they couldn't share the whole earth. Zhou Xiaoning thought it would be a long time before he could meet other people who were chosen by heaven, but he didn't expect to be so soon. Have met. Ha ha ha, it really deserves to be the seat of our old Zhou family. Now I want to see what else Lin has good looks about. What, my grandpa? Zhou Xiaoning was surprised again that there was such a coincidence in the world. Before, he was worried that the chosen one would not get along well, but now it seems to be completely unnecessary. Grandpa, what exactly is my grandpa's source plate like? Did you get anything good for the initial reward? Good things, really good things. It's a gun, made by Han Yang. A thick look of nostalgia appeared on old Master Zhou's face, as if he had returned to the period when the gunpowder was full of smoke. Han Yang made, that is, the type of rifle that often appears in movies about the war of resistance against Japan with a single shot and a bolt. According to the classification standard of the source disk, it should belong to the equipment category, and it is still the kind that increases with the level of the owner. Zhou Xiaoning really didn't expect his grandpa to get this upgraded equipment. But having said that, Zhou Xiaoning really expected that when his grandfather reached the 9th rank, what kind of power the Hanyang made, which also rose to 9 stars, would definitely be able to brighten the eyes of a large number of people. Chapter 12. Well, you shameless old man Zhou, what do you mean by your old Zhou family? Isn't Xiaoning my grandson? The old man Lin is carrying his Hanyang shot, which seems to be the shot he drew. Mr. Lin was originally on the vigil. After all, no one knows if the thing that I don't know will come back again. If you leave a person to watch at night, even if you can't deal with the thing, you can wake up the sleeping person. It's better. Was killed unknowingly in his sleep. Grandpa, it's great to see you all right. Zhou Xiaoning greeted him with a bright smile, and at the same time, intentionally or unintentionally blocked the two elders, otherwise, according to their temperament, they would have a fight later. But it's strange to say that the more quarrelsome the two old men are, the better their relationship. These have been decades, and the two are not brothers, but they are like brothers. A few years ago, Zhou Xianing's grandmother left, so these years he has been living alone with his grandfather, and elder Zhou often let him come to his house for dinner, and sometimes even live directly in. If you carefully calculate the time, in the past few years, Mr. Lin has spent more time in Zhou's house than in his own house. Xiaoning, just come back. There is no danger on the road, right? Grandpa, rest assured, with my current ability, there is really nothing that can threaten me, so don't worry. Zhou Xianing's words are true. As long as he flies into the sky, there are very few that can threaten his existence at this stage. By the way, Grandpa, you can tell me about that thing again, do you know what's going on? Zhou Xiaoning is thinking about this. It is so different from the existence of ordinary zombies. It must be the existence of boss. In the game, boss is synonymous with a lot of experience, cherishing props, and rare equipment. I believe that reality is no exception. If you ask someone else, you don't really know, but just ask me. Old man Zhou patted his chest triumphantly, but he drew irritation from old man Lin. Come on, it's like a secret. Xiaoning, you don't need to ask him, I tell you, that thing finally ran into the mountains behind the village. Real. That's not it, I saw it with old man Zhou, it can still be fake. The information provided by the old man Lin made Zhou Xianing's eyes brighten, and he was afraid that he would lose the trace of that boss, maybe the fat that was about to reach his mouth would just fly away. But it's all right now, knowing that the boss hid in the mountains, and the one who said it was big or small, if you look for it yourself, you should be able to find it. When the day breaks, take a look in the mountains. Zhou Xiaoning made a decision in his heart, but he couldn't say it. If the two old men knew about it, he would definitely not agree. By the way, Grandpa, there are some people coming back with me outside. Can you find someone to clear the roadblock and let them in? Those people, are they reliable? Elder Zhou hesitated. If it were normal, this little matter would naturally be nothing, but now the situation is different. If some people with bad intentions are allowed to enter the village, then their village will be in trouble. Grandpa, don't worry, those are the Uncle Luo's family and his workers. They are absolutely reliable. If they are unreliable, I won't take them to the village. Zhou Xiaoning patted his chest and promised, besides, even if those people are unscrupulous, how much waves can they make in front of him and his grandfather, the two chosen ones? That's fine, I'll go find someone now. The two elders got up and prepared to call for people. In this village, they still have some prestige, and the villagers will give them more or less face. Soon, the villagers were mobilized and began to remove some of the roadblocks. And Zhou Xiaoning also flew back to the other side again, letting Luo Deifu and others start to do it. Both sides went hand in hand to save time. They didn't need to clear too many roadblocks, they only needed to open up a path that people could pass, so after 10 minutes, Luo Deifu and others entered into existence. After that, it took another 10 minutes to reblock the roadblocks. It took 30 minutes before and after, but not even a zombie appeared, which made everyone feel at ease. It's getting late, and it's not the time to talk about things. After arranging the workers to rest in the villagers' homes, Zhou Xiaoning took the Luo Deifu's family but even the grandfather's villa, anyway, it's vacant now, and it's okay to lend them one night. The night passed very peacefully. Early the next morning, after Zhou Xiaoning left a palm of paper in the room, he flew out from the attic window and went straight to the back mountain. This time Zhou Xiaoning can be said to be equipped with a breakthrough. The trash can lid was replaced with an iron plate, and the skill was used as a flying tool, and when necessary, it could also act as a shield. It was really a dual purpose. And all the knives used before were discarded, replaced with a box of 5 cm long iron nails slowly, and thrown out one by one. Under the control of his mind power, it can exert a good power. Together with the hatchet pinned to his waist, they all survived. The back mountain of the village is not very high, only more than 100 meters, and the terrain is flat, usually rented out for the villagers to plant fruit trees, so there are not many things that can be covered, not to mention it at a glance, but change a few angles you can see it clearly. Zhou Xiaoning went around the mountain, but couldn't find a single figure. Grandpa and Grandpa can't lie to me, then there is only that place. Zhou Xiaoning turned around and wanted to walk to the simple wooden house on the mountainside. It was built by the fruit growers when they were fruiting the fruit trees. In order to prevent someone from coming to fruition, they slept there at night and got up to patrol from time to time. It's just that it's not the time for fruit trees to bear fruit, and there is such a big change outside, I'm afraid no one will live there. But if there are any Tibetans on the mountain, I am afraid there will only be there. Outside the wooden house, Zhou Xiaoning looked at the broken door lock and couldn't help confirming her guess again. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Xiaoning used the mind controller iron plate to block in front of him, nailing the nail in his left hand and hatchet in his right hand, ready for all battles. 1, 2, 3, right now. With thoughts coming out, Zhou Xiaoning pushed the door open fiercely. Shoo, ding. The sound of breaking through the air was followed by the sound of metal colliding. Zhou Xiaoning couldn't help feeling fortunate, but fortunately, he had an extra heart and blocked the iron plate in front, otherwise he would definitely be slashed by this knife. Who are you and why are you here? The person inside spoke, although a little hoarse, it sounded like a woman. Speaking, the zombies actually spoke. Zhou Xiaoning is also a little bit into the master, subconsciously thinking that the one inside is also a zombie, but it doesn't seem to be right now, after all, the zombie can't speak. I'm not a zombie, you can go. That won't work. You should have sucked up the blood of the animals, cats, and dogs in the village under the mountain. If you don't give an explanation, I don't worry about leaving like this. Zhou Xiaoning grabbed 10 nails with his mind. If the one inside doesn't cooperate, he will show what is called flying nail stunt. Really, I obviously don't want to do this. The woman inside sighed and paced out of the wooden house. Zhou Xiaoning saw the woman's appearance, purple hair, nice face, green and white sailor suit, and the figure that made most women feel filthy, and made Luo Yu envy and hate. If you replace the kitchen knife in your hand with a wooden knife, or if it's really two knives, a familiar name immediately emerges. Dudeo Tongzi, you are Dudeo Tongzi. It's not because Zhou Xiaoning is not surprised. This is a living poison island that is standing in front of him. It is not a cosplay. The temperament of senior sister Kongzi cannot be imitated by a casual person. It is precisely because of surprise that Zhou Xiaoning spoke Japanese subconsciously. This was what he had deliberately studied in order to watch anime more fluently. However, he never showed it to others after he learned it, so even his parents didn't know it. However, the situation of the Poison Island at this time seems to be a little bad. The skin is grayish-white, which is similar to those zombies. There are bloodline on the corners of the mouth and clothes, which should be left when they sucked the blood of those animals. The most important thing is the look in her eyes. Looking at Zhou Xiaoning is like looking at food, the look that eagerly wants to eat him. You know me. Dudeo Kongzi heard Zhou Xiaoning actually call out her name, and she was still in Japanese. She was shocked. Although she had only been in this world for less than 3 days, she knew that this was Daxia and could listen to it in Daxia. In the mother tongue, isn't this enough to surprise her? It was precisely because of this that she had a clearer consciousness, and slightly suppressed the desire to eat in her heart. Of course I know you, but your current situation seems a bit bad. Zhou Xiaoning stepped back, the nail in his left hand was also ready, and he could launch it at any time. Although Dudeo Tongzi is his favorite anime character, the current Dudeo Tongzi looks abnormal in any way. It is not so much a human being, but a zombie with self-consciousness. Seeing Zhou Xiaoning's guard, Dudeo Kongzi was amused. She did not expect that she would be feared like a tiger. You must know that when she was in school, she was a prestigious existence. There were people who admired her everywhere. Fear, this is the first time. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Toshishima Yuko squeezed out a smile, and dropped the kitchen knife in his hand to show that he was not hostile. Seeing the Poison Island Kongzi, Zhou Xiaoning also put down his guard a little. And put the hatchet back to his waist, but the power of mind has been controlling the iron plate and nails. Once the Poison Island Kongzi has any bad behavior, he will not care about Xiangziyu. She must be killed here. Now, can you tell me what state you are in now, zombie? Or a human? Zhou Xiaoning asked the question he was most concerned about, and his next actions would depend on the answer of Dudeo Kongzi. I'm a human being, and I'm also a zombie. Dudeo Suiza laughed at herself. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was indeed such a nondescript existence. Afterwards, following the story of Dudeo Kongzi, Zhou Xiaoning learned of the bizarre incident that had happened to her, and at the same time realized that the catastrophe of heaven and earth might not be as simple as he had imagined. Chapter 13: The Experience of Senior Sister Kongzi. The whole thing has to start from the moment when the zombies invaded the Fuji aesthetic garden. At the beginning, it was similar to the plot in the anime. The main characters such as Toshishima Tsuko, Komuro Taka, Miyamoto Rei, and other members of the protagonist group struggled in the academy full of zombies. Rush to kill, and finally gather together. Later, after everyone's deliberation, they decided to seize the school bus and rush out of the school. The plan progressed relatively smoothly. Although there were unexpected situations such as daredevils making noises that caused zombies to besiege, and Wisteria Koichi used Komuro's sense of justice to take a group of students onto the school bus and other emergencies, in the end they boarded safely. He got out of the school bus and rushed to the school gate unstoppably. As long as he rushed out of the school gate, the zombies in the academy would not be able to threaten them. However, the accident happened at this time. A huge Uzumaki suddenly appeared above the Fuji aesthetic garden, which sucked in the entire Fuji aesthetic garden. There were no buildings, zombies, survivors, and even those who were about to rush out of the school. The exception is Uzumaki, who has no resistance. When the Poison Island and the others came back to their senses, they found that they had come to a strange place. Except that the Fuji aesthetic garden was still familiar, the surrounding buildings were so strange, and the surrounding billboards were so unfamiliar. It turned out to be Hyuxia instead of their native language. Did we come to Daxia? This kind of speculation appeared in everyone's mind. Although it was a little unbelievable, the facts were in front of them, and they couldn't help but believe it. Speaking of this, by the way, I have also mentioned that when the disaster first fell, there was a vision in the heavens and the earth, and under the influence of that vision, the earth was enlarged by nearly 10 times. This kind of expansion is sudden, so some blank areas will inevitably appear on the surface. These blank areas naturally become the best place for the fantasy world to invade reality. Now it just came to an academy, and at most, the zombies who concealed it from the campus were nothing to TZ City, which is now full of zombies. If it waits for heaven, hell, Olympus, and other places that originally existed only in myths to come to reality, then it will be really lively. Later, if you just came to reality, you wouldn't be like what you are now. There are at most ordinary zombies in the TZ City. It is absolutely no problem to get out with your ability. How can you become the way you are now? You're right, ordinary zombies can't help me, but what if it's not ordinary zombies? Uncommon zombies? Are those zombies upgraded? Zhou Xiaoning was stunned. This is a very important piece of information. He knows the strength of Toxic Island Kongzi. That is a ruthless character who can look like a zombie with a wooden knife alone, but now even she is infected. It seems that upgrading zombies is not easy. Yes, it's the upgraded zombies, and we brought them here. What do you mean? Tell me clearly. To Zhou Xianing's unceremonious tone, Dudeo Kongzi didn't mind at all, or this little thing was not enough to make her mind. There were a total of 23 people on the school bus at the time. The moment we came here, we were infected with a special virus. That virus will greatly improve our physical fitness, although the body will gradually towards zombies, but at least we still retain self-awareness. These are nothing. The most frightening thing is that we will attract each other and we are eager to eat each other in order to gain more powerful strength. Hiss. Hearing Dudeo Kongzi talking about this, Zhou Xiaoning couldn't help taking a breath. What kind of virus is it? It's so weird, but it is driven by instinct to devour the same kind while maintaining human consciousness. If this is a little weaker in spirit, it will definitely collapse on the spot. Then you guys started to devour each other. Zhou Xiaoning took a step back quietly. If Dudeo Kongzi answers yes, then no matter how normal she is now, Zhou Xiaoning will kill her. You don't have to be so wary of me, I didn't eat people. Dudeo Kongzi gave Zhou Xiaoning a funny look. She suddenly felt that the young man in front of her was quite interesting. I resisted that instinct, Komuro and others resisted too, but the others did not do it. The previous escape had brought their spirits to the brink of collapse. Under the instinct, they turned into eating. Human monsters began to attack the people around them, devouring their flesh and blood. The smell of blood attracted the nearby zombies. We were stuck in the school bus and couldn't escape. At that time, our only way was to kill those who became monsters, but we underestimated the unknown virus. Every time we swallowed a person, our physical fitness doubled. When we recover, those monsters at least one person has been devoured, and the physical fitness is above us. We can only passively defend and cannot fight back. The devouring continued until there was only one person left on the opposite side, Wisteria Koichi, who has a physical fitness more than 10 times that of ordinary people, but it is not something we people can resist. So we made the decision to run, even if it was killed by a zombie. Under the mouth, it's better than being swallowed by Wisteria Howi. We managed to rush out, but also dispersed. I ran to the neighborhood alone. The fierce fighting made me hungry, but the terrible thing is that normal people's food can't satisfy me at all, only flesh and blood can. So you entered the village at night. You don't want to eat people and become monsters, so you start with those animals, cats and dogs. Zhou Xiaoning understood the general situation, and after weighing it up, she decided to believe in Dudeo Kongzi. After all, she had no reason to deceive herself. If she really wanted to eat people, she would have eaten it last night instead of waiting until now. Then how are you feeling now? You are not good looking. Zhou Xianing's concern made Dudeo Kongzi smile, but she didn't expect her to become like this. Her sanity could be suppressed by instinct at any time, and she would become a cannibal monster, and there would still be people caring about her. The blood of those animals is like gruel. It can withstand a moment of hunger, but it is definitely not full. I am almost at the limit now, my sanity is losing, and I don't want to be like Koichi Wisteria. So, can't I ask you something? Zhou Xiaoning read a plea from Dudeo Kongzi's eyes to make a strong girl like Dudeo Kongzi show such an expression. It seems that the virus really tortured her deeply. As long as I can do anything, I will help you. Then I will thank you first. Dudeo Kongzi showed a sincere smile, coupled with her pale skin that didn't look like ordinary people, it really had an eerie beauty. I want you to kill me before I completely lose my mind. What? Zhou Xiaoning couldn't believe her ears. Dudeo Kongzi's request turned out to be such a request. It is undeniable that as a creature that descended from the fantasy world, Toxic Island Suko is definitely a kind of fantasy creature, and with her strength, even if it is not a boss, it must be an elite monster. Killing her is definitely rewarding. But I don't know why, Zhou Xiaoning just can't make that move. Hurry up, do you want to wait until I can't restrain my instincts, turn into a monster, and eat the villagers down the mountain before you make up your mind? Toxic Island Junko's face was hideous, and obviously she really couldn't keep her sanity anymore. Once her instinct defeated her sanity, she would completely turn into a man-eating monster and could not be saved. Rather than being muddled or stunned by the time, it would be better to die when she was still herself. If she didn't even have the strength to commit suicide now, where would she beg Zhou Xiaoning? No, there must be a way, there must be. Zhou Xiaoning looked at Teeting in his left hand, and then at the hatchet on the waist. No matter what it was, it had the ability to kill the Poison Island Kongzi, but Zhou Xiaoning just couldn't get rid of that hand. Suddenly, Zhou Xianing's inspiration flashed. If you use that, you might be able to rescue Dudeo Kongzi. Poison Island, I think I have a way to save you, but then you will become my servant and you will never be able to escape. Can you accept such a price? Zhou Xiaoning held a glimpse of expectation. If Dudeo Kongzi could agree to it, that would be great. After all, she is one of her favorite anime characters. Oh, do I still have a choice? If you can really save me, why don't I be loyal to you? Toxic Island Jiza laughed at herself. She originally thought she could go to death generously, but she did not expect that she was also an ordinary person. Under the premise of having the hope of survival, she would not give up her life so easily. However, the drug island also took a trick. Loyalty and servant have two meanings. The former means Kun minister's subordinate relationship. Although Kun can order ministers, the ministers still have some autonomy. Now, the minister can rebel. But servants are different, that is, the relationship between master and servant, the master has absolute control over the servant, and the servant cannot resist at all. I have to say that Poison Island's careful thinking is very clever, but it is of no use. Later, she will know that as long as the binding force is strong enough, it does not make much difference whether it is a minister or a servant. Well, wait a minute, don't resist no matter what I do, just trust me. Zhou Xiaoning was ecstatic in his heart, and being able to accept a servant like Poison Island Kongzi was something he had never thought of. Zhou Xiaoning walked in front of Dudeo Kongzi, then stretched out the index finger of his right hand and pointed it on Dudeo Kongzi's heart. It was stated in advance that this was not Zhou Xianing's hooligans taking advantage of others, but a necessary condition for the activation of skills. That's right. Zhou Xiaoning used infection skills. Once he was successfully infected, with his 5-star Li Guang virus bloodline, he would definitely be able to eliminate the unknown virus that hadn't been upgraded in Dudeo Kong's body. It's just that if the infection skills want to be fully effective, they must transport their own essence and blood into the body of the living body, and follow the flow of blood to spread throughout the body, and then complete the infection. The current state of Dudeo Kong's is very close to that of zombies, and zombies have no blood flow. If Zhou Xiaoning wants to complete the infection, he must first revitalize his heart and make blood flow again. As a last resort, Zhou Xiaoning only acted on Dudeo Kong's heart, but let alone, the touch was really wonderful. Chapter 14 The First Servant. The Li Guang virus lineage deserves to be a 5-star lineage, and the lineage talent is powerful. Zhou Xiaoning could clearly feel that one of the 3 drops of blood in her heart had separated from its original position, and along with the blood, it flowed to the tip of the right index finger. After that, there were no wounds on the index finger, just a drop of bright red blood. It was leached out from the skin of the fingertips for no apparent reason. In front of this drop of blood, the clothes, skin, and flesh were nothing. With Zhou Xianing's little bit, the blood penetrated the clothes, and then fell into the heart of the Poison Island Kongzi. After that, it continued to advance all the way until it fell on the Poison Island Kongzi. Above the heart, this settled down. Immediately afterwards, the heart that had stopped beating in Dudeo Tsuko's heart beat again, and it was more powerful than before. At the same time, a pool of stagnant blood in her body began to flow again, and when she passed through her heart, she entrained part of the Li Guang virus in her essence and blood, transforming and strengthening her body in all aspects. Although there is still a virus in the body of Toxic Island, not to mention that it has not undergone upgraded growth, even if it has fully grown, swallowing all 22 people in the same school bus, the strengthening is not known to be 23 physique strength. That's all. Even if it is coupled with its weird degree, it is at most 3-star, how could it be the opponent of the 5-star Li Guang virus? Within 5 minutes, the virus in Dudeo Kong's body was swallowed by Li Guang virus. Don't forget that Li Guang virus has the pedigree of phagocytic evolution. The virus in the Poison Island Kong's body has become the nutrient of Li Guang virus at this time. Name: Toxic Island Suizi. Age: 18. Type: Minion Summoning Creature. Owner: Zhou Xiaoning. Star Rating: 1 star. Level: Tier 1, Physical Strength 10, Energy Upper Limit 0. Lineage: Li Guang virus lineage, 5-star. Lineage talent: Infection. The introduction is omitted, it's similar to Zhou Xianing's anyway, I won't introduce the similar ones in the future, I forgot to turn to the previous article. Quick reply. Devouring evolution. Virus immunity. Bloodthirsty, the talent that is awakened by the Li Guang virus after swallowing an unknown virus. It is activated after eating blood and falls into a frenzied state. The strength increases. The increase depends on the quality of the blood used. Blood skills. Mind Blade. Mind power is highly condensed, and it is intended to form Mind Power Blade. Its destructive power is far beyond ordinary mind power, but it also loses other functions of mind power. At present, Level 1 can form a mind power blade with an effective distance of 10 meters. Body strengthening. Body deformation. Talent: none. Equipment: none. Skills: Poison Island Kendo, 3-star, this is the Kendo handed down from the Poison Island family, with good power. Gong method: none. Props: none. I have to say that this is really an unexpected joy. It turns out that anyone who is infected by Zhou Xiaoning will default to his summoned creature. Now, in the card slot on the first layer of the source disk, there is already an extra card representing the Poison Island. The source card, the pattern on it is a full-length photo of Dudeo Tsuko. and the information on it was read through the source card. You know, the summoned creatures have loyalty and high loyalty. The summoned creatures are naturally obedient to the owner, and it is not impossible even to sacrifice their lives to the savior. But if the loyalty is low, then the non-stop instructions are still light, and the eyes may even bite the owner, so anyone who has a summoned creature will carefully maintain the relationship between the two parties. However, Zhou Xiaoning has no worries in this regard. His method of transforming Poison Island Kongzi into a summoned creature is a bit special. Even the source disk for Poison Island Kongzi has a servant position, which shows that Zhou Xiaoning's control over Poison Island Kongzi is absolute. Moreover, even if there is no source disk constraint, just the superior subordinate relationship between the viruses, Zhou Xiaoning is not afraid of how big the waves will be turned by the Poison Island Kongzi. It can be said that the life and death of the Poison Island Kongzi are all between Zhou Xiaoning's thoughts. Inhale, exhale, it feels good to breathe air again. Dudeo Kongzi took a deep breath. Only those who have experienced death will realize the value of life. Although Dudeo Kiza was not dead before, after all, her consciousness was still there and her body was still able to move, but there was no touch, no pain, no blood flow, and the cold body state was no different from death. Looking at the ups and downs of Dudeo Kongzi's chest, Zhou Xiaoning couldn't help but his cheeks flushed, and he subconsciously looked away, but the light from his eyes still reluctantly swept across Dudeo Kongzi's body. I'm going to take it. I didn't think it before, but I didn't expect that Sister Xiaozi who was back to normal was so attractive. No, I can't take it anymore. Zhou Xiaoning's face flushed red, and the nosebleeds were already in the nasal cavity, and they could stay at any time. Sure enough, for Zhou Xiaoning, a young man who hadn't even held a girl's hand several times, the allure of the Poison Island was too strong. Now, especially since she has no ability to defend herself, and in a state of complete requisitions, if Zhou Xiaoning hadn't adhered to her own ethics, he would have already turned into a beast. Hey, is he not as good as a beast now? In other words, should I call you master now? If you want to, I won't resist anything to me. I don't know what Poison Island Kongzi thinks. He clearly sees that Zhou Xiaoning is enduring very hard, but deliberately makes a tempting posture, and also speaks such uncontrollable things. This is challenging Zhou Xiaoning. Endurance limit? That Kenzie, I am not a casual person. Zhou Xiaoning took a step back with a guilty conscience, saying that he is the one who dominates. Why does it seem to have been transferred now? Really, forget it. The flattery on Dudeo Kongzi's face was restored, and he returned to the former style of arrogant Oni-san. In fact, it was just a test of Zhou Xiaoning by Toxic Island. If Zhou Xiaoning really couldn't wait to rush forward, she could not resist, but she had the ability to commit suicide. Rather than steal a life by such a nasty person, she would rather end your own life. Maybe Zhou Xiaoning could force her to stop if she found out in advance, but if Ishin begged to die, Zhou Xiaoning wouldn't be able to stare at her all the time. But now it seems that the situation is pretty good. Although Zhou Xiaoning has lust, but he has no guts. He clearly wants to eat her whole mouth, but at the last minute she shrinks. This at least shows that Zhou Xiaoning is still a person with a bottom line. Will not force her to do things she does not want. It seems that it's good to be by his side. Dudeo Kongzi initially recognized Zhou Xiaoning. If Zhou Xiaoning's actions can satisfy her in the future, she would not mind showing all her loyalty. You must know that the woman of the Dudeo family, once identified a man, then she will give her everything, including her life. By the way, Kenzie, you escaped from the Fuji Aesthetic Garden, then you must remember where the Fuji Aesthetic Garden is. This issue is what Zhou Xiaoning is most concerned about now. I have to say that the unknown virus brought by Dudeo Kongzi and others from the world of the Academy is too weird. If they swallow each other, it can be enhanced. After being swallowed by the Li Guang virus, he even awakened the bloodthirsty talent of heaven-defying bloodlines. Although it had the disadvantage of losing his mind, it was undeniable that this bloodline was powerful. Perhaps, the power of the bloodthirsty talent is not so obvious now, but as more and more powerful fantasy creatures come, as long as you obtain the blood of those fantasy creatures, and then let the Poison Island take it, the increase in strength is absolutely considerable. If you can get blood such as dragon blood and phoenix blood, it will not be a matter of minutes. This shows that the unknown virus must not be underestimated, especially the virus that has swallowed more than 20 people and has grown to the later stage. It is definitely a horrible existence that can make countless fears. This is like refining goo, putting multiple poisons in the goo, letting them fight each other, swallow each other, and the last one will inherit the toxicity of all the poisons, and the power will definitely be many times better than before. 10 times. Moreover, after swallowing most of the unknown virus carriers, will the remaining one let go of the Poison Island? The answer is obvious. In order for the person who survived to the end to fully grow his own virus, he must come back to look for the Poison Island and swallow it. Rather than being passively beaten when the time comes, it is better to get rid of the opponent while he is far from reaching the strongest state. Of course, I remember the location of Teng Miwen, which is on the other side of this hill. Dudeo Kongzi pointed to the other side of the mountain. From her eyes, Zhou Xiaoning saw a trace of worry, presumably he was worried about Xiao Shi Xiao and others' safety. The other side of the mountain. It's okay not to mention the Poison Island Kongzi, so Zhou Xiaoning has some impressions. He had climbed to the top of the mountain in order to find the Poison Island Kongzi, and he did see a strange building. You must know that when he came here half a year ago, there was no those buildings now seem to be the rattan aesthetic garden that has just arrived in reality. Such a short distance, it's troublesome now. Zhou Xiaoning frowned, knowing that the hill is gentle, although the other side is a little steeper, but it is not impossible to climb up. The reason why there were no zombies attacking from the other side of the mountain before was completely because the zombies were slow to move and it was not easy to climb, and there was no human breath on the mountain to attract them, so they would naturally not be able to climb the mountain. But now it is different. Dudeo Kongzi is here. Although the unknown virus was swallowed by Li Guang virus, the special breath of the unknown virus still stayed on her, and it has not dissipated. It will definitely come over desperately, a small hill, as long as the physical strength reaches 10 or more, it can be flat on the ground. The mountain barrier that the villagers rely on is actually not as strong as they thought. Zizi, I want to go to Fuji Maisha Garden to explore it. Do you want to come with me? That's natural, you are my master now, how could I let you take the risk alone? Okay, let's set off now. I want to see what kind of monster the unknown virus will eventually shape. Zhou Xiaoning said vigorously. In his opinion, even if the unknown virus grows to the end, it will increase the physical strength to about 20 in time at most, and his own physical strength is also at this level. He has the power to use his mind, and if he really wants to fight, his chances of winning are still great. Chapter 15 The Weird Rattan Aesthetic Garden. That's right, if you encounter an unknown virus-infected person in the final form in a complete state, Zhou Xiaoning's chances of winning are indeed great. But the question is he in a complete state now? Blood is originally the most important substance in the human body. Once it loses more than 20%, it will have a serious impact on the human body. If it loses 30%, it will even threaten life. Essence and blood are the essence of blood, and ordinary people don't have it. Only when the strength reaches a certain level, will it condense. As for Zhou Xiaoning, it was completely stained with the light of the 5-star bloodline, and the blood was condensed early. Even if it was like this, Zhou Xiaoning's blood was only 3 drops. In order to infect Dudeo Kongzi, Zhou Xiaoning had used 1 drop, which was equivalent to consuming 1/3 of the blood essence of the whole body. Because the movement was too fast when the blood was drawn, Zhou Xiaoning didn't immediately feel strange at the time, but as he walked along the way, the feeling of weakness after losing the blood became stronger and stronger. According to the actual data on the source disk, his physical strength has temporarily dropped by 5 points. Before the consumption of that drop of essence and blood is replenished, he does not want to return to a state of heyday. Cut, it happens at this time. Zhou Xiaoning was very upset. Although he knew that there would be a period of weakness after using the essence and blood, he did not expect it to be like this. The physical strength was directly reduced by a quarter, almost falling back to the first order level. Let me explain that although the chosen can use various methods to strengthen himself, this does not mean that there is no upper limit. The upper limit of the physical strength of the first order chosen is 10. After reaching 10 points, no matter what method is used to strengthen self, physical strength will not change. Of course, the additional enhancement of equipment is not included. Therefore, the difference in strength between the strength of the same tier heavenly chosen and the equipment is one of the decisive factors. And every time you advance, your physical strength is doubled on the basis of the original physical strength. Just like Zhou Xiaoning, the physical strength of the first step has reached the limit of 10 points, so the physical strength climbed to 20 points as soon as you advanced. Therefore, the deeper the accumulation in the previous level, the greater the improvement in strength after promotion, so the advanced level is not the better. The upper limit of the second tier physical strength is 50. Before reaching 50 points, Zhou Xiaoning's physical strength will not stagnate. The upper limit of the third order physical strength is 200, the fourth order is 800, and the fifth order is 2000. However, starting from the sixth level, it is the law level, and physical strength is no longer the standard for measuring strength. Only the degree of understanding of the law is the important standard for judging the strength of the chosen. So starting from the sixth level, the limitation of physical strength was lifted, but at the same time, the enhancement that doubled the physical strength after the advancement was lost. In addition, every time the physical strength increases by a factor of 10, 100, 1000, etc., it will cause a qualitative change. Therefore, even if the physical strength of 19 and the physical strength of 20 are only 1 point different, the difference in strength is it is so much different by 1 street. A physique strength of 20 can easily crush 3 physique strengths of 19, this is the gap. Relatively speaking, there are not so many restrictions on the upper limit of energy. This is an attribute that can only be grown through self-cultivation. Even if it is advanced, it will not affect it. However, advanced levels are also beneficial. The speed of high-level cultivation energy is by no means comparable to low-level ones. You may be trapped in the bottleneck and unable to break through when practicing the exercises, but after the advanced level, these bottlenecks will be easily solved. After so much gossip, now back to the topic. The biggest headache for Zhou Xiaoning now is that he doesn't know what stage the unknown virus has evolved to. If the strongest individual swallows only a dozen virus carriers, the highest physical strength will not exceed 20. Zhou Xiaoning and Dudeo Kongzi, it's not impossible to cooperate. But if the opponent has evolved to the late stage, swallowed more than 20 virus carriers, and had a physical strength of more than 20, even if Zhou Xiaoning and Dudeo Kongzi tried their best, the odds of winning would not be great. This is also to blame Zhou Xiaoning for being careless, for forgetting that using the infection talent will make him fall into a weak state, otherwise, how could he have fallen into such an embarrassing situation? However, Zhou Xiaoning is unwilling to go back now. He and Poison Island Kongzi are already down the mountain, and they are only 1 kilometer away from the Teng Miwen Garden. This is already here. If you don't do anything and go back, wouldn't it seem like Zhou Xiaoning is very useless? No matter, this time I will try to avoid fighting and focus on detecting intelligence. As for the elimination of unknown virus carriers, I will be able to fully recover afterwards. After making up his mind, Zhou Xiaoning became more and more cautious, and he didn't even need to fly with the power of thought. He brought the poison island to the ground, tried to avoid the large group of zombies, and slowly approached the Teng Aesthetic Garden. Teng Miwen is a high school. It is not too big to say that it is big or not too small to say that it is small. There are nearly 2,000 teachers and students in the school, but now most of them have become zombies. Since the Fuji aesthetic garden was taken away by Uzumaki, and then transplanted to the present world, there was no damage in the whole process, so the Fuji aesthetic garden still maintains its original appearance, even the traces of the blood on the ground after it dries up. Clear and distinct. The situation here is a bit weird. ZZ, are you sure that the teachers and students in the Teng Miwen garden have become zombies? Zhou Xiaoning hid on a tree, observing the vine aesthetic garden through the gap between the leaves. At this time, the Teng aesthetic garden can only be described by the two words weird. Inside the campus, there is no zombies' shadow, and the zombies outside pass by. The school gate is clearly opened, but no zombie stepped in. Even Zhou Xiaoning saw a zombie wandering in the direction of the Teng Maisha garden, but when he arrived at the school gate, the ghost turned around and left. This situation is absolutely abnormal, as if there is an invisible barrier blocking the Teng Miwen garden from the outside world. What surprised Zhou Xiaoning even more was that every classroom was full of people, and there was a classroom-like person on the podium pointing, as if they were in daily class. The teachers who did not go to class were all concentrated in the various staff offices. If it weren't for the dark red bloodline on the playground, it means that there has been an accident here. I am afraid Zhou Xiaoning would think that this is really just an ordinary school. NS. Yes, that's my personal experience. My wooden knife broke when I broke through. Dudeo Kongzi promised that she was by Zhou Xiaoning's side, and she naturally saw the abnormal condition of the Fuji aesthetic garden, and she also felt strange that the campus where the zombies were ravaged had suddenly become so peaceful. Moreover, now there are zombies everywhere. It is impossible for people in the academy to not find them. It would be nice not to cause panic in such a situation. How could it be possible to study in such a calm class? There must be something weird in it. Zhou Xiaoning nodded when he heard the words. It is so normal here, and it is the biggest abnormality. During the day and more time after the departure of Dudeo Kongzi, something must have happened to the Fuji aesthetic garden, which caused the current situation. Kinko, let's go in and take a look. You know the Fujimisha Yuan better, so you will lead the way, and try not to disturb anyone. Zhou Xiaoning made a decision with a bite between the teeth. The Teng Miwen was so weird that it would be uncomfortable to leave it alone. Okay, come with me. Dudeo Kongzi leaped from the tree lightly and took Zhou Xiaoning to the west corner of the Teng Maisha garden. This is the place where the school piles up rubbish. If it is not for dumping rubbish, generally no one comes back here. It seems that the Teng Miwen garden is in class time now, so if you enter from here over the wall, no one should find out. Sure enough, Zhou Xiaoning and Dudeo Kongzi successfully entered the Fuji aesthetic garden. Under the leadership of Dudeo Kongzi, the two of them took a round of the Fuji aesthetic garden and finally made an amazing discovery. It turned out that the students and teachers were all not people, all zombies. Those are ordinary zombies. Although it looks like the teacher is giving lessons to the students from a distance, they are actually just pretending to be. What to teach? Ordinary zombies only have the instinct to eat. It is impossible to do such a thing, that is to say. Someone is controlling these zombies. Zhou Xiaoning and Dudeo Kongzi looked at each other, and both of them were surprised by this conclusion. Ordinary zombies are slow and irrational. Even ordinary people can kill them in one-on-one situations as long as they muster up the courage. But if someone could control them, the situation would be different. More than 3,000 zombies acting in a unified manner, even if the country's regular army encounters them, I am afraid they are not opponents. At present, this is only 2,000 ordinary zombies in the Teng Miwen garden. If the controller behind the scenes is more capable of controlling the surrounding area, and even the zombies in the entire TZ city, then these survivors will really have no way out. The controller must be found and killed. There was a trace of killing intent in Zhou Xiaoning's eyes, and such threats must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise it would be even more difficult to wait for his wings to be full before trying to kill him. Since that manipulator can always influence these zombies, then he must be still in the Tengmiwen garden. We have all turned around outside and haven't found it, then there is only. Zhou Xiaoning raised her head and looked at the teaching building. If she wanted to say where to hide, there was probably only there. However, there are 2,000 zombies in the teaching building. He and Dudeo Kongzi will not attract their attention when they enter. When the time comes, they will fight in a narrow place like the corridor. The zombies will outflank the two ends, and they will have nowhere to run. Of it. Just when Zhou Xiaoning and Dudeo Kongzi hid in a hidden place to discuss countermeasures, they did not know that they had been discovered long ago. As early as the moment the two entered the campus, the person hiding behind the scenes perceives from the Poison Island Kongzi. The virus on the body, although I don't know what happened to make the virus have some upgraded, but it doesn't matter, as long as he swallows the Poison Island Kiko, he will completely evolve and become the zombie king above all the zombies. Think about it. Really a little excited. Chapter 16 The Scary Wisteria. Student Dudeo, it's school time now. It's very bad for you to be swaying outside at this time. Who? Zhou Xiaoning and Dudeo Kongzi were shocked, they didn't notice anyone approaching behind them. Dudeo Kongzi immediately revealed his kitchen knife. To be honest, watching Dudeo Kongzi fighting with a kitchen knife is really unspeakable. Zhou Xiaoning vowed to help her get a favorite knife in the future. At almost the same time, Zhou Xiaoning also released his thought power. The control iron plate was behind the two of them, and the box of iron that he had been holding in his hand was also ready to launch at any time. To be on the safe side, Zhou Xiaoning also took down the hatchet that was attached to his waist. With this preparation, he could handle both close combat and long-range attack. It's very bad for a student to hold a knife at the teacher, Dudeo classmate, and this unknown classmate, can you please put the knife down? The visitor looked at the two with a smile, with eyes on his face, and a decent black suit. It was easy for people to connect him with teachers, lawyers, and other civilians. Teacher Wisteria, you are all right. Master Wisteria. He is Koichi Wisteria. Zhou Xiaoning finally confirmed his identity through the name of the man by the Poison Island. In the plot of the Academy, Koichi Wisteria can definitely be regarded as the villain, whether it is to escape for his life, abandon his student, or always think about it. Fighting for power is so annoying. After that, if he hadn't driven the school bus and broke the defense net of Jiaokeng Mansion, the zombies would not invade Jiaokeng Mansion. By rushing this alone, he would be no different from the executioner who slaughtered hundreds of people. You can recognize the teacher is so happy. Okay, go back to the classroom now, otherwise I will punish you carefully. Wisteria Hao still has a gentle smile on his face. If in normal times, he would definitely be called a model of a good teacher, but now, all the teaching buildings are zombies. If the two of them go in, it would be no different from a sheep's mouth. Why, take the teacher's words into ears, then don't blame the teacher for being rude. Wisteria Koichi's face changed as soon as it changed. He was smiling before, but suddenly became full of murderous intentions. Killing intent, this shouldn't appear on the teacher's face anyway, especially when the person in front of him is still a student. This all shows that Wisteria Koichi has a problem. Ms. Ziteng, classmate Kongzi, and I are a little uncomfortable, so we want to take time off and go home to rest, so I'll leave. Zhou Xiaoning pulled Poison Island Kongzi and wanted to leave. This rattan aesthetics garden revealed strangeness everywhere, and it was really not a place to stay for a long time. Are the two classmates uncomfortable? Do you want the teacher to send you to the infirmary? The killing intent on Wisteria Hao's face was taken away, and he returned to his previous enthusiasm, but his purpose was always only one, and that was to bring Zhou Xiaoning and Dudeo Kongzi into the teaching building. It seems that there is no way to be kind. Kenzi, do it. As soon as the voice fell, Zhou Xiaoning changed his mind to maneuver 10 iron fixed points and flew straight to the head of Wisteria Koichi. But Dudeo Kongzi followed closely behind. ready to make up the knife at any time. Although it was the first time for the two of them to cooperate, they had initially shown a tacit understanding. You dare to attack the teacher, you are really bad students. For bad students, the teacher never keeps hands. With a savage expression on his face, Wisteria How waved his left hand forward and slapped the iron determination that was flying towards him. At the same time, he grabbed the right hand forward, seeming to want to capture the Poison Island. But who is Poisonous Island? That is the famous genius kendo girl who inherited the kendo of Poison Island family, the famous genius kendo girl in Bedowner City. How could she not be able to dodge such a simple attack by Houichi Wisteria? Seeing the wrong footsteps of Poison Island, the trajectory of her advancement immediately changed. He walked around to the right hand of Wisteria Koichi from the front, and then dropped the knife with her hand, directly slashing one of Wisteria Koichi's arm. You really deserve to be a classmate from Tox Island, it's amazing. However, you dare to attack the teacher. The teacher must punish you seriously. Wisteria Hiroshi's tone was flat, as if the person whose arm was cut off was not him. The whole school meeting will be held below. All teachers and students are invited to come to the front square. Wisteria How I suddenly shouted loudly, the loudness of which spread throughout the entire academy. This is not something a normal person can do. At this moment, the movements of the zombies in the teaching building suddenly stopped, and then they rushed out of the classroom at the same time like crazy, rushing to the front square. Zhou Xiaoning even saw some zombies jumping directly out of the window. The lower floors were okay. At most, the zombies had broken bones. Anyway, the zombies didn't feel any pain. They could continue to drive after struggling, but the zombies on the upper floors would be miserable. Even so, there are still many zombies flocking to them, and they have only one purpose in their hearts, and that is to rush to the front square as soon as possible. You are the one who controls the zombies. Zhou Xiaoning never expected that the person he had been thinking about before would appear in front of him at this moment. However, this was not a surprise, but a shock. Through the previous fight, Zhou Xiaoning realized that Wisteria Koichi's strength was not weak, and it was not something they could solve in a short time. Kingzi, come here, we will go right away, otherwise we won't be able to leave when the zombies are surrounded. Zhou Xiaoning shouted at the Poison Island Kongzi, and at the same time he himself was already standing on the iron plate, waiting for the Poison Island Kongzi to arrive. He immediately took off and left. Hey, I want to go, it's not that easy. Wisteria How gave a cold snort, and the power of his legs exploded in an instant, and the whole person quickly rushed to Zhou Xiaoning like a cheetah. When? With a loud noise, the iron plate that Zhou Xiaoning brought was left with the fist mark of Koichi Wisteria. It's very dangerous. Fortunately, I moved fast enough to block the blow with an iron plate. Otherwise, even if I didn't die, I would have to be seriously injured. Zhou Xiaoning panted with lingering fears, but it was precisely because he used the iron plate that he lost the opportunity to leave for the first time. Nearly 2,000 zombies had surrounded him. Teacher Wisteria, it looks like you have a good appetite recently, and you swallowed all more than 20 people into your stomach. Zhou Xiaoning smiled sarcastically. He has been able to confirm that the unknown virus in Wisteria How's body has evolved to the later stage, and the physical strength absolutely exceeded 20. It seems that all the people on the school bus at that time, except for the Poison Island Kiko, were eaten by him. Going inside, such a man-eating monster even pretends to be a good teacher, and he is not afraid of being laughed out of his teeth. Humph, they can become the nutrients for my evolution. It is their honor. I am now the king of zombies, and the future is the god of zombies. All zombies are under my control. Infection. From then on, I am the master of the earth, the only god, ha 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 ha. Wisteria Hiroshi laughed wildly. It seemed that the power he had suddenly gained had already lost him. Infect the world? Still want to be a god? I said, Mr. Wisteria Koichi, haven't you graduated from secondary disease? There was a trace of pity in Zhou Xianing's eyes. What a poor baby, the changes in this world are absolutely far beyond his thinking. With the strength of his physical strength that he has not reached at 30 now, he can be in the early stage of the disaster. If he can, when more powerful fantasy creatures arrive in the future, his strength will be wiped out in minutes. Even if he has a huge army of zombies, in front of the real powerhouse, no matter how large it is a boring number. Puff. Dudeo Kongzi was amused by Zhou Xianing's words. After listening to Zhou Xianing's words, she suddenly found that Wisteria Haoi's appearance at this time was really funny. You dare to question me? I am a king, I am a god, my plan is perfect, how can you wait for mortals to understand it? Wisteria Hao was furious, and his decision was never allowed to be questioned. The virus has entered the brain, so is the brain disabled? Forget about the second grade, even the IQ has dropped. I said you may have any meaning, it is better to die. The pity in Zhou Xianing's eyes became stronger, and the look in Wisteria Koichi's eyes was as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Damn it, dare to insult me again and again. Wisteria Koichi's anger has risen to the limit, he must kill the little demon in front of him and swallow him alive. Kill him for me. Wisteria Hao gave the order, and the surrounding zombies seemed to have seen their enemies, and attacked Zhou Xiaoning frantically. On the contrary, the Poison Island Kongzi on the side had no zombies to care about, as if she did not exist at all. As soon as Wisteria Hao said he wanted to kill me, would he really only kill me? He was really a group of obedient zombies. Zhou Xiaoning didn't dare to be careless, and his mind was fully activated. 30 iron nails flew around him, killing none of the zombies close to him. Although he has the Li Guang virus lineage, he completely ignores the viruses carried by these zombies, and with the teeth of those zombies, he can't bite his body with a physical strength of 15, so Zhou Xiaoning is already invincible, just nearly 2. Thousands of zombies are indeed troublesome to kill. Although Zhou Xiaoning is not afraid of ordinary zombies, it is still very painful to be bitten by a zombie. He doesn't want to leave a tooth mark on his body that he doesn't know who it is, so he put the cordon 3 meters away, and always step into this clique to kill the zombies in the range. Even if there is a fish that slips through the net, Poison Island Kongzi will take action to solve it. Although there are many 2,000 zombies, there are only dozens of them besieging Zhou Xiaoning at the same time, and 30 iron nails are enough to deal with. However, this is not a way to continue. Using your mind power will consume your mind. Using your mind power for a long time and intensively will make Zhou Xiaoning sluggish and even pass out directly. Then he will really become a fish on the chopping board. People slaughtered. Therefore, it is necessary to break through, and the sooner the better. Kingzi, follow me, we will kill to the east, there are fewer zombies over there. Good. Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Kongzi found the right direction and fought hard, seeing the zombies in front of them getting sparser and thinner. Just when they were about to rush out of the group of zombies, Wisteria Hao blocked their way. Leaving in such a hurry, wouldn't it seem that I was inadequate, so let me go back. As soon as the word "ba" fell, Hao Zitang slammed a punch, and the huge force instantly smashed Zhou Xianing's mind field, causing Zhou Xianing's spirit to be severely damaged, as if he had been slapped with a brick. Hold him, he might have fallen down long ago. Lost the mind control, the iron nails and iron plates fell to the ground, and the Poison Island Kongzi had to support Zhou Xiaoning with one hand, and only one hand left her strength very affected. The surrounding zombies came up again, a little bit of compression of the space between the two of them, the crisis came again. Chapter 17 Explosion. Damn it, if it weren't for me now in a period of weakness, and my strength is greatly compromised, otherwise I won't lose even if I just face him. Zhou Xiaoning suppressed the dizziness, and finally realized that his thought power was not as strong as he imagined. When facing a stronger opponent, he would use his thought power arbitrarily, and he would easily be backlashed and become the present. Like this. After quietly using a few chocolate source cards, Zhou Xianing's state finally recovered a little, but chocolate did not restore the spirit after all, so in a short period of time, the power of mind could not be used temporarily. But even so, Zhou Xianing's strength should not be underestimated. After all, the 15-point physical strength is there, and coupled with his physique that is not afraid of the zombie virus, it is not impossible to rush out from the zombie group. Pick one of the previously collected source cards that were classified as debris, and place it in the source disk to activate it. In the next second, a metal baseball bat appeared in Zhou Xianing's hands. Before, his left-handed baseball bat and right-handed hatchet continued to rush among the zombies. It was really powerful. All zombies that appeared in front of him were either chopped off. When he lost his head and limbs, he was either smashed into the air by a stick, knocking down a group of zombies behind him, making the gradually shrinking encirclement a little more spacious. Dudeo Kong's performance was also not inferior to Zhou Xiaoning. Although she was only holding a kitchen knife in her hand, it did not affect her strength at all. Moreover, I don't know if it's Zhou Xianing's illusion. He always feels that Dudeo Kongzi enjoys such a fight now. If Dudeo Kongzi still remembers that she has an out-of-state master to protect, I'm afraid she would have killed her alone. Entering the group of zombies, there is no trace. Hey, a bunch of useless waste, low-grade goods are low-grade goods, and even the ultimate ants can't solve it. Wisteria Hao was a little impatient when he waited. 10 minutes have passed, but he hasn't captured the 2 intruders yet. On the contrary, his zombies have lost hundreds of them. If this continues, he really doubts whether he will be killed. Commander into a polished rod. Roar. As soon as Wisteria Hao let out a beast-like roar, hearing this sound, the zombies that had attacked Zhou Xiaoning and Poison Island Kongzi suddenly stopped, and then retreated one after another, leaving open space for the 2 people. Seeing that my little brother is not strong enough, do you plan to do it yourself? Zhou Xiaoning panted slightly, and fought fiercely for more than 10 minutes, even if his physical fitness was far beyond ordinary. In contrast, Poison Island's situation is much better. Although she sweats a lot, her breathing is still very stable. However, the world became more peaceful, and killing casually was sentenced to punishment, so the father of Tojishima Suiza changed it slightly and became a competitive kendo. Most of the academy in the dojo of Toxic Island studied kendo after the change, but as the only daughter of the Toxic Island clan, Soko Todojima learned not only for competitive kendo, but even murderous kendo. Killing kendo needs to kill people in order to show its power. Toxic Island has never had this opportunity before, but now. Killing more than 100 zombies has brought her homicide kendo to the level of entering the room, and is more powerful than that. It has improved by at least 30% before. The head surging, the zombies occupying the west began to retreat to both sides, leaving a path in the middle. This is not to let Zhou Xiaoning and Dudeo Kongzi go, but Wisteria Hao walked in. At this time, Wisteria Koichi has completely changed his appearance. If he at least looked like a person before, then he is now an out-and-out monster. Wisteria Koichi, who was originally only about 1.7 meters, has now swelled to more than 3 meters, and his muscles are bulging. Even those bodybuilding champions will feel embarrassed when they see him. If the skin is dyed green, then he is properly a small Hulk. Moreover, the arm that was chopped off by the Poison Island Kongzi did not know when it grew again, and there was no trace of being chopped down there. It's not over yet. The big size only shows that he is very strong, but it is not enough for Zhou Xiaoning to call him a monster. What really makes Zhou Xiaoning's creeps is the back of Wisteria Koichi. It is no longer a person's back, but a group of people. Faces, those people's faces are all with hollow eyes, wide mouths, and faces full of fear, as if they were wailing. 20 human faces, think of them as those who were swallowed by Koichi Wisteria. According to Tojishima Soko, there were 23 people on the school bus at the time, with the exception of Soko Wisteria, who was rescued by Zhou Xiaoning and the final winner Koichi Wisteria. Besides, there was one person who survived, but he didn't know who the lucky one was. "Why, do you still want to resist when you see my posture comparable to a god?" Wisteria Koichi yelled arrogantly. He was confident of his own strength. Toxic Island and the kid who didn't know that he emerged from there would definitely not be his opponents. The virus on Dudeo Kong's body can allow him to further improve himself, and that kid does not look simple. If he also swallows him, there may be unexpected surprises. Wisteria Koichi's abacus is really not so good, even Zhou Xiaoning is worried about it. It seems that if you want to or go out today, it won't work without paying a little price. Zhou Xiaoning had already made a decision in his heart. In his current state, he would definitely not be Wisteria Koichi's opponent, but Poison Island Songzi could. This is also what Zhou Xiaoning just thought of. Since the source plate identified the Poison Island Kongzi as a summoned creature, that means he can increase the star of the Poison Island Kongzi by consuming his source power. For summoned creatures, the higher the star, the higher the potential. 1 star can reach up to 1 level, 2 stars can reach up to 2, and so on. Dudeo Kong's strength has reached the first tier limit, but it is limited by the star rating and cannot be advanced. If Zhou Xiaoning upgrades Dudeo Kong's star rating at this time, maybe she can break through on the spot, but there is a glimmer of life. This is a gamble. If you win, you will live, and you will lose if you lose. If there are other ways, Zhou Xiaoning will never bet on this one, but now there is no other way. He has no choice. Concentrate on communicating the source disk, select the source card that represents the Poison Island Kongzi, and transfer the source power. The source power stored in the source disk began to decrease rapidly, and the star upgrade was not declared complete until 2000 points of source power were deducted. Name: Toxic Island Suizi. Age: 18. Type: Minion Summoning Creature. Owner: Zhou Xiaoning. Star rating: 2 stars. Level: Tier 2, Physical Strength 20, Energy Upper Limit 1. Lineage: Liguang Virus Lineage, 5 star. Lineage Talent: Infection. The introduction is omitted, it's similar to Zhou Xiaoning's anyway, I won't introduce the similar ones in the future, I forgot to turn to the previous article. Quick reply. Devouring Evolution. Virus Immunity. Bloodthirsty, the talent that is awakened by the Liguang virus after swallowing an unknown virus. It is activated after eating blood and falls into a frenzied state. The strength increases. The increase depends on the quality of the blood used. Blood skills. Mind Blade. Mind power is highly condensed, and it is intended to form Mind Power Blade. Its destructive power is far beyond ordinary mind power, but it also loses other functions of mind power. At present, level 1 can form a mind power blade with an effective distance of 10 meters. Body Strengthening. Body Deformation. Talent: none. Equipment: none. Skills: Poison Island Kendo, 3 star, this is the Kendo handed down from the Poison Island family, with good power. Gong Method: none. Props: none. Right bet. Zhou Xiaoning was full of joy. Toxic Island Kongzi really lived up to his expectations. At the same time as the star level promotion was completed, she ushered in the advancement. Her aura suddenly skyrocketed, almost as good as Wisteria Hao. This power is really fascinating. Dudeo Kongzi squeezed a fist and waved the kitchen knife in her hand. For the first time, she felt that following Zhou Xiaoning seemed to be very good. You must know that even though Toxic Island was very strong before coming to this world, it was only strong among ordinary people. At that time, her physique strength would not exceed 5 points at most. And when she came to this world and met Zhou Xiaoning, she ushered in 2 enhancements in a short time. The power she had mastered at this time, but she didn't even dare to think about it before. Kiko, are you sure to kill Wisteria Koichi now? No problem, but it will take some time. Can you hold on alone? Dudeo Kongzi said worriedly. In her heart, everyone who fought side by side with her was a companion. She didn't want to see any of her companions having an accident. Before that, she had already lost Xiao Shi Xiao and them. Naturally, she can no longer cause Zhou Xiaoning to have an accident. In addition to this, there is another point that Poison Island Kongzi cannot ignore, that is, she is now bound to Zhou Xiaoning, both prosperous and damaged. If Zhou Xiaoning dies, she will never survive, so no matter what Yu Gong or Yu Private, she couldn't let Zhou Xiaoning have an accident. If Zhou Xiaoning's thought power can still be used, even if he is in the loss group, he will have the ability to protect himself, but now he can't use his thought power, and if the remaining 1,000 zombies swarm up, it will be difficult to support Zhou Xiaoning alone. There is no problem in a short time, as long as you have a quick fight and a quick decision. Zhou Xiaoning gave Dudeo Kongzi a relieved look. The 10 years of military training the two old men had conducted on him were not vain. It was not so easy for those zombies to kill him. In that case, can you give me some of your blood? Blood. Zhou Xiaoning glanced at Dudeo Kongzi suspiciously, and he immediately realized that there was a bloodthirsty talent among Dudeo Kongzi's pedigree talent. Although Zhou Xiaoning's blood is not very high-end, judging from the current situation in this world, the blood of the 5-star bloodline is already considered high-end. In order to survive, Zhou Xiaoning naturally wouldn't be stingy with a little blood, and immediately cut his finger with a hatchet, and then stretched it out in front of Dudeo Kongzi. Dudeo Kongzi was also not polite to Zhou Xiaoning, shouted that finger and sucked. She didn't know if she was intentional or unintentional. She even licked her finger. The lick made Zhou Xiaoning's heart sway. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he absolutely will be transformed into a beast in the first time. No way, who is Dudeo Kongzi? This fairy is too tempting, and Lao Na can't hold it. Chapter 18. Dudeo Kongzi greedily sucked Zhou Xiaoning's fingers, in order to get more blood. A voice in her heart told her that she was eager to get more. However, Zhou Xiaoning's recovery ability at this time was already different from what it used to be. As soon as he was injured, the descent talent's quick recovery would automatically start to play a role. He cut his finger from the small injury, and he fully recovered in less than a second. A trace of reluctance flashed in Dudeo Kongzi's eyes, but she still remembered the current enemy, not when she missed Zhou Xiaoning's blood. Although there is not much blood that can be drawn, it is enough to start bloodthirsty. Suddenly, Dudeo Kongzi's eyes began to congestion, the white part of his eyes turned red, and the whole person began to exude a wild aura. Hey! Toxic Island Suzy suddenly changed. Did he activate any abilities? Wisteria Hao thought for a moment. Just like his ability to manipulate zombies, every carrier of unknown virus will awaken an ability, but some are practical, some are purely tasteless. For example, among the 23 people, one virus carrier has awakened the ability to create food and can make cakes. It can be said that he has no fighting ability, and he is the first person that Wisteria Hao I swallowed. As for the protagonist and a group of people, they have awakened very good abilities. If it weren't for Wisteria Koichi to control the zombies of the whole academy to besiege them, I am afraid they would really not be able to take them. Among them, Ju Chuan Shizuka's ability is the most special, the ability to heal and restore all injuries, whether it is a living being or a zombie. As long as it is injured, under this ability, it can be restored as before. It is precisely because of Ju Chuan Shizuka's special ability that Wisteria Hao was reluctant to swallow her. After all, this ability disappeared with Ju Chuan Shizuka after swallowing her. Therefore, Ju Chuan Shizuka became the only survivor besides Toshishima Toshiko. She was in the infirmary of the Teng Miwen Garden at this time, with 2 zombies watching by her side. According to Wisteria Hao's order, Ju Chuan Shizuka can do anything in the infirmary, but as long as she shows a little intention to leave the infirmary, the 2 zombies will pounce on them, press them on the ground, and wait for Wisteria Hao to come. Disposal. However, even if Wisteria Koichi knew the cause of Poison Island's mutation, it would not help, because Poison Island's bloodthirsty talent had been thoroughly stimulated, and she fell into a completely frenzied state, and her physical strength jumped to 30 points. As mentioned earlier, every time the physique strength reaches an integer multiple of 10, there will be a qualitative change. At this time, the strength of Toshishima Mitsuko has surpassed that of Wisteria Koichi, and she is even said to be the most powerful being in the world today. It's not an exaggeration, after all, the disaster has only arrived in less than 2 days, and the truly powerful guy hasn't arrived yet. Shoe touch. Toxic Island has lost her mind due to the madness, but she has long identified Wisteria Koichi as an enemy, so even if it is madness, she will attack him as soon as possible. At this time, the Poison Island Kongzi is almost like a humanoid beast. Fighting depends entirely on instinct. She throws away the kitchen knife when she is there. All the Poison Island family kendos are forgotten, and some only have the most primitive means of fighting, punching and kicking. Kick, plus bite. Maybe Poison Island Suizi instinctively feels that Wisteria How is disgusting, so even if she went crazy, she never uttered on Wisteria How. But even so, Wisteria Koichi still does not have the slightest ability to resist. Toxic Island Koichi's speed is too fast and the strength is too strong. Wisteria Koichi can't resist at all. Every punch hits him, it will hurt his muscles and bones. He didn't remember how many times he had broken his bones in time. If he hadn't been able to recover very much now, he would have turned into a puddle of mud and fell on the ground and could not move. Wisteria Hiroshi, I am afraid that he has already regretted his death at this time. Why is it all right to become such a big man, so that he is now with a large target, and he can't hide it? In desperation, he had to curl up as much as possible and protect his deadly position with his hands. Wisteria How eyes move made Zhou Xianing's eyes light up, as if thinking of something. Kinko, attack his heart, there is his weakness. Zhou Xiaoning yelled, although Dudeo Kongzi is in a frenzied state, he does not remember who Zhou Xiaoning is, but Zhou Xiaoning has the Liguang virus parent body in his body, and he has natural control over the children of Dudeo Kongzi, so it is considered Dudeo Kongzi. I don't know what Zhou Xiaoning was talking about, but her body obediently started attacking Wisteria Koichi's heart. Damn it, kid, what are you guys doing in a daze? Kill them both for me. After being beaten for 3 minutes, Wisteria How finally realized that he was not the type to fight alone. In the army, the image of the marshal who pointed the country was actually with him. Following this order, the zombies, who had stopped moving for a long time, once again attacked Zhou Xiaoning and Dudeo Kongzi. The violent aura on the Poison Island Kongzi makes the zombies instinctively fearful, so few people dare to approach the Poison Island Kongzi. However, they couldn't violate Wisteria Koichi's orders, so they all went to Zhou Xiaoning last year. Cut, it's really troublesome. Coco, you are faster. Zhou Xiaoning tried his best to resist the zombies. After losing the cover of the Poison Island Kongzi, he discovered how difficult it is to face the siege of more than 1,000 zombies alone. If possible, Zhou Xiaoning really wants to sing that song, "You Come Back Soon, I Can't Bear It." I don't know if Poison Island Kangzi felt Zhou Xianing's heartfelt voice, or felt that it was meaningless to beat Wisteria Hoiki just like this, marveling at the arms of Wisteria Hoiki, playing with shoulder falls, and throwing again and again, so she wouldn't give Wisteria Hoiki. For a little respite, the 3-meter-high sturdy reminder fell to the ground and immediately caused vibrations in the surrounding area, which was generally due to a slight earthquake in a small area. Seeing the tragic situation of Wisteria Houi, Zhou Xiaoning suddenly felt that she was just besieged by zombies and she was so happy. "Ah, you dare to bite me, go to death." Okay, when I didn't say." While Zhou Xiaoning was struggling to support, the battle on Poison Island Kongzi had also come to an end. Poison Island Kongzi in a frenzied state was undoubtedly terrifying. Even the arrogant Wisteria Hoichi who claimed to be a god did not. He dared to scream again, and even for a moment, he hoped that Dudeo Kongzi would give him a good time and stop torturing him like this. "Ah, go to hell. Toshishima Koichi grabbed Wisteria Koichi's neck and pressed it to the ground, then made a fist with her right hand and hit the heavy hammer at the location of Wisteria Ko Ishin's mouth. This punch condensed the power of Dudeo Kong's whole body, and its power was terrifying. Bump! With a loud noise, Toshishima Koichi's small fist pierced Wisteria Koichi's heart and hit the ground on his back, causing the ground around the two of them to sink a little. At this time, a trace of relief flashed in Wisteria Koichi's eyes, and he finally didn't have to endure the ravages of Toxic Island Toshiko. After solving Wisteria Koichi, Toshishima Tsuko was obviously still not satisfied. Zhou Xiaoning has the Liguang virus mother in his body, so even if Dudeo Kongza loses her mind, she can feel a very cordial feeling from Zhou Xiaoning, so she will not act against Zhou Xiaoning, so those zombies become the target of Poison Island Kongza's vent. Nothing happened to Zhou Xiaoning next, and Dudeo Kongza launched a hunt for the zombies. And due to the death of Wisteria Koichi, those zombies lost control and returned to a state of disorganized and undisciplined. The zombies fighting each other were quite weak. Toshishima Keiko was completely solving these zombies with one punch at a speed. About 10 minutes later, all the zombies were killed by Poison Island Kongzi, and because Poison Island Kongzi was Zhou Xianing's summoned creature, all the source power she gained from killing was counted on Zhou Xianing's body, before and after almost 2,000 points of source power income, which just offset the consumption of upgrading the star of Dudeo Kongzi. Hahu, what's wrong with me? I suddenly feel so tired. Just as Zhou Xiaoning was counting the harvest, Dudeo Kongzi retreated from his bloodthirsty state. The excessive use of power before made Dudeo Kongza's body so weak that he could hardly even stand. Seeing that Dudeo Kongza was about to fall, Zhou Xiaoning hurried over to support her. Kiko, don't you remember what happened just now? Zhou Xianing's words made Dudeo Kongza frown, but no matter how hard she tried to think about it, her mind was blank. I really have no impression. I only remember that when I sucked your blood, my body became so hot, and it seemed that something was being released, and then I didn't remember anything. By the way, where is Wisteria Koichi? Has it been settled? Don't worry, you have already killed him, and by the way, you also killed all the zombies in the Teng Maisha garden. Zhou Xiaoning held the Poison Island Kongza who wanted to get up. Don't look at her before killing the quartet, she was extremely powerful, but now the Poison Island Kongza is completely weak, and a zombie can bring her like this or that. It seems that the talent of bloodthirsty is not casual, you can use it whatever you want. That is to say, Zhou Xianing's blood is not advanced enough. If Dudeo Kongza is given a 6-star or even higher star blood, I am afraid that Dudeo Kongza has already lost his strength and died at this time. Well, you can take a rest here now. When I collect the trophies, we will return to the village. Zhou Xiaoning hugged Poison Island Kongzi under a tree and let her rest on the trunk. Since Wisteria Hao had just died, his breath had not completely dissipated, so Zhou Xiaoning was not afraid that zombies would come in outside, thereby threatening the collapsed Poison Island. The next is the happy harvest time, 2,000 zombies, plus the boss of Wisteria Hao. Something good should be revealed no matter what. Since the power of mind was temporarily unable to use, Zhou Xiaoning had to bend over to pick up one source card and one source card. Although it was a little troublesome, he seemed to be enjoying it. The last thing is what Wisteria Hao burst out. Let me see what a good thing is. After Wisteria Hao died, in addition to giving Zhou Xiaoning 100 points of source power, he also left 2 things, a source card, and a shopping voucher. Although Zhou Xiaoning didn't know what it was, since it was exploded by the boss, it must be no worse than the explosion of ordinary zombies. Chapter 19 I actually saw my childhood. Zhou Xiaoning picked up what Wisteria Hao had exploded. First, it was the source card, which was a skill source card named Enchanted. Name, Bewitched. Type, Skill. Star rating. Introduction. The skills proposed by the leader of the Wisteria god cult, Koichi Wisteria, can be called the magical skills of fooling people. Function: to confuse people's hearts and make people who are not firm in their minds obey you. But if the enchantment fails, it will arouse strong hostility from the other party. A very simple introduction, a very dangerous skill. If you use it well, you can rely on this skill to form a force that only obeys your orders. However, Zhou Xiaoning didn't plan to use it as his own standing skill. It was fine if it was used occasionally, and it would be easy to lose morale if it was used frequently. Putting it in the storage space for the time being, Zhou Xiaoning looked at another trophy in his hand. It was a palm-sized shopping voucher with 4 peculiar words on it. Zhou Xiaoning swears that he has never seen it before, but he understands. The meaning of these 2 words is plain trading. Name: plain trading coupon. Type: props, one-time consumables. Star rating: special props, no star rating. Introduction: this is a plain trading ticket issued by the Plain Merchant Alliance. Owning it is equivalent to having an opportunity to trade with plain merchants. Function: randomly summon a registered merchant of the Alliance of Plainer Merchants to use source power as currency or barter for transactions. Note: when you want to use it, just tear it off. I have to say that the things that fantasy creatures drop after death are really 5 flower 8 gate, they have everything, and the plain trading ticket is even more of a different kind in it. Plainer trading sounds like it's pretty high, but it's not mentioned which aspect of the deal is going on. The plain merchants summoned are also completely random. Maybe it's hard to call a plain merchant, but the other side, but he didn't have the commodities that he wanted or could use, so this plain transaction ticket would be considered useless. Furthermore, not just any natural choice can think of Zhou Xiaoning. The source power reserve is quite rich. At this time, most of the heavenly chosen people are working hard to gather advanced source power. There is no excess source power to consume. To sum up, the plain transaction volume is a pit, specifically for those who are stupid and powerful. However, Zhou Xiaoning is now quite willing to jump into this pit actively, who told him that he has enough resources, and money is so capricious. Sizzle. Zhou Xiaoning tore open the plain trading coupons, and then the plain trading coupons turned into streamers and disappeared. 1 second, 2 seconds. 1 minute passed, and nothing happened. Damn, is there such a bluffing person? You can return with the sense of expectation just now. Zhou Xiaoning was furious. If the guy who issued the plain trading ticket appeared in front of him, he promised not to kill him, which would be severely disabled at best. Just when Zhou Xiaoning was about to leave with Dudao Kongzi, a pink door appeared in front of him. This door, there is always an inexplicable sense of sight. I'm sorry. I was dealing with some things just now, so I was late. Are you the one who wants to trade with me? Zhou Xiaoning looked at the visitor. He was already speechless in surprise. What did he see? From the pink door, came out an individual that looked like a civet cat, round head, round body, round arms, round hands, and a pocket on the belly. Such a classic image, isn't it the fat blue man? I mean Doraemon. I actually saw my childhood. Zhou Xiaoning sighed sincerely. At his age, who has never seen Doraemon when he was a child, and who has never imagined that he has such a Doraemon, takes out all kinds of things from its 4-dimensional pockets. What kind of magical props? Well, do you want to trade? If so, please hurry up. I have things to deal with. Yes, it's me. You must be Doraemon, but if you don't take good care of Nobita, how come you become a plain businessman? Zhou Xiaoning's words seemed to hit the heart of Doraemon. The bitter water accumulated for a long time could not be stopped at this moment, and he couldn't help but complain to Zhou Xiaoning. For example, Nobita always doesn't grow up, and it needs props, and the price of goods in the 22nd century is getting higher and higher, and it is about to go bankrupt. After listening to this, Zhou Xiaoning couldn't help showing sympathy to Doraemon. It seemed that it was not easy for anyone. Ahem, now the transaction has officially started, Do you have anything you want? Doraemon gave a dry cough. Apparently it also realized that it was a little gaffe just now. Speaking of business affairs, Zhou Xiaoning also began to think seriously. Since it is a plain transaction, prices are definitely not cheap. His source of power seems to be a lot, but he can't buy many things, so he must choose carefully. Doraemon has a lot of good things in his hands, but either it is too high-end, Zhou Xiaoning can't afford it, or it is too tasteless. There is no difference between buying and not buying. For example, time machines, arbitrary doors, if phone booths and other props that can interfere with the law. Zhou Xiaoning is greedy, but it is like an astronomical source of power points. Even if you sell him, you can't afford it. For example, props such as bamboo dragonfly, memory toast, and dressing camera are cheap, but Zhou Xiaoning can't use it. I really don't know how to choose this for a while, or Doraemon, can you recommend some props that can improve the chance of survival in the future disasters? That's really a headache, let me look for it. Doraemon showed a distressed look, and then reproduced the classic bridge segment in the animation. He kept digging out things from the four-dimensional pocket, and then threw it aside. Among them was the crossing ring that Zhou Xiaoning knew, zoom in and zoom out of the lamp. It's a kind of props, but he doesn't know more about the props. What do you think of this? Air cannon, or this, invisibility cloak, or else this rebound cloak? Doraemon brought out several props in a row, but Zhou Xiaoning didn't have a good eye, but this is normal. Doraemon is not a battle-oriented mission. There are a lot of heaven-defying props, but most of them they are all biased towards life, and occasionally some offensive props are slightly less powerful. It is good to use it in the early stage, but in the later stage, when facing those powerful existences, those props are useless at all. Isn't there anything you like? Doraemon scratched his head in distress. To be honest, he really didn't want to give up this transaction. You have to know that he bought a batch of props from the 22nd century not long ago, and now he doesn't even have the money to buy Dorayaki. Seeing that she was so sad about Doraemon, Zhou Xiaoning really got through it. How to say it was a memory of childhood, so I should buy a little bit more or less. Zhou Xiaoning searched among the things that Doraemon threw out, and wanted to pick something interesting at random. It was considered that Doraemon White did not come. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoning saw something like a crystal ball. Inside was a miniature farm model, which looked very delicate. Doraemon, what prop is this? Zhou Xiaoning picked up the crystal ball and handed it to Doraemon and asked. He has made up his mind to buy it if the price is not expensive. Even if it is of no use, keep it as a collectible. Oh, this is a simulated farm. In the 22nd century, this is a prop for people in the city to experience farm life. In other words, it can grow crops. Zhou Xiaoning's eyes lit up. You must know that now is no better than usual. The catastrophes of heaven and earth are coming. It is extremely difficult for human beings to survive. There is no mentality to produce. Other aspects can be ignored for the time being, but food and drink should not be ignored. For the heavens, if you can't even eat enough to eat, how can you fight? If this simulated farm is as true as Doraemon said, it can grow crops, its importance is no less than those powerful weapons. Of course, this simulated farm contains 10 acres of arable land. The soil there has been carefully improved. Anything you plant can survive, and the crops grown in it grow very fast. It can last a month in a day. Equipped with warehouses, primary processing centers, farming robots, and other facilities, even if the owner does not have the time to take care of them, the simulated farm can operate on its own. Okay, I want this one. Zhou Xiaoning directly decided that if the role of the simulated farm is as Doraemon said, then this simulated farm is enough to feed more than 100 people. Really? Don't you think about it anymore? Doraemon is very surprised. This simulated farm is purely a toy in its mind, and it will not help to improve the survival rate. That's it, after all, I can't let Doraemon you run for nothing, right? Woo, although it is the first time to meet, you are really nice. In that case, plus this simulated ranch, I will collect your 5,000 points of source power. The function of the simulated ranch is similar to that of the simulated farm, except that it has changed from planting to breeding. It is also a space of 10 acres, except that 2 acres are fish ponds. This is a surprise. It seems that except for cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks. In addition, Zhou Xiaoning can also raise some fish. Okay, deal. Zhou Xiaoning's face is calm, but her heart is already happy. Doraemon is too innocent. Otherwise, how can you not think of the importance of simulated farms and simulated pastures to Zhou Xiaoning? Zhou Xiaoning is also willing to pay for the high price of power. Paying money with one hand and delivering with the other hand, Zhou Xiaoning uses the power of the source disk to condense 5,000 points of source power into a crystal and give it to Doraemon. When the simulated farm and the simulated ranch are handed over to Zhou Xiaoning, they instantly become 2 source cards, which indicates that the transaction is complete. However, Zhou Xiaoning did not intend to put the 2 source cards into the source disk to activate in this way. He planned to use his talents and skills to merge the two to form a comprehensive farm integrating breeding and planting. At that time, whether it is daily management and future enhancements are much simpler. Picking up a big leak in Doraemon, Zhou Xiaoning's enthusiasm was suddenly aroused, and he began to search among the pile of props on the ground, wanting to carry out the leak to the end. Chapter 20. Facts have proved that picking up leaks is purely a matter of luck. After buying a simulated farm and a simulated ranch, Zhou Xiaoning hasn't found anything he likes anymore. After spending another 1,000 source power to buy high-quality crop seeds from Doraemon, as well as some cubs of cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks, Zhou Xiaoning ended this plain trade. It's a pity that I don't have what you want here. If I have a chance next time, I will definitely bring something better. Doraemon is indeed a simple good boy. He still hasn't realized that Zhou Xiaoning has made a big deal. It's okay, don't take it to your heart. Zhou Xiaoning comforted Doraemon. If someone inside was here, he would definitely curse him shamelessly. He really wanted to set up a memorial archway. How could he be like this? What's the morals? By the way, Doraemon, I know you like dorayaki, so I will give you all of these. Zhou Xiaoning took out a stack of source cards from the storage space. There were nearly 100 of them, all of which were dorayaki. These were the trophies he got from killing the tens of thousands of zombies the day before yesterday. This taste, plus a little recovery of physical strength, is not too precious, just for Doraemon. Dorayaki. You are such a good person. Doraemon smiled happily. He obviously didn't provide him with the props he liked. Not only did he not dislike it, but he also sent dorayaki for himself to eat. This is not what a good person is. Well, Doraemon is still too simple. Thank you very much, but I would be very embarrassed in this case. By the way, this is regarded as my gift in return, please accept it. Doraemon took out a bag of rice balls from its 4-dimensional pocket. Zhou Xiaoning roughly counted them, there were 10 in total. This is Momotaro rice ball. After feeding it to a beast, it will completely obey you. Of course, you can also eat it by yourself. It has no effect on humans and the taste is not bad. How embarrassing is this? Although he said so, Zhou Xiaoning took the Momotaro rice ball into his hands for the first time. Well, that's it for this transaction. I hope we will have a chance to see you next time. Well, there will be a period later. After saying goodbye to each other, Doraemon turned around and opened the pink door and walked in. Only then did Zhou Xiaoning think, isn't that room door an arbitrary door? When will the arbitrary door be upgraded to the point where it can transfer planes? Doraemon, you finally came back. Fat Tiger and Xiaofu bullied me. Really Nobita, what do you want to do this time? With the disappearance of any door, the dialogue between Doraemon and Nobita stopped abruptly. Hearing Nobita's voice is still so immature, it seems that he should still be in elementary school. It's been decades, and I haven't grown up yet. How can I feel that the world is full of malice? Zhou Xiaoning expressed sympathy for Doraemon's experience. After sending away Doraemon, Zhou Xiaoning immediately began to count the gains of this transaction. The first is the fusion of simulated farms and simulated pastures, and Zhou Xiaoning strengthened it by the way, consuming 5,000 points of source power all at once, which is equal to the sum of the price of buying the two things. Name: Simulated Farm. Type: Props. Star rating. Introduction: after buying a simulated farm and a simulated ranch from the plain businessman Doraemon. The product is a fusion of the two. As a result of a further upgrade of the stars, the simulated farm has 20 acres of arable land, 16 acres of pasture, 4 acres of fish ponds, 1 warehouse, 1 intermediate processing center, and 2 labor robots. Function: it can be used to grow crops, breed livestock, and fish, and the growth rate is 30 times that of the outside world. Remarks: to maintain the normal operation of the simulated farm, 500 points of source power are consumed every month. Later, Zhou Xiaoning will buy high-quality seeds from Doraemon, baby cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and some fish fry, and put them into the simulated farm. After that, the labor robot will take care of it with confidence, as long as Zhou Xiaoning can pay the source power on time every month. The simulated farm can continue to operate in a loop. These are nothing, after all, they were things that I knew early in the morning. What really surprised Zhou Xiaoning was that the intermediate machining center was also counted. The original primary processing center could only perform preliminary processing such as grain threshing and livestock slaughtering. But now, as long as enough raw materials are provided, the intermediate processing center can even directly give out the finished product. For example, when Zhou Xiaoning puts rice in, it can give out steaming rice. If you put vegetables or chicken, duck, cattle, sheep, and ingredients together. If it can even be delivered directly without the need to cook it by itself. Even if the corresponding materials are put in, the intermediate processing center can make canned food, vacuum-packed compressed biscuits and other foods that are easy to store for a long time. It really made Zhou Xiaoning shouted that he had found the treasure more than once. This is only the intermediate level. How strong should the advanced machining center be? Wouldn't it be possible to ignore the raw materials and make anything? Compared with the simulated farm, the Momotaro rice ball is a bit weak, but after Zhou Xiaoning has strengthened it, it can be used. Name: Momotaro rice ball. Type: Props. Star rating: formerly. Introduction: the props presented by Doraemon have the ability to tame beasts. Function: after the non-human creature eats it, it will completely obey the order. Currently only valid for Tier 3 and Tier 3 creatures, valid for 24 hours. Today, the disaster has just begun, and the truly powerful creatures have not appeared. Tier may 3 be the current limit, so Zhou Xiaoning doesn't have to worry about the Momotaro rice ball becoming invalid in a short time. Compared with these two things, the source cards that are dropped by killing ordinary zombies are not very good. The only thing that can be used is the dozens of primary potentiation potions and more than 100 zombie virus serums. It was some snacks and sundries, which were thrown directly into the storage space by Zhou Xiaoning, who would deal with these things in the future. Kinko, how is your rest? We should go now. Zhou Xiaoning ran to help Poison Island Kongzi up, and now the aura of Wisteria Koichi had almost dissipated. The zombies outside the Teng Miwen had already begun to invade, and it would not be long before Teng Miwen would become a paradise for zombies again. No, I still have no strength. Dudeo Kongzi was still very weak. And it seemed that he would not be able to fully recover without repairing it for the entire 4 or 5 days. In this case, how about I put you in the summoning space, where you can get a better rest? Zhou Xiaoning suggested that the summoning space he referred to is actually the space attached to each summoned creature source card, which is used for the summoned creatures to rest. As long as they enter there, the summoned creatures will fall back into a deep sleep, and fatigue, injuries, and other bad conditions will also occur. It gradually recovers. The higher the star of the summoned creature source card, the faster the recovery speed, and the more comfortable the summoned creature feels in it. It can only be so. Toxic Island nodded. Anyway, for her, entering and leaving the summoning space was just a blink of an eye. Instead of suffering from the weak and adverse reactions outside, it was better to enter the summoning space and sleep well. With the consent of Dudeo Kongzi, Zhou Xiaoning put a hand on her head and put it into the summoning space. And his own mental backlash also calmed down, and his thought power could be used again. It was not difficult for him to leave the Teng Miwen garden. But just when he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a cry for help. "Help, don't eat me, I don't taste good." Looking in the direction where the sound came from, I saw a Oni-san with a human chest running towards him, but that Oni-san seemed to be a bit natural, and the zombies were only eating out of instinct, so they wouldn't care. "How good are you?" Combining the situation before and after, Zhou Xiaoning guessed the identity of the visitor, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. At this time, Zhu Chuan Shizuka also had a pale skin, similar to the previous state of Taku Island, except that she still maintained a biological state, such as sweating and breathing heavily while running. It seems an unknown viral disease did not completely infect her. Regarding this, Zhou Xiaoning would naturally not die, otherwise he would really not know how to face her when the Poison Island Kongzi came out. There were not many zombies chasing Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, there were only 2. Zhou Xiaoning grabbed the 2 irons on the ground with his thoughts, and instantly killed them in seconds. Call, the students thank you, because teachers can really run any. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang saw that Zhou Xiaoning had killed the zombies behind her, and stopped running. She stood still and gasped for breath, while her human breasts rose and fell with her breathing, which was very eye-catching. You should be the school doctor Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, I heard Kenzi mentioned you. Kinko? You are so kind, can it be said that you are dating? Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's eyes lit up suddenly, looking at Zhou Xianing's expression, she almost wrote the word 8 trigrams on her face. If it was any other time, Zhu Chuan Shizuka would say nothing, even Zhou Xiaoning was anxious for her to think so. But, is it the time of 8 trigrams? Didn't you see more and more zombies coming here? At this time, normal people should first consider how to escape. I'll talk about these things later, see if we leave here quickly, there will be zombies coming soon. Yes, let's go quickly. But the school bus is gone, how do we get out? Don't worry, I have my own way, you just have to hold on to me later. Zhou Xiaoning sighed helplessly. Stepped forward and hugged Zhu Chuan Shizuka's waist, and then jumped up. At the same time, Nian Li started to control the iron plate to fly to the feet of the 2 of them. Wow! Are we flying here? It's so funny. Zhu Chuan Shizuka slapped this hand excitedly. Her pair of other people's chests quivered with her body and hit Zhou Xianing's hand more than once, causing Zhou Xianing's fragile liver to swing and swing, almost unable to control her thought power. Fall down. Chapter 21 Return to the military village. Zhou Xiaoning controlled the iron plate to fly over the heads of many zombies. Even if the zombies found him and Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, they only had food. Who said they could not fly? On the way to the military village, Zhou Xiaoning also figured out the situation of Zhu Chuan Jingxiang at this time. She is also a carrier of the unknown virus, but her transportation is better. There are antibiotics in the school infirmary, and she depends on antibiotics. Reluctantly controlled the virus in the body, let it not spread anymore, and maintained himself in the state of 4 parts of humans and 6 parts of zombies. In this state, human food can still satisfy Zhu Chuan Shizuka's hunger, and her special healing power made Wisteria Hao reluctant to eat her, so she has survived to this day. As for the 2 zombies who chased her before, it was Wisteria Hao's group to guard her, but after Wisteria Hao died, the two zombies lost control and could not take the upper hand again, and the closest to them, Ju Chuan Shizuka, naturally became ready-made food. If it weren't for the virus in the body that made Ju Chuan Shizuka's physique strengthen to a certain extent, with her previous running speed, I am afraid that the two zombies would have been rushed by the two zombies before meeting Zhou Xiaoning. Although for the time being, the virus in Ju Chuan Shizuka's body has been contained, but it is not without problems. The virus may break out at any time, and Ju Chuan Shizuka will become a real zombie at that time. Although she should be able to maintain self-awareness by then, Zhou Xiaoning didn't believe that she could restrain her instinct. After all, not everyone had a firm will like Poison Island Kongzi. The easiest way to deal with it is naturally to kill Ju Chuan Shizuka, but Zhou Xiaoning, like Wisteria Hao, took a fancy to Ju Chuan Shizuka's ability and was reluctant to kill her. Of course, Zhou Xiaoning did not deny that he had such a careful thought that every man knew, but he didn't say it clearly. Infecting it is naturally one way, but he has already experienced the sequelae of the blood loss. Zhou Xiaoning dare not use the blood indiscriminately. Furthermore, Ju Chuan Shizuka's potential is simply incomparable to that of Taku Island Suizi, and she consumes her blood, which is quite a waste of feeling. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning adopted the third method, which is just a conjecture of his. First, he upgraded the 1-star zombie virus serum to 3-star, and then took a drop of Ju Chuan Shizuka's blood and used the perfect fusion to combine the two. Those who fuse together, and finally get the virus serum that specializes in treating Ju Chuan Shizuka. Facts proved that Zhou Xiaoning's method was feasible. He successfully eliminated the virus in Ju Chuan Shizuka's body and retained the healing power. In addition to her own master some medical technology, she could just be a doctor in the village. The survival rate of military villages has also improved a lot. But at the same time, Zhou Xiaoning also consumed 2,000 points of source power. I think it's quite a lot of the more than 30,000 source power from killing zombies before, but now there are only more than 15,000 left, and half of it is used up and down. The source power point and money are really the same, and they are also unspoiled. However, Zhou Xiaoning's current strength and background are more than 5 times higher than before with the value of these source powers. If there is another chance like this, even if the family is bankrupted, he will not blink. Zhou Xiaoning and Ju Chuan Jingxiang went with Luffy, and without zombies blocking them, the two quickly came to the back mountain of the military village. Next, I can only go on, and flying indirectly may cause panic among the villagers. After all, they didn't know that Zhou Xiaoning would fly, and it would be no good to cause unnecessary misunderstandings at that time. This is because Zhou Xiaoning can't hold it anymore. The iron plate is so big. It's okay to stand alone, but it's crowded if you stand with 2 people. Zhou Xiaoning and Ju Chuan Jingxiang can't avoid some physical problems. When contacted, Ju Chuan Shizuka was natural and completely unaware of the fact that she was taken advantage of, but Zhou Xiaoning was indeed a normal man. If this continued, Zhou Xiaoning turned into a wolf every minute, leaving Ju Chuan Shizuka with no ability to resist. The lamb was swallowed alive. You kid, don't tell your family when you go out. You haven't seen you for a long time. Do you know how worried grandma is? As soon as Zhou Xiaoning returned home with Ju Chuan Jingxiang, an old man grabbed his hands and complained. She is Zhou Xiaoning's grandmother Xieping. She has a bad sleep quality when she gets older. If she wakes up midway, she may not fall asleep again that night. So Zhou Xiaoning did not wake her up when she came back last night. And early this morning, Xieping learned from Mr. Zhou that her grandson had come back, and hurriedly went up to the attic, wanting to get her grandson gradually, but who knew that when the door was opened, there was not even a person in it. The old lady was so anxious that she mobilized the whole village to look for it, but she found nothing. It can be said that if Zhou Xiaoning does not come back, she will probably run out of the village to look for it. Grandma, don't worry, I am very good now. The reason why I went out today was to solve the monster that invaded our village the night before. If I solve it, won't I come back? Zhou Xiaoning decided to conceal the matter of the Poison Island Kongzi. If this matter is known to the villagers, even if you don't say it, you will inevitably reject her in your heart and treat her like a monster. This is not what Zhou Xiaoning wants to see. Naughty! Why don't you discuss such an important matter with us? If something happens to you, how can you tell me to explain to your parents who are far away in Hertz City? Old man Zhou spoke, raising his palm like a slap to this disobedient grandson, but Lin Ping glared at him, and immediately took it away, and laughed at the side like a good-looking baby, and he couldn't slap anything with the palm of his hand. Ns. In this regard, Zhou Xiaoning said that he has long been used to it. Every time his offense angered his grandfather, he ran to seek shelter from his grandma. His parents are the only child, and he is also the only child. It can be said that it is a single pass of 3 pulses, and grandma treats him. It's so spoiled, as long as it's not too serious, grandma will come forward to help him suppress it. By the way, my dear grandson, you haven't said that the girl who came back with you is. Lin Ping looked at Zhu Chuan Shizuka with a scrutiny gaze. This figure is really good for health. Her name is Zhu Chuan Shizuka. She came from a fantasy world. I saw a zombie wanted to eat it, so I got her down. As soon as these words came out, Mr. Zhou and Mr. Lin, who had been drinking tea and not talking since just now, frowned. As long as people who have experienced that era, I am afraid they will not have much affection for RB people. In particular, Zhu Chuan Shizuka is still a fantasy creature that has descended into reality. In a sense, she is an enemy of the world, and she should be eliminated in the first place. Xiaoning, don't you want to do it? If that's the case, then leave it to me. The old man made a sound, but when he opened his mouth he wanted to kill Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. It could be seen that he showed his Hanyang made for the first time. He was definitely not joking. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang didn't understand Huxia, so when Zhou Xiaoning and the others were talking, she didn't understand a word. When she was bored, she started to look at the villa she was in, and compared it with the house of her best friend Nan Lixiang. How should I put it? Nan Lixiang's house is relatively simple and capable, which is in line with Nan Lixiang's character, while this villa is full of life, the type of living. But if you really want to compare it, she prefers Nan Lixiang's house. Who would call them GU? At this moment, Zhu Chuan Shizuka saw that the old man on the opposite side was actually holding a gun at her. Although she was a natural daze, she did not stay so much that she couldn't even recognize it. As a result, she subconsciously wanted to seek protection, and this goal was naturally the only Zhou Xiaoning who she knew at the scene. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang climbed onto Zhou Xiaoning's back, and Zhou Xiaoning couldn't help but feel the touch. Wait, Grandpa, you can't kill her. Zhou Xiaoning waved his hand to stop Mr. Lin, and he didn't believe that Mr. Lin could still play with him when he stood in front of Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. Shizuka has never harmed anyone, and she is still a school doctor and understands medical skills. Isn't the health clinic in our village lacking doctors? She is just capable of doing it. Moreover, she has the ability to heal any injuries quickly and kill them. It's a shame to drop. Zhou Xiaoning enumerated the advantages of Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and tried his best to dispel the murderous intentions of Mr. Lin. In addition, Zhu Chuan Shizuka's natural innocence and innocent appearance, it is really difficult to connect with dangerous people. Mr. Lin hesitated for a while, and finally decided that it was for the time being. Let Zhu Chuan Shizuka a horse. Okay, Xiaoning, I think you will let her go this time because of your face. But if she does anything that threatens us, don't blame Grandpa for not being affectionate. The old man Lin said bitterly, but at the same time he put the gun away. It seems that he really didn't intend to kill Zhu Chuan Shizuka. As long as Mr. Lin is not embarrassed, Zhu Chuan Shizuka is basically fine. After all, except for the chosen, most people can't tell who is a fantasy creature and who is a real creature. Although Ju Chuan Shizuka's RB status will still make her a little marginalized here, after everyone learns about her abilities, she should be able to integrate well. Then I will settle Shizuka well and leave first. Zhou Xiaoning took Ju Chuan Jingxiang out of the villa and went straight to the village clinic. Originally, Zhou Xiaoning planned to explain the Poison Island to the two elders as well, but now it seems obviously not the time. Just Ju Chuan Jingxiang alone has caused Elder Lin to take out his gun. If a Poison Island is added. Coco, this is the rhythm of the fight. The village clinic is a small building with 2 floors. The lower floor is where you can get medical consultations, injections, and medicine. Originally there was a doctor who lived here, but on the day of the disaster, he went to the city to do errands, but he never came back. Maybe he had already died under the mouth of a zombie, so Ju Chuan Shizuka also moved in at this time. It's not a dove occupying the magpie's nest, after all, the village health clinic is already a land of no owner. However, the doctor before was all male, so if Jichuan Shizuka wants to live in, many things need to be replaced. This was not difficult for Zhou Xiaoning. There were a lot of debris in his storage space. After a little picking, he barely gathered what Ju Chuan Shizuka needed. 40 minutes before and after, she was finally settled. Chapter 22. A beautiful doctor came to the village. The news spread 10 times, 10 times 100 times. In less than 2 days, more than 2,000 people in the whole village knew about it. As a result, the single young men in the village walked past the health clinic intentionally or unintentionally. Fortunately, they were all sensible and did not do anything extraordinary. Especially when it was learned that Ju Chuan Shizuka was an RB, there were fewer such people. After all, almost every household in the village had a soldier, and there was no RB who had invaded Daxia and has not died so far. What a good impression! The only one who perseveres from start to finish, and always likes to find all kinds of reasons to get into the health clinic, and chat with Ju Chuan Shizuka, this person is Luo Fei, Luo Fatty. Although Luo Fei is not the chosen one, he is a senior dead mansion. He has read countless animations and Ju Chuan Shizuka's distinctive appearance. Even though he changed from the 2nd dimension to the 3rd dimension, he was still caught by Luo Fei. Recognized. So Luo Fei started all kinds of MION, and also put into action, but it is a pity that he does not understand Japanese, and Ju Chuan Shizuka does not understand words. The two people get together to communicate, that is, the donkey's lips are not right. Zhou Xiaoning heard it once by accident, and almost didn't make him laugh. Ju Chuan Shizuka has been strengthened by the virus, and even his brain has been developed to a certain extent, and his learning ability has greatly increased. In addition, Japanese has evolved from Hyuxia. I believe that it will not be long before Ju Chuan Shizuka will be able to learn Hyuxia. Before that, Luo Fei wanted to strike up a conversation with Ju Chuan Shizuka, which was totally useless. Hey, fortunately, the existence of Dudeo Kongza has not been exposed, otherwise the fat man will have to annoy me. Zhou Xiaoning secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he knew that Luo Fei's house had a waiting pillow for the Poison Island, which was placed on Luo Fei's bed. In the dead of night and unknown, he must have done nasty things. If Luo Fei knows that the Poison Island Kongza smashed Zhou Xianing's hands, he would have to come over with a sullen face. Even if he couldn't get his hands, it would be a blessing to see a real person. But then again, if the Poison Island Kongza knew what Luo Fei had done, even if Zhou Xianing's master was present, she would probably kill Luo Fei without hesitation. To a certain extent, Zhou Xiaoning would still save him. Luo Fei said, "Xiaoning, you have all the people I summoned. Do you think you can start?" A middle-aged man walked to Zhou Xianing's side and said that although his beard was stubborn and his hair looked unchecked for a month or two, he didn't look decadent at all. Instead, he gave people a lean feeling. This person was named Zhou Pingzhong, and he could be said to be the most promising person in the entire military village. Others joined the army either for military service and retired when the time came, or they were ordinary infantry troops. Only Zhou Pingzhong became a special force. Anyone who has been in the army knows how difficult it is to become a special soldier. Although Zhou Pingzhong was injured in a later mission operation and had to be discharged from the army, everyone still respected him. When Zhou Xiaoning was trained here when he was a child. Zhou Pingzhong also pointed out once or twice, so the two of them are still considered familiar. Zhou Xiaoning generally calls him Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong, are you in good health now? Okay, good, can't be better. I feel that my current body is better than when I was in the army. Zhou Pingzhong said with a look of excitement, thinking that when Zhou Xiaoning came to him with a bottle of blue water and said that he could fully recover his body, he didn't believe it, but Zhou Xiaoning insisted, so he drank it. At first, he didn't feel much. He was only when Zhou Xiaoning made a joke with him, but he didn't expect that when he woke up the next day, he would notice his own changes. Because of the injury, the soreness of the legs from time to time has completely disappeared. Not only that, but the muscles that have subsided after a long period of practice reappear. After that, Zhou Pingzhong conducted several more tests and found that both strength, speed, and endurance were far superior to ordinary people. Even if he appeared in front of him when he was a special soldier, he was confident to say, "I can hit 10 each." After thinking about it, Zhou Pingzhong could only attribute all these changes to the bottle of blue potion Zhou Xiaoning gave him to drink. Only then did he believe that Zhou Xiaoning did not lie to him. Of course, Zhou Xiaoning didn't lie to him. What he gave Zhou Pingzhong to drink was a primary strengthening potion that had been strengthened by the source of power and had a star rating. Name: Primary Strengthening Potion. Category: Props. Star rating: Originally. Introduction: Originally a 1-star primary potentiation potion, after being upgraded to a 3-star potion, the potency of the potion was developed to the limit. Function: After drinking, the physical strength reaches 10 points. 2 enhancements: the first 50 points of source power, the second 100 points of source power, plus the 50 points of source power consumed by the display. The price of this 3-star primary potion reached 200 points. Source force: With Zhou Xiaoning's current source of energy reserves, it is obvious that he cannot be manufactured in large quantities, so he also made 10 bottles. In addition to 1 bottle for Zhou Pingzhong, 1 bottle for his grandparents, 1 for his grandparents and 1 for his grandparents. Luo Fei's family has a close relationship with him. Naturally, I have to send it too. Zhu Chuan Shizuka does not have energy in her body, so she will directly consume her physical strength when using the healing power, and giving her 1 bottle at a time can be considered as the best use. In this way, 9 bottles were used, and 1 bottle was left as a spare. However, if you want to survive in this general world of the last days, it is far from enough to rely on the strength of these people alone, so Zhou Xiaoning hit his idea on the villagers who had served as soldiers. When Zhou Xiaoning came to thank him, Zhou Xiaoning proposed that he wanted to use Zhou Pingzhong's prestige in the village to gather a group of people to form the village's defense force. At that time, he would send out 2-star primary strengthening potions. Although the effectiveness of the 2-star primary potentiation medicine is not as powerful as the 3-star strength, it can also increase the physical strength to the level of 5 points. If you compare this point alone, it is already stronger than the level of the special forces. They were originally militarized, and as long as they were able to pick them up again, they would be a strong force. Strengthening and adding a 2-star elementary strengthening potion requires 60 points of source power. Zhou Xiaoning initially planned to gather 150 people and use 9,000 points of source power to train a team that dares to fight and kill is not right, and it is worth it. Zhou Pingzhong's ability to do things and his prestige in the village were really extraordinary. He gathered 150 people in less than a day. Zhou Xiaoning also fulfilled his promise and distributed the 2-star elementary strengthening potions to them. And this moment is the moment when their army becomes an army. Originally, Zhou Xiaoning intended to make Zhou Pingzhong the captain of this unit, but Zhou Pingzhong said that he would not do anything. In his opinion, he could become what he is now. It was all given by Zhou Xiaoning. How could he win Zhou Xianing's right? Although Zhou Pingzhong is a retired special force, he still retains the most basic vision. He saw ambition in Zhou Xianing's eyes, knowing that Zhou Xiaoning is not the kind of person who is willing to be ordinary and subordinate to others. Similarly, he is not safe. Yu Tingping's blood hasn't cooled down yet. If Zhou Xiaoning wants to do it, he is willing to accompany Zhou Xiaoning crazy once. He wants to see how far Zhou Xiaoning can go. After an agreement between the two people, it was finally determined that Zhou Xiaoning was the supreme leader of this force, while Zhou Pingzhong was responsible for training and command during wartime on weekdays. In other words, Zhou Xiaoning is the principal and Zhou Pingzhong is the deputy. Although Zhou Pingzhong is in charge of this unit, if Zhou Xiaoning issues an order, even Zhou Pingzhong must obey the order. On the village cultural square, 150 people gathered here. They all joined voluntarily. Many of them were acquaintances of Zhou Xiaoning, or even elders, but at this moment, they were all their own soldiers. The disaster has come, the conquest and the military are overwhelmed. Now there are cannibal zombies everywhere. We can only save ourselves by ourselves. In this village, there are our parents, wives, and children, relatives and friends. If one day zombies rush in village, can we watch them being bitten to death by zombies? No, no. The enemy shouted from the crowd below, which made Zhou Xiaoning on the stage very satisfied. It seems that the enchant skill that he secretly put into the source disk is still quite easy to use, but it is a pity that Zhou Xianing's internal energy is not enough, at most maintain the skill effect for 10 minutes, so he must be faster. Very well, I think so too, so I want to form a self-rescue team. Everyone here has served as a soldier, and their skills are not bad. But unfortunately, I have no way to provide you with guns, even there are not many decent weapons, and you still need to prepare yourself. I can allow you to withdraw now. If you are afraid, leave here. It's not the man who is afraid. Since we dare to come, we are not afraid of danger. Xiaoning, don't worry, my life is in your hands. There was a lot of shouts in the audience, but there was no one who flinched, which made Zhou Xiaoning very satisfied. Well, in that case, I'll assign work. Zhou Xiaoning took a step forward, and the next thing to be announced was that he had discussed with Zhou Pingzhong, and everyone had agreed in advance. Now it is only officially confirmed. I will be the captain of the self-rescue team, and the deputy captain is Uncle Zhong. Every 15 people form a team, and the team leader of each team will be selected by you. Today you will leave for the time being and take care of your family affairs. It will be 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Also gather here. We will go out for 10 days of training. I will provide food, water, and other logistics. Don't worry, everyone. Do you understand? Understood. Very well, the meeting is over. Zhou Xiaoning waved his hand and announced the end of this meeting, which also meant that a strong army in the future was born at this moment. Chapter 23 10 Days of Training and Shocking Change. At 8 o'clock the next day, all the members of the self-rescue team gathered in the cultural square. They were all soldiers. Zhou Xiaoning didn't need to say what they should and shouldn't bring. This alone saved him a lot of heart. What surprised Zhou Xiaoning was that Luo Fei also asked to join in, and his parents agreed. Luo Yu had originally planned to join, but Luo Deifu and Wang Yan disagreed with anything, and forced him to lock him at home. For this reason, Luo Yu started to feel awkward and didn't leave the room for a day. As for the defense of the village after they left, there is nothing to worry about. With the help of Zhou Xiaoning, his grandfather has advanced to become a second-order natural candidate. He is in the town, and there are many young people in the village, unless it is tens of thousands of zombies besieged, otherwise the village would not be in danger. Besides, they are only training around the village and will not be too far away. Even if something happens in the village, they can quickly come back for rescue. The roadblocks on the bridge were removed early in the morning, and the workers brought by Luo Defu are using the buildings on the 3 or 2 trucks to build a permanent fortification. Once completed, those roadblocks will no longer be used, and it will be much easier to enter the village in the future. Nothing can train soldiers better than actual combat, so Zhou Xianing's training program for self-rescue team members is to confront zombies head-on. 150 people are divided into 10 teams, each with 15 people, led by the team leader, and the team is used as a unit to kill the zombies. Every time a battle took place, Zhou Xiaoning had chosen the place in advance, using his advantage of flying to find the most suitable place, and training the courage of these people bit by bit, and familiarizing them with the feeling of fighting. As Zhou Xiaoning said before, their conditions are quite bad, and they don't even have decent weapons. However, people always come up with a way. Last night, Zhou Xiaoning spent the whole night to fuse the collected wooden sticks and daggers, and at the cost of shrinking the reserves again, he produced 200 weapons similar to long spears. At the same time there are some hatchets, military shovel, and other sharp objects, which can be used only for close combat. These are the weapons and equipment of the self-rescue team at present. This is also due to the more or less habit of collecting armaments by those veterans. Of course they can't get firearms, but military daggers or military shovel can still be used. I got it. Otherwise Zhou Xiaoning would probably be bringing a group of soldiers with kitchen knives to the battlefield. At the beginning, the training went smoothly. Zhou Xiaoning was looking for a group of dozens or 20 small zombies. The more than 150 of them were not only absolute in number, but also not in their individual strength. Ordinary zombies are comparable, so the battle was quickly resolved, and no one was injured. I don't know if the source disk has judged these people as his subordinates. After the people of the self-rescue team killed the fantasy zombies, he has the same power to earn, but the source card is absolutely impossible to explode, unless it is Zhou Xiaoning or subordinates. Start with his summoned creature. For the first 3 days, the self-rescue team spent all of them attacking and killing small groups of zombies. As for logistics, Zhou Xiaoning has a simulated farm, so there is no need to worry, especially when he passed the village primary school. Zhou Xiaoning also made some buffet plates. Under the operation of the Intermediate Processing Center, they have hot meals for almost every meal. Each meal is a different dish, which made Luo Fei laugh more than once and said that Zhou Xiaoning was about to become a Doraemon, and there was everything in the storage space. For this reason, Zhou Xiaoning laughed secretly more than once. He has seen the real Doraemon. They can now eat hot meals. In a sense, it is also thanks to Doraemon. With the 3 days of hunting zombies, everyone's courage gradually grew. So Zhou Xiaoning began to look for more groups of zombies as targets, 50, 100, 200, until he attacked a group of more than 400 zombies. The self-rescue team suffered casualties. Although all the zombies were wiped out in the end, more than a dozen team members were bitten by the zombies. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoning still has zombie virus serum. After a series of enhanced star rise and blood fusion, the virus in the dozens of team members was relieved, and even the physical strength increased by 1 to 2 points. With no worries about, the self-rescue team exploded with amazing combat power, and at the same time, the recognition of Zhou Xiaoning was also increasing. On the 8th day, they were able to face up to thousands of zombies and wiped them out. Of course, this is only a figure without injury. If you don't care about casualties, the self-rescue team is fully capable of destroying tens of thousands of zombies. Xiaoning, the training goal of the self-rescue team has been reached, and there are no traces of zombies around the village. Can we go back early? At noon on the 9th day, after the lunch break, Zhou Pingzhong suggested to Zhou Xiaoning that they should know that they had been looking for a morning. Except for some scattered zombies, there was no trace of a large group of zombies. Uncle Zhong, don't you think it's weird? Although the surrounding area of our village is not a prosperous area, it's not a problem to gather 30 or 40,000 people, plus the fantasy zombies that come to this world, even if the number is not 100,000. It should not be much different. But we have killed at most 20,000 zombies today, and most of them are zombies in the world, and the number is obviously not right. Zhou Xiaoning frowned, but he was not as optimistic as Zhou Pingzhong. In the past few days, Zhou Xiaoning has been struggling to make ends meet. Now he is sitting on the sky, and the remaining reserves have been almost used up. The reason why Zhou Xiaoning was reluctant to go back was because he was not reconciled. He would bring you back the lost source of strength anyway. This is strange. The ratio of real zombies to fantasy zombies is obviously out of balance. It's as if fantasy zombies are attracted away by something, leaving only real zombies. This is abnormal. If you don't figure it out, Zhou Xiaoning always feels a little uneasy. Listening to you, it's really wrong. What do you plan to do next? Zhou Pingzhong also realized that something was wrong after Zhou Xiaoning's reminder, but now that even Zhou Xiaoning, the chosen one, doesn't understand the situation, even an ordinary person like him will not know it. I plan to walk in the direction of the city, maybe I will find some clues. Downtown direction. Xiaoning, you have to think about it. There are no more zombies than here. There are more scary people. It is not an exaggeration to describe them as corpse mountains and corpses. We alone may even enter. A wave couldn't turn up, it was swallowed. Luo Fei followed Zhou Xiaoning all the way out of the city. Apart from Zhou Xiaoning, he has the most say. It is true that their self-rescue team is very strong, but the small number of people is a flawed. 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, and a loss is a loss. If they have to go in, it will be equivalent to sending death. Of course, if the number of self-rescue teams can exceed 1,000, it is still a bit certain to break into the city, but now, nothing can be done. The fat man made sense. Otherwise, I'll go in and have a look, and you will be here to respond. If I haven't come back at this time tomorrow, you should go back to the village first and be prepared for defense. No, your grandfather and grandfather will leave you to my care, and I will definitely take you back safely. How can I let you go on an adventure alone? Zhou Pingzhong objected immediately. If something happened to Zhou Xiaoning, how could he go back and explain to the 2 elders? Don't worry, uncle, you forgot. I can fly. Those zombies can't help me. I will come back as soon as I find something strange. But it's nothing, but I am the captain of the self-rescue team. You must obey the orders. Zhou Xiaoning assumed the posture of the captain and immediately blocked Zhou Pingzhong's mouth. Well, I agree. But you have to make sure that the situation is not right and you will exit immediately, and I will take these brothers here to meet you. Zhou Pingzhong finally agreed, but even if he didn't agree, there was no way. With Zhou Xiaoning's ability, he could not keep Zhou Pingzhong if he wanted to leave. No problem. There are also these foods. If you distribute them to them later, it will be your dinner. Zhou Xiaoning took out some canned food, biscuits, bread, and other foods to Zhou Pingzhong. Although it was not as delicious as the hot dishes made by the intermediate processing center, it was at least able to fill the stomach. Having arranged everything, Zhou Xiaoning once again set foot on the long-lost iron plate and flew towards the city. The journey was very peaceful, and some zombies were encountered, but as before, most of them were real zombies, and fantasy zombies were rare. The uneasy feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Zhou Xiaoning quickly speeded up and flew towards the city center. He had a hunch that what made him uneasy was there. During this period of time, although Zhou Xiaoning's mind level did not improve, his application skills had improved a lot. At full speed, the speed reached 80 km per hour. Soon, Zhou Xiaoning flew near the city center. The closer to the city center, the greater the number of fantasy zombies, as if the city's fantasy zombies were concentrated in this area. After bypassing a building, Zhou Xiaoning finally saw the thing that disturbed his heart. A heart, a 5-meter-high heart, was stuck between the two buildings. The heart is about 4 or 5 meters above the ground. There are many fantasy zombies gathered under it. In addition to the most basic injuries, even the more advanced lickers and violent Kun are all watching. That heart, there was a desire in his eyes, eager to swallow that heart. However, that heart is not a good stubble, is it stretched out some bloody tentacles, rolled up some zombies and merged into oneself, it actually uses zombies as food. There must be something terrible in that heart, and it must not be born. Zhou Xiaoning made up his mind to overcome the fear in his heart, and controlled the iron plate to fly towards the heart. At the same time, he took out the remaining 40 self-made long spears, controlled them with his mind, and only waited to enter the distance of 20 meters. Launched an attack on that heart. However, Zhou Xiaoning was discovered ahead of time, and a dozen tentacles were drawn straight to him. Chapter 24. No, go back. Zhou Xiaoning was very anxious, and quickly controlled the iron plate to retreat, and at the same time the spear flew out to block the tentacles. Those tentacles are not strong, on the contrary they are very fragile, and the spear can be cut off with a light cut. However, the tentacles recovered extremely quickly. They were cut off in the first second, and recovered immediately after the second. And the decapitated tentacles fell to the ground, immediately causing the zombies below to snatch them, just like what a precious treasure. It was so strange that Zhou Xiaoning had no time to check it out. He really didn't expect that the tentacle of the heart could be so long. He had already withdrawn more than 100 meters, and he was still chasing him. I'll go, do you want to do this? I want to kill you, but haven't I done anything to you yet? As for being so persistent. Zhou Xiaoning escaped the attacks of 6 tentacles in a row. He grew up so big and had never been so useless before. He could only defend and evade, and couldn't even do a counterattack. At this time, Zhou Xiaoning only had 1 spear left in his hand. The others were either shot off by the tentacles, or they were directly damaged and could no longer be used. Even the one in his hand was still used from the beginning. In the hand, it didn't work much, and it was saved. I'm going, you're still here, you're welcome to come again, Xiao. Those tentacles couldn't understand Zhou Xiaoning's words. No matter how threatened Zhou Xiaoning was, it would still attack, and it meant not to kill Zhou Xiaoning. At this time, Zhou Xiaoning could not feel distressed, and if he didn't use it, he would really hang on here. Zhou Xiaoning has a whole card. The Molotov cocktail is the kind of glass wine bottle with half full of flammable liquid. The mouth of the bottle is sealed, and only one flammable substance passes through the bottom of the bottle through the mouth of the bottle. Ignite combustibles when in use, and then throw out the combustion bottle. When the glass bottle is broken, the ignited flammable liquid will also flow out, causing a large area of incineration. Zhou Xiaoning was naturally prepared for such a simple range attack prop, but the materials were limited. He only had 27 bottles in his hand, and he had used all of them at this time. With mind control, Zhou Xiaoning didn't worry that she would miss it. 27 Molotov cocktails ensured that each of them would hit a tentacle. This also made Zhou Xiaoning discover the weakness of these tentacles, afraid of fire. These tentacles do not know what material they are made of, but they are very easy to burn. As long as they are lightly ignited, they will spread quickly. It seems that if the heart hadn't lost the car to protect the handsome, it would automatically cut off the ignited tentacles. Follow the tentacles and burn to the body. Taking this opportunity, Zhou Xiaoning finally got rid of those tentacles. At full speed, Zhou Xiaoning quickly flew out of the city, and joined Zhou Pingzhong, Luo Fei, and others who were guarding outside. The two originally wondered why Zhou Xiaoning came back so soon, but after they listened to Zhou Xiaoning's description, they immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Since something like the heart can kill Zhou Xiaoning with only a few tentacles, there is no room to fight back. So how terrible the things conceived in it should be. Are people like them the opponents of that thing? Forget it, I don't want to have that much. We will meet the village immediately, and then mobilize everyone to leave here as soon as possible before that thing is born. That existence is not something we can fight against. Zhou Xiaoning gritted his teeth and made a decision. Although he was not reconciled, it was also helpless unless he wanted the entire village to accompany him to die. In the final analysis, it's because of the weak strength. If I can be stronger, why should I run away? I can kill it just now. Zhou Xiaoning hated him in his heart. Before he thought he was already very good, and he was complacent. He didn't expect that the reality immediately gave him a mouthful, letting him know that there are heavens outside the world, there are people outside the world, and the invincibility of the world is relative. After leaving the original world, will he still be the strongest? Speaking of becoming stronger, Zhou Xiaoning suddenly heard that there is a treasure in his hand that he has not used before. If he uses it, his strength will definitely be improved significantly. Okay, I'll do it when I go back. Fortunately, the Molotov cocktail also burned a lot of fantasy zombies, otherwise I wouldn't even have the qualifications to activate that thing. Zhou Xiaoning secretly rejoiced, this is probably the only thing that can make him laugh now. By the way, Zhou Xiaoning really underestimated the burning ability of those tentacles. Even now the fire has not been extinguished, but the zombies attracted by the tentacles still rushed forward and were burned to death. The deaths of these zombies are counted as deaths. It's on Zhou Xiaoning's body, so Yuan Li naturally belongs to him. So in the line of sight of the Chosen One, you can see a small band of light gathered from the source force, connecting from the urban area to Zhou Xiaoning's body. It is really strange. Therefore, until now, Zhou Xiaoning's source power in the source disk is still improving, but Ishan wanted to hurry back to the village, so he didn't notice it. Compared with the time when they came out, the return journey is undoubtedly much faster. After all, the surrounding zombies have basically been slaughtered by the self-rescue team, and there are no detours, and they are marching in a hurry, so after more than an hour, the shadow of the military village will be faint. Visible. Come on, the self-rescue team is back. The cheers spread from 10 to 10, and soon the whole village became a sensation. No matter what work was being done, all of them were temporarily put down and gathered at the entrance of the village to prepare to welcome their heroes. Yes, in the hearts of the villagers, the members of the self-rescue team are heroes. They dare to go out to destroy the zombies and protect the safety of a village. If this is not a hero, then who is worthy of the word hero? However, when the self-rescue team entered the village, everyone did not find the joy of Guy returning home from the faces of these heroes, but a deep sadness. Could it be that there were heavy casualties? Many people think this way, especially those who have family and friends participating in the self-rescue team, the first time they start to look for the figure they are familiar with in the team. 153 people. There were so many when they went out, and there were so many when they came back, and there were no wounded. Even if there are a few people with a lot of color on their bodies, they are at best cut through the skin and flesh. In the eyes of a qualified soldier, such injuries are not regarded as injuries at all. Xiaoning, did you have any accidents? Why are everyone so listless? Elder Lin took Zhou Xiaoning's hand, and he was also a chosen person. He also felt that uneasy feeling. It was only weaker than Zhou Xiaoning. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but combined with the current situation of Zhou Xiaoning and others, it looks like something unexpected happened. Grandpa, and fellow fathers and villagers, we can't guard this village anymore. We must leave as soon as possible, the sooner the better. This immediately caused an uproar. The villagers did not understand why Zhou Xiaoning, who led the powerful self-rescue team, made such a decision. Especially those old people who have lived in this village for decades, their relationship has been deeply rooted, and their homeland is hard to leave. Suddenly asking them to abandon the village is really unacceptable. I don't have time to explain so much now. Everyone must leave as soon as possible. I don't want to watch everyone bye-bye and take their lives. Zhou Xiaoning looked anxious. That heart was really terrifying. Even if he had now recovered from the weak sequelae of losing his essence and blood, facing that heart, he could only escape. Now, that heart is gestating something, and it won't hit this side for a while, but it won't be long before the thing in the heart will be born. At that time, the closest group of people will gather at the military-owned village. We'll face the disaster of extinction. Perhaps Zhou Xiaoning could escape with his own strength, but his grandfather, grandfather, Luo Fei, and his family, and the familiar faces in the village, will all be buried here, which is not what he wants to see. Well, since Xiaoning said so, there must be his reason. Everyone should act quickly, pack the necessary items, and we will leave early tomorrow morning. Elder Lin is usually more prestigious in the village. These days when the disaster strikes, he has taken the lead and led the people to defend the village. This undoubtedly pushed his prestige to a new height. Although everyone is still quite murmured at this time, they are still taking action. If you continue like this, it shouldn't be a problem to leave tomorrow morning. However, will things really go so smoothly? Dang dang dang. The zombies are here, there are so many zombies, everyone, hurry up and defend. The people who stayed at the entrance of the village sounded the alarm. Hearing his tone of panic, it seemed that the scale of the zombies coming this time was really large. Cut, didn't you expect to retaliate so soon? Zhou Xiaoning curled his lips. If the zombies' massive attack had nothing to do with that heart, he wouldn't believe it. Grandpa, you ask everyone to clean up quickly and try to gather at the cultural square in 10 minutes. Luo Fei, you will bring 3 teams to help everyone and eliminate the zombies that have slipped into the village. The others will go to the entrance of the village with me to stop them. The army of zombies. Yes. 152 people responded with a resounding sound at the same time. With no fear on their faces. After all, the purpose of the self-rescue team was not to deal with the current situation. Luo Lin brought more than 100 people from the self-rescue team to the entrance of the village. Good guy, he finally saw what is called Corpse Mountain and Corpse Sea. At a glance, it is full of zombies. Well, that weird big heart was really willing, and even sent out 1/5 of his ration, in order to eliminate Zhou Xiaoning. Everyone will listen to me. In the face of so many zombies, we must not be able to stand guard, but we cannot retreat. Our family and friends are behind us. Once we retreat, they will be exposed to the zombies. Under the minions. I don't ask you to fight to the end, just hold on for half an hour, enough time for the people we protect to escape the threat of zombies. I ask you, can you do it? Can. Okay, ready to start fighting. Zhou Xiaoning took the lead and rushed to the bridge. This is the only way for the zombies to enter the village. As long as you guard this place, the zombies won't even want to step into the village. Chapter 25, you go first, after I break. The zombies that came this time are very different from the past. They are obviously a lot more flexible, and most of them can trot and sprint. Coupled with the feature that they will not feel tired, they are undoubtedly slower and staggering than those. Ordinary zombies are much more dangerous. It's no wonder that our front feet felt that their back feet followed up. It turned out that they were upgraded. Zhou Xiaoning was stunned secretly. In just a dozen days, the flexibility of ordinary zombies has risen to the same level as ordinary people. I believe that more advanced lickers, zombies such as Violent Kun, have also been strengthened accordingly. The situation is really worrying. Attention everyone, the zombies are almost at the bridgehead, ready to start fighting. Zhou Xiaoning issued a combat order, and everyone clenched their weapons, ready to fight to the death. During the time when Zhou Xiaoning led the self-rescue team to go out for training, the construction team led by Luo Deifu also almost built the fortifications of the village entrance. In fact, to put it bluntly, a 3-meter-high fence surrounded the bridgehead near the village entrance. Entry and exit rely on an anti-theft door. Due to limited resources, the materials used to build the fence are not all masonry and cement, and some wooden boards, iron plates, and the like are mixed in, so don't expect too much of the degree of sturdiness. 1,000 or 2,000 zombies are this way. The wall may be able to withstand it, but in the face of the zombies that are now swarming by hundreds of thousands, I am afraid that they will be pushed down in one face. Originally, Zhou Xiaoning planned to go out this time, clean up the surrounding losses, and then collect materials to strengthen the fence, but now it seems that it is too late. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning and the self-rescue team had to go outside the fence to deploy defenses. Fortunately, the previous roadblocks were not completely cleared, but a road was left in the middle for a car to travel. So strictly speaking, the place they wanted to defend was not big. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning divided the remaining 7 self-rescue teams into 3 groups, 2 defensive groups, 3 teams in each group, led by Zhou Xiaoning and Zhou Pingzhong respectively. The 2 defensive groups took turns to replace the defenses and maintain physical strength at all times. This is a protracted battle, and the villagers in the rear cannot retreat one step before they retreat to a safe area. The remaining group was used as the mobile group. Zhou Xiaoning included the best performers in the past few days into this group. It can be said that they are the elite of the self-rescue team. The task of the mobile team is to provide timely support and eliminate the zombies that break through the defense line when the defense team cannot hold on. It can be said that they are the last line of defense here. Just when Zhou Xiaoning finished the task, the leading group of the zombies had already boarded the bridge, and the following zombies were about to reach the side of the bridge, but there were roadblocks obstructing them. They could not get on the bridge and could only block on the side of the bridge. But as more and more zombies arrived, those roadblocks actually showed signs of being pushed, and it seemed that those roadblocks would not last long. "Kill me!" Zhou Xiaoning roared and took the lead in attacking. More than 30 iron nails shuttled back and forth, as graceful as a small metal storm, killing every approaching zombie. However, the subsequent zombies can be said to be endless, and as many as they die, as many as they have to make up for immediately, some fish will inevitably slip through the net over time. At this time, the self-rescue team had things to do. With each team as a unit, all zombies that broke through Zhou Xiaoning's defense were wiped out by them. In this way, after more than 10 minutes, Zhou Xiaoning's control over the power of thought has improved, and the number of controllable nails has risen from more than 30 to more than 40. However, he has no joy at all, and his spirit has appeared a little tired. And the people of the 3 self-rescue teams also began to lose their breath, and obviously began to show fatigue. "Uncle Zhong, change defense!" Zhou Xiaoning yelled that this blocking battle still doesn't know how long it will last, and they will have to break through later, so they must maintain good physical strength. On the side, Zhou Pingzhong and the other defensive team members were already ready. Zhou Xiaoning gave an order, and they immediately completed the defensive task, while Zhou Xiaoning took his team back to the side and took the time to rest. Compared with the defensive group led by Zhou Xiaoning, Zhou Pingzhong's group is obviously more difficult. After all, they don't have Zhou Xiaoning's strong ability to clear monsters. They can only play close combat with zombies and kill them one by one. Naturally, the efficiency is not as high as Zhou Xiaoning. However, it is precisely because of this that Zhou Pingzhong and others admire Zhou Xiaoning more and more. Only those who have experienced it can realize how much pressure Zhou Xiaoning has withstood just now. 5 minutes later, Zhou Pingzhong's group began to show signs of retreat. I believe they will be defeated by the zombies before long. For this reason, Zhou Xiaoning had to make adjustments again and transferred the 2 teams under him to Zhou Pingzhong, and he himself took a team to bear the impact of the zombies, which meant that Zhou Xiaoning had to bear more pressure. Zhou Pingzhong didn't do it at first, but he couldn't hold back Zhou Xiaoning's status as the captain to press him, so he had to agree. As a result, Zhou Pingzhong's group strength has been greatly strengthened, and the front has become much stronger. It's just that the price is that Zhou Xiaoning's spirit is getting more and more exhausted, and the few minutes of rest time between them can't fully recover at all. The fighting continued for more than 40 minutes. Zhou Xiaoning and the members of the self-rescue team were a little overwhelmed. Even the mobile team members came up, but the news of the safe evacuation of the rear personnel was delayed. Uncle Zhong, it seems that something has happened. You bring a small group of people back to help, and leave it to me. Zhou Xiaoning ordered that he was also helpless. Zhou Pingzhong and a small group of people were certainly valuable combat power, but the people in the rear could not retreat for a moment without retreating. Under such circumstances, it is very important to know how to choose. Zhou Pingzhong knew the importance of his task. He took a deep look at Zhou Xiaoning, and then ordered a small group of people to return to the village. If Zhou Pingzhong had followed Zhou Xiaoning because of gratitude and love for the younger generation before, then now he has sincerely regarded Zhou Xiaoning as his captain. After this period of time, he saw Zhou Xiaoning's actions in his eyes. If someone jumped out to challenge Zhou Xiaoning's authority at this time, he would definitely be the first to stand up and make that person look good. Zhou Pingzhong quickly passed through the village with a small team. There were no more people in the village at this time, so they rushed towards the back mountain. If there was any place to leave, there would be only the back mountain. No surprise. When he came to the back mountain, Zhou Pingzhong's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The side of the back mountain facing the village is gentle and easy to climb, but the other side is much steeper, even if it's a strong body. It is not easy for young people to climb down, let alone the old and weak women and children in the team. Now, the people from the self-rescue team use the one-by-one method to send people down the mountain, and some people must be left under the mountain to protect them. This makes a trip down the mountain no more than 30 people at most, and a round trip for at least 20 minutes. Nowadays, not even 200 people successfully descended the mountain. Seeing the more than 2,000 people still staying on the mountain, Zhou Pingzhong was really anxious. He knew that the village entrance would not last long. Everyone will go up and help, and strive to send everyone down the mountain as soon as possible. Zhou Pingzhong led the small team to move. Although the speed has increased a bit, it is still very limited. On the other side, the zombies had washed half of the road, and more zombies began to flood in. Zhou Xiaoning and the others could not change their defenses. Everyone stepped up and blocked the zombies with all their strength. Soon, the first wounded appeared. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He was bitten in his calf by a zombie crawling on the ground. The severe pain caused the movement of his hand to stop, and he was followed up. The zombie rushed forward and bit his throat. He knew that he would not survive, and he would even become a zombie soon. He didn't want to be like that himself, so after stabbing the zombie on his body, he rushed towards the group of zombies with his last strength. He fell into the river with 3 or 4 zombies. Damn it, die for me! Zhou Xiaoning had already blushed. He also saw that the person was in danger before, but he couldn't save it, otherwise more zombies would come in and cause more casualties. He couldn't afford that price. There were 1 and 2, and soon the second and third wounded appeared. Although the parts of their injuries were not well known, the terrible infectious power of the virus could also turn them into zombies. In the same way, Zhou Xiaoning was able to save them. It only needed 2 zombie virus serums and their respective blood. It took 10 seconds before and after, but Zhou Xiaoning couldn't save them. Still, he couldn't bear the consequences. The 2 people understood Zhou Xiaoning's difficulties, and, like the one before, rushed to the group of zombies, pulling a few zombies into the river together. Afterwards, most people bitten by zombies did the same. Until the sun set, they had only more than 30 people left. They used more than half of the casualties to win the evacuation of the villagers behind for more than 4 hours. At this time, the roadblocks on the bridge had all been destroyed, and the bridge was unimpeded to the zombies. Zhou Xiaoning took the remaining people back into the wall, preparing to make the final resistance. Xiaoning, everyone has retreated to a safe place, you can withdraw now. Zhou Pingzhong panted and ran over to report the letter, and saw the members of the self-rescue team who are still alive. Now that so many people are gone, how could he feel better in his heart? Okay, Uncle Zhong, you take them first, here I will break them. No. Zhou Pingzhong refused Zhou Xiaoning without even thinking about it. When he was enlisted in the army, his first lesson taught by his instructor was that he could not abandon his comrades in any way, not to mention that Zhou Xiaoning was still his junior, so he couldn't even more. Leave it alone. I will come after the breakup. Anyway, I am so old and I am a lonely family member, but you, your grandpa and they are still waiting for you. The self-rescue team still needs your leadership, so you must go. Uncle Zhong, don't you forget that I can fly? If I want to go, those zombies can't keep me. Zhou Xiaoning blocked Zhou Pingzhong's mouth with a single sentence. Indeed, if it hadn't been for them, Zhou Xiaoning could have left long ago, and how could it be kept until now? Then, okay, but you must ask me to promise that things can't be retreated immediately. Okay, I promise you. Zhou Xiaoning responded with one mouthful, but he didn't plan to stay and fight anyway. With his current state of mind, it would be more than enough if only to evacuate. Watching Zhou Pingzhong and others leave, Zhou Xiaoning turned around and looked at the already precarious wall. Okay, let me make a fuss next. Chapter 26. Where is here? Boom. The wall was torn down, and zombies swarmed into the military village with the smoke billowing from the car. At this time, Zhou Xiaoning was standing on the roof of his grandfather's villa, which was the highest place in the village. Even if the zombies wanted to attack him, they had to be able to jump so high. As the only place in the village with aliveness, Zhou Xiaoning is undoubtedly surrounded by zombies. In addition to the most common zombies, lickers, violent Kuns, and some alienated zombies are also caught in it. No matter it is anyone who saw this scene would think Zhou Xiaoning was not saved. It's really a big scene, but it just so happens, Xiao, I've been shy recently, so I can trouble you to provide some. There was a trace of disdain on Zhou Xiaoning's face. What if there are more zombies? It's not that there is no way to take him. Zhou Xiaoning now has no worries about the future, and the iron plate that helped him fly has already stepped on his feet, and he can walk anytime he wants, but before that, he has to make a good profit. With so many fantasy zombies gathered together, such a situation is rare. After the previous fierce battle, Zhou Xiaoning's thought power has increased by 1 level, the upper limit of power has reached 3 tons, and the range has also increased to 30 meters. However, this was not Zhou Xiaoning's limit. He could feel that his thought power was between level 3 and level 4. As long as he received a little more stimulation, he could break through at any time. However, this is also normal. When Zhou Xiaoning awakened the Li Guang virus lineage, he had a very strong mind power, but at that time his body and spirit could not bear such a strong mind power, so it was automatically sealed. Now it's just breaking his seal. The power limit of 3 tons of thought power is not unbelievable. For example, now, Zhou Xiaoning just released the thought power, then hooked his fingers, dragged the 3 half-person tall boulders used as decorations in the villa, and then used the boulders. The weight of the zombies and the additional power of the thought force launched a torture among the zombies. The impact of the boulder is really unstoppable. It is crippled when touched, or killed when hit. Even the tall violent Kun cannot withstand the 3 hits of the boulder. The only thing that could pose a threat to Zhou Xiaoning was the agile lickers and other zombies, but when Zhou Xiaoning controlled the iron plate to fly into the air, they also had nothing to do with Zhou Xiaoning. Seeing the gradually increasing source power points in the source disk, Zhou Xiaoning's face was already blooming. After only 10 minutes, his source power points rose to more than 50,000, and all the previous consumption points were made up, and more. Out a lot. Just when Zhou Xiaoning was about to take advantage of the victory and pursue and continue to search for the source power point, the movement of the zombies below suddenly stopped, and then immediately fled away. His face was full of fear. That's right, Zhou Xiaoning actually saw fear on the zombie's face. What kind of existence is it that can make the zombie show such an expression? Hey? Why is it dark? Zhou Xiaoning felt that the surrounding area suddenly darkened. Although the sun is now set to the west, the sky will not darken so suddenly. There was some light just now, why is it all gone now? No. Something is blocking the light. Zhou Xiaoning noticed the abnormality and hurriedly controlled the iron plate to fly to a place where there was still light. After reaching a safe place, Zhou Xiaoning turned around, and the scene he saw next made him cold and sweaty. I saw a dark red creature that was more than 10 meters high and resembling a slime was throwing down. If Zhou Xiaoning hesitated a little bit, I am afraid that it would already be underneath by that thing now, or be swallowed directly by it. Must. What kind of monster is this? Zhou Xiaoning's throat moved. Such a behemoth could not be solved by him. In other words, he should not jump out of a 3-minute giant of light at this time. After being abused for 2 minutes and dozens of seconds, he used a move to save the world with a photosensitive wave. NS? Just when Zhou Xiaoning was considering whether to run, escape, or slip away, the source disk suddenly sent him a piece of joy. It turns out that that thing is called Devouring Beast. Name: Devouring Beast. Type: Chaos Creature. Star rating. Introduction: the monsters born in chaos are based on swallowing instincts and will swallow everything they encounter. The essence is the aggregation of chaotic energy, which is usually difficult to eliminate by means. But it is precisely because of this that if he can refine his body, he will get a lot of energy. Note: it is currently speculated that the strength of the devouring beast is comparable to those who have just entered Tier 4, and it is recommended that the host quickly escape. Chaos creatures are different from the existence of fantasy creatures. They are between reality and fantasy. Once they appear, it will be a disaster for both the fantasy world and the real world. It's really an increase in knowledge, but now this kind of situation has not been out of the novice village. How to break the situation of playing boss in the later stage. Zhou Xiaoning looked miserable, and it seemed that the idea of wiping out monsters to earn source power points was going to fail. At this time, it was still important to save his life. From his previous performance, his speed should not be fast. Zhou Xiaoning thought to herself, but soon he was slapped in the face. The speed of devouring the body of the beast is not fast, but it does not mean that his attack speed is also slow. I saw hundreds of tentacles suddenly stretched out from the devouring beast's body, most of them rolled towards the zombies that fled around, and dozens of the longest rolled towards Zhou Xiaoning. I'm going, but the thing in that big heart is it. Even though he knew the truth, he was still dead. Isn't Zhou Xiaoning all but escaped now? It seems that I can't escape now. The dozens of tentacles flew in front of him at a speed far faster than Zhou Xiaoning, and then they crossed each other to form a big net, and Zhou Xiaoning's net entered. No, it just burned out your tentacles. Do you want to hold such grudges? The bitterness on Zhou Xiaoning's face grew, thinking that he hadn't even had an official girlfriend. Is he going to die here today? Almost forgot, I still have that thing. Zhou Xiaoning's eyes lit up and he took out the shuttle gem he had placed for a long time. With the input of 10,000 points of source force, the shuttle gem was officially activated, integrated into Zhou Xiaoning's body, and occupied a card slot on the source disk. Ding! The advanced fantasy world is locked. The transmission countdown is 60s, 59s, 58s. I'm going, there is still 1 minute to count down. It's really cheating, my little master. According to the current situation, let alone a minute, I am afraid that it only takes more than 30 seconds for Zhou Xiaoning to enter the stomach of the devouring beast. For the female horse, I'll fight it, Xiao. Mind power exploded with all strength, resisting the tentacle. Zhou Xiaoning had to hold on for 1 minute no matter what. It's just that this still can't change the fact that he is being pulled towards the devouring beast's body bit by bit, it's just that the speed has slowed down a bit. 20s, 19s, 18s. Happy, just stick to it a little longer. Zhou Xiaoning gritted his teeth and released his mind power overload. Even if he would be unconscious afterwards, he would not hesitate to be unable to use his mind power for a period of time. 10s, 9s, 8s. At this time, Zhou Xianing's spirit had begun to trance, and he was already less than 10 meters away from the devouring beast's body. 3s, 2s, 1s, 0s. The teleportation begins. Just 1 second before Zhou Xiaoning was about to be swallowed by the devouring beast, the countdown time was cleared, and a strange force emanated from the shuttle gem, instantly enveloping Zhou Xianing's body, and as the light flashed, Zhou Xiaoning left the real world. The delicacy of the mouth is gone, which makes the devouring beast quite angry, so everything around it has suffered from seedlings, zombies, plants, and even houses. In short, it swallows whatever the tentacles can reach. Frenzied. At this time, Zhou Xiaoning, who was in a coma, was passing through a dark passage under the protection of that inexplicable energy. I don't know how long it took to walk through this same road, and finally a bright light appeared in front of him. Puff! The exit of the channel was at sea, so Zhou Xiaoning unfortunately fell into the water. Zhou Xiaoning can swim, but only if he is sober. As Zhou Xiaoning sinks into the bottom of the sea little by little, he thinks that the protagonist who will die just after crossing is about to be born. Garp Vice Admiral, there seems to be a kid over there. What, don't you hurry up and drive the boat over. Forget it, let me save people first. Puff. I am the dividing line of coma. Machina, isn't that kid awake yet? No, he's been in a coma for a day and a night. Is he really okay? Wouldn't he just fall asleep like this? No, I didn't show him the sound in the village. It's not a big deal. It shouldn't be long before I wake up. 2 people were talking in their ears. One sounded like an old man, and the other was a nice female voice, but Zhou Xiaoning was surprised that who was the child in their mouth. Was he? Don't be kidding, Xiao is already 18, okay? Where am I? Zhou Xiaoning said weakly, but he was stunned as soon as he opened his mouth. First, his voice was extremely immature, just like his voice when he was about 10 years old. Second, what he said was not Hyuxia or Japanese, but rather a voice. A language that he had never heard before, but he just understood it, as if he could understand the conversation between the 2 people, and he still had a feeling that if he was asked to read or write, there would be no problem. Is this the hidden benefits of traveling through the world? No wonder those who travel through the world have never worried about the problem of poor communication. It's great that you woke up. The master of the female voice before walked to Zhou Xianing's bed with a happy face, with concern in his eyes. It's just that this body shape is a little big. Oh, no, it should be that I have become smaller, so that's how it is. So your sister, I haven't heard of someone who wears a more old-fashioned and rejuvenated child. You can show me the shuttle gems. If you don't explain it clearly, see if I won't waste you. Zhou Xiaoning was furious. Although there are benefits of becoming smaller, such as pretending to be a little boy, even if you take advantage of you don't have to worry about being scolded as a hooligan, but the little boy can't do things like this. Okay, he's already waited for 8 years, should he wait for another 8 years now? Chapter 27 Marine is still a pirate, this is a question worth pondering. 2 days have passed since Zhou Xiaoning woke up. After friendly communication with the amiable big sister, Zhou Xiaoning also knew the general situation of the world. First of all, he fell into the sea when he first crossed this world and was rescued by a marine vice admiral named Garp. At that time, Garp was going to visit his grandson in Fengch village, so he brought Zhou Xiaoning by the way and put it in the care of the big sister, that is, Machina. Machina opened a tavern in Windmill village. Pirates and bandits often visit here, but fortunately, there has never been much trouble. And unlike those tavern owners, Machina is very gentle and kind, which can be seen from her careful care of Zhou Xiaoning. Machina has green hair and a very good figure. Although it is incomparable to Ju Chuan Shizuka, it is definitely a match for the Poison Island Kongzi, and looks very good. It is in full compliance with Zhou Xianing's aesthetics. If Zhou Xiaoning is still 18 years old, Zhou Xiaoning will definitely chase her if she's that body. But it's a pity that now he has more than enough energy. No matter how mature he is, it will only make Makina think he is a more sensible child. Combining all the above, Zhou Xiaoning roughly guessed which world he was in, especially when Makina said that Garp's grandson was named Monkai D. Luffy and his godson was named Porgas D. Ace. Zhou Xiaoning was finally able to determine. Your sister is One Piece World. As a long-lasting animation for migrant workers, One Piece can be said to be the memory of a generation. As a pseudo house, Zhou Xiaoning has naturally seen it, and it can be said to be understood. This animation is about a super local tyrant who put all his wealth and treasures in a place called One Piece before he died. Then he was caught deliberately by Marine's people, and the execution was just that, deliberately shouting out the sentence, "Do you want my treasure? If you want, then go to the sea to find it, I put it all there." Ever since, a group of Diozi who were thinking about money and crazy began to search for it. Of course, some of them might be for the title of One Piece, but anyway, the era of great voyage is here. The protagonist of this anime is Garp's grandson, that is, Luffy. In a few years, he will go out to sea in a small boat, sail all the way, fight monsters all the way, gather some crew along the way, and stir up the world of One Piece, which is still relatively balanced. Turned upside down. But this is also normal. Who calls him the protagonist? If he doesn't have this ability, he's really ashamed of the protagonist level treatment the world has given him. The level of force in One Piece world is also quite high, like the top group of people who can destroy an island in minutes. If Marine's strength is used as the standard, Zhou Xiaoning is currently at the quasi-school level at most, which is the result of including the unrecovered mind power. However, there are still many ways to become stronger in the world of One Piece. One is to exercise hard by yourself. The environment in the One Piece world is different from the present world. In a more imaginative way, the aura here is much stronger than in the present world. Zhou Xianing's conditions: after several years of assiduous practice in One Piece world, his strength would definitely improve. The second is Devil Fruit. The so-called special product of One Piece world, Devil Fruit can give people who eat it have incredible abilities. There are 3 kinds of Devil Fruit. Paramecia Fruit can give people superpowers, Zoan Fruit can give people the ability to transform into animals, and Logia Fruit is the most special. Not only can people have the ability to control the element, but they can also be this element is completely immune to general physical attacks. No matter what kind of fruit it is, as long as Zhou Xiaoning can eat one, it will be difficult not to grow in strength. There is a saying in the world of One Piece: there is no useless devil fruit, there are only useless abilities. No matter how rubbish devil fruit, as long as it is developed properly, it should not be underestimated. The third method is Master Haki. Haki is a special way of using energy in the world of One Piece, and it is powerful. Haki is also divided into 3 types. Conqueror's Haki depends on talents. Only 1 out of 1,000,000 people can appear. It is known as the ability that the king is worthy of, and has the power to shock opponents. As long as Conqueror's Haki is strong enough, it is enough to play the role of a soldier without a fight. Observation Haki can strongly feel the power of the opponent's voice. Once this power is increased, he can extract the position and number of enemies out of the field of vision, as well as the actions that the opponent will take in the next moment. Armament Haki can be imagined as wearing an armor that is invisible to the naked eye. The relatively hard armor will naturally turn into attack power. It is the only means in the world that can fight demon fruit power, and even a Logia-capable person who feels almost invincible. That kind of fluid body can also attack its entity by this. If Zhou Xiaoning wants to deal with the devouring beast composed of chaotic energy, Armament Haki should be able to play a big role. It's just that Zhou Xianing's idea is very good, but it's very difficult to do it. It takes a long time to exercise. If there is no mature exercise plan, even if he is alone, it will only be half a bucket of water. Miscellaneous soldiers are okay, it's not enough to meet real masters. It is even more unreliable to get devil fruit. Devil fruit is rare. Whether you can get it depends on your luck. Even if there is an occasional auction on the Sabayati Islands, it will be 100 million Baileys. Even if Zhou Xiaoning is sold, it will not be collected. So much money. As for learning Haki, it's possible, but the premise is to find a teacher who knows Haki and can teach. Now Master Haki's power is either marine or pirate. No matter which side it is, they are not good friends. Why do they teach Zhou Xiaoning? In the final analysis, doesn't it mean that nothing works? Zhou Xiaoning was sitting on an empty wine barrel like a CK that was defeated in a fight, his head drooping, and the whole person looked listless. Ma Qina, who was called to the side, looked at him and shook his head helplessly. This kid is good with everything, but love sighs from time to time. I really don't know what he has to worry about at his young age. Yet, kid, you're already awake. A big rough hand fell along with the rough voice, which made Zhou Xiaoning frowned. While going, the little master is annoying, don't disturb me. Zhou Xiaoning waved his hand subconsciously. Because of his upset, he accidentally used 6 points. Zhou Xiaoning regretted this shot. Although his body has become smaller, his physical strength has not changed at all. Zhou Xiaoning's small hand made contact with the big hand, but the expected scream did not appear, and Zhou Xiaoning felt as if he had hit an iron plate, which was extremely hard. I really didn't see it, you kid is so powerful. The strong. After Zhou Xiaoning reacted from the shock of 1 or 2 seconds, he jumped out of the barrel for the first time and made a defensive posture. As mentioned earlier, the fighting skills that Zhou Xiaoning learned are all military fighting skills, and every move is optimized, striving to kill or make the opponent lose the fighting ability in the shortest time. Although Zhou Xiaoning's military fighting skills did not come from the One Piece world, as the saying goes, people who have a bit of foresight, it is not difficult to see the shadow of the army in Zhou Xiaoning's movements. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting, no one has dared to do this in front of me for a long time. But also, let me see where your limits are. There was a glimmer of appreciation in Garp's eyes, and he didn't expect that the kid he got up would have such a good foundation. As long as it is trained, Admiral dare not say it, but the level of Vice Admiral can still be reached. Even though Marine is currently the most powerful force, Marine's situation is still quite embarrassing. Because of the words of Roger, the Pirate King, countless people flood into the sea every day. They become pirates and only contain these people. Distracted most of Marine's energy. In New World, the 4 emperors are prestigious, and each of them is only slightly inferior to Marine. In the case of 1-to-1, Marine may be able to wipe out one of the 4 emperors after paying a heavy price, but if they match up at the same time of the 2, Marine also only had a dent. It is precisely because of this that in recent years Marine has been particularly interested in the beckoning of outstanding talents. In Garp's eyes, Zhou Xiaoning is a rare talent. At the age of 10, he has the strength comparable to that of a quasi school. This qualification is compared with his 2. The disobedient grandson will have a strong point. It is only a matter of time to become a first-level figure in Vice Admiral. Don't look down on Vice Admiral. On Marine, there are only 3 Admiral. If Marine Marshal Sengoku and Garp are added, there will be at most 5. These combat powers are equivalent to the existence of nuclear weapons. They will only be used in key places and will not be deployed easily. Therefore, the level of Vice Admiral's combat power has become the mainstay. Marine's current Vice Admiral is only about 30, which is honestly not too many. What's more, Zhou Xiaoning's future achievement is at least Vice Admiral. If he can get a matching devil fruit and develop his abilities reasonably, it is not impossible to be promoted to the Admiral level. Thinking about it this way, Garp pays more attention to Zhou Xiaoning. As for Zhou Xianing's origins, Garp doesn't care at all. Even Marine plans to win over the pirates and form 7 warlords of the sea. It is not that difficult to accept. I have to say that the appearance of Zhou Xianing's 10-year-old child is really deceptive. After all, a 10-year-old child, no matter how bad it can go, and at such a young age. There will be time to train and make him a qualified person. Marine. The more Garp thought about it, the brighter the light in his eyes. That expression made Zhou Xianing's chrysanthemum suddenly cool, and at the same time he couldn't help but guess that this strange old man might be gay. Chapter 28 Fighting Garp. Boy, go outside with me. Garp said without a doubt, and then he walked out of the tavern without giving Zhou Xiaoning a chance to object. Damn old man! Zhou Xiaoning gritted his teeth with hatred, but had to do what Garp said, because he had no choice. The two people stood in the open space outside the tavern, and don't know how the news spread. The two people just came out for less than a minute, and the open space was surrounded by 3 floors and 3 floors. It's not like the national talents. Little devil, I will only use my left hand in a while. As long as you can force me to use my right hand, even if I lose, I will give you a surprise at that time. Garp backed his right hand to the back, and at the same time stretched out his left hand, hooked his index finger, indicating that Zhou Xiaoning could start. Damn it, what is this? Do you look down on me? Zhou Xiaoning showed an angry face. He had guessed Garp's identity. After all, the One Piece in the hundreds of episodes was not pursued for nothing. Garp's characteristic image is hard to recognize. Although Garp's strength is not inferior to Admiral, and he is even the only marine hero who can push Roger into despair several times, this is not a reason for him to underestimate himself. Damn it's dead old man, I will make you regret it, take it. Although the mind power could not be used for the time being, the 20-point physical strength was not a good-looking one. Zhou Xiaoning provoked it high and kicked it straight into Garp's head. Ha ha ha, the momentum is good, but the tricks are too easy to be seen through. Garp laughed, lightly blocking Zhou Xianing's kick with his left hand, which was enough to kick a tree the size of a bowl. For this result, Zhou Xiaoning had expected it a long time ago, but it is not normal that Garp can't take this kick. I saw Zhou Xiaoning suddenly grabbing Garp's left hand with both hands, and then using it as a support, he flipped in the air, and his heels hit the top of Garp's head high. This trick is interesting, but it's still too weak. A year-old admiration flashed in Garp's eyes, but he did not show mercy at all. Before Zhou Xiaoning was about to hit him, his left hand slammed. The strong inertia made Zhou Xiaoning no longer able to grasp Garp's hand, and the whole person was directly thrown away. Flew out. You can't just land like this, otherwise you will definitely lose your fighting ability. Zhou Xiaoning was not surprised, and then inertially volleyed a few somersaults to turn most of the inertia away. Although he staggered back a few steps when he landed, he was finally unharmed. It's really strong, even if you let Garp face the devouring beast, I'm afraid you won't lose. A drop of cold sweat slipped from Zhou Xianing's forehead, and several fights made him deeply realize the gap between the two people. If Garp hadn't killed him, I'm afraid Garp would have killed him in seconds. What? That won't work. Garp further stimulated Zhou Xiaoning. A true powerhouse would not hesitate to move forward because of a little setback. If Zhou Xiaoning really surrendered like this, although he would still pull Zhou Xiaoning into marine, he would definitely not cultivate it vigorously. Old dead man, I will use my tricks next. Don't die. As the saying goes, if you lose, you don't lose, and retreating before the battle is not in line with his Zhou Xianing's character. Let alone how can a man admit that he is not good. But according to the current situation, no matter how many times he attacks, he will be easily resolved by Garp. This is an absolute gap in strength, which cannot be tied by tricks, even if the mind power is restored now. It seems that I can only use that trick. Zhou Xiaoning gritted his teeth and thought, although the trick hasn't been fully formed yet, it can still be used, but the side effects are a bit more serious. Even with his body's ability to recover, it will take at least 3 days to recover. But now, there is no other way. Oh, I want to see what you can do. The old god Garp was standing there. From the beginning of the battle to the present, he only moved his left hand, not even his foot. This was already enough to hit people. Now he still uses his left hand to buckle his nostrils. There is almost as much "oh" as it is. "You go to death for me," burst out with all your strength. Zhou Xiaoning rushed to Garp fiercely, and at the same time concentrated all the source power in his body on the right fist. But Zhou Xiaoning didn't think it was enough, so he mobilized 4 points of source power from the source disk and concentrated on the right fist. Since the development of his own energy system, Zhou Xiaoning has been trying to use the source force in the body, but because there is no practical exercise method, Zhou Xiaoning cannot control the source force very well. Even the tricks he uses now are only rough uses. Source power, a large part of the source power is wasted. "Hey, kid, don't you want your right hand anymore?" Garp, who had been grinning from the beginning, finally got serious. He could feel a strong force condensed on Zhou Xianing's right fist. It was a force he didn't know, but he would never lose to Haki. If this punch hits, even he will suffer a little injury. I would be injured by a teenage boy. If I said this before, I am afraid no one would believe it. But now, the fact is in front of Garp. Zhou Xiaoning does have the ability to injure him, even if it is nothing more than that. It's a small injury. Garp transported most of his strength and stretched out his left hand to block Zhou Xianing's full blow. However, the power of Zhou Xianing's punch was beyond Garp's imagination, and he had to increase his strength little by little to counter the punching power from Zhou Xianing's fist. Of course, this is also because Garp didn't use Haki, otherwise he would be able to offset the mere punches in minutes. It's just that Garp's fight with Zhou Xiaoning is enough to bully the small one. If Haki is used again, where will he let his old face go? Udao is a rush, then decline, and exhaustion. Zhou Xianing's punch seems fierce, but after the initial outbreak period, the strength will quickly decline. At that time, his right hand will be abolished due to energy overload. Even if his physique can recover, it will take 2 to 3 days. Therefore, the victory or defeat is at this moment. This punch can be said to exhaust all the source of Zhou Xianing's body. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is absolutely impossible for Zhou Xiaoning to make a second punch in a short time. Garp obviously thinks so. But, is Zhou Xiaoning an ordinary person? He has the reserve energy pool of the source disk. As long as he can bear it and the source power reserve in the source disk is sufficient, there is no problem with how much energy he wants. It's like now, Zhou Xiaoning mobilized 1 point of source force, concentrated on the left fist, relying on his body shape again, directed at Garp's lower abdomen, and hit the position between the legs fiercely. Now Garp couldn't calm down anymore. He never thought that Zhou Xiaoning would be so cruel, so wretched. This was to destroy his male dignity. Before he could think about it, Garp subconsciously stretched out his right hand to block Zhou Xianing's left fist. "Hee, dead old man, I won." Zhou Xiaoning showed a playful smile. Just like Garp said before, as long as he can force Garp to use his right hand, he will win. Now in full view, Garp can't even regret it. However, the price Zhou Xiaoning paid was not small. Both of his hands had endured the impact of the source force, and they were temporarily useless. It would take at least 3 days for the right hand to recover. The left hand is better, but it also takes 1 day. You kid." Garp stared at Zhou Xiaoning blankly. He really didn't expect that under Zhou Xianing's impulsive and irritable appearance, there was such a black-bellied heart that he really missed. "That's amazing, Ace, did you see that man actually defeated Grandpa?" "Cut, it's just a trick. If I were to fight him, I wouldn't lose." The 3 little ghosts hid in the crowd, watching all the battle between Zhou Xiaoning and Garp. The 2 talking were Luffy and Ace, and Sabo just watched quietly. He felt like he was fighting from Zhou Xiaoning. I learned something, but I couldn't tell what I asked him to say. This was the first time the four people met, but at this time Zhou Xiaoning was already struggling to endure the pain in his hands. There was no heart to pay attention to the surrounding situation, so he missed the opportunity to get acquainted with the three miners. "Dead, old man, you should cash your bet." Zhou Xiaoning grinned, and her voice was trembling. It seemed that he was really hurt. "If you want to be surprised, you should find a way to heal your hands first." Garp glared at Zhou Xiaoning. At this time, he really hated iron and steel. A good seedling, if it was ruined like this for a long time, he would have to regret his death. "Come here, take this kid on a warship, and let the ship heal him well." Garp unquestionably ordered that. Compared with the sound of the windmill village, the marine doctor who has experienced marine is undoubtedly better in terms of medical skills. Garp now only hopes that Zhou Xiaoning's injury is not too serious, and there is no sequelae. "Wait for the old man, who said I'm going to get on your boat, let me go down quickly." Zhou Xiaoning was supported by two marine soldiers and walked to the warship docked at sea. Regarding this, Zhou Xiaoning naturally quit. He knew that on board a warship would be equivalent to embarking on a path of no return. He would definitely be drawn into Marine's team. He was obviously more inclined to be a pirate. "You kid, please be quiet if you get hurt." Garp picked up the knife and knocked Zhou Xiaoning out. Garp's strength is well controlled. Zhou Xiaoning wants to wake up at least one day and one night later. By then, they will be on the way back to naval headquarters, and Zhou Xiaoning will have nowhere to escape even if they have no suitcases. Should I say that I am Luffy's grandfather? He doesn't play cards according to common sense at all. Generally, when you join Marine, you must first ask the person who disagrees. What is the difference between this and kidnapping? Is he Marine or a pirate? The most basic morals. Chapter 29 Life at Marine, Part 1. Facts have proved that Garp somewhat underestimated Zhou Xiaoning's physical fitness. He woke up after being in a coma for more than 10 hours. However, this still cannot change the fact that he is about to be forcibly pulled into the marine, because at this time the warship is sailing in the calm belt, which is a shortcut to naval headquarters. Throughout the entire One Piece world, only Marine and 4 emperors can be in this area has sailed. The calm belt, as the name suggests, is a zone without wind. Most of the ships in One Piece world are sailboats propelled by wind. If the ships that have not been specially modified enter the calm belt, they can only stay at sea and cannot move. And calm belt is also a paradise for sea kings. As a behemoth in the sea, sea kings is definitely not something ordinary people can fight against. At least Zhou Xiaoning asked himself if he didn't have this ability. In short, escape is definitely not possible. Zhou Xiaoning had no choice but to go with the situation. But calm down and think about it. There is nothing bad about joining Marine. First of all, Marine has such a powerful physical skills as Marine 6 styles, and if you practice Ultimate, you can return the life of the master to such a profound meaning. After training, you can freely control it. The body, hair, and internal organs can be freely controlled anywhere as long as the consciousness is poured in. This just meets the requirements of the second level advanced, perfect control of the body. In addition, Marine also has a complete system for Haki training. It can be said that Haki is the most basic thing for every general Marine. Then there is Devil Fruit. Marine's Devil Fruit reserves are definitely among the top in the world. If there is any other force that can surpass them, I am afraid that there is only celestial dragons. In Marine, Devil Fruit is not too precious. As long as you make enough credit, you can apply for one. As long as the popularity is not too bad, no one secretly stumbles, it can pass under normal circumstances. Compared to being a pirate, it's completely luck. It's much easier to join Marine and get Devil Fruit. But being willing to join Marine is one thing. Being forced by Garp is another thing. Zhou Xiaoning is very vengeful. If Garp says that the surprise he wants to reward him cannot satisfy him, it depends on how Zhou Xiaoning fixes him in the future. After making up his mind, the first thing Zhou Xiaoning did when he woke up was to go to Garp. Perhaps Garp had previously ordered that Zhou Xiaoning was not blocked by marine soldiers on the way, and even showed him the way. Finally, after Zhou Xiaoning found a piece of the real warship, he found Garp in the kitchen. Seeing 10 fingers full of donuts in front of him, with one in his mouth, Garp, who is more amused than the other, it is really difficult for Zhou Xiaoning to connect him with the strong guy who was almost unable to fight back. Together. Yet. Kid, you woke up so soon, would you like to eat a little donut? It's delicious. Garp said to Zhou Xiaoning in a childlike tone. Although Zhou Xiaoning looks like a child on the outside, he is an adult on the inside. If it weren't for the injury on his hand, he wouldn't be able to use it for a while. He had to deal with that. Zhang Laolian couldn't get a few punches, let alone whether it was mid-strike. What he wanted was that attitude. Dead old man, don't call me a kid, I have the name Zhou Xiaoning. Zhou Xiaoning? It's really a strange name. In my opinion, your names are strange. Zhou Xiaoning hung up his eyes. He felt that he and Garp, a funny old man, care about these things, and he is really funny enough. Well, the surprise I said before, shouldn't it be taken out? Zhou Xiaoning went straight to the subject. This is his most concerned issue, and it will also determine how he will treat Garp in the future. It's these donuts, they are delicious. Garp pushed the half plate of donuts freshly baked in front of him to Zhou Xiaoning. As for why it was half plate, it was because the other half was in Garp's hands. Bad old man, are you kidding me? Zhou Xiaoning's face was sullen. He usually doesn't get angry, but if he gets angry, even he himself is afraid. Oh, young people nowadays can't make a joke. By the way, whoever, go and get the box on the table in my room. Garp waved a passing marine soldier to pick up something. Seeing that he didn't care about it, it was hard to imagine how precious the thing was. Soon, the marine soldier came back with something, but Garp's Lieutenant Rosa was also with him. Vice Admiral, are you sure you are not joking? You are actually giving this thing to an unknown kid? Rosa hurriedly sought Garp's theory. Although they had obtained the thing by accident and had not officially reported it, because of the preciousness of the thing, if Marshal Marine knew about it in the future, Garp would have to be held accountable. If Zhou Xiaoning got that thing and did anything to harm Marine, then Garp would not be able to escape responsibility, so he couldn't be careless. Well, it doesn't matter, it's useless to me anyway. Besides, I've made bets with others, so how can I go back? Compared to Rosa, Garp seemed nonchalant, grabbing the box from the soldier, and then throwing it to Zhou Xiaoning. Dead old man, say it in advance, if I'm not satisfied, I won't do it. Open it first, and talk about it when you are not satisfied. Listening to Garp's tone, Zhou Xiaoning became less hopeful about the contents of the box. Opening the box and taking a look, Zhou Xiaoning was stunned, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. As expected, he had made no mistake before. I saw an apple-like fruit in the box with some peculiar patterns on it. This thing has a famous name in the world of One Piece, devil fruit. Old man, is this really for me? Zhou Xiaoning asked with some worry, but seeing how he hugged the box, I'm afraid that even if Garp wants to take it back, he won't agree. Oh, it seems that you know this thing, so I won't explain it. I got this devil fruit not long ago, and it has never appeared in the illustrated book, so it is unknown what kind of abilities you will gain after eating it. Yes, you first think about whether you want to eat it or not. Garp cautiously advised that although he had never eaten devil fruit, there were indeed many capable people around him. He knew very well how important a devil fruit suitable for him was. Of course I have to eat devil fruit without rubbish, with only rubbish ability. Even if I get the weakest ability, I am confident that it will be developed to the extent that it can compete with anyone. Zhou Xiaoning resolutely said that devil fruit is already precious. If he missed this time, he didn't know when he would get it next time. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. At the same time, Zhou Xiaoning was also very confident in his talent skills. Once activated, the perfect fusion, regardless of the limit of 2 devil fruits he could not eat, and how much Zhou Xiaoning wanted to eat, it would take a little bit of energy. Just do it when he thinks of it, and Zhou Xiaoning bit on devil fruit in one bite. A rather complicated, unspeakable taste stimulated Zhou Xiaoning's taste. He swears that he will never eat anything worse than this in his life. Compared with the taste of devil fruit, he has seen it before. Those dark dishes are nothing. Although I wanted to spit it out, Zhou Xiaoning endured it in order to become stronger. Fortunately, devil fruit can be effective as long as the first bite is taken, and the rest is the same whether it is eaten or not. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaoning really can't imagine that after eating the whole devil fruit, he will live to see the sun tomorrow. As devil fruit swallowed, a peculiar energy suddenly appeared and began to transform Zhou Xiaoning's body. Demon fruit power has 2 fatal weaknesses: inability to swim and sea stone. Zhou Xiaoning still doesn't know what will happen in the future. He doesn't want such obvious and fatal weakness. So, perfect integration, start it for me. With Zhou Xiaoning's order, the source power points in the source disk began to drop rapidly, and it didn't stop until 30,000 points of source power were consumed. This can be said that Zhou Xiaoning has consumed the most source power in a single time. With the spirit of connecting the source disk, Zhou Xiaoning wanted to know what abilities he possessed for the first time. I saw that there was a new source card on the original vacant card slot of the source disk. The pattern on it was a hand, and there was a black uzumaki on the palm of that hand, just like a black hole. Name: Universal Extraction. Type: Skill. Star rating. Introduction: Under the effect of perfect fusion, the ability to extract fruits is perfectly integrated into the host's body. The skills formed eliminate the weakness of fear of water and sea stone, but haki can still restrain it. Function: It can extract any person, thing, or thing. Currently, it can only extract at the material level. It seems that the one just now is the devil fruit of the superpower system. Based on this inference, Zoan devil fruit should correspond to pedigree, and Logia devil fruit should correspond to talent. Zhou Xiaoning closed his eyes and thought about the future development of this skill. Universal Extraction said that it was strong and weak enough. Said strong, because this skill can take anything as a target for extraction, such as the heart as the target. No matter who loses the heart, I am afraid there is only a dead end. Weak, it is that this skill is difficult to work on the strong, especially the strong of Master Haki. At that time, this skill can only be used as a trick to fetch things from the air. However, this is not absolute. If Zhou Xiaoning strengthens this skill and turns it into a 6-star, it will be worthwhile. Although the difference between 5-star and 6-star is only 1 star, it is indeed a world of difference. 6-star means that the law has been touched, and it is extraordinary, and no matter how powerful the 5-star is, it can't get rid of the mundane restrictions. It just so happened that Zhou Xiaoning had the source force needed for strengthening, but once he was strengthened, he would return to the pre-liberation period. In the future, if he encounters a crisis situation, he can't use the source force point to save the field. Therefore, whether to strengthen or not to strengthen is a question that Zhou Xiaoning must seriously consider. Chapter 30 Life in Marine, Part 2. During this period of sea voyage, Zhou Xiaoning has been considering the question of whether to strengthen the universal extraction. Finally, when he was about to arrive at naval headquarters, Zhou Xiaoning made a choice. Female horse, I'm going to save my life, little master. People are dead and 10,000 years old. I don't believe my luck will be so bad. Zhou Xiaoning gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, transporting all the remaining more than 10,000 source power into the source card that represented universal extraction. The source card's star rating has been upgraded by 1 level, and at the same time it has a brand new ability. Name: Universal Extraction. Type: Skill. Star rating. Introduction: under the effect of perfect fusion, the ability to extract fruits is perfectly integrated into the host's body. The skills formed eliminate the weakness of fear of water and sea stone, but Haki can still restrain it. Function: it can extract any person, thing, and it can extract at the material level as well as the conceptual level. Material extraction: Zhou Xiaoning is already a master. For example, with the stone as the target, Zhou Xiaoning can extract the middle part without destroying the outside. Although there seems to be no change, the inside is already hollow. However, the extraction at the conceptual level is a bit vague, and Zhou Xiaoning has to experiment with it before reaching a conclusion. And now there are good experimental goals. Garp: is there anyone more suitable than him? Garp was also very curious about Zhou Xiaoning's unknown ability, so he was willing to fight and suffer, and the two hit it off. Of course, this is also related to Garp's self-confidence in his own strength. He doesn't believe how serious a person who has just gained the ability to fruit can cause him. Old man, I'm about to start. If I feel uncomfortable, I will shout out and I will stop immediately. What are you doing with so much talk? Hurry up. With Garp's permission, Zhou Xiaoning reached out and took Garp's thick palm. This is the prerequisite for the omnipotent extraction ability in concept extraction, and it must have physical contact with the target. Universal extraction concept, launch. Boom. Zhou Xiaoning felt a roar in his ears, and then his head was dizzy as if he had been slapped with a brick. When the dizziness disappeared, he felt that he had come to a very strange space, where there were many light spots. Every light when the dot falls into Zhou Xiaoning's line of sight, he will automatically know what the dot represents. Marine 6 styles: Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Strong Body. Let me go, these are the skills of the old man master. Do you mean that concept extraction is to extract these things? Zhou Xiaoning is not calm anymore. If it is as he thinks, this universal extraction is really not so powerful. When fighting against people, as long as the opponent's combat abilities are extracted, the opponent can be turned into a single player, but unable to play. It looks like, even if the opponent is Whitebeard, Zhou Xiaoning has the courage to just face him. However, a pot of cold water soon extinguished the excitement that Zhou Xiaoning had just borne. The universal extraction can indeed extract the various abilities of the target, but the concept extraction can only be extracted once for each person. It is also based on the difference between the strengths of the two sides. The extracted abilities will also appear to be incomplete. For example, if Zhou Xiaoning targets Garp's Armament Haki, he can draw a trace of Armament Haki at most, and Garp, who is the target of the draw, may not even feel this loss. What's more deceptive is that the things extracted from the concept can only be allowed to dissipate, and cannot be used, which is completely detrimental to others. If you change to someone else, the omnipotent extraction ability will not be effectively used at all, but Zhou Xiaoning is different. He has a talented skill perfect fusion, and the combination of the two skills is really a match made in heaven. In a sense, the fruit extraction was really tailor-made for Zhou Xiaoning. After 4 days of voyage, Zhou Xiaoning came to naval headquarters with Garp's warship. In Zhou Xiaoning's eyes, this place can be regarded as a treasure house. All kinds of elites can be found here, and there are not a few people with fruit abilities. If Zhou Xiaoning extracts the past one by one and integrates the abilities that suit him into himself, you can imagine Zhou Xiaoning's strength will have a blowout growth. Because Zhou Xiaoning had this idea, in the near future, there will be rumors of handshake madmen in Marine. After all, when you meet someone, you will shake hands. It takes 3 or 4 seconds, or even more than 10 seconds. This nickname is difficult. Of course, this is something for the future. Zhou Xiaoning has just arrived at naval headquarters at this time. As a pink and tender newcomer, he still has a long way to go. With Marine hero Garp as a guarantee, Zhou Xianing's entry into Marine went smoothly, but because he was still young, he had to start from the reserve. However, unlike ordinary reserves, Zhou Xiaoning trained directly with Garp, so in the eyes of outsiders, Zhou Xiaoning is Garp's disciple. Of course, Zhou Xiaoning himself never admitted, nor did Garp express his intention to officially accept Zhou Xiaoning as a disciple. The two people were just like before, dead old man and little ghost screaming. Although they are not mentors in name, they are actually no different from mentors and apprentices. Garp's training method is definitely hell-like. In the original plot, Luffy and others finished an ice lobby and returned to the City of Seven Waters to repair. When Garp brought people to Luffy, they could listen to it through a dialogue between two people. One or two. Fortunately, Luffy has the protagonist's halo protection, otherwise ordinary children would have been tossed to death by Garp. The training that Zhou Xiaoning has experienced, compared with that, is inferior to that. Who told him to show the talent and potential that surpassed Luffy before, coupled with a mature mind, it is really normal for him to have this kind of treatment. However, it is precisely because of this that Zhou Xianing's strength has been significantly improved. After 4 years of Garp training, his physical strength has reached the second-order limit, 50 points. And Marine 6 styles, Armament Haki and Observation Haki have all been masters, and Marine 6 styles has reached the point where it can use the 6 King's Spear and return life. The only thing that makes Zhou Xiaoning feel more depressed is that One Piece World's control of its own energy system is too rough. Even the Marine Haki training method that has been improved countless times is extremely low in terms of increasing the energy limit. 1 year of training. Zhou Xianing's energy limit was only raised to 10, which severely restricted Armament Haki's performance. Zhou Xiaoning had to plan carefully every time he used it, otherwise he would be empty if he didn't hit a few times. In contrast, Zhou Xiaoning is better at Observation Haki, both of which are mental abilities. He has mental power as a foundation and is handy in using Observation Haki. Although he can't cover the entire Sky Island like Enel, it still covers the range of 1 kilometer. It can be done. On this day, Zhou Xiaoning stood opposite Garp for the 621st time, fighting passionately. Opposite him, Garp looked like he had just woken up, and Hutcher kept going. If someone who didn't know his identity saw it, it would be difficult to connect him with the marine hero. Bad old man, I advise you to be more serious, otherwise you will lose face if you are defeated by me. Hurry up and start, and I will have to make up a nap later. Garp rubbed his sleepy eyes, his posture, as if he didn't put Zhou Xiaoning in his eyes at all. Damn it, die for me. After shaving, Zhou Xianing's figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Garp. Beng Chuan. Zhou Xianing's right hand turned black in an instant, which was a sign of using Armament Haki. Zhou Xianing's strength is not low, and with Haki's increase, no one can underestimate the power of this punch. Ha ha ha, this punch is a bit interesting, it's a lot better than before. Garp laughed loudly, and also wrapped his fist with Haki to meet Zhou Xianing's punch. Bump! The two fierce confrontations unexpectedly stirred up a small hurricane, which caused sand and rocks on the school court for a while. Suddenly, a person flew out of the smoke, and when he fixed his eyes, it turned out to be Zhou Xiaoning. Cut, is it still so much worse? Zhou Xiaoning flipped in the air and landed safely. To be honest, in terms of physical strength alone, Zhou Xiaoning and Garp are not much different, but the total amount of Haki in Garp's body is far higher than Zhou Xiaoning, and long-term exercise has allowed Garp to be precise. With every point of Haki, it is with Haki's blessing that Garp can play a strength that is not inferior to Tier 4. In contrast, Zhou Xiaoning has more than explosive power, but insufficient stamina. At the beginning, he can use the higher quality Haki transformed from the source power to beat Garp, but this will undoubtedly increase the consumption of the source power. Even if Zhou Xiaoning can be replenished through the source disk, the transmission of the source force will take time. Although this time is very short, Garp can grasp it well. Suddenly, Zhou Xianing's source of energy is just at the time when the source of energy in Zhou Xianing's body is not receiving. It could withstand such a force there, so he was shot out. This is also thanks to Garp's no killer, otherwise he would be able to beat Zhou Xianing to death with this punch alone. How about it, kid, do you want to come again? Garp hooked his finger at Zhou Xianing, with a smug expression that was too much to be beaten. Of course, I was careless just now, and I will be serious next time. At this time, Zhou Xianing's source power had all been replenished. And he immediately summoned his strength again and launched an offensive against Garp, vowing not to stop without killing Garp. Boom, boom, boom. There was a constant roar in the direction of the school, but the nearby marine did not say anything different. Why should I do it? After all, the same sound can be heard once every 3 to 5 times. It can be heard for a whole 4 years, even if it is curiosity. Heavy people have long been used to it. Chapter 31, 4 Years of Growth. Since the fight against Garp that time, and after being abused, Zhou Xianing had learned from it, and decided to go out to practice. Regarding this, Garp is non-committal. Anyway, with Zhou Xianing's current strength, ordinary pirates will not be his opponents, and the truly powerful pirates will not say whether Zhou Xianing can meet them. Even if they do, they will not be with him. The general knowledge of this underage kid, as long as Zhou Xianing's spirit is aroused by the time, don't irritate many parties, there is still no problem with survival. Therefore, after Zhou Xianing insisted that Garp did not object to it, Zhou Xianing finally became a glorious marine soldier after 4 years of reserve service. Of course, Zhou Xianing wanted to participate in the suppression of the pirates, not just because he wanted to experience it, but he found that he could also get source power points and source cards by killing monsters in the world of One Piece. If the current world is regarded as the main line of the game, then the One Piece world is equivalent to a copy, not to mention more source power points. Even the burst rate of source cards is much higher than that of the current world. This situation was discovered when Zhou Xianing was thrown by Garp on a desert island to train for survival in the wild, and when he killed a wild wolf that wanted to eat him. After some groping, it was finally determined that everyone would hold him. The existence of hostility can get source power after killing it, and occasionally the source card can be exploded. The higher the strength of the kill target, the more source power will be obtained, and the better source card will be exploded. Therefore, survival training in the wild has become Zhou Xianing's favorite subject. In the wild jungle, there are so many creatures who want to eat it. In 4 years, Garp arranged 3 survival trainings for Zhou Xianing, each lasting from 1 month to 3 months, and the strength of the creatures in the survival ground was stronger than once. However, this could not be a reason to hinder Zhou Xianing from earning source power. Every time the survival time ends, it means that the offensive creatures in the survival area are completely destroyed, and Zhou Xianing is seriously injured and returned. However, it is precisely because of the source power provided by those creatures that Zhou Xianing's extraction and integration plan can be successfully carried out. Now his data panel is quite rich. Name, Zhou Xianing. Age, 18. Level, Tier 2, Physical Strength 50, Energy Cap 10. Talent skills, Perfect Integration, able to integrate multiple targets, eliminate drawbacks, and retain advantages. This skill will be upgraded with the upgrade of the source disk, and the urging needs to consume the source power of the source disk. Currently 2 stars. Lineage, Liguang virus lineage, 5 star. Lineage talent. Infection, as a bloodline transformed from a zombie virus, the ability to infect is indispensable. You can consume blood and infect other creatures, allowing other creatures to acquire the bloodline, and as the initial possession of the bloodline, you have the right to the secondary possession absolute control. Quick recovery, you can quickly recover physical injuries by consuming energy in the body. If necessary, you can use the source force to activate. Of course. The premise is that you have the opportunity to use this talent. If it is an instantaneous death injury such as brain death, this talent is invalid. Swallowing evolution. You can supplement yourself by swallowing other biological genes to make yourself evolve, but if too many genes are swallowed, it is easy to cause gene collapse, and you need to be cautious. Virus immunity. As a collection of multiple zombie viruses, many viruses have no effect on you, unless it is a 5-star or higher virus. Blood skills. Mind power, active skills, the power stimulated in the process of virus transformation. The current level is 10, the upper limit of power is 10 tons, and the effective range is 100 meters. Physical strengthening, passive skills. Because you withstand the raging virus in your body, your physique has been improved, physical strength +5. Body deformation, active skills. Under the stimulation of the virus, you have the ability to control all parts of the body at will, and even if it is inconvenient to maintain the total weight, you can become any person. The current level is 1 and cannot be upgraded. Talent. Light element affinity, 5 stars, affinity 10%. Water element affinity, 5 stars, affinity 5%. Wind element affinity, 5 stars, affinity 5%. Fire element affinity, 5 stars, affinity 5%. Earth element affinity, 5 stars, affinity 5%. Equipment, none. Skill. Universal extraction, 6 stars. Armament hacky, 5 stars. Observation hacky, 5 stars. Marine 6 styles, 5 star, powerful body art summarized and developed by Marine, including finger pistol, iron body, shaving, moonwalk, tempest kick, paper arts, in addition to 6 styles 6 king's spear and life return. Short weapon master, Samsung, passive, can be perfect for masters short weapons such as knives, swords, daggers, and short weapon skills increase by 40%. Long weapon master, 2 stars, passive, can skillfully use spears, halberds, spears and other long weapons. The power of long weapon skills is increased by 40%. Firearm master, Samsung, passive, can be a perfect master for any firearm. The power of firearms is increased by 40%, and the hit is increased by 40%. Exercise, hacky practice method Marine version, 3 star. Props. Shuttle gem, 1 star, only. Simulation farm, 5 star. Momotaro rice ball *10, Samsung. Among the above data, a large part of the increase in thought power was forced out by GARP, but now it has fallen into a bottleneck. Unless the bloodline level increases, the thought power can only stay at this point. Marine 6 styles, armament hacky, and observation hacky were cultivated by Zhou Xiaoning himself. Ability like this kind of self-cultivation or comprehension will automatically form the corresponding source card on the source disk. If the source disk card slot is not enough, it will be in your mind. No amount of inspiration, ability can't be formed. Although this invisibly restricts the strength development of the chosen, as long as the source card is formed, it can be strengthened by consuming the source power points, which can save a lot of exploration time, which is also considered pros and cons. As for the remaining ones, except for the abilities obtained through the consumption of devil fruit, the other ones were obtained by Zhou Xiaoning from those Marines and integrated into them. As Marine, the use of weapons is the most basic skill, and with the support of Marines' huge number of bases, there are many experts in a certain aspect. Zhou Xiaoning extracted some of the knowledge of weapon use from these people and integrated them. Now, Zhou Xiaoning can say without exaggeration that he is already a grandmaster with 18 martial arts. Such passive skills are divided into 6 stages: Grandmaster, Master, Grandmaster, Grandmaster, and Shentong, corresponding to 1 to 6 stars respectively, but I don't know why, no matter how many similar skills Zhou Xiaoning integrates, the most, that is to say, reaching the master level, and then going up, will not work. It seems that Zhou Xiaoning needs to temper himself. In addition, what Zhou Xiaoning attaches the most importance to is the talent of element affinity. Take the light element affinity for example. Zhou Xiaoning's current affinity is 10%, so when he uses light attribute attacks, his power will be sufficient. Increased by 10%, and when attacked by light attributes, the damage will be reduced by 10%. And by consuming the source force, Zhou Xiaoning can also directly mobilize the light element, but with his current affinity, at best, he can get a ball of light to act as a flash bomb. This kind of elemental affinity talent naturally comes from Marine 3 Admiral. Akainu is a person with the ability of lava fruit. His ability can be regarded as a combination of fire and earth elements. After Zhou Xiaoning took a draw from him, he took a second draw on the resultant, and finally got the two elements of fire and earth. Affinity talent. The situation of Aokiji is similar to that of Akainu. Zhou Xiaoning got the affinity talent of the two elements of Feng Shui from him. In contrast, Kizaru is much more singular, only providing Zhou Xiaoning with affinity for the light element, but it is precisely because of its singleness that Zhou Xiaoning has the highest affinity for the light element. Although the elemental affinity talent does not have much effect at present, its prospects are undoubtedly considerable, especially after the affinity reaches 100%, the corresponding elemental attacks can basically be ignored. Moreover, the higher the elemental affinity, the more helpful it is for the understanding of the corresponding laws. When a trail of the Kanglang pirate group was found ahead, everyone is ready to fight. Soon after Zhou Xiaoning had just sorted out his capabilities, the warship watchman issued an enemy alert. Zhou Xiaoning is now on a large warship that belongs to the West Blue Division. There is a colonel, a lieutenant colonel, and 6 lieutenants. The rest are all soldiers. The entire warship is 1,500. There are more than 100 people, including Zhou Xiaoning who was delegated by Garp. This kind of organization is incredible. You must know that in the normal marine organization, the captain is usually a lieutenant officer, and the colonel is usually the person in charge of each marine branch. As for the generals, most of them are concentrated in the naval headquarters, ready to dispatch at any time. To deal with the powerful pirate group, it can be said that they can be regarded as the whole army dispatched this time. Now Zhou Xiaoning's marine branch only has 1 lieutenant junior grade left, plus 1 or 200 marine soldiers staying behind. Such a configuration is enough to be considered luxurious. And their opponent, the Blue Wolf pirate group, is also not weak. The captain, Blue Wolf Zack, bounty 12 million Baileys, is also considered a famous sea pirate in the entire West Blue, with the deputy captain. The bounty was 6 million Baileys, 7 capable officers, and more than 2,000 ordinary pirates. In terms of strength, the two sides are pretty close, and if they play against each other, the outcome will be unpredictable. However, this battle must be fought. Because the Kanglang pirate group robbed a ship not long ago, it is said that behind that ship was the shadow of a great nobleman in a certain country. The great nobleman pressured Marine through the king to take back what was stolen anyway. Therefore, before Zhou Xiaoning and the others left, they gave the order to die, and they couldn't let go of the Blue Wolf pirate group anyway. Cut, that dead old man will really arrange an errand for me. But it's okay, just as I want. A gleam of excitement flashed across Zhou Xiaoning's face, and the two defenses were fighting. The people of the Kanglang pirate group would definitely become hostile towards him, the little life in marine uniforms, and then they could become a source of personal shape. The forces extracted from the machine. Chapter 32 The First Battle in the Pirate World. To ensure the safety of the cargo, Marine did not carry out an artillery attack, but rushed directly up, intending to fight the ship. The Kanglang pirate group also had the same concerns. The goods were very valuable. If they could be sold, their entire pirate group would be able to rest for several years, so the goods must not be lost. Ever since, the two sides ran into each other in a tacit understanding. Boom! The violent collision caused the two ships to sway violently. Even if they had been mentally prepared in advance, many Marines and pirates were still unstable, staggering, and even falling straight down. It's now. Zhou Xiaoning moonwalk stepped into the air, like walking in the air, and came to the sky above the Kanglang pirate group. Tempest kick continuous blade. I saw Zhou Xiaoning throw his feet continuously in the air, and dozens of wind blades blasted from Zhou Xiaoning's feet, playing the prelude to the battle between Marine and the pirates. Ah! Below, the screams of the pirates continued. For these ordinary pirates, Tempest kick is definitely their nightmare. What an arrogant kid, come down and die for me! A pirate with a scar on his face roared. He is the third strongest person in the Kanglang pirates group except for the captain and the deputy captain. But just now, he was almost injured by a tempest kick. This war hasn't officially started yet. If he is going to win the game, it will tell him how to stand in front of the younger brother in the future. Scar Pirate snatched the gun in the hand of a pirate next to him, and started shooting at Zhou Xiaoning in the sky, trying to knock him down. Zhou Xiaoning dismissed this with a smile. As soon as the iron body was opened, he was basically immune to attacks from ordinary firearms. But since you want to invite me on board so enthusiastically, how about I will fulfill you? Zhou Xiaoning stopped moonwalk, in a free fall outfit, and went straight to the scarred pirate. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Scar Pirate was angry and attacked. Although his bounty was not as high as the captain and deputy captain, but there were still 1 or 2 million Baileys. When did it fall to the point of being ridiculed by a Marine soldier? When? So weak, didn't you eat breakfast? Zhou Xiaoning allowed the scarred pirate's knife to look on his shoulder. He only used the iron body, and even Haki didn't use it, but the scarred pirate still failed to break through his defense, which really disappointed Zhou Xiaoning. Your round is over, it's my turn next. A finger stretched out, finger pistol. Puff. Scar Pirate looked at his pierced heart in disbelief. He did not expect that he would die so soon, and he would still die in the hands of a little-known Marine soldier who has not yet grown up. This kid is monster? With the death of Scar Pirate, Zhou Xiaoning received 1,000 points of source power income, but this is not the world after all. The body of Scar Pirate did not disappear, but a wave of light emerged from his body, submerged into Zhou Xiaoning's body. Of course, these light spots can only be seen by the chosen, so Zhou Xiaoning doesn't have to worry about being treated like a monster. Not bad, but it's a pity that the source card didn't burst. Next. Zhou Xiaoning looked around, intending to find the next target, but at this time Marine has officially handed over to the pirates. Based on the principle of soldier to soldier and confrontational, the colonel confronted the captain, the lieutenant colonel confronted the deputy captain, and the lieutenant fought against the master pirates. Marine soldiers and ordinary pirates also fought enthusiastically. For a while, Zhou Xiaoning realized that he had nothing to do. That's not okay, although I don't like it very much, but as a last resort, it is still necessary to steal the blame. After all, it is no good for you to kill it. It is better to make me cheaper. Zhou Xiaoning found a reason for his actions in the past. He did not participate in the high-end battlefield over there. He should do his own job and clean up the miscellaneous soldiers. Although the strength of those miscellaneous soldiers is very scumbag, they can't produce any good things, but they can't stand their large amount, and it is quite appropriate to supplement his empty source power reserve. I have to say that Zhou Xiaoning is really shameless enough. With his current strength, the General Marine Colonel is not his opponent. If he can do his best, even Rear Admiral can beat him. With this kind of strength, but used to deal with a group of miscellaneous soldiers, doesn't he think he is overkill? Sure enough, due to Zhou Xiaoning's intervention, the battle situation was one-sided. Although Marine was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers at the beginning, Zhou Xiaoning either killed or severely injured hundreds of ordinary soldiers. After the pirates, the strength of Marine had already overwhelmed the pirates, and even if Zhou Xiaoning did not take action, it would only be a matter of time to completely suppress these pirates. In contrast, in the battle between the two masters, the situation on the Marine side is not optimistic, especially the Marine colonel, under the fierce offensive of Zack, the captain of the Blue Wolf pirate group. He has no power to fight back. Even the defense is very difficult. If it weren't for the 6-style iron body, I'm afraid he would have been hacked to death. According to Zhou Xianing's observation, the Marine colonel's physique strength was around 35, without awakening haki. Marine 6 styles also only mastered iron body, finger pistol, and shaved 3. Zack's physical strength should be 39 points, and the 4 points gap between the two is not something that the broken version of Marine 6 styles can tie. It's over, go to hell, Mr. Colonel. There was a cruel smile on Zack's face, and at the same time he held the big sword high, and slammed at the Colonel Marine with the force of smashing Huashan. Am I going to die here? A trace of unwillingness flashed in Colonel Marine's eyes. He started as a small soldier. It took him more than 10 years. He was promoted to the position of colonel not long ago. As a result, the stool was not hot yet and he was about to die. Not reconciled. When? Colonel, you are tired, leave it to me next. Zhou Xiaoning easily grasped Zack's big sword with one right hand. His 6-style iron body has truly reached the level of steel. Even the well-made big sword in Zack's hand failed to break Zhou Xianing's skin. Colonel Marine was stunned. There were only 2 thoughts in his mind, one was I'm not dead and the other was I'm going, I have such a great soldier under my hand, I don't even know. Soldier, good job, when I go back this time, I will definitely promote you. After Colonel Marine made an empty promise, he hurried away, leaving Zhou Xiaoning to stay alone to face Zack. Boy, I'm afraid you don't even have the same hair. I advise you to go home and drink milk obediently. This is not a place where you can play casually. I have to say that Zhou Xianing's appearance is too deceptive. Even if he grows up again, his baby face still has not improved at all. In the past 4 years, except for his height and a slightly stronger physique, other aspects nothing has changed at all, it's still the face of a 10-year-old child, it's no wonder that Zack would be sneered. Hey, compared to the places I usually play, this is already a very small pediatrician. Zhou Xiaoning said tit for tat, but what he said was not a deceit. He spent most of the past 4 years at naval headquarters and received GARP training, or he was fighting life and death with wild beasts on the island where wild beasts were overgrown. If Zack is thrown to the above 2 places, Zhou Xiaoning promises that he will never see the sun tomorrow. Boy, you are really arrogant enough, don't cry for mercy after a while. Zack roared, violently, trying to draw out his great sword. However, he was embarrassed, and the sword did not move. Now Zack couldn't help but started to look at Zhou Xiaoning. The Marine colonel had already been frightened by his murderous aura and lost his fighting spirit. He couldn't make any decent resisting moves at all, so he only used 4 of that sword. Chingli, even if he was caught midway by Zhou Xiaoning, he didn't take it too seriously. But now, Zack has used 80% of his power, but the sword is still motionless, which is enough to show that the little demon in front of him is no less than his master. Why, you want it, just say it if you want it, don't you say how do I know you want it. After all, if you don't want me to give it to you without you in this world, you don't want the reason I want to give you. Zhou Xiaoning learned to be a Tang monk once, and the remarks about wanting and not wanting made Zack, who was not good-tempered, completely angry. Boy, are you kidding me? Yet, you can see it all. Zhou Xiaoning showed a surprised look, with a vivid expression, as if he was really surprised that Zack could think of this. Damn it, die for me. Zack punched out in anger, using his sandbag big fist, trying to hit Zhou Xiaoning in the face. Have you not been taught by your mother for such a simple and easy to understand truth? Zhou Xiaoning said so, but the action was different. He punched quickly like a violent storm, and punched more than 20 punches in 2 seconds, although it was not as good as the Tianma meteor boxing. It was far away, but it was enough for Zack to drink a pot. Woo, liar, woohoo, big liar. Zack was completely unrecognizable at this time, and his cheeks were planted so big that he couldn't even speak clearly. Zack really wants to understand one thing now. Who is the pirate now? He has never seen a marine that can be as shameless as Zhou Xiaoning. Obviously, the sentence of beating people without slapping the face is from his own mouth. I said it, but when I started it, I kept saying hello to my face. This shamelessness was so shameless that even a pirate could not stand him. Of course, this is also because Zack hasn't seen Garp, otherwise he would know that there is no shamelessness, only shamelessness. The reason why Zhou Xiaoning has become like this is completely broken by Garp. Believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Chapter 33. What are you talking about? I can't hear you clearly. Tell me more clearly. Zhou Xiaoning slapped Zack again to show his dissatisfaction. I say, don't fight anymore. Zack said word by word, trying to make every word clear. He was scared of Zhou Xiaoning. I really don't know where this monster came from. He is not old, but powerful, but terribly powerful. In his hand, he didn't even have the ability to resist at all. Okay, I don't need to beat you, but you should stop your men first. Zhou Xiaoning casually threw Zack aside. He was really not afraid of Zack's tricks. Even if he came back like this, he would still be able to beat him. This is the gap in absolute strength, not by conspiracy and tricks. Flat. But Zack obviously didn't figure this out. The first thing to get free is to run away. Hey, why are there such people who always learn badly? Zhou Xiaoning sighed helplessly. He didn't rush to catch up, but slowly followed behind. Zack relied on his familiarity with the structure of the pirate ship, running around on the ship, even using the secret tunnels that no one usually told, just to get rid of Zhou Xiaoning. But what he didn't know was that under the cover of observation haki, his every move could not escape Zhou Xiaoning's perception. Finally, after running for about 10 minutes, Zack got into the captain's room and removed a mural, revealing a locked pure iron box at the back. That damn it kid is really difficult to deal with. It's better to take the treasures and go quickly now. With these, even if you don't become a pirate in the future, you can live a lifetime comfortably. Zack looked excited and took out the keys he carried with him. The reason why he was a pirate in the first place was that he wanted to live a happy life. As for the so-called one-piece treasure, he didn't bother to care about it, and the vainness. Compared with the treasure that I don't know where, the wealth in my hand is more real. Oh, what about your little brothers, don't you care about them? Laozi cares what they are doing. It's better to die, then no one will share the treasure with me. You are really cruel. If you let your little brothers know, you probably won't end up doing anything good. They were all caught up by Marine. How could it be? How did you find this place? Zack was full of the good life in the future, and didn't even notice how weird it was that someone else was talking suddenly in his ears. It wasn't until he became impatient to be asked, and turned around to see if that guy was so short-eyed, only then did he discover that Zhou Xiaoning didn't know when he appeared behind him. You, how did you find here? The appearance of Zhou Xiaoning made Zack feel terrified, but even so, he still stood guard in front of his pure iron treasure chest. Of course you brought me here, otherwise, how could I know that you have hidden all the treasures here? I don't know if you can open your treasure chest and have a look. I'm very curious about what kind of treasure it is. So that Marine can send a warship to chase you all the way. Zhou Xiaoning didn't lie. He was really interested in this matter. What was it that could make a big nobleman irritate, and he would not hesitate to offend Marine, but also to put pressure through the state to recover it? If you say it was an ordinary treasure of gold and silver, Zhou Xiaoning was the first to not believe it. You want to know? I won't let you do what you want. Zack knew that Zhou Xiaoning would never post to him anyway, so he simply didn't do anything else and tried to fight with him. I saw Zack quickly open the pure iron treasure chest. Where Zhou Xiaoning was standing, the contents of the treasure chest could be clearly seen. Except for a box full of valuable gold and silver jewelry, there was only one carrying it. The weird pattern, like a banana-like fruit. Devil fruit? It's still hard to accept, but it makes sense. Zhou Xiaoning nodded clearly, although devil fruit was not too rare for those big forces. But the preciousness of devil fruit is unquestionable, and it makes sense to launch a small-scale battle for a devil fruit. A faint pain flashed in Zock's eyes. You must know that this devil fruit was bought by someone who wanted to buy 2 billion Baileys. Their Kanglang pirates sailed this time to rush over and trade with each other. As long as the transaction is successful, they can wash their hands thoroughly and return to the shore to enjoy the life of a local tyrant. But now, my life is almost impossible to save. Even if I get the money, I have no life to spend. Crack! Zack opened his big mouth and bit down fiercely, and in just one bite, he ate half of the devil fruit. It's brave, I took it. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoning looked at Zack's eyes with admiration. You must know the taste of devil fruit. He has personally experienced it. It is definitely unforgettable after eating it once. He would rather die than try the second one. At first, Zhou Xiaoning almost vomited it out after only taking a small mouthful. Zack actually ate most of it and didn't change his face. Based on this, Zhou Xiaoning felt ashamed. Power, I feel the power. Zack laughed wildly. He felt a continuous force emerging from his body. Compared with before, he was more than twice as powerful. Ha 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 ha, kid, made you so arrogant just now, now it's my turn. Zack complied with his instinct and activated the devil fruit ability he had just acquired. Zock's figure disappeared, but replaced by a familiar image of Zhou Xiaoning, snake body, lizard legs, eagle claws, snake tail, antlers, fish scales, beards on the mouth, beads under the forehead. Your sister, this whole is one Daxia Shen long. It turns out that it's the dragon fruit that Zoan's fantasy planted. It's no wonder that nobleman is so nervous. The causes and consequences of this time are all clear. In Zoan devil fruit, in addition to ordinary Zoan fruits such as cats, dogs, tigers, and lions, there are also ancient fruits such as dinosaurs and mammoths, as well as transformations. The phantasmal fruits of creatures that only appear in fantasy legends, such as the phoenix. Among them, the fantasy fruit is the most precious, even no less than the Logia fruit. Shenlong has the ability to soar through the clouds, ride the fog, call the wind and call rain. Although Zack is not an orthodox Shenlong, he should also gain this ability under the effect of the Shenlong fruit. Zock's strength at this time is probably no longer weaker than Rear Admiral. Cut, it's really troublesome, isn't it good to surrender obediently, so as not to suffer outside the skin? Zhou Xiaoning shook his head regretfully. He didn't intend to do this originally, but who told Zack to be disobedient? Upgrade the source disk, start. The 1000-point source power disappeared. Zhou Xiaoning's source disk was expanded from the original 2 layers to 3 layers, and 27 new card slots were added. Immediately after that, an inexplicable force was emitted from the source disk. After running in Zhou Xiaoning's body for a week, Zhou Xiaoning also promoted from Tier 2 to Tier 3, doubling his physical strength to an astonishing 100 points. Shu touch. Zhou Xiaoning instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already come to Zack's front. With an uppercut, Zack, who had become a dragon, flew up. He broke through several decks and flew directly over the Shanghai pirate ship. Domi stopped as best he could. Zack had been beaten up at this time. After he said he was transformed, his strength soared, and he fought back and abused his opponent. Why is he still the one who was abused? This script is obviously wrong. Boom 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 boom. A series of moonwalks stepped out, accompanied by bursts of breaking air. Zhou Xiaoning swayed straight up and appeared in front of Zack again. Rao, bypass me. Begging for mercy now, it's too late. Zach's horrified begging for mercy did not change Zhou Xianing's determination to kill him. To be honest, Zhou Xiaoning regretted it. If he knew that devil fruit was the fruit of the dragon, he would definitely snatch the fruit before Zach could take his mouth. It can be cheaper for Zach. Now, I can only hope that after Zach is killed, the Shenlong blood will burst out, so Zhou Xiaoning will not be a loss. But before that, let him draw first. Hey, dare to resist, right? When Zhou Xiaoning was performing universal extraction and wanted to take something from Zach, she encountered a strong resistance. Zhou Xiaoning was angry and punched and kicked him again. You must know that this is a physical strength of 100 points. Full attack, even if Zach has the strong physique of the Shenlong, after this fight, he will vent more and less air. Universal extraction activate again, and still set the target as the dragon bloodline. The result is still the same as before, the light dots representing the dragon bloodline have not moved. It seems that this is the reason for the dragon bloodline itself, and Zach's resistance does not resist. Small differences. Although he realized that he might have wronged Zach, how could Zhou Xiaoning admit that this kind of shameful thing was a person who was going to die anyway, and if he was beaten up, he would be beaten up, even if it was to atone for the crime he had committed before. In desperation, Zhou Xiaoning had no choice but to step back and take away Zach's Grandmaster, and merge it with the great sword Zach used before. From now on, anyone who holds that great sword will naturally know how to use it. Of course, the premise is that it can be picked up, otherwise it's no use knowing how to use it but not being able to wave it. Next, it's time to witness your luck. Zhou Xiaoning ignored Zach Hiu's eyes and used fists that had wrapped armament haki to end Zach's sad life. If One Piece World also has a list similar to the Guinness Book of World Records, Zach is likely to be rated as the fastest demon fruit power after awakening. The first evil has been eliminated, plus Zhou Xianing's killing of Zach who turned into a Shenlong is the strength shown, so that the rest of the pirates no longer have the heart to resist. This war between Marine and the pirates is most favored by Marine's victory. And ended. As for how Marine explained to the great nobleman after the incident, that was not what Zhou Xiaoning, the little soldier, had to worry about. Chapter 34, Another 4 years. Maybe God is on Zhou Xianing's side. After killing Zach, Zhou Xiaoning got his wish and got the source card representing the dragon bloodline, but Zhou Xiaoning didn't plan to integrate it into his bloodline right away. After all, he was just now entering Tier 3, the strength of the body has doubled rapidly, making Zhou Xiaoning unable to control his body perfectly. At this time, if he reintegrates into the bloodline of the dragon, it will undoubtedly cause the hidden danger of unstable foundation, which is detrimental to future development. For the time being, he threw the Shenlong lineage source card into the storage space, and then returned to the warship as if he was okay. After witnessing the outbreak of Zhou Xiaoning with his own eyes, Marine's attitude towards Zhou Xiaoning has obviously changed. Wherever he went, Marine took the initiative to give way to Zhou Xiaoning and watched Zhou Xiaoning pass through with admiration. This is the benefit of strength. No matter in that world, whoever has a strong fist will have the right to speak and the status will be high. If Zhou Xiaoning, who has already entered Tier 3, makes an all-out effort, he can be head-on with Marine Vice Admiral. With his strength, being a small soldier in the West Blue Marine branch is already very talented. At present, the relationship between Zhou Xiaoning and Garp is known only by the people at Naval Headquarters, and the West Blue branch does not know anything about it. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoning does not intend to show off under the name Garp, otherwise if so, these Marines will not be surprised. After all, they are the people trained by Marine heroes. If they are not good, they are not normal. In fact, with Garp's ability, it is not a problem to directly serve Zhou Xiaoning as a major, but he did not do so. Instead, he transferred Zhou Xiaoning to the West Blue branch. Secondly, Zhou Xiaoning is too young, and neither qualifications nor merits are enough. If he becomes a major at once, it is impossible to guarantee that no one will be unbalanced in his heart. According to Garp's estimation, it would take a month for Zhou Xiaoning to be promoted from an ordinary soldier to ensign. In this way, it will take a few years to be promoted to a colonel. Although the teenage colonel is a bit exaggerated, it is not too conspicuous. After all, there were some such geniuses in the past. In this way, those big pirates would not pay too much attention to him, and the risk of dying midway was reduced. Garp was able to consider this for Zhou Xiaoning. However, Zhou Xiaoning seems to have lived up to Garp's hard work. This is just a few days after joining Marine, and it is the first time to take part in the pirate hunting mission. He has been unanimously affirmed by all Marines in the West Blue branch, and has jumped several times. Rank: exceptionally rise to the rank of captain. This means that Zhou Xiaoning is now qualified to lead a warship alone and go out to perform missions. This may be the fastest promotion in Marine's military position in the history of Marine, but Zhou Xiaoning does have this qualification. If it weren't for that Marine colonel's authority could only be promoted to a captain, he would even want to be Zhou Xiaoning a major. Since then, Zhou Xiaoning has become the most special existence in the entire West Blue branch. The upper part basically ignores him, or does not dare to care about him, while the people below admire him unceasingly, obediently. Sometimes, Zhou Xiaoning's words were more effective than the colonel. And Zhou Xiaoning also took advantage of this power and convenience, after an excuse to go out, released the Poison Island from the summoning space, and joined Marine as his deputy. To be honest, Zhou Xiaoning really felt sorry for the drug island Kongzi. After all, leaving them alone in the summoning space for 4 years is no different from imprisonment. Fortunately, for the Poison Island, she just slept, closed, and opened her eyes. She didn't feel the passage of time at all. Poison Island Kongzi's strength is not weak, and Zhou Xiaoning came to the world of One Piece at the same level, but if she meets a real master, her strength is somewhat insufficient, so for the next period of time, Zhou Xiaoning assumed her role. The coach is responsible for her training. If Zhou Xiaoning is an ancestor, then Dudeo Kongzi is his offspring. There is no need to worry that she will betray her, she is completely her own, so Zhou Xiaoning has no reservations about Dudeo Kongzi, regardless of Haki's cultivation method. Or Marine 6 styles, even some of the source power control methods that I have explored, have been taught to her exactly. Soon, after another 4 years, Zhou Xiaoning was already 18 years old and restored to his original state in this world. For 4 years, except for the first year Zhou Xiaoning spent all of his training on Dudeo Kongzi, for the next 3 years he has been carrying Dudeo Kongzi, hunting and killing pirates all over the world. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhou Xiaoning is a qualified marine who hates the pirates, but only he and Dudeo Tsuko know that the reason why he did this is entirely to earn source power points. At the beginning, Zhou Xiaoning only wandered around the world, but within half a year, he killed all the stronger pirate groups in the 4 seas, and the weaker pirate groups would not earn much source power and efficiency even if they were destroyed. It was too low, so he started moving to Grand Line. After 4 years, by killing tens of thousands of pirates, and even among them, there are many great pirates offering a reward of more than 50 million baileys. Zhou Xiaoning was promoted all the way and finally reached the level of Rear Admiral. And the Poison Island Kongzi was also touched by Zhou Xiaoning's light, and is now a glorious Colonel Marine. In 4 years, both Zhou Xiaoning and Dudeo Kongzi's strength have been improved to a considerable level, especially after Zhou Xiaoning promoted Dudeo Kongzi by 2 consecutive stars. The potential has been greatly improved, and accumulation, and successfully entered the 3rd rank in one fell swoop. And will not encounter bottlenecks before the 4th order. Name: Toxic Island Suizi. Age: 18. Type: Minion Summoning Creature. Owner: Zhou Xiaoning. Star Rating: Level: Tier 3, Physical Strength 110, Energy Cap 25. Lineage: Liguang Virus Lineage, 5 star. Lineage Talent: Infection. The introduction is omitted, it's similar to Zhou Xiaoning's anyway, I won't introduce the similar ones in the future, I forgot to turn to the previous article. Quick reply. Devouring evolution. Virus immunity. Bloodthirsty, the talent that is awakened by the Liguang virus after swallowing an unknown virus. It is activated after eating blood and falls into a frenzied state. The strength increases. The increase depends on the quality of the blood used. Blood skills. Mind blade. Mind power is highly condensed. It is intended to form mind power blades. Its destructive power is far beyond ordinary mind power, but it also loses other functions of mind power. Currently at level 10, up to 15 mind power blades can be formed, with an effective distance of 100 meters. Body strengthening. Body deformation. Talent, none. Equipment, Murayu, one of the 21st tools of the big knife. The blade is full of murderous intent, and all creatures that it looks at will bleed endlessly. Skill. Dudeo Kendo Change, 4-star, this is the kendo handed down by Dudeo's family, and it has been improved by Dudeo Suiza himself, and it is more powerful than before. Additional features, a fatal blow, there is a certain chance to see the opponent's flaws, causing instantaneous killing effect. Marine 6 styles can, 4-star, only master shaved, moonwalk, iron body, paper arts. Observation haki, 5 stars. Armament haki, 5 stars. Exercise, haki practice method marine version, 3-star. Props, none. Such attributes are not much weaker than Marine Rear Admiral, especially after Zhou Xiaoning helped Dudeo Kongza get Murakami through Garp's relationship, and cooperated with her more mature kendo. It was just like a tiger, even if it was against Major Marine against her. As long as there is a slight loss of consciousness, it is guaranteed that they will be slashed by the Poison Island Kongzi immediately. If you see that the current Kenzi is thrown back to the world of the Academy, I am afraid she can kill an entire island nation's zombies alone. Zhou Xiaoning lay down on the recliner comfortably, and looked at Dudeo Kongza, who was practicing sword-wielding on the deck with an admiring look. He was determined to find a good knife for Dudeo Kongzi, but now it is considered a reward. I wish. There is no better combination in this world than the combination of Kunyu and Poison Island. At the beginning, when Zhou Xiaoning handed the village reign to Dudeo Kongza kissed Zhou Xiaoning excitedly. After 1 or 2 years of training, Dudeo Kongza's affection for him has reached a very high level. At that time, the time was just right. Zhou Xiaoning immediately seized the opportunity to achieve good deeds with Dudeo Kongzi, and finally from 26 years. Get out of the ranks of magicians and complete the transition from boy to man. Xiaoning, I found that you are getting lazier and lazy recently. You can calculate it yourself. How long have you not practiced? It seemed that he had noticed Zhou Xiaoning's gaze, and Dudeo Kongza gave Zhou Xiaoning angrily. Zhou Xiaoning has been this lazy look for the past 1 or 2 months, and even Dudeo Kongza can't stand it anymore. What's more, Zhou Xiaoning used Marine's newly developed high-speed warship as a yacht and wandered around the world. She could imagine how Marine Marshal Sengoku would be angry after returning to naval headquarters this time. Kiko, it's wrong for you to say that. I'm not really lazy all day, okay? For example, I was very active last night. Bah, not serious. Dudeo Kongza sipped Zhou Xiaoning. When he thought of the latest madness, Dudeo Kongza's cheeks turned red, but Zhou Xiaoning's more than 100 points of physical strength were used in that aspect. Well, then I will say something serious. Zhou Xiaoning smiled. It seems that he also thought of the wonderful night last night. Keiko, after returning to naval headquarters this time, I am going to retreat for a while. Now that I can control my body perfectly, it's time to use that. Xiaoning, have you really thought about it? Isn't blood fusion a trivial matter? Speaking of this matter, Dudeo Kongza couldn't even bother to blush, and looked at Zhou Xiaoning with a worried look. He also had the bloodline of Li Guang virus. Dudeo Kongza was well aware of the risk of fusion. Relax, don't you forget that I have the talent skill perfect fusion. Things that are dangerous for others are as simple as drinking water and eating here. I just don't know how long it will take to complete. When the time comes, the outside affairs will be left to you. Calculate the time. Luffy should also go to sea, then you can help me stare. Okay, no problem, leave these things to me. Then I will trouble you, but before that, let me solve the longing for not seeing you for a long time. Zhou Xiaoning smiled evilly, hugged Dudeo Kongzi, and kissed her lips. Wait, it's still daytime. The Poison Island Kongzi's defense didn't make Zhou Xiaoning dismiss her in the slightest. Instead, she intensified, and directly picked her up like a princess, and walked into her own captain's room. Chapter 35. As soon as he returned to naval headquarters, Zhou Xiaoning hid in the house assigned to him, declined to see guests, and entered a state of retreat. Therefore, the people sent by Sengoku to summon Zhou Xiaoning ate behind closed doors and were directly blocked by Dudeo Kongzi. In Marshal Marine's office, Sengoku listened to Lingbing's report with a gloomy expression. Bump! The angry Marshal Sengoku broke the desk in front of him with a punch. This was the 7th desk he had broken in the past 3 months. One of them was because the Revolutionary Army broke through more than a dozen marine branches and destroyed them in anger. 2 of them were given by Garp. The remaining 4 were all given by the defeated Zhou Xiaoning. It's not a family, and doesn't enter a family. Every time Sengoku breaks down a job, it has a direct or indirect relationship with Garp. First of all, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, is the son of Garp. Zhou Xiaoning is his disciple, plus himself. Sengoku stands out. This group of people is really embarrassing for him. Garp, look at the good disciple you taught, and drive away the newly developed high-speed warship without authorization. I won't say anything if you lose the pirates, but look at what he did and bring your own adjutant. I went to travel, and now I am back to naval headquarters and I still keep calling me. Tell me, who gave him this courage? Hey? You asked me how I knew. Oh, I blame you. Excuse me, I didn't break the record for the most donuts at one time. You too, do you want to PS me off? Sengoku patted his forehead with a wretched face. These 2 guys, one is a problematic old man, and the other is a problematic teenager. If it weren't for their good qualities, he would have let these 2 have only annoyed him. The guy rolls up and fucks out. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoning, who has entered a state of retreat, doesn't know that he will run Sengoku away again, but even if he knows it, I'm afraid he won't take it to his heart. Isn't this kind of existence meant to be a scapegoat? I have a total of more than 400,000 source power points in my hand. It should be enough. Holding the source card with the 5-claw golden dragon on it, Zhou Xiaoning secretly calculated that this bloodline source card that he had stored for 4 years had finally reached the time to use it. Not only that, Zhou Xiaoning also intends to sort out and integrate his various abilities to further enhance his strength. After all, Zhou Xiaoning hadn't forgotten that there was still a devouring beast waiting for him in this world. No matter how much he improved, he wouldn't be too much. Perfect integration, launch. Zhou Xiaoning selected his own Liguang virus bloodline and Shenlong bloodline for fusion. The 2 bloodlines began to interweave, upgraded, and merged in Zhou Xiaoning's body. Soon Zhou Xiaoning fell into a state of confusion. In a trance, he seemed to see a 5. The claw golden dragon flew towards him and finally merged into his body. After about 20 hours, the bloodline fusion was completed. Looking at the changed bloodline ability, Zhou Xiaoning was very satisfied. Although a fusion cost him 100,000 source power points, it was worth the money. After taking out the food from the storage space to fill his stomach, Zhou Xiaoning pursued with victory and continued to merge. After such a repetition, after about 10 days, Zhou Xiaoning left the customs. Although the 400,000 source power points were only more than 40,000 in the end, Zhou Xiaoning's strength has more than doubled. Name, Zhou Xiaoning. Age, 18. Level, Tier 3, Physical Strength 150, Energy Upper Limit 30. Talent Skills, Perfect Integration, able to integrate multiple targets, eliminate drawbacks, and retain advantages. This skill will be upgraded with the upgrade of the source disk, and it needs to consume the source power of the source disk. Currently 3 stars. Lineage, Dragon Lineage of Li Guang, 5 stars. Lineage Talent, Trinity, combined with the dragon bloodline derived from the fruit of the dragon, gained the ability to freely transform the 3 forms of human, dragon body, and dragon. Among them, humans are in the normal form, the physical strength of the dragon form is increased by 20%, and the energy limit is increased by 10%, true the physical strength of the dragon form is increased by 50%, and the energy limit is increased by 30%. Dragon body, incorporated into the bloodline of the dragon, the induction and absorption of energy, and the physical fitness have been greatly improved, and have a certain resistance to energy attacks. The specific effects are, physical strength plus 30, energy upper limit plus 35, including the second level and below immune to second order energy attacks. Long Wei, Shenlong has its own coercion and has a great deterrent to creatures whose bloodline is not higher than their own. Bloodline transmission, the product of the fusion of the Liguang virus and the blood of the dragon, through the input of blood, other creatures can obtain the blood of the second Liguang dragon, and have absolute control over it. The current total number of blood, 5 drops. Overspeed recovery, under the combined action of Liguang virus and True Dragon's physique, the recovery of the injury is greatly improved. If the source force is used to promote, the recovery will be improved again, and it can be completely recovered if it is not a death or injury. Swallowing evolution, you can supplement yourself by swallowing other biological genes to make yourself evolve. At present, the blood of Shenlong is dominant, and the level of swallowed genes below the blood of Shenlong will not have a purification effect. Immune to negative states, as a divine beast, Shenlong is extremely resistant to negative states and can ignore negative states below 5 stars, including 5-star strength. Blood skills. Divine consciousness, the product of the fusion of active skills, mind power, and observation haki. It has the 4 abilities of reconnaissance, anticipation, mind reading, and spiritual materialization. The current level is 3, the maximum attack power is 15 tons, and the effective attack range is 300 meters. Covering a range of 1,500 meters. Tenjiun Driving Fog, active skill, Cloud from Dragon. True Dragon is born with the ability to fly and control clouds and fog. Body deformation, active skills, based on the original body shape, can be increased by 5 times, or reduced by 2 times, and can be transformed into any person's appearance by controlling the musculoskeletal structure. Talent. Light Element Affinity, 5 stars, Affinity 10%. Water Affinity, 5 stars, 15% Affinity. Wind Element Affinity, 5 stars, 15% Affinity. Fire Element Affinity, 5 stars, Affinity 5%. Earth Element Affinity, 5 stars, Affinity 5%. Equipment, none. Skill. Universal Extraction, 6 stars. Armament Haki, 5 stars. Marine 6 styles, 5-star, powerful physical skills summarized and developed by Marine, currently Master Finger Pistol, Iron Body, Shave, Moonwalk, Tempest Kick, Paper Arts, 6 styles 6 King's Spear and Life Return. Short Weapon Master, 3-star, passive, perfect master knife, sword, dagger, and other short weapons. The power of short weapon skills is increased by 40%. Long Weapon Master, 2 stars, passive, can skillfully use spears, halberds, spears and other long weapons. The power of long weapon skills is increased by 40%. Firearm Master, Samsung, passive, can be a perfect master for any firearm. The power of firearms is increased by 40%, and the hit is increased by 40%. Exercise, Hacky Practice Method Marine Version, 3-star. Props. Shuttle Gem, 1-star, only. Simulation Farm, 5-star. Momotaro Rice Ball *10, Samsung. People are full of spirits at happy occasions. This is really true. It is like Zhou Xiaoning at this time. After sweeping away the laziness before, it appears extraordinarily energetic. The power of the Shenlong bloodline is indeed powerful. Excluding those bloodline talents and bloodline skills, just a 10% increase in the affinity of the wind and water elements is worth the consumption of the 100,000 source power points. Now, in addition to using the light element to condense the flare, Zhou Xiaoning has 2 more attack methods. The 2 elements of wind and water with a compatibility of 15% can already cause a fatal threat to ordinary marine soldiers. Just want to combine the 2 to create ice element is still a bit worse. In addition, the birth of divine consciousness also surprised Zhou Xiaoning, or even Zhou Xiaoning himself did not expect that after the fusion of mind power and observation haki, it could become so powerful. Now this is only level 3, if it is upgraded to level 10 in the future, what kind of power will it be? Moreover, I don't know if it's because of the integration of observation haki. The haki practice method can actually promote the growth of spiritual consciousness. Although the effect is a little worse, it is much better than before. Xiaoning, you are out. Yet, Coco, I haven't added you for several days, but I want to kill me, kiss me first. Zhou Xiaoning laughed and said that in order to get to the drug island Kongzi, he even used the 6 styles and shaves. If the person who created Marine 6 styles knew that Zhou Xiaoning actually used the 6 styles in this aspect, I am afraid that she would not be able to help it. Run over to clean up the portal. Hate, I'm not serious when I come out. Dudeo Kongzi gave Zhou Xiaoning a blank look. She did not reject this kind of intimacy. Who said she was already Zhou Xiaoning's? By the way, when Marshal Sengoku tells you to leave, report to him. Cut, I haven't been criticized after I went, I don't bother to go. By the way, I want you to pay attention to the situation on Luffy's side. Is there any news now? Zhou Xiaoning put his arms on the sofa with Dudeo Kongzi, and said while sniffing Dudeo Kongzi's body scent. Luffy, he formed the Straw Hat Pirates, and he just pulled the Sanji from the sea restaurant into the pirates. However, his ship was stolen by a thief, and now he is taking the pirate hunter Zoro and Sanji the taxi is chasing together. It turns out that the plot has developed to this point. It happens that I haven't moved my muscles for a long time, so let's go out and play. Zhou Xiaoning stretched out, and reluctantly stood up from Dudeo Kongzi. Do you want me to help you prepare the boat? Dudeo Kongzi stood up right after him, and helped Zhou Xiaoning smooth the wrinkles on his clothes. No, I just got a very good ability, I can pass by myself. It's the old man Sengoku, please help me deal with it. Well, it's still for you to say, which of your troubles was not because I went to Marshal Sengoku to intercede for you. Dudeo Kongzi gave Zhou Xiaoning an angry look. It was Zhou Xiaoning's troubles that caused Garp to take the blame. Finally, Dudeo Kongzi came forward to apologize. This has been the pattern for 4 years. After all, Sengoku's majestic martial marine can't be the same as a little girl. Sure enough, my son is the best. When I am free, I will upgrade your pedigree. Zhou Xiaoning once again kissed Dudeo Kongzi affectionately, and then jumped out of the window directly, using Tenjiun driving the fog, and flew straight to East Blue. Chapter 36 Straw Hat Crew. East Blue, Kokoyashi Village, this is the hometown of Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirate Group. Nami was originally an orphan, and was later adopted by Belmere together with Nyakajeo. He lived by growing oranges and spent a fairly happy childhood. It is precisely because of this that Nami has a different affection for orange trees. It was also at that time that Nami showed an extraordinary nautical talent, and her wish was to sail in the oceans of the world and draw a map of the world she saw. But the good times didn't last long. Kokoyashi village was occupied by the Murlocs of the Evil Dragon Pirate Group. They used Kokoyashi village as a base to try to establish their own dragon empire to dominate East Blue. The dragon pirates levied life money from the villagers and killed those who couldn't afford it. Nami's mother Belmere became the first victim. The evil dragon took a fancy to Nami's ability to draw charts. Nami was 10 years old at the time, threatened with the lives of the villagers, absorbed her as a cotter, and agreed with Nami that as long as she collected 100 million Baileys, she could buy back the village and her own freedom. It is precisely because of this that Nami has developed a problem of greed for money. While helping the dragon pirates to draw a nautical chart, Nami also steals things everywhere, whether it is a pirate or marine, as long as it is valuable. Her goal. But just when Nami was about to collect 100 million Baileys, the evil dragon colluded with Marine and confiscated all the treasures she had accumulated through hard work. Only then did Nami realize that her previous efforts have been useless and evil. Long hadn't planned to spare her and her village from the beginning. Helpless, Nami asked Luffy and others for help. Finally, with the help of Luffy and others, he defeated the dragon and formally joined the Straw Hat Pirates and became an excellent navigator. Of course, the next thing has not happened yet. Nami is still working hard to accumulate 100 million Baileys at this time. Nami's encounter with Zhou Xiaoning is very clear. He once thought about helping her kill the dragon, but then I thought, if there was no such thing as Luffy defeating the dragon, would Nami still get on the boat of the Straw Hat Pirates? Without Nami, how far can they go with Luffy alone? I'm afraid they didn't know where they died before entering the Grand Line. In line with the principle of not allowing the plot to deviate too much and letting oneself lose the advantage of foresight, Zhou Xiaoning let go of the evil dragon. However, this does not mean that he did nothing. As long as he has time, Zhou Xiaoning will wander around Kokoyashi village. As long as he encounters the evil dragon pirate group, he will go up and get a fat beat, only hurting. Kill them and promise that they won't get better in 10.5 months. This is why the members of the evil dragon pirate group will disappear for a while from time to time. The people in Kokoyashi village thought they were going to sea, but in fact they were hiding in the evil dragon realm to heal their wounds. Tenjayun driving fog. The speed is not slow, the average speed can reach 100 km per hour, and the instinctive ability of the dragon is also very low. At the same time, the consumption of the source force has not recovered much, which also makes it possible for Zhou Xiaoning to fly for a long time. Moreover, if the wind element blessing is invoked at the same time, the speed can be further improved. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoning walked a straight distance. With his current strength, most of the weather could not affect him. He rarely stopped in the middle except eating and resting, so he can say that he and Luffy and the others reached the Kokoyashi village with their front and back feet. However, Zhou Xiaoning did not show up. Dealing with the dragon pirates was an indispensable part of Straw Hat Crew's growth. Zhou Xiaoning didn't want to destroy it. Besides, Zhou Xiaoning has completely ignored the people of the evil dragon pirate group. The small character who can be crushed in minutes can still be used by him. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning just used the Tenjayun driving mist to fly in the air, and used Cloud Shinobi to figure out his body, all as if watching a super realistic 3D animation. Boom! With the collapse of the evil dragon realm, the evil dragon pirate group's rule over Kokoyashi village came to an end. After that was the village carnival time. Zhou Xiaoning felt bored, so he flew to a nearby island and rested for a night. As a result, they overslept the next day. Luffy and the others had already gone to sea. If Zhou Xiaoning hadn't been able to find Luffy and others soon, he would have to fly to Logue Town to wait for them. The spiritual consciousness was released, and the substantive spiritual power fixed the Golden Mary in place. Even in a downwind and full sailing state, it could not make a step forward. Hey? What's the matter? As the navigator on board, Nami is one of the best in the weather, ocean currents, and the like. Under her leadership, there will never be a situation where the ship will stand still or even go backwards. Sanjishi, you go down to the sea to see, is there something in the water that entangles the boat? Hi, I am happy to help you, Miss Nami. Puff. Sanjashi turned his head and plunged into the sea. He was indeed Nami's #1 dogleg. He was so excited to be able to do a drudgery. He was so impotent to beauties. For this weakness, the harem technique created by Naruto in Hokage world can definitely cause a spike effect, and there is no need to worry about it becoming invalid. Ms. Nami, there is nothing below. Sanji quickly returned to the boat, but the news he brought back made Nami even more confused. Nami is sure that they are sailing downwind, the sea is calm and there are no waves, but why the boat just doesn't move? You said, are we encountering ghosts and monsters? Wow, don't you scare me. If it were other times, Usopp said this, Nami would not believe it. After all, in broad daylight, some ghosts would dare to appear, but the current situation is so weird that he doesn't believe it. Is there a ghost? It's so funny. I decided to let him join us. Luffy looked around with excitement, trying to find the ghost. Don't pull everyone into the boat. Nami beat Luffy to the ground with a hand knife. Just standing on such an inconspicuous captain was enough to make her a headache. If you add a ghost, it will prevent her from living. Seeing all this, Zhou Xiaoning did not intend to show up, but sat comfortably in the clouds, enjoying the live comedy staged by Luffy and others with relish. I have to say that he is really a bit nasty. But then again, Nami's combat effectiveness has always been a bit of confusion for Zhou Xiaoning. It is obvious that Luffy, a rubber fruit-capable person, can be beaten into a pig head at random, but when she encounters an enemy, she is the first to escape. The performance is completely different. You must know that Luffy, who has eaten rubber fruit, is completely immune to all percussive damage. Even bullets and shells can bounce back. Only a weapon or an armament haki attack can cause damage to it. It's hard to be. Nami is the born armament haki awakener. This confusion has been with Zhou Xiaoning for more than 10 years, and now he finally knows the answer. It turns out that Luffy is simply useless to resist. Shouldn't it be Nami? Her prominence has risen to the point where the lawless Luffy dare not resist her. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoning also felt that it was almost done. It can be said that it is a joke to tease, but if it is too long, it will be a provocation. Zhou Xiaoning has no plans to officially start a war with Straw Hat Crew. Yet, are you the grandson of the old man? You really resemble him in character. When? As soon as Zhou Xiaoning's voice appeared, the only 3 main combat personnel on the ship were shocked. They didn't realize that anyone had boarded their ship. Now people come to dedicate themselves, but if that person secretly attacks the people on the boat, who can resist it? Thinking about this, the faces of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanjashi are very ugly. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a man in casual clothes who didn't know when he appeared next to Nami's orange tree. Is eating oranges with relish. This person is Zhou Xiaoning. From the perspective of Nami's importance to those orange trees, if anyone dares to pick oranges and eat them without authorization, Nami will definitely go crazy. But the way Zhou Xiaoning appeared was weird. There was no movement at all. Coupled with Usopp's previous remarks, Nami preconceived that Zhou Xiaoning was a ghost. Grandpa, do you know my grandpa? Who are you? Luffy showed a rare expression of nervousness, but this is also normal. Who said Garp had become a childhood shadow that Luffy would never want to recall? In addition, Garp Ishin wants Luffy to be a marine, but Luffy happens to be a pirate. If Garp knows about this, can he have good fruit? My name is Zhou Xiaoning. As for my identity, I should be considered marine. Marine. Now the 3 of Luffy became more hostile to Zhou Xiaoning, and at the same time, they were ready to go to war at any time, while Usopp and Nami simply hid in the cabin, and they were not much stronger than ordinary people, or even weaker, to fight this. Such things, they are better not to participate. Well, don't worry, I'm on vacation now, so I won't bother you. Zhou Xiaoning waved his hand indifferently, standing loosely there, really didn't mean to fight at all. But if Zhou Xianing's words reach Sengoku's ears, he will probably break a desk again. Your sister, when did he approve Zhou Xianing's falsehood? In a way, Zhou Xiaoning, who is a marine, is more free than a pirate. There is no one who can think of marine for this purpose. Ah, who are you who fought with my grandfather a few years ago? When Zhou Xiaoning first appeared, Luffy felt familiar and stared carefully for a while. At last he remembered that he had met Zhou Xiaoning there. It was 8 years ago that he fought Garp in Windmill Village and even defeated Garp's guy. Thanks to the baby face, even after 8 years. Zhou Xianing's appearance has not changed much. Otherwise, with Luffy's unsound mind, how could he remember the people he met 8 years ago? Oh, were you there at the time? It's really fate. Zhou Xiaoning has shown a smile for the first time since he appeared. The fate is really amazing. It turns out that they had a fate as early as 8 years ago. Chapter 37. You are still too weak. Then Mr. Marine, why are you looking for us? Our boat stayed in place and couldn't move forward, so you did it. Zoro doesn't care if Zhou Xiaoning and Luffy know each other, he only knows that anyone who hinders their advancement is an enemy. For the enemy, you don't need to be so polite. Pirate Hunter Zoro, look at your appearance. The injury caused by Hawkeye some time ago has recovered well. But I advise you not to do it, you still can't beat me now. This is Zhou Xianing's heartfelt advice. With Zoro's current strength that even ordinary steel can't cut, even if Zhou Xiaoning doesn't use haki and just uses iron body to let him chop, he will not necessarily be able to break Zhou Xianing's defense. Humph, if you can't beat it, you won't know until you try it. Zoro was obviously not convinced by Zhou Xianing's words, and immediately drew out the words of Hideo and cut it straight at Zhou Xiaoning. Hey, young people are impulsive, so you don't listen to me. Zhou Xiaoning shook his head helplessly, and stretched out 2 fingers at random to clamp the word Hideo. At the same time, Zhou Xiaoning also roughly judged Zoro's strength at this time, which should be the level of Marine Lieutenant Colonel. However, because he only has 1 word of peace in his hand, the 3-sword style he is best at cannot be used, resulting in a great loss of strength. If he can gather 3 swords, then his strength should be comparable to Colonel Marine. Based on this inference, Sanji's strength is similar to Zoro's, and should be at the level of Colonel Marine. As for Luffy's strength, it is inevitable to judge. In general, his strength should be between the Lieutenant Colonel and the Colonel. But as the protagonist, it is the most basic quality to explode in danger, so Zhou Xiaoning guessed that Luffy's strongest strength should be able to reach the level of Commodore. As for Usopp and Nami, at this time they were still playing soy sauce-like roles. They really grew up in the 2 years after the war, and now they are completely negligible. The pirate group composed of these people, although the number is small, is incomparable with the pirate groups ranging from dozens to tens of thousands, but in terms of strength, in the 4 seas, and even the first half of the Grand Line. Pretty good too. However, they were still too weak in Zhou Xianing's eyes. A group of rookie pirates who didn't even know haki was. Damn it, if I have 3 knives. Zoro is very unwilling. With only a knife, his strength can't even be displayed in the 6th floor. But even so, Zoro did not intend to let go and retreat. As a swordsman, it is shameful to drop the sword in his hand. What's more, the word Hito has a special meaning to Zoro, even if it loses his life. Can't throw it away. Hey? Don't you plan to give up? It's really stubborn. Feeling the weak resistance coming out of the fingertips, Zhou Xiaoning sighed helplessly. He really only wanted to see the protagonist in person when he appeared this time. After all, it was a memory of his youth, but why did they force them? Do it yourself? He didn't use 6 poses, it was just an ordinary punch tightly, and he took a quarter of his strength. However, even if it was just a 6-point punch, it was not something Zoro could bear at this moment. With a punch, Zoro immediately lost the ability to fight. Holding his stomach, it looked painful. Zoro. Damn it, guy. Give me a punch. Seeing Zhou Xiaoning attacking Zoro, Luffy couldn't stand up anymore, and immediately launched an attack. Rubber gun. Luffy threw his hand back several meters away, and then borrowed the elasticity that rubber fruit brought him to increase the power of the punch. Using near fruit power, but such an obvious attack makes it easy for people to dodge it. Like a teacher, Zhou Xiaoning pointed out the flaws in Luffy's tricks and demonstrated by himself, avoiding the punch just a little sideways. The first meat kick. Seeing Zhou Xiaoning's ability to easily solve Zoro just now, Sanji Shi knew that Luffy's punch would not work, so at the same time Luffy punched, he also launched an attack. I have to say that the timing of the Xiangji is very accurate. At this time, it is when Zhou Xiaoning turned to avoid Luffy's attack and turned his back to him. Unless it is because the back of the head has eyes long, the average person will definitely not be able to avoid this. Foot. But is Zhou Xiaoning an ordinary person? Under the influence of the divine sense, even Zhou Xiaoning, Usopp, and Nami, who were hiding in the cabin and carefully observing the situation outside, could see clearly, let alone the attack from the back of the Sanji. Bump. Zhou Xiaoning stretched out his hand to block, and the Xiangji Shi kicked Zhou Xiaoning's arm. It didn't feel like a mention of meat, but more like an iron plate, which was hard and unshakable. So strong. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro, who had just changed, thought at the same time, especially Zoro. After the battle with Hawkeye, he deeply realized what is powerful. At this time, Zhou Xiaoning is no better than Hawkeye. It will definitely not be too different. Why, this is over. Zhou Xiaoning patted the non-existent dust on his clothes, and the smile on his face when he was fighting before suddenly closed, giving people a feeling of not being angry or presumptuous. You fight and fight if you say you don't fight, don't you think I'm very shameless? But I'm a fair person and won't bully the weak. I'll only take one shot next. If you can take it, I'll just let you go. After that, Zhou Xiaoning did not give the Luffy 3 the slightest chance to resist, and immediately released Longwei. This is the first time that Zhou Xiaoning has used Longwei, so it is not very good in terms of control. Longwei is spread throughout the entire Golden Mary, and Usopp and Nami, who are still ordinary people, are under Longwei's pressure for the first time. Lost consciousness. Nami, Usopp. Luffy watched Nami and Usopp fall to the ground. His strong unwillingness to advance made him temporarily break through Longwei's suppression, and walked a few steps forward, but in the end he was suppressed by Zhou Xiaoning's deliberately intensified Longwei, and he was half kneeling. Can't stand on the ground anymore. In contrast, the situation of Zoro and Sanji Shi is a bit worse. The first wave of Longwei made them unable to stand, and the second wave of Longwei directly pressed them down. At this moment, they can barely support them with their arms. It didn't fall completely. Should it be worthy of them? They haven't fainted yet. Zhou Xiaoning expressed shock at the mental toughness of the 3 people, knowing that they were just newbies at this time, not big pirates who offered a reward of over 100 million later. Then, let me see where your limits are. Zhou Xiaoning showed a look of interest on his face, strengthening this Longwei step by step, and in the process, as Zhou Xiaoning became more and more familiar with Longwei, his control over Longwei became higher and higher, until the end he can already target only certain people without affecting others. Puff, puff. With 2 muffled sounds, Zoro and Xiangji finally couldn't hold on and fainted when Zhou Xiaoning released their 80s. At this moment, only Luffy was left clenching his teeth and insisting. Although he was sweating profusely and his spirits were a little trance, he had been holding on stubbornly and didn't let himself fall. Hey, really tenacious enough, so what? Longwei was released with all his strength, and Zhou Xiaoning hadn't left a trace anymore. The effect of Longwei is very similar to Conqueror's Haki, but if it is really compared, Longwei should be better. After all, Conqueror's Haki will only have an effect on life forms with low strength. As long as the strength reaches a certain level, it can resist even immune to the pressure of Conqueror's haki. But Longwei is different. He is released for the life level. As long as the life level is not higher than the real dragon bloodline, even if the strength is far beyond Zhou Xiaoning, such as Whitebeard, Garp, and others, they will still be affected by Longwei. The difference is the degree of influence is just that. Bump. Luffy was finally overwhelmed by Longwei, but Zhou Xiaoning was surprised that he had not lost consciousness. Should I say that I am someone who has the talent of Conqueror's haki? This perseverance is really amazing. For Conqueror's haki, Zhou Xiaoning used to be quite eager, but now that he has a stronger Longwei, he doesn't care whether he awakens Conqueror's haki. In addition to Conqueror's haki talent, at this time Luffy also has the rubber fruit ability a bit to behold, and Luffy's strength is far inferior to Zhou Xiaoning. If Zhou Xiaoning wants to, he can completely extract the rubber fruit ability from Luffy, but no more. Is the rubber fruit capable Luffy or the Straw Hat Luffy? What is worth seeing about Zoro and Xiongji is their respective kendo talents and leg skills. Let alone Zhou Xiaoning already possesses the passive skill Short Weapon Master, you can only understand it by yourself if you want to improve later. Is the current leg skills of Sanji? Can there be shaves in the 6 styles? Are Tempest Kick and Moonwalk great? As for Nami and Usopp, the two of them have been playing soy sauce since just now, and Zhou Xiaoning can't think of anything in them that can promote his improvement. Calculated like this time I met with Straw Hat Crew. Apart from having a fight and experiencing the pleasure of you abused the protagonist, Zhou Xiaoning didn't get any benefits. This is not in line with his usual style. After thinking about it, Zhou Xiaoning was taken aback, and then she smiled. It seems that it has been too long to get the universal extraction. Seeing that everyone wants to extract it, it is almost a subconscious habit. Luffy, your strength is still too weak. Grand Line is not as simple as you think. If you don't want to see your partner die there, get stronger as soon as possible. Looking at Luffy, who was still staring at him unyieldingly even though he was suppressed by Longwei, Zhou Xiaoning couldn't help but feel it. Thinking that when he saw Luffy and others in the Sabayati Islands being understated by the bears one by one. At that time, Zhou Xiaoning felt extremely depressed. Later, when he saw the part of Ace's death, Zhou Xiaoning almost smashed the computer. If given the opportunity, Zhou Xiaoning really wants to prevent this from happening, but due to his position, he cannot help clearly. After all, Marine's identity is still very useful. Now Zhou Xiaoning only hopes that Luffy can listen to his words. Before it happens, try to become stronger. Chapter 38 Old Shat, I'm looking for you to sample something. Zhou Xiaoning was flying on his way again. He really became more and more comfortable with the use of Tenjiun driving the fog. Not to mention the speed increase, now he can pass the time while flying while playing handheld. At this time, it has been more than half a month since the encounter with Luffy and others. Calculating the distance, Luffy and the others should have reached Logue Town, and even left Logue Town and headed for Upside Down Mountain. Before entering the Grand Line, Luffy and others will also trigger the Millennium Dragon event. In this regard, Zhou Xiaoning didn't mean to participate at all. Although there are legends that the dragon bones of a 1,000-year-old dragon can make elixir, Zhou Xiaoning sneered at it. Although the 1,000-year dragon has an appearance similar to that of the Western dragons, its strength is far different. At most, it can be regarded as an animal that lives longer. If the dragon bone of the 1,000-year dragon can be used to make elixir, then the turtle shell can also be used. Zhou Xiaoning, who was not planning to join in the fun, had already flown over the red line, and flew straight to the destination in the direction pointed by the permanent pointer he had prepared. Hey, this place is really hot, and it hasn't rained in 3 years. It's really a shame that the people here can persist. If it's me, I will rebel. Zhou Xiaoning walked in the desert. It was not because he didn't want to fly, but because the temperature in this place was too high and there was no cloud in the sky. If Zhou Xiaoning used the fly, he would be sure to squeeze the water out of his body every minute and become a person. However, even if you don't use Tenjayun driving the fog, Zhou Xianing's speed is not satisfied. Although the 6-style shave is lacking in flexibility, the straight sprint speed is quite strong. Zhou Xiaoning uses the shave to drive, and the speed is even faster than flying. Point. Moreover, when Zhou Xiaoning is really too hot, he will also take out some water from the storage space, and through his control, precipitation atomization, winding around him to cool down the entire one-piece world. I am afraid that only this guy can do this. Extravagant. The rain, is it finally here? After 2 days and 1 night, Zhou Xiaoning finally reached his destination. The Rainland belongs to Alabasta, but it has become the chassis of Crocodile a few years ago. Unlike other places in Alabasta, where there is no rain for a long time and severe drought, the Rainland itself is an oasis, and the water resources are relatively abundant, so it is in turbulence. In Alabasta, this is one of the few stable areas. Nowadays, the rainy land is famous for gambling and prosperous. It is a gambling city, quite a bit of the reality of Las Vegas. Of course, Zhou Xiaoning came here not to gamble, but to find someone. Boom! Zhou Xiaoning kicked out the single door of the biggest casino in the rain, and his attitude was horribly arrogant. You know, all people who can gamble here are people with identities, either rich businessmen or aristocrats in a certain country. No matter how bad they are officials. It can be said that if these people are troubled by Zhou Xiaoning together, even Garp is not necessarily can keep him. However, Zhou Xiaoning didn't care at all. Before coming, Zhou Xiaoning changed his appearance with body deformation. If he was in this world, he would definitely be recognized at a glance, and then shouted, "I'm going, Governor," in surprise. However, in the world of One Piece, I am afraid that all the forces will work together, and don't want to find the slightest information about Zhou Xianing's current appearance. By the way, in the past, Zhou Xiaoning would use Garp to settle the trouble afterwards when he got into trouble, so many times Garp was found by Sengoku to talk to him and it was a little inexplicable. "Hey, who are you? Don't you know this is Master Crocodile's casino?" 4 fierce-looking people, no worse than Zhou Xianing's body at this time, came up. It seems that they are the security guards of this casino, or watch the scene. Of course I know, if it weren't for Lao Sha's casino, I wouldn't have kicked this door. Zhou Xianing's attitude was as arrogant as before, not at all intimidated by Crocodile's name. On the contrary, it was the 4 people who couldn't realize who Lao Sha was for a while, and one of them was not very agile. He thought that Zhou Xiaoning had found the wrong place and wanted to drive him out. "Humph, just because you are not qualified to do something with me." Zhou Xiaoning snorted coldly and walked straight past the 4 strong men. They used to look like they would do anything at any time, but now they stood there motionless and did not stop Zhou Xiaoning in the slightest. Of course, this is not because Zhou Xiaoning used the domineering aura to frighten them, but because he quietly released his spiritual knowledge, up to 15 tons of power. It is not too simple to fix the 4 guys with the highest marine soldier level in the settlement area. "Lao Sha, don't you plan to come out yet? I know you are here." Zhou Xianing's spiritual sense had already scanned the entire casino aside, and he also found the location of Crocodile, just underground. But then again, this guy Crocodile is really extravagant. He even got himself an oversized aquarium with all banana crocodiles in it. It should be understood that although the rainfield is an oasis, the water resources are relatively richer than other places in Alabasta, but it is definitely not up to the point where you can spend it at will. "If you don't come out yet, then I'll have to go down and find you by myself." Zhou Xiaoning sneered and walked to the middle of the casino. With a fierce force under his feet, he stepped on a large hole on the ground. Through this large hole, you can reach the room where Crocodile is located. The height of the room is about 7 or 8 meters. If you do some protection and jump off, even if you don't die, you will definitely end up with a broken bone. However, this is nothing to Zhou Xiaoning, let alone 7 or 8 meters, even if it is 70 or 80 meters, Zhou Xiaoning has a way to land safely. However, when Zhou Xiaoning landed, he did not see Crocodile's figure. Some were just flying sand. Combined with the scene where a sofa was smashed by the falling ceiling, it is not difficult to tell that Crocodile was sitting here before. The sofa opened, and suddenly the ceiling fell down and hit him. If Crocodile hadn't eaten Logia's sand fruit and could turn into sand, I'm afraid this one shot would be enough to hurt him. I'm so sorry, Lao Shat, I didn't know you were down there. Zhou Xiaoning said with an apologetic face. He wouldn't admit that he deliberately ran on Crocodile to exert his strength. Boy, you are looking for death, do you know? The sand reunited, and Crocodile appeared again intact, but looking at his face at this time, he should not be in a good mood. No, I'm not looking for death, I'm just looking for you. Zhou Xiaoning quickly explained as if he was afraid of Crocodile's misunderstanding. If it were his original baby face, it might be a bit deceptive, but now using the governor's face to make such an expression is properly provocative. Why are you looking for me? Crocodile was really angry. While speaking, his right hand had already been sanded, and he could attack at any time. You have something I want here, so I want you to let it go to me. Hey, dreaming, why should I give you my things? Crocodile did not hesitate to reject Zhou Xiaoning. Compared with Luffy and others, Crocodile is a veritable pirate, greedy, vicious, and unscrupulous to achieve goals. Compared with him, Luffy and the others are at most an adventure in the name of the pirate group. Home only. Then there is no need to talk about it. Zhou Xiaoning stretched out his hands helplessly. In this world, why no one listens when he speaks so well, always forcing him to take action. Hey, Desert Sword. Crocodile's sandy right arm turned into a sand blade more than 2 meters long, slashing at Zhou Xiaoning fiercely. In fact, this is not Crocodile's maximum output. With a full blow, he can even cut open a desert. It's just that now he is underground, surrounded by a water tank full of water, and as a demon fruit power, falling into the water is half dead. If there is no one to rescue him, he will be dead. In contrast, Zhou Xiaoning does not have this weakness. Although he also ate devil fruit, he was afraid that the weakness of water and sea stone had been eliminated under the effect of perfect fusion. Now only Haki can restrain his fruit. Ability. Shoot without saying hello, Lao Shat, you are not behaved like this. What? The boss of Crocodile stared at him. He didn't expect Zhou Xiaoning to be so fast. He was 3 or 4 meters away from him before, but now he appeared directly behind him. For disobedient children, my education policy is to fight. As soon as the word hit fell, Crocodile felt a huge force coming from his back, hitting himself directly into the air, hitting the wall, and then stopped. How is it possible? How could you hit me? Crocodile looked at Zhou Xiaoning in disbelief. Since eating sand fruit, he hasn't experienced the feeling of being hit in the body for a long time. Tisk tusk tusk, Lao Shat, ignorance is not your fault, but ignorance you still show up and this is your fault. You are someone who has been in the new world anyway, and now you are 7 warlords of the sea, how can you even be Haki? I do not know. Zhou Xiaoning put on an expression of this child is not saved. Crocodile wasted for several years for his so-called plan, and his strength has stagnated. If his sand fruit ability is not good, I am afraid even the qualifications to become 7 warlords of the sea are gone. This is why after the Crocodile plan is exposed, Marine will be directly locked into Impel Down, and Gecko Moria is also defeated by Luffy and others, but can still sit firmly in the position of 7 warlords of the sea. Without him, the strength and ambition do not match. If Crocodile can reach a level comparable to Marine Admiral, would Marine still be willing to discard his such important combat power? Chapter 39 You're alright, Lao Shat. Crocodile is the bottom of the 7 warlords of the sea. The strength is slightly stronger than the Marine Vice Admiral. This is the result of the Sand Fruit ability. Otherwise, a Marine Rear Admiral can defeat him. After Zhou Xiaoning advanced to Tier 3, his strength was no longer inferior to Marine Vice Admiral. Armament Haki restrained Crocodile's ability, plus the water in the large aquarium in this room. If Zhou Xiaoning wanted to, just break the tank. Then he blocked the exit, and then he didn't have to do it himself. Crocodile fell on his knees. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning has been invincible since the beginning of this battle, but whether to defeat Crocodile head-on or to use the surrounding water depends on Zhou Xiaoning's mood. Damn it, who are you? You shouldn't be unknown with your strength. Crocodile supported the wall and stood up, with bloodshot eyes hanging around the corner of his mouth. It seems that Zhou Xiaoning's punch just now really hurt him. This is also to blame for Crocodile's carelessness. Haki is able to restrain the Devil Fruit ability, he knows naturally, but his current position is the first half of the Grand Line. Generally, people who come here are newcomers who have just entered the Grand Line. Maybe something as high level as Master Haki. You must know that even in the second half of the Grand Line, in New World, Haki is also a high-end item, and only a small number of elites can master. Crocodile's strength is not weak even in New World, but he still hasn't been able to master Haki. The case of Crocodile tells us that empiricism must kill people. It doesn't matter who I am, but can you agree to my request? What do you want? Crocodile chose to compromise temporarily. Zhou Xiaoning's strength was not inferior to him, and the Haki also made him jealous. If he really wanted to fight, even if he could kill Zhou Xiaoning, he would definitely not be much better. Now that Crocodile's plan has reached the most critical point, he will never allow failure. As long as he gets the ancient weapon Pluton, let alone a mere Zhou Xiaoning, he can ignore even Marine, and then find a chance to kill Zhou Xiaoning. It's not too late. Hey, wouldn't it be over if you didn't say this earlier? You have to force me to shoot. Zhou Xiaoning sighed helplessly. He was obviously a peace-loving child. Why do people always refuse to listen and have to do it with him? Let's do it now, and he always likes to fight halfway and start to want to be reasonable, which makes him very entangled. Hurry up, before I change my mind. Crocodile's face was very ugly. If he could, he really strangled this guy who was cheap and good-natured. Okay, what an impatient person. I am interested in your abilities. I wonder if you can share some with me. My ability? Share. Crocodile was stunned. After all, he had heard that Devil Fruit's abilities could be shared. Devil Fruit may have similar abilities, but there will never be exactly the same Devil Fruit. Unless the last capable person dies, the Devil Fruit he eats will reappear in a certain corner of the world. Moreover, Demon Fruit power cannot eat a second Devil Fruit, otherwise the power of the 2 Devil Fruits will fight in the body and eventually burst that person. These are the most basic common sense. The pirates or Marine in the Grand Line know very well. But now there is a guy who didn't know where he came from, saying that he wanted to share his abilities, which came to Crocodile's mind for the first time. Thought, this guy is kidding me, right? It seems that you don't believe it. It's okay, I will prove it to you, you just need to cooperate with me well and stand there without moving. Zhou Xiaoning smiled and said, indeed, this is hard to believe, but it happened to him. Who said Zhou Xiaoning was the one who opened the plug-in? In an advanced world where the highest level is only 5-star and 5-star, a 6-star skill was created abruptly. It is hard to imagine that in the world of One Piece, who else can resist Zhou Xiaoning's extraction? Of course, the 6-star universal extraction is sure to work on anyone in One Piece world, but it is not invincible. If the strength is much stronger than Zhou Xiaoning, or if the extraction target itself has a high level, universal extraction, there is no way to shake it, you can only take a second step and extract a weakened version. For example, Zhou Xiaoning extracted the elemental affinity from the 3 Admiral. In fact, what the three Admiral and even those with Logia fruit ability possess are the original power of the element. The original power is given by the world, and you can have the original power. Get the blessing of the world, thus exerting a powerful force. It can be said that three Admiral in the world of One Piece, even the sixth order powerhouse dare not say that they can easily win them, but if they leave the world of One Piece, their strength will be greatly reduced, between the fourth to the fifth. For example, this kind of origin power itself has 6 stars or even higher stars. Universal extraction cannot work on it, but the element affinity attached to the origin power is different. It has only 5 stars. So it has become Zhou Xianing's first choice. Similarly, Crocodile also has the power of origin, which is a variant of the origin of soil, the origin of sand. However, this was not Zhou Xianing's goal. The reason why he approached Crocodile was to extract the earth element energy from his body so that he could gain earth element affinity. Well, I can promise you, but if you play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. Crocodile reluctantly agreed, or he was also curious about what method Zhou Xiaoning used to share his abilities. Of course, I am a straight man and not gay. Apart from your abilities, I am not interested in you at all. Zhou Xiaoning waved his hand to signal Crocodile to be relieved, but why did this sound so awkward? But then again, there was a saying on the internet that Crocodile was originally a female, but was later turned into a male by Emporio Ivankov, the king of she-males. Just with the respect of Crocodile, even if the motherhood becomes a female, where can I see it better? After a little brainstorming, Zhou Xiaoning couldn't help but shudder. It was terrible, it was terrible. As expected, it was better not to do unnecessary things. In this way, it would be good for Crocodile or himself. Zhou Xiaoning stretched out his hand to hold Crocodile's only right hand, and started universal extraction. Coming to the mind-like space full of light spots again, although this is not the first time, every time Zhou Xiaoning comes here, he will be fascinated by the splendor in front of him. It's just that time doesn't wait for anyone. Zhou Xiaoning didn't stay in this mental image space for long. He has tested that the stronger the subject is, the shorter the stay, and vice versa. Moreover, regardless of whether he has taken anything away, he can only enter once for the same person and the same mental image space. Don't look at Zhou Xiaoning just making Crocodile suffer a dark loss, but in fact the difference in strength between the two is not that big. Zhou Xiaoning can defeat or even kill Crocodile, but if he wants to be absolutely crushed, he can't do it now. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning stayed in Crocodile's mental image space for a maximum of 30 seconds, which is really not very rich. Found it. It took Zhou Xiaoning more than 10 seconds to finally find the light spot that represented the energy of the earth element among the many light spots. It's just that what Crocodile obtained was the source of sand. Most of the earth element energy in his body was upgraded, and the remaining bit of earth element energy was not as much as Zhou Xiaoning had imagined. Less is less, but it's better than nothing. The target is locked and the extraction begins. It took a few seconds to find the target, but when it came to the extraction, it was completed in an instant. The earth elemental power with the highest quality but a 5-star is just like a newborn baby in front of the 6-star universal extraction. Without the slightest resistance, Zhou Xiaoning had just exerted its strength, and it obediently followed Zhou Xiaoning away. A magical power spread throughout the body from the hands. After a minute, the energy disappeared. Nothing changed in Zhou Xianing's body. However, if you click on the personal attributes at this time, you can find that Zhou Xianing's earth element affinity has risen from the original 5% to 25%. In one fell swoop became Zhou Xianing's current attribute with the highest affinity. Today, if Zhou Xiaoning fully manipulates the earth element, he can exert the power beyond the first order but not the second order, and he can already put into actual combat. On the other hand, Crocodile can feel that he has lost something, but he has no clue as to what it is. There is nothing missing in his body, and Devil Fruit's ability is also not affected, but the sense of emptiness is absolutely impossible to fake. It seems that Zhou Xiaoning really took something out of him, but he couldn't detect it. This person cannot easily be an enemy. Zhou Xiaoning's mystery temporarily stunned Crocodile, and he wouldn't be able to do it easily until Zhou Xiaoning's details were found out. Well, I have got the things I want, so I'll leave now. Zhou Xiaoning rose into the air and went straight up from the hole he stepped on. After all, it was too troublesome to take the stairs or something. Wait a minute, I don't know if Your Excellency is interested in joining the Baroque Job Club. If you want, I can give you the same status as mine. Crocodile is tempted. If a strong man like Zhou Xiaoning joins, his Baroque work agency strength will rise several levels. When he gets Pluton in the future, he will have the strength to compete with 4 emperors and even Marine. Regarding Crocodile's proposal, Zhou Xiaoning was really dumbfounded. His true identity was Marine Rear Admiral, who said, "Who has heard that Marine Rear Admiral will be solicited by a pirate? This matter, wait until you get Pluton." After these words were left, he flew straight away, leaving Crocodile with a gloomy face. He wanted to obtain Pluton, except for Nico Robin, but even the people from the Baroque Work Agency did not know that. Where did the guy know? Has Robin betrayed me? An idea came to Crocodile's mind, but it was quickly overthrown. Nico Robin is now living under her own protection. After betraying herself, who can she seek protection? With Nico Robin's IQ, he would never do such self-digging things. Chapter 40 The Next Goal. After leaving the rainy place, Zhou Xiaoning returned to Luhila, the capital city of Hong Kong, and lived there because he had to wait for someone here. Porgas d'Ace, whose real name is Gore d'Ace, is actually the posthumous son of One Piece Gold Roger. After he grew up, he hated his father so much that he changed his surname to his birth mother, Porgas de Rouge. He was adopted by Garp and became Luffy's righteous brother. Like Luffy, Ace also aspires to be a pirate. He went to sea a few years earlier than Luffy and established the Spade Pirates. Later, I met Whitebeard and challenged him, but ended in defeat, and even the Pirates of Spades was also merged into the Whitebeard Pirates. At the beginning, Ace was very dissatisfied, and then he assassinated Whitebeard hundreds of times, but they were all easily solved by Whitebeard. Later, after Ace revealed to Whitebeard that he was the son of Roger, Whitebeard not only did not kick him off the boat, but laughed it off. This made Ace finally recognize Whitebeard Edward Newgate as a great pirate, and he was ultimately willing to carry the Whitebeard on his back. Name. Soon after, he became the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates. You know, as the strongest person in the world, Whitebeard is not one of the strongest. Tier 5 strength stands at the top of the pirate world. In the top war, he was undefeated against the 3 Admiral with a severely ill body. Later, if it were not for Schoolyard Too Stupid, after hearing Akainu's separation, he stabbed Whitebeard in the back, making his already weak body weaker. I am afraid Ace might be rescued. Under the leadership of such a strong man, the captain he recognized will naturally not be weak. Not to mention that each is comparable to Marine Admiral, but at least the Vice Admiral level, and several of them are strong, even in a short time. Just face Admiral without falling into the wind. Under such circumstances, Ace can become the captain of the second team, which shows that his strength is strong. Of course, if this were the only thing, Zhou Xiaoning would not wait for him in Rohara. Don't look at Zhou Xiaoning sitting in the position of Marine Rear Admiral, but he really doesn't have much sense of belonging to Marine, if it weren't for Marines' resources, he had already thrown away the Marine Righteous Coat and ran away as a pirate. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning didn't bother to do things like catching Ace to earn military merit and promotion. The real reason why Zhou Xiaoning decided to stay and wait for Ace is that he has taken a fancy to Ace's Mara fruit, or the fire elemental energy brought by Mara fruit. If you say who has the purest fire elemental power in the pirate world, if so, I'm afraid it is Ace. In the original game, the place where Ace made his first appearance and reunited with Luffy was Narohara. Moreover, in the state of full divine consciousness, Zhou Xiaoning quickly found the restaurant that appeared in the original plot. Since Zhou Xiaoning didn't know when Luffy and others would arrive with Ace, he had to use the dumbest way to wait and see. After eating at that restaurant for 10 days, he finally saw Ace. He has black hair and a normal skin tone, with Madara finch on both cheeks, and ASCE tattoos on his left arm, where S is crossed. In addition, the back is stabbed with the Whitebeard Pirates pattern. An orange cowboy hat is worn on the head, and the brim has 2 badges of smile and sad. There is also a skull and crossbones brand, and a red bead necklace on the neck. He still wears a dagger habitually around his waist, although he hasn't used it since he ate Mara fruit. In summary, this person should be Ace himself. No one else dare to dress like this. Although the person you were looking for had been found, Zhou Xiaoning didn't plan to pass now. After all, there weren't all the people here yet. I don't know if it was because of being adopted by Garp. Ace also inherited part of Garp's unreliability. He came to the restaurant to eat, but fell asleep without warning after eating. This made the restaurant owner and diners quite worried, and they all wondered if he had eaten the desert strawberry by mistake. And this desert strawberry is said to be a poisonous spider that looks like a red strawberry. If you accidentally eat it, it will poison and die in a few days, and the body will emit infectious virus within a few hours. Zhou Xiaoning didn't know if this was true, but if he listened to other people's words, he would listen to it as if it were true. But the problem is that Ace just fell asleep instead of dead, so those people's guesses were completely wrong. What's more, with the ability of Ace Mara fruit, even if you eat desert strawberry, it will be fine. The toxins have been burned clean by the fire before they spread. Soon, after learning that Ace was still asleep, the onlookers dispersed, but as soon as the crowd dispersed, Ace was not covered, and he happened to sit with his back to the door. The Whitebeard Pirates pattern behind him should not be too obvious. Therefore, Ace was discovered by Smoker passing by. Unlike Zhou Xiaoning, who does not seek politics in his position, Smoker is definitely a qualified marine. He is hateful to the pirates, and he ate smoke fruit, and his strength is good. If it weren't because he didn't know how to be a human being, he didn't know how. Dredge up and down, why is he still just a colonel now? You are really brave enough to eat here in public, captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Porgasti Ace. The prestige of the Whitebeard Pirate group can be said to be famous for the entire One Piece King Shija. Smoker just broke the identity of Ace, it caused a strong sensation, and everyone in the hotel was shocked. It was not running, it was not staying here. Suddenly I was a little at a loss. A big pirate with a reputation like you, what on earth do you want to do when you come to this country? I just came to find someone. I wonder if I can trouble you not to disturb me. That won't work, although I'm looking for other pirates and I'm not interested in your head, but I'm Marine. Smoker has fulfilled his obligations as Marine. Even if he knew he might not be able to do anything with Ace, he didn't mean to let Ace go. His right hand had already turned into smoke, and he could launch an attack at any time. Really a reason for boring. Ace chuckled. Although he was still sitting there lazily, Zhou Xiaoning could see that he had entered a fighting state, and the fire elements around him had become very active. As long as he wanted to, he could burn down the entire restaurant in an instant. However, Ace can be considered a more restrained pirate. He shouldn't do such a frenzied thing. The most likely behavior is to find a chance to escape from the hotel, and then find an empty place to fight Smoker. Of course, it would be better if Smoker didn't catch up by then. The sword between Ace and Smoker was at a dagger, and a big battle was on the horizon. However, at this moment, a strange voice faintly came from outside. Rubber rocket! A humanoid object flew in from outside, and the strong force of the carrier hit Smoker's back. Smoker couldn't stand it. It was carried by the object and continued to fly forward. It was in the middle of Ace, and Ace couldn't stand it either, and flew with Smoker. When I went out, I broke through several walls in a row before stopping. At the moment the two flew out, Zhou Xiaoning saw surprise, helplessness, and damn expressions on their faces. They used their own experience to tell everyone how important it is to learn observation hacky well, at least for mothers in the future. Don't worry about me being attacked. The culprit responsible for all this was sitting at the table like a okay person, clamoring for food. Puff, ha 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 ha. Zhou Xiaoning finally couldn't hold back it and burst into laughter. This scene was very happy when I first watched the animation, but now I watch the live version, and I feel so happy. Ah, it's you. Luffy looked over with a laugh, just in time to see Zhou Xiaoning covering his stomach with one hand, and slapping the table with the other, his face flushed, as if he was out of breath immediately after a laugh. Although Luffy does not know why Zhou Xiaoning laughed, one thing is certain. The guy in front of him is very strong. Even if he has made some progress during this period, he is not his opponent. If Zhou Xiaoning wants to attack him or even his partner, he can't stop it. For a while, Luffy even forgot to eat, but watched Zhou Xiaoning vigilantly. Once Zhou Xiaoning acted abnormally, he would run away as soon as possible. Zhou Xiaoning's spiritual sense has the ability to read the mind, but it is only a general reading. It is still a moment before Luffy's aspirations can be read out completely. But if he could read Luffy's heartfelt voice, he would definitely overthrow his previous knowledge of Luffy, who said that Luffy's IQ was low. It was better than a monkey, it looked normal outside, but in fact he had already planned it. How to escape? Well, relax, I'm not here to find you this time. Zhou Xiaoning waved his hand and motioned to Luffy not to care about him. As a result, Luffy actually stopped paying attention to him, but started to eat and drink. How big is this guy's heart? You really make me easy to find, boy with a straw hat. Smoker and Luffy are old acquaintances. Before Luffy escaped from Logue Town, Smoker regarded it as a great shame, and even put down Logue Town's defenses and chased all the way here in order to catch Luffy. But Luffy didn't seem to think of this person for a while. Although his eyes were looking at Smoker, he didn't listen to the movements of his hands for a moment, and continued to stuff food into his mouth. Ha 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 ha, Smoker, you are being ignored, ha 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 ha. Zhou Xiaoning continued to laugh. It was really funny to see Smoker's ice cube face being furious with Luffy's dementia. Why are you BD here? Anyway, it's also a Marine Rear Admiral. Seeing the pirate here, you were indifferent. Smoker was furious, but this time the target was changed to Zhou Xiaoning. When Zhou Xiaoning was sent to the world, he had worked with Smoker for a while, so the two of them were also old friends. At that time, both were captains. 6 months later, Zhou Xiaoning was promoted to major, and Smoker was still the captain. 2 years later, Zhou Xiaoning became a colonel, and Smoker was still a captain. 3 years later, Zhou Xiaoning was promoted to Commodore, and Smoker was still a captain there. Zhou Xiaoning saw that he was too pitiful. He used his power to let the people below stop embarrassing him. But then somehow, there was a rumor that someone was covering Smoker, which made Smoker very hot. But in the next year, he was promoted directly from the Quasi school to the colonel, and he undoubtedly confirmed the rumor. Although others did not say it, they had great doubts about his ability. This is why he sees Zhou Xiaoning being so unhappy. After all, he was promoted after unimaginable efforts by ordinary people, but in the end he was easily obliterated by the phrase "there is someone above." This kind of thing will feel unpleasant to anyone. Fair. Chapter 41 Fighting Ace. Smoker, don't be so serious. There are no girls like this. Zhou Xiaoning put on a look worried that he would be alone for a lifetime in the future. If people who don't know the inner situation see this scene, they will definitely praise Zhou Xiaoning as a good brother, and even worry about his brother's sake. It doesn't matter whether there are girls like it, I just want to ask you why after you saw the pirates, you didn't move and let them appear in front of you. Smoker's forehead blew veins violently. He really wanted to punch Zhou Xianing's hateful face. But once Zhou Xiaoning was Rear Admiral, 2 ranks higher than himself, hitting him would mean no superior. If Zhou Xiaoning had the intention to make a big fuss, he would be punished. Secondly, now not only has the Straw Hat Luffy, but even the Fire Fist Ace appears at the same time. He is not an opponent by himself. Although he does not want to admit it, he does need Zhou Xianing's help. I'm on vacation, didn't you see that I didn't even wear the marine uniform? Smoker was stunned. He suddenly found that Zhou Xianing's words made sense, and he was speechless. Ah, you are the Smoke Man, why are you here? Luffy finally remembered who Smoker was at this time, and uttered in surprise, all the food in his mouth that had been crushed but had not had time to swallow all sprayed onto Smoker's face. UBD. Luffy's ridicule was used well. Smoker threw Zhou Xiaoning aside, and turned his gun to prepare to deal with Luffy. Wait a minute! Luffy yelled suddenly. Just when Smoker thought Luffy had something to say, Luffy stretched out his hand and put all the food in front of him into his mouth. Fortunately, he has a rubber physique and full of elasticity, otherwise, so much food would really not fit. But then again, the taste of such a variety of foods must be very complex, and it is really a loss for Luffy to be able to eat it. Thanks for your treatment. Luffy thanked him sincerely, then turned his head and ran away without hesitation. More importantly, he hadn't given the money yet. Smoker froze. He swears that he has caught so many pirates, and there has never been a person like Luffy who plays cards unreasonably. Soon, Smoker reacted and chased him out, but he had already lost the first move. Luffy's running speed was no slower than him. If this goes on, the chance of running away with Luffy's strength is quite high. Wait, Luffy is me. Ace also got up at this time, and ran away after Smoker. The personnel are all here, then I should leave too. Zhou Xiaoning stood up, waited for more than 10 days, and finally let him wait. If he missed this time, he might go to Impel Down to find Ace next time. Oh, by the way, I will give you these as compensation for you. Zhou Xiaoning took out a huge pile of money and threw it to the owner of the meal, which should be enough to pay for Ace and Luffy's meal and compensation for damage to the wall. When they walked outside the meal, Luffy and the others had run away, but it didn't matter. The divine sense was released. Zhou Xiaoning quickly found Luffy. When he found Luffy, Zhou Xiaoning was not afraid that Ace would not show up. On the other hand, due to Luffy's brainless behavior, Nami, Zoro, and others, who had not been exposed, were also drawn into the team chased by Marine. Originally, with the strength of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanjishi, plus the newly added but not weak Chopper, they should not be so embarrassed, but they don't know armament haki, and they don't have sea stone in their hands. In front of him, Smoker's ability was incomprehensible. Moreover, Zoro is also very afraid of seeing Tashigi, a woman who is very similar to his childhood partner Kuina. When confronted with him, Zoro will always be a little at a loss, not even knowing whether to take action. Therefore, Zoro made a very embarrassing decision, that is to run, before Tashigi did not find himself. As far as he could run, it would be better to never want to see him again. It's just that before Luffy and the others run to the dock, they are already surrounded by Marine. Luffy and the others can break through with their powerful strength, but Nami, Usopp, Vivi, and the Karu do not have this ability. They have 4 burdens. Now, unless Luffy and the others are willing to abandon them, it is not easy to get out. At this moment, Luffy proved to Smoker that he was also covered by his eldest brother. Fire Fist Ace came on stage and blocked all Marine at once. With his Mera Mera Fruit ability and Smoker's Smoke Fruit ability, there is no way he can do it. If they really fight, they don't understand haki, and they don't know each other. Those with natural fruit abilities who are able to counteract it will probably only run out of energy before anyone else, and can't hold on anymore. But even if Smoker wins at that time, Luffy and others will have run away long ago. What's more, Ace will not squash with Smoker to the end. As long as Luffy and others are safely separated, he will definitely find the opportunity to go and meet with Luffy. Then Smoker will not get either sesame or watermelon. Damn it, if that guy was there, it would be fine. Oh, how did I hear someone thinking about me? Zhou Xiaoning seemed to step on a point, and he appeared as soon as Smoker finished speaking. Humph, he will leave it to you, I will take someone to chase Straw Hat Crew. Yes, but you must invite me to dinner afterwards. After all, I am helping out with friendship this time. Hey, let's go. Smoker didn't bother to pay attention to Zhou Xiaoning, took Tashiji and half of Marine around Ace, and continued to chase Luffy and others. Fire Fist Ace, I have been looking forward to playing against you. Me too, when you won the Old Man Garp, I wanted to fight you, but you went straight to Naval Headquarters. I never had a chance, but it's not too late. Zhou Xiaoning and Ace are both arrogantly fighting. The strength of the two can be said to be evenly matched. If they really want to fight, it will be a battle. As for Luffy and others, neither Zhou Xiaoning nor Ace were worried. After all, they had been allowed to run so long in advance. Smoker and the others deterred to chase them. When Smoker chased the port, Luffy and the others would have gone to sea long ago. Musket. Ace took the lead, with gun-like hands, and continuous small flames shot from his fingertips. Although they are all peanut-sized flames, they are not as powerful as the bullets fired by Marine standard firearms, and because they are flames, they also have the characteristics of burning. In comparison, Ace's muskets are more troublesome than real guns. Too much. Ace, are you underestimating me? Without seeing Zhou Xiaoning's movements, a wall of soil rose directly in front of Zhou Xiaoning, blocking the musket attack. It's really you, I didn't choose the wrong opponent. It was just a hello before, but now it's the real thing. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoning had the ability to control the land, Ace subconsciously judged it as Logia demon fruit power, and the ability was still related to the land, so he had to take it seriously. After all, to some extent, the earth can restrain fire. Fire punch. Ace resorted to his own fame trick, and saw his arms turned into flames. Driven by Ace's ability, the scale of the flames skyrocketed, and finally formed a huge flame fist to attack Zhou Xiaoning. Well, this is decent. Zhou Xiaoning didn't retreat but moved forward, armament haki gathered on his right hand, and greeted the huge flame fist that rushed towards his face. Boom! One big and one small fists completely disproportionately collided together, causing a roar. Ace Ishin wanted to overwhelm Zhou Xiaoning, and secretly increased the output of the flame, making the original orange flame more gorgeous. Zhou Xiaoning was also unwilling to show weakness and transformed more of the source power into armament haki. The black on his right hand became deeper and deeper and reflected the metal-like luster. Give me, be honest. 6 Styles 6 Kings Spear. Bump. A force of energy was stimulated from Zhou Xiaoning's fist. This was the master of the essence of Marine 6 Styles. After the master's own body was completely concentrated, the whole body's strength could be gathered, and a powerful attack burst out in an instant. The 6 Kings Spear was originally developed by CP9 Lucky, and it is basically Marine 6 Styles. Zhou Xiaoning is not inferior to the Marine 6 Styles master, and maybe even stronger than him because of physical problems, so this 6 Kings Spear is right. Zhou Xiaoning is not too difficult. However, Zhou Xiaoning's 6 Kings Spear is different from Liu Qi. He only needs one hand to launch it. The power is more condensed and the impact is stronger. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoning also mixed some haki in it. The power is definitely more than a little bit, and right. As far as Logia's fruit ability is concerned, it is definitely a dangerous trick. Sure enough, Zhou Xiaoning's impact instantly penetrated Ace's fire fist, and went straight to Ace's body. Haki! You actually master such a dangerous thing. Ace was stunned secretly, knowing that he doesn't even have a master haki. But this is also to blame Ace himself. With the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, Master Haki must have a lot of members, not to mention that Whitebeard's haki is among the strongest in the world. If Ace wants to learn, some people teach him. However, Ace was so confident in his Mara fruit's abilities that he never had the idea of learning haki. It is precisely because of this thought that Ace was defeated by Blackbeard. If Ace can master haki, with his strong Mara fruit ability, not to mention the abuse of Blackbeard, a tie is still possible, no matter how bad it is. Escape calmly, how can you end up being caught alive? Knowing how powerful haki is, Ace completely put away his contempt, and the strength of the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates finally unreservedly showed at this moment. Yanji Fire Pillar. Ace put his hands together and finally turned into a fire column with a diameter of 3 meters, welcoming Zhou Xianing's impact. Bump! The pillar of fire collided with the impact and cancelled out in pairs, but the aftermath of the impact and the scattered flames spread to the surrounding area of several tens of meters. And Marine, who originally stayed and planned to help Zhou Xiaoning surround Ace, had already run out of sight by this time. They can see that the two people who are fighting now are monsters. Ordinary people like them should not mix with them. Chapter 42. The battle between Ace and Zhou Xiaoning continues, but the venue has moved to the desert outside Na Rohara. After all, the strength of the two of them is too strong. Just the aftermath of the two fighting can turn Na Rohara into a ruin. Fire Fist Ace, really powerful, so I have to be more serious. I declare in advance that I will use the next ability I will use for the first time, but don't die. Zhou Xianing's words caused Ace's pupils to shrink. The previous fight with him is not even Zhou Xianing's full strength. This guy is still in his teens. Would you like to pervert? Did he start practicing when he came out of his mother's womb? But then again, Ace doesn't seem to have any qualifications to say Zhou Xiaoning like that. Isn't he okay to use all his strength before? Some powerful tricks have not been displayed yet. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoning has completed the transformation of his form at this time. Zhou Xiaoning has become half human and half dragon at this time. For the specific image, please refer to the human form of the Four Seas Dragon King in Eastern mythology. The physique strength of the dragon form increased by 20%, and the upper energy limit was increased by 10%. Zhou Xianing's physique strength reached a terrifying 180 points. In contrast, the increase in the energy upper limit was not so obvious, only reaching 33 points. However, this is only a data change on the surface, and some hidden changes are not visible in personal attributes. For example, the increase in Yuan Li's activity allowed Zhou Xiaoning to mobilize Yuan Li more quickly, and the recovery speed of Yuan Li also increased a lot. In addition, the extra layer of dragon scales on the body also provided Zhou Xiaoning with a good defense. Whether it was a physical attack or an energy attack, this layer of dragon scales could weaken it by 10 to 20%. It can be said that Zhou Xianing's current strength has more than doubled compared to before, and he is now fully confident in the four untransformed selves. However, the transformation of the Dragon Man is not without a price. Zhou Xiaoning felt that his physical strength was at least 3 times as much as before. Even if he stood still, he could still feel the loss of physical strength little by little. It seems that a quick fight must be made. Zoan, and is it still the devil fruit ability of the fantasy kind? It's really troublesome. There is a bit of bitterness on Ace's face. Although Zoan fruit's ability is relatively monotonous, it just makes people possess a certain animal talent and strengthen their physique, which is incomparable to Logia fruit. But the fantasy species in the Zoan fruit is definitely a very troublesome ability, because the abilities of the fruit-powered person are quite strange and completely unreasonable. For example, as a member of the Whitebeard pirate group, the team leader Marco, he is Zoan who can fly, control the blue flame, and has the elemental ability similar to the Logia fruit ability. Just like the legendary Phoenix, no matter how severe the injury is, even death can be reborn in the green fire. In terms of immortality, Marco is definitely the number one in the world. However, Zhou Xianing's current form doesn't look like an ordinary animal, so he has really hit it now. Ace, I'm going to do my best, don't lose too fast. The skyrocketing power made Zhou Xiaoning full of confidence. Now, even if he is 3 Admiral, he can fight for a while without losing the wind. Hey, it seems like you will win, it's not always certain who loses and who wins. Although Ace feels that things are getting trickier, as the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, he must not weaken his father's reputation, especially when Zhou Xiaoning is still Marine, he is even more unable to admit defeat. It's better to be hard, I hope you can say that later. As soon as the voice fell, Zhou Xiaoning suddenly appeared beside Ace, a dragon wagging his tail, and violently drew Ace away. In particular, Zhou Xianing's use was not a trick in the 18 palms of Zhonglong, but a real dragon wagging its tail, because he now has a real dragon's tail. It's fast, it's not at the same level as before. Ace was secretly shocked. He hadn't seen how Zhou Xiaoning came here just now. If he hadn't used Yang Yan to resist Zhou Xianing's attack like a conditioned reflex, I'm afraid he would have been injured now. Shoo! Where are you looking, Ace? What? Zhou Xianing's voice suddenly rang from Ace's ears. Ace immediately realized that it was not good, and quickly turned his whole body into flames, trying to stay away from Zhou Xiaoning. However, if Zhou Xiaoning dared to speak out, how could Ace run away so easily? With a quick grab, the hand that had become a dragon's claw firmly grasped Ace's left leg. Under armament Haki's action, Ace had already unable to elementize myself. Oops! The cold sweat on Ace's head, he didn't believe that Zhou Xiaoning would let him go without doing anything. I have to say that Ace really knows Zhou Xiaoning very well. In the next minute and a half, Zhou Xiaoning showed him what it means to turn upside down, 28 consecutive throws, 100 quick punches without a trace, and in the end it was Taishan's top elbow punch. Ended this whole set of combos. Puff! Ace spat out a mouthful of blood. It has been a long time since he ate Maramara fruit that he suffered such a serious injury. Ace felt that his internal organs had been moved, and at least 7 or 8 ribs had been broken. This kind of injury has long since died of being an ordinary person, but looking at Ace's appearance, he still has the power to fight. Is it true that he is a famous person in the world of One Piece? The ability is quite good. Moreover, according to the practice of the One Piece world, it is absolutely commonplace to explode when it is in danger. Whether it is the protagonist or the villain boss, it must be an explosion at the last moment, but the protagonist will be able to win the explosion, and the boss will explode the protagonist at the most. The fight is a bit more miserable, and then the protagonist breaks out and knocks the boss KO. Ace is not the protagonist, nor the villain boss, but the most important character in the original work. It is difficult to guarantee that he will not break out, so Zhou Xiaoning does not intend to push too hard, otherwise it would be bad if he was knocked out. Although Zhou Xiaoning is willing to let Ace go, there are still some things that must be done. Zhou Xiaoning walked to Ace and grabbed Ace's head with his ferocious dragon claw. Almighty draw, start. Is it worthy of being a person with Maramara fruit ability? The purity of the fire source in Ace's body is far higher than that of Akainu, and even the power of the fire element is too rich. When Zhou Xiaoning drew 3 admirals before, in order not to attract their attention, only a small part of the elemental power was drawn. Although the elemental affinity talent was successfully activated, the affinity was too low. The situation is different now. Ace doesn't have much ability to resist. It can be said that Zhou Xiaoning is asking for something, as long as Zhou Xiaoning can twitch. Hey, sorry, Ace, I won't be polite to you. Hey, what do you want to do? The evil smile on Zhou Xiaoning's face shocked Ace, which made him think of a demon island in the Grand Line, where all the people were men, but he didn't like women, only men. This guy in front of him, wouldn't it be where it came from? Zhou Xiaoning was originally a little guilty about extracting the fire element power from Ace's body, but with divine consciousness reading his mind, coupled with Ace's expression at the moment, Zhou Xiaoning couldn't guess what Ace was thinking, and the only trace of guilt in his heart immediately disappeared. Ns. Tell you to suspect that the little master is bent, and see if the little master does not suck you up. Universal extraction activated with full force. All the fire elemental forces outside the origin of fire inside Ace's body are all targets of Zhou Xianing's extraction, and Ace, who has been seriously injured, does not have much resistance at all, and can only watch his power being drawn. Go. At the beginning, Ace didn't feel much, and I didn't know what Zhou Xiaoning was doing, but as the power of the fire element lost, Ace felt that his control over the flame was getting weaker and weaker, and in the end he couldn't even use the elementalization. This discovery shocked Ace. He didn't expect that there was an ability to extract devil fruit power in this world. To some extent, Zhou Xiaoning was the natural enemy of all demon fruit power. What Ace thought in his heart, Zhou Xiaoning didn't care at all. He just watched the fire element affinity in his personal attributes soaring, while silly, not to mention how cool the feeling was. In the end, the affinity of the fire element stopped at 50%, and in one fell swoop became the element with the highest affinity for him now. The affinity of up to 50% can already allow Zhou Xiaoning to do a lot of things, such as the fire fist that Ace used before, the fire fist, the flame ring and the fire pillar. Ace, the genuine Maramara fruit ability, has no difference. You, what did you do to me? Ace looked at Zhou Xiaoning suspiciously. He could feel that his fire control ability had dropped to the level where he had just eaten Maramara fruit, which means that the development efforts over the past few years have become a wedding dress for Zhou Xiaoning. This is how he can accept. Isn't it obvious? Just share your abilities. Zhou Xiaoning condensed a fireball casually to prove that what he said was true. Now Ace's emotions became more excited, but before Zhou Xiaoning was able to beat him to the ground, now that the fruit ability has been reduced by more than half, he will no longer be Zhou Xianing's opponent, and Zhou Xiaoning can easily suppress him. But you can rest assured that the weakening of this ability is temporary, and your fruiting ability still exists, but it will take a while to recover. Zhou Xiaoning didn't intend to offend Ace to death. After all, there was a white beard behind him. Zhou Xiaoning asked himself that he was not his opponent, so he explained to Ace. But looking at Ace's appearance, it seems that Zhou Xiaoning has not been forgiven for this, and he still looks like he can't wait to eat him. It's really troublesome. Zhou Xiaoning became impatient and stunned Ace casually, then dragged him with his spiritual sense, and used Tenjiun driving mist to fly to the beach. After finding the Golden Mary, Zhou Xiaoning directly threw Ace down. Anyway, Luffy would definitely take care of him when he saw him, so he didn't need to worry too much. Chapter 43 Blackbeard, come hurry up. After throwing Ace to Luffy, Zhou Xiaoning left directly, and he didn't want to participate in the following Alabasta plot. After all, he already got everything he wanted, and it wouldn't be fun to stay there. After so many days, Crocodile's injury should have almost recovered, but I don't know if the earth element energy extracted by Zhou Xiaoning has recovered. If not, Luffy would have picked up a big bargain, because he will play against Crocodile, which is slightly weaker than the original, and he should be able to fight more easily by then. After leaving Alabasta, Zhou Xiaoning quietly returned to the naval headquarters, and before being discovered by Sengoku, he slipped out of the naval headquarters with the Poison Island. Hearing that Sengoku was furious about this incident, Haki shot all around and directly destroyed his office. Zhou Xiaoning had expected this result, but he didn't care much. Anyway, the time he stayed in the world of One Piece was running out. This is also the news that Shuttle Gems conveyed to Zhou Xiaoning not long ago. He had extracted elemental power from the Three Admiral and Crocodile before. But in the case of Ace, Zhou Xiaoning went too far, and almost didn't take Ace out of it. The world consciousness could not sit still. In its script, Ace was going to a duel with Blackbeard, and was captured after losing. Yes, in this way, the subsequent war on the top can start. But now, Ace's strength is greatly reduced. He really wants to grab Blackbeard with his own hands, and then take him to Whitebeard to be punished. But Ace is not a fool. He can't think that he can defeat Blackbeard with his current strength. In this way, Ace will either find a place to regain his strength, or simply go back to Whitebeard to explain the reason, but no matter which one, Ace will not go to Blackbeard in a short period of time. If Ace does not go to Blackbeard, he will not be arrested. If Ace is not arrested, Whitebeard will not start a top war for him. If there is no top war, how should the following plot be followed? If it regards the world consciousness as the director, it must be eager to choke Zhou Xiaoning, a shit-chucking stick. However, Zhou Xiaoning came from the present world and is not under the control of it, and he has the protection of shuttle gems, and the world consciousness cannot be clearly shot, so it is the best choice to drive Zhou Xiaoning away. As long as Zhou Xiaoning is absent, with the world consciousness ability, he only needs to give Ace a little bit of welfare to restore his strength as soon as possible. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning must go, and the sooner the better. In fact, even if the shuttle gem does not remind him, Zhou Xiaoning can still feel that the One Piece world is full of maliciousness towards him, such as dropping his wallet when going out, and stepping on shit in 2 steps. It will definitely rain if you don't bring an umbrella on a cloudy day. Sleeping in a hotel without doing anything, you will also encounter robbers coming in and robbing them. In short, all sorts of unlucky things have been experienced by Zhou Xiaoning in the past few days. The lucky index is so low that it is almost a match for the picks. Therefore, in order to prevent these unlucky things from developing to Shinigami is here, Zhou Xiaoning feels that it is better for him to leave the One Piece world quickly. And he has been in this world for 8 years, and he does not know what the ratio of time to this world is. How about it, it's time to go back and take a look. However, before that, Zhou Xiaoning decided to do a big vote. 5 spirit attributes: wind, fire, thunder, water and soil. He is already extremely 4, so he is inferior to thunder, and the light and dark attributes are also inferior to darkness. As a patient with mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, this kind of defect is absolutely not allowed. So Zhou Xiaoning came to Gaia Island with the Poisonous Island, and Blackbeard will come here soon. After obtaining the dark elemental energy from him, he will go directly to the sky and get the thunder elemental energy from Enel. Live together. Zhou Xiaoning's idea is very good, but he did not take into account the sailing speed of Luffy and others. This is also to blame for the Oda boy. The sailing time is not clear. Zhou Xiaoning took the Poison Island and waited on Gaia Island for more than half a month, but still did not wait for Luffy and others. Luffy and others didn't show up, and Blackbeard, who came specifically for him, naturally didn't show up. Seeing that there is only more than a month left before the final departure time limit, Zhou Xiaoning is really anxious. Under such circumstances, the pirates on the island didn't even open their eyes, not to mention the trouble with him, and even molested the Poison Island Kongzi, really life and death. So Zhou Xiaoning and Drug Island Kongzi joined forces to fight from the east to the west of Gaia Island, and then from the north to the south the next day. All the pirates on the island were put on the ground. For a while, the security on Gaia Island was good. A lot. So, another 3 days later, just as Zhou Xiaoning and Dudeo Kongzi were enjoying lunch together, a man with bruises on his face and wearing a suit, who looked a little nondescript, ran in, and knelt in front of Zhou Xiaoning with a snap. "Big, my lord, the Straw Hat crew you are waiting for is already on the island, right in the tavern." The man said tremblingly, "There is no way." Who said he was one of the pirates who had been taught by Zhou Xiaoning before? He had seen Zhou Xiaoning's strength. How could he dare to resist? He would help Zhou Xiaoning by running errands, not to mention it. When I came to see Zhou Xiaoning didn't dare to dress up as the pirate before, because Zhou Xiaoning once said that on this Gaia Island, as long as the pirate dared to appear in front of him, he would fight once. Really, it's finally here. Zhou Xianing's frown that had been kept for several days finally relaxed. Now that Luffy is here, can Blackbeard be far behind? You did a good job, don't worry, I will leave soon. As soon as he heard these words, the man almost cried out of excitement. He has been exhausted to help Zhou Xiaoning these days. Isn't that what he did? Seeing the man leaving in ecstasy, Dudeo Tongzi finally couldn't help it, and laughed out loud. Xiaoning, you see that you scared him. People who don't know still think you are so fierce. Cut, who can be blamed, who told them to hit my gun when I was upset, it's a matter of self-blame. Zhou Xiaoning was not ashamed, but rather proud to say that those pirates weren't a good thing anyway, and being able to keep them alive was already very kind. In this regard, Dudeo Kongzi smiled without saying a word. She is used to Zhou Xianing's sometimes childishness. After all, it belongs to old couples and wives, right? Luffy's tavern is easy to find. After all, the entire Gaia Island is just one tavern. If you want to find someone, you can go straight to it. And just as Zhou Xiaoning and Dudeo Kongzi rushed past, something very interesting was happening in the tavern. Before coming to Gaia Island, Nami's record pointer had a problem, pointing diagonally to the sky. At first, Nami thought his record pointer was broken, but after experiencing some later things, Luffy and others finally confirmed the existence of Sky Island. So, Nami took Luffy and Zoro to the island, intending to get information about Sky Island. But they obviously asked the wrong person. Everyone in the tavern thought that Sky Island was just a legend, and it didn't really exist. Of course, the three of Luffy were ridiculed by everyone, especially when Bellamy recognized Luffy. He severely insulted Luffy, punched and kicked, and threw a bottle at him. You hate it as you hate it. What's more, the other pirates in the tavern cheered happily, as if bullying Luffy as a clown is a joyous thing. Roar! It seems that you have forgotten the rules I set before. Is it that the lessons I have taught you are not profound enough to be so noisy? As soon as Zhou Xianing's voice appeared, the entire tavern instantly became silent. Most of Zhou Xianing's methods had been experienced before, and they didn't want to provoke this evil spirit again. Hey, kid, where did you come from? Didn't you see that my uncle is in a good mood now? Bellamy only came to Gaia Island a few days ago. It happened that Zhou Xiaoning had taught aside all the pirates on Gaia Island. He has rested and rejuvenated these days, so he has not seen Zhou Xianing's strength. Otherwise he would never dare to talk to Zhou Xiaoning like this. No, the other pirates began to show pity in Bellamy's eyes. You must know that there was a pirate who offered a bounty of more than 70 million Baileys because he called Zhou Xiaoning a little ghost. As a result, he was interrupted the next day and hung his hands and feet on the bow of his own pirate ship. Although Zhou Xiaoning never admitted that he did it, everyone is not stupid. You can think of it with a little brainstorming. Apart from Zhou Xiaoning, who else would give that pirate a really heavy hand? Don't look at Bellamy's current bounty of 55 million Baileys, which is quite high in the first half of the Grand Line, but compared to the previous pirate, what is he worth? This time if the evil spirit starts his hand, will Bellamy break his hand, or his foot, or will he be killed? For a while, the pirates present were a little expectant to see Bellamy's end. Yudao is not to suffer from lack and unevenness. Everyone is a pirate, so why they have been taught by Zhou Xiaoning before, Bellamy didn't do anything because of later, which is obviously unfair. But the woman behind you looks pretty good. If you let us out to play with a few of our brothers, I can't let you go. Bellamy obviously didn't notice the expressions of the people around him, otherwise he would be able to realize that something was wrong, and he wouldn't be dead here. Moreover, those little brothers of Bellamy were also arrogant and arrogant beside them. You know that Zhou Xiaoning doesn't have many taboos, there are only a few, but Bellamy took 2 of them all at once. If he just called him a little devil, Zhou Xiaoning would be fat to beat Bellamy at best, and nothing more than a lesson. But he actually dared to fight against Dao Kong's idea. This is impatient. You must know that the last person who dared to do this had been thrown into the sea by Zhou Xiaoning as a fish. Chapter 44. You really dare to say it? Zhou Xiaoning glared at Bellamy, and at the same time Long Wei unreservedly released him, only for him, which was a treatment that even the Lord Kakuzu, Luffy, did not have. What do I have? Bellamy met Zhou Xiaoning's gaze, and couldn't say anything next. Bellamy felt that it was not a person standing in front of him at this time, but a peerless beast that could swallow it up at any time. Well, what a terrible person, what a terrible look, how can there be such a monster in the world? Bellamy's forehead was cold and sweaty. He didn't even know that he had put on the iron plate. Would a person with such a momentum be a small character? Then, this friend, it was a misunderstanding just now, I was just joking with you. Bellamy smirked. Although he is arrogant, he is not a fool. He knows who can and cannot be offended, just like the person in front of him. He is definitely a detour when he meets him. Bellamy said this obviously to be soft. Now his little brother is not doing it. How can his boss show weakness to a kid who doesn't seem to be full of hair? What's more, in this way, wouldn't the beauties behind the little devil be able to touch them? Bellamy, what are you worried about? Isn't it just a kid and a woman? Let's go together, and it won't be solved in a few strokes. As the deputy captain, Saki's reputation in the pirate regiment is no more than that of Bellamy. When he spoke at this time, he immediately got a lot of responses from his younger brothers. If possible, Bellamy really wanted to slap Sarkis to death. Didn't this drive him to death? Shut up to me, am I the captain or you are the captain? In order to save his life, Bellamy really took the risk, and even said such hurtful things. It's you, of course it's you. Sarkis persuaded, although every deputy has a heart to turn right, but if the difference between the strengths of the two is too great, for the sake of his own life, he should be his deputy. Hey, count you as acquaintance. Bellamy glared at Sarkis, and when he turned to Zhou Xiaoning, he immediately changed a flattering expression. The expressions changed so fast that they almost caught up with the face change. That lord, there were some jokes before, do you think that's the way it is? You said forget it, don't I lose face? Zhou Xiaoning said sharply, and Bellamy shivered with fright, but then Zhou Xiaoning's conversation suddenly changed. But for the sake of your sincere apology, I will give you a chance. I will only punch you. After a punch, whether you are alive or dead, this matter will be uncovered. Originally, he had slapped Bellamy twice as a taboo. Zhou Xiaoning could kill him. Anyway, he killed a lot of pirates in the past few days. The killing is no longer a big deal for him. Moreover, with Bellamy's strength, Zhou Xiaoning can still get a lot of source power points after killing, and if he is lucky, it is very possible to burst the spring fruit source card. I have to say that this is a very tempting thing, but when I think of Bellamy's chance to play in the later stage, if Zhou Xiaoning kills him now, the world consciousness will definitely find him in trouble. Now that the One Piece world has begun to reject him, if he causes something more, he will definitely be squeezed out of the One Piece world immediately. Then, he will not count on the two elemental energies of darkness and thunder. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Xiaoning decided to temporarily bypass Bellamy's life. However, the death penalty is unavoidable, and the living sin is hard to forgive. His punching, to say nothing, is the end of a serious injury. Anyway, Bellamy in the original game ended up with a serious injury and a coma. The only difference is that the person who beat him was changed from Luffy to Zhou Xiaoning. With such a small change, world consciousness shouldn't bother him. How about it, do you take my punch or not? Zhou Xiaoning showed his right hand. Although his fist was not big, it was incomparable with Garp's iron fist of love, but if he broke out with all his strength, it would be easy to kill an elephant with one punch. Bellamy hesitated for a while. To be honest, he did not have the confidence to take Zhou Xianing's punch next time. Judging from the power that Zhou Xiaoning exuded before, this looking young and excessive guy is definitely not inferior to his boss, Don Quixote da Flamingo. If he chooses to receive this punch, he may die, but if he chooses to refuse, Zhou Xiaoning, who has been refuted, will definitely not let him go, and will definitely die by then. In comparison, Bellamy finally made a choice. My lord, the previous thing was that I was wrong. I took this punch. Bellamy gritted his teeth and said, he only hopes that his spring fruit ability will be able to give a little more strength by then, as much as possible to offset Zhou Xianing's punch. Humph, if you are a bit responsible, then just take the punch. As soon as the voice fell, Bellamy flew upside down, smashed the wall of the tavern, fell outside motionless, and didn't know if he was dead. Now, Sarkis and the others also knew what a stupid thing they had done before, and they didn't even see how Bellamy was beaten into the air. Moreover, Bellamy's spring fruit ability does not seem to have played a big role. Even those with spring fruit ability are completely half dead. If this punch falls on himself and others, wouldn't it be dead? Now that he had said a punch to relieve his grievances, Zhou Xiaoning would not break his promise, not to mention that a young man like Sarkis was not worth his shot. Hey Luffy, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon, but you don't seem to be so good now. Zhou Xiaoning walked straight to Luffy's side, knelt down and said, completely gloating. You guy, you hurt Ace like that before, and I want to avenge Ace. When Luffy saw Zhou Xiaoning, he was angry on the spot. A carp stood up, and then he made a move that surprised Zhou Xiaoning. I saw Luffy stand in a lunge, then press his hands on his knees. This something is second gear. Luffy yelled, immediately after his skin turned red, and steam was constantly coming out of his body. Zhou Xiaoning secretly said, as expected, it seems that Luffy really listened to what he said, and even developed a second gear ahead of time. The second gear state can be said to be Luffy's unique trick. Only the unique physique brought by the rubber fruit ability can make Luffy perform this trick. If it is used by other people, it will definitely end up dead. The second gear uses the principle of an air pump. Luffy uses his feet as a pump to pump air to accelerate the flow of blood and strengthen the body. After being strengthened in the second gear, the body can make extremely fast movements, which can make the enemy be attacked unknowingly. The extremely fast speed combined with the enhanced strength makes the attack in the second gear much stronger than in the normal state. If Luffy's usual state and strength are comparable to Commodore, then he can already wrestle with Rear Admiral in the second gear. It's just that the second gear state is equivalent to a person's doping. Although the strength is greatly improved, it can't last, and the physical consumption is more severe. If you don't control the time of use, it is likely to die. Luffy, I have grown a lot, but still too weak. In the second gear, Luffy's shooting speed has been greatly improved. When the rubber jet machine gun is released, the shadow of the fist is all over the sky, as if Luffy suddenly had a lot of hands. But even so, under the perception of Zhou Xianing's spiritual sense, Luffy's movements are still slow and anxious. He only needs to make some slight evasive movements to get out of Luffy's fist without moving his footsteps. Damn it, rubber jet rocket launcher. Bump. A heavy blow hit Zhou Xianing's body, causing Zhou Xiaoning to take a step back, but since Zhou Xiaoning had turned on the iron body before that, he was not injured. It's interesting, you are qualified to let me take the shot. Zhou Xiaoning smiled excitedly. The previous Luffy was too weak, and Zhou Xiaoning couldn't even think of taking action. And now, although Luffy's strength is still not enough, he can barely get him to shoot. Ace has tasted this punch, and now you should try it too, the Six Kings Spear. A punch came from Zhou Xianing's right fist and hit Luffy. Even if he had a rubber body and withstands such a huge force for a while, he was also uncomfortable. He was directly beaten out of the second gear, curled up on the ground, and convulsed. UBD. Zoro finally couldn't stand it anymore. He drew out the word Hideo and the 2 treasure knives he got from Logue Town, and wanted to go up and chop Zhou Xiaoning. But never thought that a beautiful shadow suddenly stood in front of him and forced Zoro back with a knife. Master, absolute master. Zoro put on a 3-sword style of starting hand, and looked at Toshishima Suizi alertly. Zoro had always thought that the beautiful woman behind Zhou Xiaoning was just a vase, used by Zhou Xiaoning to solve some physiological needs. But he never thought that this woman he thought was a vase, turned out to be a kendo master no less than him, or even stronger than him. Guarding the dignity of a man is the reservedness of a woman. So, can I trouble you not to interfere? Toxic Island Kongza held Murakami in his hand and released his aura at the same time, which made Zoro suddenly feel as if he was being spotted by a lion majesty. If he moved slightly, he would surely receive a fatal blow. Seeing Zoro confronting a woman motionlessly, Luffy was beaten so miserably by Zhou Xiaoning. Nami is almost crying now. There are both fears for Luffy and Zoro, and fear factors in it. She really regrets it now. Why did she have to come here to inquire about some information? She was humiliated before, but now that she is facing such a critical situation, she has offended which immortal god, she is unlucky to this extent. There are also Seikis and others who have the same idea as Nami. If they knew that Zhou Xiaoning and Hideo Kongza were so powerful, they would not dare to tease them if they were killed just now. Now, Seikis and the others only hope that Zhou Xiaoning will have the final say, and after hitting Bellamy's punch, they will stop making trouble for them, otherwise they will really not be able to keep this small life today. As for whether Bellamy is alive or dead at the moment, Seikis and others have no time to pay attention. Now they only hope that Zhou Xiaoning can use them as a fart, and that's thank God. Chapter 45 Blackbeard. Shouldn't it be the person who was shrouded in the protagonist's halo? Luffy withstood Zhou Xiaoning's 6 king spears that could kill an elephant. Not only did he not die, but a few minutes later, he actually stood up again. Apart from his pale face, it is true. He couldn't see that he had been hit hard before. Of course, this is also related to Zhou Xiaoning secretly keeping his hands, not to mention that he only used 70% of his power with the 6 king spear. Otherwise, Luffy, the protagonist who hasn't grown up, might really die here. But then again, Zhou Xiaoning will not kill Luffy, not to mention that he was once Zhou Xiaoning's youthful memories, and he has a natural liking for him, and Zhou Xiaoning will not obliterate him unless he is a last resort. Besides, Luffy is Garp's grandson. Although Zhou Xiaoning doesn't say anything, he still regards Garp as his teacher. He is grateful from the bottom of his heart. Under such circumstances, how could he kill Luffy? Of course, there is a more important factor, that is, world consciousness has already focused on him. He just drew most of Ace's power away, and world consciousness drove him away in a hurry. If Zhou Xiaoning really killed Luffy, the world consciousness must go crazy and want to kill him. Zhou Xiaoning's strength has become much stronger, but he is not arrogant enough to think that he can fight the whole world. To sum up, Zhou Xiaoning would never kill Luffy, but he would beat Luffy from time to time to let him know the truth about the heavens and the humans, and it is okay to urge him to make progress and become stronger. Just like now, isn't Luffy developed the second gear ahead of schedule under the pressure of Zhou Xiaoning? This is a good sign. Okay, let's ignore this guy who has become a female cousin and wants to set up a Torii, and look to the side of Toxic Island and Zoro. Unlike the fierce battles that Luffy and Zhou Xiaoning only saw, Zoro and Hideo Suiza seemed much quieter. The two just confronted each other and didn't mean to shoot. But in fact, the confrontation between the two has already begun. It was a contest of kendo will between two extremely talented swordsmen. If someone has the ability to peak at the spiritual level at this time, you can find that there is a phantom of Yaki Orokai and Shura behind the Poison Island and Zoro. The two phantoms appear and disappear from time to time. This is because of the two of them. The image of kendo has not been fully formed because it has not been fully formed. But even so, the contest between the two phantoms is still fierce and unusual. 8 tails, the 8-headed snake and 8-headed 8 tails, are quite famous monsters in the mythology of the island nation and a symbol of water damage. Although I don't know why the swordsmanship image of the Poison Island is the Yachi Orokai, as far as the current situation is concerned, the Poison Island is occupying the upper peak. The 2 heads of the Yachi Orokai bit Shura's arms, 2 heads bit his legs, and the remaining 4 heads looked at Shura's body. As long as the Poison Island Yuko gave an order, he could launch an attack at any time. However, at this moment, Dudeo Suoza suddenly put away his kendo imagery, and at the same time, Murasame resheathed, acting as if he didn't want to fight anymore. Are you pitying me? Zoro's face is ugly, and he is undoubtedly defeated just now. As a qualified swordsman, Zoro is not afraid of failure. Failure is not shameful. As long as he strengthens his training afterwards, he can become stronger and win it back later. However, Tokushima Sakiko deliberately let go of him when he was clearly able to win. This is what Zoro can't accept anyway, because he doesn't need sympathy. I am not pitying you, just because your imagery has just condensed, and I have been condensing for more than a year. This in itself is not a fair test. If I break your kendo imagery now, you are very maybe I can't go any further in my life, and this world will lose a peerless swordsman because of this. Isn't that a pity? Dudeo Kongza smiled slightly, and twisted the hair scattered in front of her ears. At this moment, Zoro felt his heart beating so fast, and he felt jealous for the first time. Why would a woman like Poison Island Suzy be by Zhou Xianing's side even more? Kinko, is it over on your side? Then let's go, that person has already appeared. Zhou Xiaoning hugged Dudeo Kongza's waist as if showing off, and walked straight to the outside of the tavern. Hate, so many people here are watching. Even though he said so, Dudeo Kongza just patted Zhou Xianing's chest lightly, and then did not make any other resistance, letting Zhou Xiaoning hug him like this. Zoro gritted his teeth angrily in this scene, but there is no way to tell him that he is not Zhou Xianing's opponent, and the Poison Island Kongza willingly followed Zhou Xiaoning. Zhou Xiaoning, listen to me, next time I meet you, I will definitely defeat you. Luffy yelled to Zhou Xiaoning with an unrecognizable pig-headed face. From this face, he could see how inhuman he had been tortured before. Wait until you can find me. Zhou Xiaoning waved his hand and said without looking back. After leaving the tavern, Zhou Xiaoning completely let go of his spiritual sense, and traced an aura that was fleeting but quite powerful. Found it. The corner of Zhou Xianing's mouth curled up, and he turned to look to the right. As expected, he saw a rather burly figure. Although he couldn't see the front, Zhou Xiaoning could still recognize the person as Blackbeard Marshal D. Ditch from his back. With his height of more than 3 meters, he could be easily found even in the crowd. Where do you want to go in such a hurry, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Ditch? Zhou Xiaoning stood in front of Blackbeard. He had already focused on the dark elemental power in Blackbeard's body. How could he let him go so easily? Ah ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that the youngest Lord Rear Admiral in marine history would take the initiative to come to me. This really makes me feel flattered. Although Blackbeard said compliments, he did not show a corresponding respectful attitude. Instead, he was more curious and surprised. Then, Your Excellency Rear Admiral, are you here to catch me? Blackbeard said indifferently. To be honest, he really didn't care about Rear Admiral's combat power. Although he became Rear Admiral at the age of 18, it is enough to show that Zhou Xiaoning is talented, but talent does not represent strength. Are there few geniuses who died midway in history? Don't worry, I'm not arrogant enough to think I can catch you alive. Zhou Xiaoning waved his hand, but there was something in his words. Although he couldn't capture Blackbeard alive, he still had some confidence in killing him. Oh? Then I don't know the young Rear Admiral, what is going on with me? Blackbeard looked at Zhou Xiaoning with interest. A Marine Rear Admiral took the initiative to look for him. It was impossible to find him for a drink and chat. I think you have also heard the news. Crocodile has been revoked from 7 warlords of the sea. Marine has always wanted to find someone to replace him. I wonder if you are interested. As soon as this remark came out, Zhou Xiaoning was equivalent to catching Blackbeard's culprit. Even though Blackbeard seems to be quite at ease right now, he ran out after killing the 4th team captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Sach in order to snatch the dark fruits. This is an absolutely intolerable crime in the Whitebeard Pirates. You must know that Whitebeard treats every member of the Whitebeard pirate group as his own child. It is strange that Whitebeard can let him go to kill his own child. Blackbeard asked himself that he was not Whitebeard's opponent yet, so finding a strong backer became a top priority. There are really not many forces that can compete with Whitebeard, except for the other 3 in the 4 emperors, there is only Marine. But apparently the 4 emperors would not offend Whitebeard for him, so Marine became his only choice. For Marine's protection, Blackbeard had to become 7 warlords of the sea, so after hearing Zhou Xianing's words, Blackbeard knew that he had no room for rejection, and could only listen to Zhou Xiaoning patiently. If you want to become 7 warlords of the sea, strength is indispensable. So I will try you. If you are qualified, I will apply for you. After all, Shishibukai position is always empty. Isn't it? How do you want to try, fight? Blackbeard stuck Zhou Xiaoning on guard, and he was not sure whether Zhou Xiaoning wanted to use this as an excuse to kill him while he was careless. That's not necessary. I only throw a punch. As long as you can take it, you will be considered qualified. Zhou Xiaoning is really getting closer to teacher Saitama now, wanting to solve everything with one punch. Blackbeard hesitated. If it was really just a punch, it didn't seem to matter. Even Whitebeard wouldn't be able to kill himself with a punch, let alone a little devil with no fur. As far as I know, Marine Rear Admiral does not have the full power of choosing Shishibukai candidates. How can you ensure that your words will work? My teacher is Garp. This sentence has the same effect as my dad is ex-gang, which doesn't mean Blackbeard shuts up as soon as he hears it. As a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates, how could Blackbeard have never heard of Garp? With Garp's strength and achievements, he could have been promoted to Admiral long ago, but Garp has never agreed and voluntarily stayed in Vice Admiral's position. But even so, Garp is still very prestigious in Marine. He speaks, even Marine Marshal Sengoku has to give a bit of face. If Garp proposes to serve as 7 warlords of the sea, this matter is basically set. NS. Well, I agree, you can do it. Blackbeard put on a defensive stance, apparently intending to take Zhou Xianing's punch to show his great strength. Regarding this, Zhou Xiaoning smiled triumphantly. What about Blackbeard, who has the most potential to become the ultimate boss in One Piece world, is not being fooled by him. Although Zhou Xiaoning didn't plan to help Blackbeard apply for the position of 7 warlords of the sea from the beginning, Zhou Xiaoning decided to take it seriously because he believed in him so much. Chapter 46, First Coming to Sky Island. Zhou Xianing's full blow was unsurprisingly taken by Blackbeard. However, when Zhou Xiaoning deliberately continued to exert force, the 2 people remained in a stalemate for more than a minute. Zhou Xiaoning also took this opportunity to unknowingly extract the dark element energy from Blackbeard, and obtained the dark element affinity talent. The initial affinity is as high as 15%. So much dark element energy loss, Blackbeard should be able to sense it logically, but who told him to use his fruit power to counteract Zhou Xianing's attack at the time? The energy consumption was originally not small. A little dark element energy loss is not so obvious. After making a short promise to Blackbeard, Zhou Xiaoning took the Poison Island decisively to flash people. As for Blackbeard later found out that Zhou Xiaoning would run away if he played tricks, that will be the future. By then, Blackbeard will not be able to fight. He really isn't necessarily. In the world of One Piece, there are many Sky Island, which are distributed over various sea areas, surrounded by white seas like clouds and mist. What is amazing is that the White Sea is the same as the sea on the ground. It can sail, swim, and even inside. There are still some fishes that survive, but if they fall into the White Sea and continue to fall, they will eventually fall to the ground. Sky Island is located at an altitude of more than 10,000 meters above sea level. The air is very thin, so when people from Qinghai, Sky Island's name for ordinary sea, first come here, they will inevitably have some altitude sickness, resulting in a significant reduction in athletic ability. When Luffy and others first arrived at Bibaihe, they suffered a lot from this, and they shouldn't be beaten. This is also a trouble for Zhou Xiaoning and Dudeo Kongzi, but with their physique, I believe they will soon be able to adapt to the environment of Sky Island. Even Zhou Xiaoning has prepared an oxygen tank, which can greatly alleviate the side effects of altitude sickness. Kiko, are you feeling okay now? Zhou Xiaoning has transformed into a true dragon form, with auspicious clouds blooming under his feet, and he really looks like a beast. The Poison Island Kongzi was on Zhou Xiaoning's back at this time, and the two people were rapidly ascending. They had already crossed the White Sea at an altitude of 7,000 meters. Soon they will be able to cross the White Sea and land on the Sky Island. Throughout the ages, Zhou Xiaoning was probably the only one who boarded Sky Island in this way, and other people either caught the rising ocean currents with a high risk factor and rushed to Sky Island, or they boarded the island from Marine's unique route. It is precisely because of this that among the pirates, few people know the existence of Sky Island. Most of them regard it as a legend and don't think it is real. It's just that Poison Island's situation seems a little bad, and her face is pale. Even if she uses an oxygen tank, it's only slightly better. I'm fine, I can hold on. Dudeo Kongzi squeezed out a smile. That pale face was really distressing. Kiko, or you should return to the summoning space first, and when I get to Sky Island, I will call you out. To these proposals, Dudeo Kongzi wanted to refuse at first. After all, whoever stayed in that empty space for 4 years, though Dudeo Kongzi didn't feel anything. Didn't want to go in again. However, Dudeo Kongzi's body was indeed uncomfortable. After hesitating for a while, Dudeo Kongzi finally agreed. Putting the Poison Island Kongzi into the summoning space, without the burden, Zhou Xiaoning's speed increased again. In order to take care of the Poison Island Kongzi, Zhou Xiaoning deliberately lowered his speed, otherwise he would have reached Sky Island long ago. Boom! Roar! After passing through a thick layer of clouds and mist, Zhou Xiaoning came out of the blue sky that he saw again. The depression that had been blinded by the clouds and mist before swept away, and a dragon chant was heard in excitement. Hey! It seems that a very interesting guy has broken into my country. In Apaiato, the island of gods, Enel is inspecting his car and the construction of the golden ship Arc Proverbs. Suddenly, his movements stopped, because his heart network covering the entire kingdom of God suddenly made a sound at the previous moment, but it quickly disappeared. Although the voice was fleeting, Enel firmly believed that he had not misheard it. After all, how could God make a mistake? Come on, inform the 4 priests that an outsider has broken into the kingdom of the God without authorization. This is disrespect to the God. Let the 4 priests find him and bring him here, and the God will judge him face to face. If he dares to resist, kill him. Enel has already become interested in Zhou Xiaoning. After all, this is the first time someone has been able to block his heart network. Such a person must be exceptional. It would be best if he could earn his subordinates, but if he could not, he would not mind turning kill it and let the omniscience and omnipotence of the God continue. On the other side, as soon as Zhou Xiaoning recovered his human form, he felt a sense of being peeped, and frowned involuntarily. Hey! Observation Haki perceives it. Have you been spotted by Enel so soon? Enel's heart network is actually observation Haki, but under the influence of Thunder Fruit, his observation Haki seems to have undergone some changes, covering a large and scary area. I am afraid that it is difficult to find another observation hacky in the world of One Piece. It's a big living person. Please note that we are talking about living people. Those who have died are not included. Otherwise, as Roger One Piece claims to be able to hear the voice of everything observation hacky, it is really difficult to judge the range he can cover, but I want to come. It should be on top of Enel. On observation hacky, Zhou Xiaoning is naturally inferior to Enel, but it is still very simple to block Enel's perception. You only need to expose yourself and wrap yourself. Unless Enel can reach the level of One Piece Roger, his observation hacky will not. It may work for Zhou Xiaoning. However, in this way, Zhou Xiaoning did not dare to release the Poison Island Kongzi. Zhou Xiaoning's divine consciousness was more than enough to protect him, but if a Poison Island Kongzi was added, it would inevitably expose flaws and give Enel a chance to take advantage of it. The opportunity. I'm sorry, Tsunko, I will make up for you after this matter is over. With a trace of apology to the Poison Island Kongzi, Zhou Xiaoning came to Angel Island. Here, you can see humans with 2 feathers on their backs everywhere. They are the inhabitants of Angel Island, and they are a bit like the angels in the fairy tales. It's just that the pair of feathers are too small and can't bear the weight of a person at all, so the inhabitants of Angel Island can't fly, so they can only exist as decorations. Just look at them, don't be too serious. When you come to Sky Island, you have to talk about the specialty of Sky Island, the Sky Island shells with peculiar functions. These Sky Island shells are used in every aspect of Sky Island. It can be said that Sky Island shells have become indispensable for Sky Island people. Of the same item. For example, sound shells can record and play sound as a means of transmitting information or entertainment, light shells can emit light within a period of time, and they can also emit light as indoor lighting tools, water shells can store water, as firefighting tools, and video shells can be recorded and playing video is equivalent to a video recorder. In addition to the above-mentioned shellfish used in daily life, there are also some powerful shellfish used in combat. For example, Feng Bei, in addition to the civilian Vayaba, almost all Sky Island fighters use it to equip skateboards and skates. It moves quickly and can be detonated after storing the gas. The fire shell can be stored for fire and then sprayed out, and can be used as a fire gun. The shock shell can be freely released after absorbing the impact, and can be used to defend against enemy attacks or as an impact cannon to use. It can be called both offensive and defensive. In addition to the above mentioned, there are many types of Sky Island shellfish. According to Zhou Xiaoning's understanding from a boss who specializes in selling Sky Island shellfish, there are hundreds of more common Sky Island shellfish. For the Sky Island shellfish, there will be as many as 300 or 400 kinds. Now that I came to Angel Island, Zhou Xiaoning naturally wanted to buy some Sky Island shells. The currency used on Angel Island is Xtor, 1 Bailey is equal to 10,000 Xtor, and Zhou Xiaoning now carries more than 10 million Baileys with him. He is definitely a superb on Angel Island. In the next 3 hours, Zhou Xiaoning carried out a comprehensive sweep of the lovely street on Angel Island. As long as it was the Sky Island shellfish on sale, he bought 2 or 3. Anyway, the storage space is empty and empty, just use it. To install these Sky Island shells, try to collect as many types as possible, maybe they will be used in the future. Hey, you are an outsider who broke into the kingdom of God without authorization. Just when Zhou Xiaoning was still in the mood and planned to turn back and sweep another round, he was suddenly stopped by 4 strange-looking guys, and the one who spoke was a ball. Hey, isn't it? The 4 god-tier officials were sent out together. What is the origin of that Qinghai native? It doesn't matter what his origin is, let's leave now. If we provoke God, we will all be unlucky. Yes, right, go quickly. There was a lot of discussion around, but they quickly reached an agreement. In less than a minute, they all ran away and disappeared, and the shops next to them were directly closed with signs. The original lively and bustling lovely street suddenly changed like this. It's very deserted. For this result, the 4 priests were quite satisfied, and it seemed that their majesty was still quite powerful. "Hey, the kid asks you something, are you a sinner trespassing into the kingdom of God?" A clergyman with sunglasses, who looked fierce and wicked, knew at first sight that he was not a good person, asked again. His forehead was already violent, and he seemed to be a little impatient. I said, "Your nonsense is so much. I am the only one from Shanghai here. Even a pig can guess that it is me. Are all your heads filled with paste?" Zhou Xiaoning finally had a desire to shop, but was interrupted by these 4 guys who suddenly appeared, but he was quite upset. Since these 4 guys make him unhappy, don't even think about it. Are they just 4 colonel-level guys? Believe it or not, the little master will solve you all in minutes. Chapter 47 is so weak and embarrassed to be called a priest? Shadri, Shura, and Nirvana were very angry. Since they became Enel's priests, they have never been so angry as they are now. Just now, their IQ was questioned. A stowaway who used illegal means to invade the kingdom of God was so arrogant in front of their 4 god-tier officers. Even if the uncle and aunt could bear it, they couldn't bear it. "Are you looking for death?" Had a gloomy face. Although he didn't seem to have stretched it out, he looked more gloomy now. Everyone could read his feelings from his expression. He must be very angry now. The man slashed. "Say if you have something to say, let go if you have a fart, and when you're done, let the little master go quickly, don't disturb the little master's shopping." For these 4 so-called priests, Zhou Xiaoning really didn't want to talk to them, not to mention their weak strength, but also so arrogant, that is, because Sky Island is not strong, otherwise, with their strength, they will definitely not live for a month when they arrive at the Grand Line. On Sky Island, the only thing that can give Zhou Xiaoning's heart is Enel. Zhou Xiaoning has been focusing on Thunder Fruit's abilities for a long time. Even if Enel doesn't come to him, he will take the initiative to find Enel. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning doesn't even care about these 4 god-tier officials. Even their boss is not necessarily his opponent. What are the few little ones? "Boy, I think you are really impatient to live," Shura said fiercely, completely revealing his killing intent. "Boy? You really dare to say it?" Zhou Xiaoning didn't get angry and laughed. He originally didn't plan to care about these young people, but since they were so anxious to find death, Zhou Xiaoning didn't mind sending them a ride. "Do you know what happened to the people who used to call me Little Devil? I killed 80% of them directly, 15% were seriously injured, and the remaining half had a close relationship with me. I just beat them into pigs. Then now the question is, do you want to die or get seriously injured?" As soon as the voice fell, Zhou Xiaoning's figure disappeared from the place, and 4 screams were heard immediately. Bang pang pang pang. The 4 god-tier officials didn't even have a chance to react, so Zhou Xiaoning hit them all with one punch and hit the walls of the surrounding shops as human ornaments. "Oh, I haven't died yet. Should I say that I am a person who lives on Sky Island? I have been in a plateau environment for a long time, and my physique is really much better than ordinary people." Zhou Xiaoning looked at the 4 god-tier officers who were struggling to get down from the wall with great interest, as if a child had seen a novel toy. "But that's okay, if you hang up all at once, I will be very upset. Then, let's start the second round next." Zhou Xiaoning disappeared again, rushing in front of at an extremely fast speed, hitting his face with a straight fist. Iron cloud, iron embankment. The body of the sword in Ohm's hand suddenly stretched out, forming a shield in front of him. Ding! The fist collided with the iron cloud, and there was a sound of gold and iron intersecting. Although Ohm used the iron cloud defense to avoid directly taking the blow, but the force on Zhou Xiaoning's fist was completely withstood, and he was directly knocked out like a cannonball. So strong! Shadli, Shura, and Nirvana thought together, knowing that Ohm's strength is the most powerful among the 4 of them, but in the end they couldn't even take a single move from Zhou Xiaoning. What's more frightening is that the usually unfavorable heart network has failed. They can't hear Zhou Xianing's heartbeat, let alone predict his next actions. What kind of cruel man did we provoke? The three of Shadeli looked at each other and smiled bitterly. If they can, they really want to run away, but they can't. God is watching here. If they dare to run away, there will definitely be a punishment from the sky next to them. Erase this world. Therefore, they could only spare their lives and fight Zhou Xiaoning. Rope cloud. Marsh cloud. Impact shell. A slender rope cloud stretched out from Shura's hand and tied Zhou Xiaoning firmly. Although this rope cloud is made of clouds, its tenacity is not worse than that of thick rope. With Zhou Xianing's strength, it will take a while to break free. Nirvana also threw a marsh cloud at Zhou Xianing's feet in a timely manner. As the name suggests, marsh cloud is a kind of cloud with a swamp nature. The more you struggle, the deeper it sinks, which further restrains Zhou Xianing's actions. But immediately afterwards, Nirvana was covered by the marsh cloud he had created. If Shura hadn't pulled him out in time, I'm afraid he would be suffocated alive. Shura and Nirvana are only responsible for trapping Zhou Xiaoning, and the real ultimate move is Shidli. He has a very high-quality shock shell in his hand, and when he is fully charged, he can burst out a shock of up to 1 ton. It's just that the effect of force is mutual. If Shadli activates Shock Bay at one time, he will also be harmed. But now, in order to get rid of Zhou Xiaoning, he has also spared no effort. It is better to be injured than to be killed by a divine punishment. Such a combination of attacks, if you change to another person, I am afraid that you may not necessarily take it, but for Zhou Xiaoning, it is not too easy to break the game. Tenjiun driving the fog. This bloodline skill not only allows Zhou Xiaoning to fly, but also allows him to gain the ability to control clouds and fog, although this ability is not very valuable in actual combat, at most it is to block the enemy's sight. But now, this has become the key to Zhou Xianing's comeback. After all, both the marsh cloud and the rope cloud are a little special cloud, and they are also within the control of Tenjiun driving the mist. Zhou Xianing's body trembled, and the rope clouds that bound him turned into ordinary clouds and scattered, and the marsh clouds under his feet also lost its effect at the same time, and Zhou Xiaoning walked out easily. As for Shidli's shock shell attack, it's even simpler. Not to mention his physique, a ton of power can be completely withstood. His divine consciousness alone can explode more than a ton of power. Shidli and the others thought it is a wishful thinking to defeat Zhou Xiaoning with the shock shell. So, you are so weak, so you are embarrassed to be called a priest. Zhou Xiaoning has taken a shot, which is different from the previous play-like shots, but this time he is getting serious. The divine consciousness was released, and the force was like a broken bamboo, which only dissipated the shock from the shock shell, and at the same time restrained the three of Shidri. If you have the next life, remember that if you have no strength, you must be so arrogant. After all, you are just a bunch of ants in the eyes of the real strong. To be ants, you must have the consciousness of being ants, otherwise you will easily be pinched. Death, as it is now. Zhou Xiaoning said in a cold tone, while shaking his right hand heavily. What? Do not want. Spare me, puff. Zhou Xiaoning turned a deaf ear to the three of Shadeli's begging for mercy. With that grip, the power of 15 tons of divine consciousness squeezed into the middle with all his strength, but in a moment, the three of Shadeli were squeezed into meatloaf. No matter how strong the vitality is, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving under such circumstances. Before killing the three people of Shidli, Zhou Xiaoning used the principle of universal extraction to extract all the Sky Island shells from them. After all, these priests can be said to remove Enel from Sky Island. In addition, the highest status, the Sky Island shells in their hands are not only of high quality, but most of them are treasures that are not publicly sold. It is a pity to miss it. Compared with the extraction of the conceptual level, the extraction of the material level is obviously much easier. Not only can it be displayed in a space, but also the level of space is involved. As long as it is not an individual wrapped in haki or sea stone, it cannot resist Zhou Xianing's extraction. Although in Zhou Xianing's opinion, Shidli and the others are 4 weak scum, but in fact their strength is still good. With the strange functions of the Sky Island shell, even if the marine kernel level does not know the details, it is very likely. Following their way, it's like the protagonist and the gang in the original work, didn't they also suffer a lot from the 4 priests? Therefore, when Zhou Xiaoning killed them, the harvest was still rich, with a total of 15,000 source power, which is equivalent to providing him with 5,000 points each, and it is not in vain that Zhou Xiaoning used such great efforts to kill them. In addition, Shidli and the others also broke out a source card, and it was a coincidence that they were all Xin Wang, or Observation Haki's source cards. These 3 source cards are precious and self-evident. Although they have no effect on Zhou Xiaoning, they still have a lot of value for use. Trading with other day pickers is a good choice. The harvest is not bad. By the way, there is a priest, where did he go? Zhou Xiaoning was really plucking hair, and even the remaining priest didn't want to let it go. It's just that is not stupid. After seeing Zhou Xiaoning easily angrily kill the 3 Shad-Eli, how could he stay in place and wait for death, long gone? Moreover, just like Zhou Xiaoning shielded Enel's heart net with his mind, also used his heart net to shield Zhou Xianing's mind perception. Unless Zhou Xiaoning condenses his mind and hits his perception in one direction, he really can't find Did you run away? Zhou Xiaoning sighed regretfully. Knowing that these priests are so valuable, he should have killed directly just now. But even if didn't run, Zhou Xiaoning seemed to be unable to kill him, unless he was willing to abandon the lightning elemental energy on Enel for a mere 5,000 source power points and a source card. Just now, after Zhou Xiaoning killed the 3 of Shad-Eli, One Piece World's rejection of him became stronger. He could stay for more than a month, but now there are only 2 days left. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoning planned to kill Enel directly before, and the plan to explode the Thunder Fruit source card also fell through. With the current degree of rejection by the One Piece world, I am afraid that Zhou Xiaoning will severely wound Enel and die, and the world consciousness will directly attack him. Throw it out of One Piece world. Chapter 48 Hello. EPUB is easy to find, almost everyone on Sky Island knows its location, but no one dares to go up. EPUB was originally part of Gaia Island in Qinghai and was brought to the Bibai Sea by ocean currents 400 years ago. 400 years ago, North Blue navigator Vembran Rolando visited Gaia Island, and Gaia Island was still intact at that time. After returning home, Noland claimed to have discovered Shandora, the home of gold. When Noland led the king to Gaia Island again, the entire island was disconnected from it, and the land of gold was also lost. Noland was put to death on charges of deception, and he refused to deny the existence of the Golden Land until his death. It is precisely because of this that the story of Rolando, the king of big talkers, came out later. After being carried to the White Sea by currents, EPUB was regarded as a holy land by the Sky Icelanders because it is the only island in the sky with soil. The descendants of the original Gaia Island residents, the Shandia people, fought a 400-year war with the Sky Island people in order to seize their homeland and ring the Golden Bell again. Later, Enel, who destroyed his hometown of Birka, came here, defeated the original god Ganfor and his guards, and became a new god, occupying EPUB, and from then on with the 4 priests and hundreds of guards under it ruled Sky Island for 6 years. Therefore, the god mentioned on Sky Island is actually the same as the kings of those countries on the Qinghai Sea, and is not an omnipotent god in myths and legends. It is undeniable that Enel's strength is very strong, very close to admiral, barely considered to be a quasi-admiral level. The name of Thunder Fruit's strongest Logia fruit is not so famous. Even if Enel goes to Qinghai, it is also the top group of people. However, he still has a long way to go before becoming a god. Therefore, in Zhou Xianing's eyes, Enel is a patient in the late stage of secondary disease. Hearing the God call from the people around him, he really regards himself as a god. No matter who he is, he has that kind of arrogant attitude. He doesn't know Qinghai. There are many strong men who can completely abuse him. The frog at the bottom of the well is probably this kind of person. Enel's strength is slightly stronger than Zhou Xiaoning at this time, but Zhou Xiaoning is not without the possibility of winning, otherwise he will not go to Sky Island to find Enel's trouble. Zhou Xiaoning has 3 chances of winning. First, Armament Haki restrains the Thunder Fruit ability. Even if Enel is elementalized, Zhou Xiaoning can also damage it. Second, Zhou Xiaoning now has a certain ability to control the water element. Water can conduct electricity because it contains impurities. The water gathered by only using water elements is pure water and an insulator, which can effectively resist Enel's lightning attack. The third and most important point is that Enel is not good at close combat. The ability to use Thunder Fruit for a long time has made Enel neglect to exercise his body. In the original work, Luffy's Rubber Fruit ability is immune to Enel's Thunder Fruit ability. After losing this great dependence, Enel could not even beat Luffy, who had just reached the Rear Admiral level. If Enel hadn't awakened Observation Haki, he could read ahead. If Luffy's subsequent actions were taken, he would have been abused by Luffy a long time ago. Zhou Xiaoning is different from Luffy. He has divine consciousness and can shield Enel's perception. As long as he can withstand Enel's attack and get close to him quickly, Armament Haki's fist can teach him how to behave in minutes. Hey! I haven't looked for you yet, but you made the move first. However, such an attack is useless to me. Zhou Xiaoning looked up at the sky, only to see a pillar of lightning falling from the sky. This is one of Enel's big tricks, Sanction of God, and it is also a god punishment in the eyes of Sky Island people. Anyone who resists Enel will be affected by such a pillar of lightning. Wipe out. In the past 6 years, it has been unknown how many people died under this trick, so even if Sky Island people are resentful of Enel, they dare not say anything. But today, this move God's sanctions failed. I saw a thin water curtain blocking Zhou Xiaoning's head. The thunder beam falling from the sky hit the water curtain and stopped abruptly. Under protection, Zhou Xiaoning didn't even hurt a single hair. After 3 seconds, Lake Guangzhou dissipated. Perhaps Enel already knew that Zhou Xiaoning's attack would not hurt Zhou Xiaoning, so he stopped the attack. At this point, Zhou Xiaoning and Enel's first round of confrontation played in the air, and ended with Zhou Xiaoning having the upper hand. Come and not be indecent, then you will see how good I am. Zhou Xiaoning rose into the air, stepped on the clouds and mist, and flew straight to Apaiato. And shortly after Zhou Xiaoning left, the Sky Island people on the lovely street went crazy, and they came out from where they had been hiding before and watched the place where they were fighting just now. Although they all hid just now, they have been paying attention to the battle here. They saw Zhou Xiaoning defeated the 4 priests lightly, and killed 3 of them. The remaining 1 also fled in panic. This is a word. This is the first time this happened since Enel ruled Sky Island. If Zhou Xiaoning's killing of the priest surprised the Sky Island people, then Zhou Xiaoning stubbornly frightened them when he resisted the divine punishment and nothing happened, and it seemed that Zhou Xiaoning had to go to the god Enel for trouble, which made Sky Island people can't help but have a glimmer of expectation. If Enel is really defeated, will they be able to return to their previous life without being oppressed? Just when Sky Island people communicated Zhou Xiaoning's record to each other, Zhou Xiaoning had already flown to Apaiato and landed smoothly. It is hard to imagine how such a large piece of land was washed into the sky by ocean currents and stayed here. If Newton could travel through the rebirth and come here, I am afraid that he would die again, but this time it was depressed to death. Because of the high altitude, the creatures on Apaiato are all from Qinghai, but compared with the ones on Gaia Island, the creatures on Apaiato are obviously huge. Of course, these are none of Zhou Xiaoning's business. After all, he didn't expect to become a biologist, and it didn't make much sense to study these. What he wanted now was to find Enel quickly, and then teach him a lesson, in order to report that he was struck by lightning. Hatred. It's really good that you can catch my God's judgment, but no matter how powerful it is, the ant is always the ant. What gives you the courage to appear in front of the God? Enel took the initiative to appear in front of Zhou Xiaoning. Zhou Xiaoning was able to block his God's sanctions, which made him a little interested in Zhou Xiaoning. The long earlobes look funny, and there are 4 big drums engraved with 3 hook jade on their backs. There are a lot of electric energy stored in them. After all, Enel has eaten thunder fruit and gained the ability to control lightning, but he is after all people, not gods, have a limited amount of thunder and lightning, and it is impossible for them to use them uncontrollably. With those bass drums, it's different. Enel stores the battery that can't be used up at ordinary times, and then calls it out for use in battle. Both the output limit and the battle duration have been greatly improved. But having said that, did Enel get the consent of the Uchiha family to get the 3-go jade pattern on the drum? You know, the 3-go jade is a symbol of Sharingan. Well, regardless of the Enel copycat problem, after all, Zhou Xiaoning is not a member of the Uchiha family, so you can't worry about it, but Enel is so arrogant in front of him, it really can't bear it. God? Where's the God? I only saw a clown. You are carrying big drums on your back, do you want to play the drums for me? Kide, Zhou Xiaoning's uncompromising expression, had an even more arrogant expression than Enel. Enel is used to being a god. No one has ever dared to talk to him like this. His complexion changed on the spot, and his body was overflowing with electricity. He was obviously on the verge of rage, and he was almost gone. Hey, this special effect is good. I will give you 32 likes. If there is anything else, show it up and see. Zhou Xiaoning seemed to really treat Enel as a funny clown, and even clapped her hands. No one can insult God, so this God will give you the harshest punishment. Are you ready to die? Enel's body was full of lightning, and his appearance was really a bit of Thor. There is a lot of nonsense, don't you want to fight in the end? As soon as the word beat fell, Zhou Xiaoning had already taken action, and the high speed of the shaving made Zhou Xiaoning rush to Enel in an instant, and the black fist that wrapped armament haki reflected the metal-like luster. Enel saw all this in his eyes. Thunder Fruit not only brought him a powerful ability to control lightning, but also gave him super fast speed. If he wanted to, he could still escape Zhou Xiaoning's punch. However, Enel was too confident about Thunder Fruit's ability. He didn't think Zhou Xiaoning could hit himself, so he was tragic. Bump! A heavy punch hit Enel's right cheek, not only knocking Enel flying out, but also making him spin in the air until he hit a big tree 10 meters thick. Puff! Enel supported the tree trunk to stand up. He felt a strange sensation in his mouth, and couldn't help but spit out the foreign body in his mouth, only to find that it was his own 2 teeth. Damn it, how dare you! Looking at the 2 bloody teeth, Enel's furious mood can be imagined. This is the first time a mortal has injured him. This is a shame to the god. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Enel knocked on the big drum on his right shoulder and called up the stored electricity to form a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird flying towards Zhou Xiaoning at high speed. If you don't agree, make a big move. How bad is your psychological quality? Zhou Xiaoning continued to speak coldly, because he had laid 2 layers of defense in front of him, a soil wall, and a pure water barrier. At the same time, he condensed a large amount of fire elements on his right hand, and he could launch a counterattack at any time. Boom! The earth wall only blocked it for less than 2 seconds before it was easily broken through by Thunderbird, and the insulation of pure water was still strong, successfully preventing Thunderbird from advancing. However, the pure water barrier is being consumed by Thunderbirds at a very fast speed, which makes Zhou Xiaoning have to continue to use the source force to condense more water elements into the barrier, and now it is compared to the Thunderbird and the pure water barrier. That one disappears first. Chapter 49 Enel's Defeat. In order to maintain the pure water barrier, the source force in Zhou Xianing's body is rapidly consuming. This is also because Zhou Xianing's affinity for water elements is not high, otherwise, how could it be so difficult to mobilize some water elements in a small area? It seems that it is still a little too big. Pure water can resist thunder and lightning, but the price is a huge consumption of source power. The gain is not worth the loss. Zhou Xiaoning had already realized his recklessness. It was obvious that he suffered a lot from passive defense with pure water. Now he can only break the deadlock if he takes the initiative to attack. Enel, you can pick me up too, Fire Fist. Ace's famous tactics were reproduced in Zhou Xianing's hands. The fire element affinity of up to 50% could make Zhou Xiaoning launch an infinitely close to Tier 4 fire element attack. You know, in the world of One Piece, the level of Whitebeard is only in the early stage of the 5th stage. Of course, this refers to Whitebeard when he was seriously ill. If it is in its heyday, the strength of Whitebeard is at least the late stage of the 5th stage. And the 3 Admiral easily suppressed by Whitebeard is at most the mid to late 4th order level. Enel's strength has reached the quasi-admiral level, but he is not yet an admiral level after all, so he has not reached the 4th level, at most, the 3rd stage late stage, which is infinitely close to the 4th level. Therefore, even Enel cannot underestimate these Fire Fist, which is infinitely close to Tier 4, which is issued with full force. After Thunderbird has gone through the 2 defenses of the earth wall and pure water barrier, it is the end of the crossbow, and when the Fire Fist is indeed in the limelight, the Thunderbird is scattered by the Fire Fist after a phase, and the energy consumed by the Fire Fist during the period is even 2 Chengdu. Less than. Seeing the flame giant fist getting closer and closer to him, although a simple flame attack could not hurt Enel, the dignity of God made him unable to escape. Enel wanted Zhou Xiaoning to know that God was not to be offended. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. Enel banged the drums on both shoulders at the same time, and gathered the electricity stored in the 2 drums to form a huge Thunder Dragon, which went straight to the flame giant fist. Boom! The power of Thunder Dragon is far better than Thunderbird, but the power of the giant flame fist cannot be underestimated. After the 2 collided in mid-air, a violent explosion occurred, both of them cancelled out and disappeared. When the explosion was over, the place where the 2 had fought before was a mess of broken wood and gravel everywhere. The 2 people who were loyal to the explosion were naturally affected, but Enel entered the elemental state for the first time, and this explosion could be completely ignored. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhou Xiaoning immediately used the shave to leave the place, avoiding the impact of the explosion dangerously. It takes time for Enel to reunite, and Zhou Xiaoning mobilizes the stored source power in the source disk to restore his own consumption also takes time, so the 2 people fell into a brief confrontation. Mortal, I recognize your strength. If you are willing to join the original God, the original God can forgive all your previous crimes and allow you to go to the infinite land with the original God. Enel really depends on Zhou Xianing's strength. He wants to fight the infinite land and he alone is obviously not enough. After all, he is a dignified God and can't do everything by himself. That would be a price drop. Therefore, Enel trained 4 priests and hundreds of guards, all of which he prepared for the Battle of Infinite Land. But who would have thought that before he set off, 3 of the 4 priests were killed, and the remaining one was shocked, and he couldn't count on it in a short time. As for the guards, dang cannon fodder is not bad, but others should not have too much expectations. In this way, Zhou Xianing's combat power is very precious. As long as he can recruit his own subordinates, he can reach the 4 priests alone, and even have a surplus. Hey? It's not dark yet, why are you dreaming? Why do you think I will surrender to you? Zhou Xiaoning looked at Enel like an idiot. The second disease in this child's paper had penetrated into the bone marrow and was completely hopeless. Okay, you are fine. Enel's expression was ugly to the extreme, and this was the first time anyone dared to reject him. Although Enel appreciates Zhou Xianing's strength very much, this is not a reason for Zhou Xiaoning to reject him. Anyone who rejects the kindness of God will have only one end, death. Of course I know that I am fine, but you shouldn't say it in front of me. You make me very embarrassed. Zhou Xiaoning pretends to be shy. People who don't know really think Enel is praising him. Boom. A nerve called sanity broke at this moment, and Enel swears that he must kill the guy in front of him today, at any cost. Damn it, you asked for it, go to death for me. Enel's body just condensed spread out again, this time he recalled all the electricity stored in the 4 drums, plus the electricity in his own body, and used his strongest trick. 2 million volts Thor. I saw countless thunder and lightning gathered together to form a huge Thor gesture. Zhou Xiaoning visually observed that the Thunder God was at least 10 meters long, and the face of Thunder God could still see the appearance of Enel. Be a god yourself. Cut, don't talk about the plagiarized 3-hook jade pupil pattern of the Uchiha clan, even Suzuo is a copycat, so you copycats are so annoying, don't you have your own heart? Zhou Xiaoning did not shy away from saying what he was thinking. Although Enel didn't know what the Uchiha clan and Suzuo were, he could be sure that if he vomited out of Zhou Xiaoning's mouth, it would not sound nice, so it is very simple to do, and that is to slap this obnoxious guy to death. Bump. Enel's incarnation of Thor took a palm shot. Although it was a body made of thunder and lightning, it made a substantial attack at this moment. If this palm was shot accurately, even Zhou Xiaoning's current physique would not be able to bear it. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning fled immediately. Here, Zhou Xiaoning would like to sincerely thank the person who developed the shave. If the high speed that broke out without the shave, Zhou Xiaoning would really not have escaped. Enel knew Zhou Xiaoning's strength, and didn't plan to slap Zhou Xiaoning with one palm. So after seeing Zhou Xiaoning escape, another palm came one after another, alternating between the 2 palms. Damn! I thought it would be great to be transformed, right? It's true that the little master won't be transformed, right? Zhou Xiaoning was angry, and anyone who was slapped like a fly for a minute or two would be irritated in his heart. Trinity switches to true dragon form. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon chant, the 10-meter-long dragon was born, and its size was comparable to Enel's Thor. The true dragon form can be said to be Zhou Xiaoning's current strongest state. The physical strength has been increased by 50%, and the energy limit has been increased by 30%. Zhou Xiaoning's physique has reached 225 points and the energy limit has reached 39 points. Regardless of other things, the physical strength alone has exceeded the scope of the 3rd order and reached the 4th order. Even if it is only a pseudo-4th order, the power cannot be underestimated. If Zhou Xiaoning is a temporary physical breakdown, then Enel is a temporary energy breakdown. It is really difficult to evaluate which is strong and weak, and only after playing can we know. Zhou Xiaoning's true dragon form is a 5-clawed golden dragon, but he quickly changed its color. The dragon scales that were still golden before turned black from the head in the next second, and eventually the whole body was dyed black and turned into one black dragon. If the golden dragon was a mighty dragon and awe-inspiring, then the current black dragon is fierce and fierce, choosing people and devouring it, making people fearful. Of course, Zhou Xiaoning did not absorb the chameleon gene. The reason why he turned black from gold was because he used armament haki to wrap his whole body. Generally speaking, armament haki and fruit ability are mutually restrained and mutually exclusive. Only after a long period of running in training can the two be used together. However, Zhou Xiaoning's situation is a bit special. After all, the power of Shenlong fruit has been completely integrated into Zhou Xiaoning's bloodline, and strictly speaking, it is no longer a devil fruit ability. It is precisely because of this that Zhou Xiaoning completed such a pioneering work, becoming the first in the world of One Piece and the only one who can use the fruit power and haki at the same time. However, the price of this is the rapid consumption of the source of energy in the body. After all, the 10-meter-long real dragon needs a lot of haki to completely cover it. Moreover, maintaining the true dragon form also accelerated Zhou Xianing's physical loss by 10 times. The source power consumption can still be supplemented by the source power stored in the source disk, but the physical consumption cannot be replenished. The quick fight has become Zhou Xianing's only chance of winning. Enel, die. Do you think you can overcome yourself by becoming a long worm? It's so naive. Mortals can never defeat God. The black true dragon swooped down, and the huge Thor rose up into the air. The two met in the air, and both defenses used their full strength and were unable to stand in the air. Every time Zhou Xiaoning and Enel collide with each other, the remaining energy will form a small hurricane, sweeping over half of EPUB, and even the towering trees growing on EPUB are blown to each other. It can be seen the intensity of the fighting between the two. Go to death for me, mortal. Enel mobilized all the remaining power, forming a purple thunder and lightning, carrying a trace of destruction, and went straight to Zhou Xiaoning. You want me to die? It's not that easy. Shenlong dives. Zhou Xiaoning also spared no effort. Under his desperate squeeze, his body seemed to have broken a switch, and a steady stream of power kept pouring out, making the black haki wrapped around his body darker, especially the part of the dragon's horns was inky black, as if black liquid would flow out at any time. If Zhou Xiaoning examines his personal attributes at this time, he can find that his energy limit has skyrocketed to 50 points. Coupled with the increase in the true dragon form, the energy limit has been increased to 65 points. It is no wonder that Zhou Xiaoning can feel the inside of his body. The source of power has continued. Sure enough, at the time of life and death, it is the most capable of breaking through the limit. I saw the black real dragon turned into a black streamer and went straight to meet the purple thunder and lightning. The two held a stalemate for less than 3 seconds, and the purple thunder and lightning was dissipated by the black streamer, and the overflowing thunder and lightning hit Zhou Xianing's body, making him miserable. But now is the time to tell the winner, who will back down first, who will lose. Zhou Xiaoning is a stubborn person in his bones. Once he recognizes something, he feels that he will not back down easily. Although thunder and lightning is painful, it also aroused his fierceness. No matter what the world rejects, Zhou Xiaoning only wants to kill Enel. Chapter 50, Return to the World. The black streamer dissipated the purple thunder and lightning and penetrated the body of Thunder God. At the same time, in Enel's incredible gaze, Zhou Xiaoning, who had recovered his body, pierced Enel's heart with a finger that wrapped haki in a finger pistol. And at the moment of Enel's death, the world's rejection of him also reached the maximum. If the world consciousness was only disgusted with Zhou Xiaoning before, then it is disgusted now. Who will leave a person who disgusts at home? As a result, world consciousness began to expel Zhou Xiaoning from this world. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoning felt what was called malice from the world, as if the whole world could not tolerate him, and was driving him away. A spatial crack appeared behind Zhou Xiaoning, and at the same time a huge suction force was uploaded from the spatial crack, trying to suck Zhou Xiaoning in. You must know that this is different from when Zhou Xiaoning came. When Shuttle Gems sent him here, a safe space tunnel was built in this world and King Haizi's world. Zhou Xiaoning was sheltered by Shuttle Gems in the space tunnel. Of course nothing will happen. But the space cracks behind him were different. Inside was a turbulent flow of space. Once Zhou Xiaoning fell into it, he would die in minutes. So Zhou Xiaoning struggled to resist the suction behind him while activating the Shuttle Gem. Shuttle Gems only need to consume source power when searching and binding the world. Once the binding is successful, it does not need to consume source power to shuttle again. The same is the countdown of 60 seconds. Zhou Xiaoning has once again turned into a true dragon form. Haki, with all his senses, resists the suction of the space cracks, feeling the stronger and stronger suction. To be honest, Zhou Xiaoning doesn't know if he can survive it. 60 seconds. However, even if he was facing death, Zhou Xiaoning did not forget to reclaim the spoils. He struggled to separate a part of his spirit, and used his spiritual sense to ingest the 3 source cards that were exploded after Enel's death. As for the recovery of the source power points, you don't need to worry about Zhou Xiaoning, and collect it from the source disk. As long as you are in the same world, it should be Zhou Xianing's source power point, and no one else can take it away. Finally, when Zhou Xiaoning was about to be unable to hold on, the construction of the space tunnel was completed, and Zhou Xiaoning was taken by the shuttle gem and entered the space tunnel. After failing to sense the existence of Zhou Xiaoning, the space cracks were gradually repaired and eventually disappeared. No one knew that a fierce battle had taken place here except for Apadua, which was destroyed by a half. And while Zhou Xiaoning was traveling through the space tunnel, he had a hunch in the Forgotten Ohm. The ghost came to the palace where Enel lived and found a devil fruit from under Enel's bed. After eating it, gained the ability to transform into a thunderbird and manipulate thunder and lightning. There is no doubt that this is what the world consciousness does. Although Enel is missing, the Ohm strength that eats the fruit of Zoan's fantasy thunderbird is also not weak enough to replace Enel. Of course, Zhou Xiaoning didn't know all this. He was now moving forward in the space tunnel. In fact, Zhou Xiaoning didn't know how long he had traveled in the space tunnel. Time seemed to have lost its meaning here. However, it should take more than 3 hours for Zhou Xiaoning to recover his injuries and physical strength, thanks to the food source card in the storage space and his own pedigree talent speeding recovery, otherwise he would not be able to recover so quickly. However, even if Zhou Xiaoning had recovered completely, the space tunnel still hadn't reached the end. Although he was in the space tunnel, although he was conscious, he could not move freely, as if he was surrounded by something, and could only move forward passively. In boredom, Zhou Xiaoning began to organize the harvest of the One Piece World Tour. The first is the source power point. After the previous retreat, Zhou Xiaoning had more than 40,000 source power points left. He taught the pirates on Gaia Island and killed some and gained several thousand points. After that, he killed 3 priests and got 5,000 points. The final result is from killing Enel, a full 50,000 points. Excluding the source power points used to restore the source power, Zhou Xiaoning now has more than 110,000 source power points left. Although it is not comparable to the maximum of more than 400,000, it is not bad. Then there is the source card. The source card obtained before is either used up or Zhou Xiaoning is temporarily not used, and the area is grey when thrown into the storage space. What really makes Zhou Xiaoning care about is the 3 that Enel burst after his death. The first one is Xin Wang, which is one of Enel's representative skills. It is not surprising that Zhou Xiaoning got this source card. Although Zhou Xiaoning can't use it himself, it's pretty good in terms of value. The second source card surprised Zhou Xiaoning. It turned out to be Enel's Golden Ship Arc Proverbs. Name: Arc Proverbs. Category: Equipment. Star rating. Introduction: the ship made by Enel of Gold is controlled by electricity and has the unique flying ability in the world of One Piece. Function: flight, store electrical energy, enhance the power of mind skills by 100%. The Arc Proverbs is very strong. There is no doubt that Enel's use of Arc Proverbs in the original work can even destroy an island. What's more frightening is that Arc Proverbs can fly directly to the moon. Of course, it is impossible to be so exaggerated in reality, but this is enough to show that Arc Proverbs has the ability to fly at high altitudes. However, no matter how good the Arc Proverbs is, it is useless to not have enough electric energy to act as power. Zhou Xiaoning is now a regret. He had known that he could explode such a piece of equipment, so I didn't rush to kill Enel before. Let's talk about the Thunder Elemental Energy. When Zhou Xiaoning saw this third source card, Zhou Xianing's first reaction was gratification. He did not lose sight of his previous risk of being an enemy of the world to kill Enel, and now he has all recovered. Name: Thunder Fruit. Category: Props. Star rating. Introduction: a type of Logia devil fruit, known as the strongest Logia fruit. After eating it, it will gain the ability to control lightning and incarnate lightning. However, because of the curse of the ocean, after eating it, it will lose the ability to swim and become a dry duck. Function: obtain the origin of thunder, One Piece world. The reason why Logia fruit abilities can be elementalized and manipulate the corresponding elements is because of the existence of the original power. Although the effect of the original power belonging to the world of One Piece will be weakened after leaving the world of One Piece, it is the closest rule. The power of force, the power of the origin, cannot be underestimated either. Having it is equivalent to having a shortcut to the law level. Thunder fruit Zhou Xiaoning naturally wants to eat it, but as an old saying goes, Zhou Xiaoning doesn't want to leave too obvious Achilles' heel. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoning could only take the second place, and chose to use the Universal Extraction plus Perfect Fusion suit to drain the Thunder element energy on the Thunder fruit, so that she can live with the Thunder element affinity, and the affinity is as high as 60%. It is precisely because of this that Thunder fruit lost 1 star. Although the origin of the Thunder is still there, without the support of the elemental energy of Thunder, people who use Thunder fruit will not get a perfect transformation, although the lightning is controlled. The ability to be able to be retained, but the elemental ability may be missing. Anyway, keeping it is a chicken rib. I don't know what the result will be after combining Thunder fruit and Arc Proverbs. I have to say that Zhou Xiaoning is really whimsical sometimes, and even let him get along with such a method. But think about it carefully, what will become of Arc Proverbs getting the origin of Thunder fruit from Thunder fruit? I really look forward to it. Do as he thinks of it. Zhou Xiaoning set Arc Proverbs and Thunder fruit as targets and launched Perfect Fusion. Name: the Arc's Proverbs change. Category: Equipment. Star rating. Introduction: the gold ship originally made for Enel was first integrated into the origin of Thunder and has undergone special changes. Functions: flying, generating electricity, saving lightning, and enhancing the power of lightning attribute skills by 150%. Powerful, undoubtedly powerful. If anyone offends Zhou Xiaoning in the future, he will drive Arc Proverbs guy to him Kabuto Wind, and once the thunder and lightning go down, who will dare not accept it? Finally, not long after Zhou Xiaoning sorted out the harvest of One Piece world, a bright light appeared in the front, and the space tunnel finally came to an end. Ah, it's finally out, ouch, let me go. Zhou Xiaoning just came out of the space tunnel. Before he could express his thoughts, more than 30 blood-red tentacles rolled towards him and turned around to see. Isn't that the devouring beast that forced him to travel through the world? It was still there. In other words, I have been in the world of One Piece for 8 years, but the present world hasn't passed for long, and even time has been relatively static. Zhou Xiaoning felt that he had discovered the truth, but that was fine. If he came back from that time and found out that more than 10 or 20 years have passed in this world, everything is right and wrong, that would be depressing enough. I went, didn't you see that the little master was thinking about things? You still play tentacle play, is it true that the little master is a horse monkey Sochu? Zhou Xiaoning looked at the tentacles that were getting closer, and was angry on the spot. He is no longer the same Zhou Xiaoning. The tentacles of Tier 4 Devouring Beast are embarrassed to be arrogant in front of him. Flaming charge. In fact, Zhou Xiaoning let out a loud roar, and a raging flame suddenly appeared, wrapped around his body, wrapped him and rushed forward. Presumably everyone still remembers that the devouring beast was afraid of fire, and Zhou Xiaoning had just restrained it now. Devouring beast puts most of its IQ on eating, so it is similar to a child about 10 years old in analyzing things, so it can't figure out how the human that suddenly disappeared and appeared suddenly became so fierce. If there are more such humans, it will prevent the devouring beast from living. The devouring beast was afraid of the flames and actively gave way to Zhou Xiaoning, but this did not mean that it planned to let Zhou Xiaoning go. Although Zhou Xiaoning escaped from the tentacles, the devouring beast still looked at Zhou Xiaoning. As long as Zhou Xiaoning showed a little flaw, it definitely swallowed it the first time.